Miss Lee of the Lee family inexplicably becomes the first exchange student at Hogwarts. Fortunately, the world of Harry Potter has only just begun, allowing her to enjoy the unfolding drama without interference. The haughty and arrogant Platinum Dragon, the strong yet shy charming male protagonist, the gentle yet scheming childhood friend, the lively and mischievous twins. As they rewrite the tale of Hogwarts in her presence, the spectator heroine reluctantly sets aside her snack. Nuanyue wipes her mouth. For the fate of my friends, I shall confront you, noseless Dark Lord. Chapter 1. From Magic Cards to Magic. On a flight from Hong Kong to the capital of England, a young girl of Chinese descent sits gracefully by the window. Her hair is glossy and jet black, while her complexion appears overly pale for someone of pure East Asian descent. Especially striking are her fingers, which cradle a book, seeming almost translucent. I feel like I've been tricked, the girl murmurs, her long eyelashes fluttering as if engaging in a private soliloquy. Meow. In her lap rests a black kitten, its fur as lustrous as her own, with alluring green eyes. It seems my skills in domestic intrigue are still lacking, the girl remarks, her lowered eyelashes quivering, her voice becoming increasingly dry. The black cat licked its tiny paw, elegantly stretching in a languid manner, regarding her incessant chatter with a disdainful glance. You call that domestic intrigue? Spare me the jest. You clearly lack any sense. Just admit it. The girl lunges for the black cat, which nimbly leaps onto the adjacent seat, its emerald eyes narrowing. Are you planning to strike me? Would you like to experience the sensation of electricity again? Hehehe. The girl's hand, once again reaching out, hesitates in midair, her fingers grasping at the empty space. You're quite clever, but what is the current situation? Ancestor inexplicably sends my brother to Japan and me to England without explaining why. Is my only strategy now you? The black cat stretches gracefully. You are well aware of the circumstances at home. Your ancestor only wishes the best for you. Consider it a vacation. The girl pouts and mutters. But why must it be me going to England? I also want to visit Japan. After all, that's where Cardcaptor Sakura is. Tarot card magic. How splendid. Just thinking about my little brother soon becoming someone else's possession is simply unbearable. The black cat scoffs. Could you refrain from uttering things I cannot comprehend? Besides, I suspect your brother would prefer to keep his distance. Who can you blame for your poor grasp of Japanese? The black cat leaps effortlessly to the window, gazing at the gradually clarifying array of buildings outside. A city where classical and modern architecture intertwines, where industrial landscapes blend with greenery. Moreover, magic exists here as well. London is within sight. Nuanyue, the young lady of the Lee family in Hong Kong, has an older brother named Li Shaoling. Does that sound familiar? She was baffled for 3 days upon arriving here, not only having crossed over, but into the world of Cardcaptor Sakura as well. However, at that time, she and her brother were still quite young, and apart from practicing Taoist arts alongside the Lee family, they could hardly engage with the narrative. It seems that the tale of Sakura Kinomoto began only in the 5th grade. Just as she was gradually acclimating to this world, even beginning to forget that it was originally an anime realm, the plot unexpectedly commenced, and then their reclusive ancestor, who had long been in seclusion, emerged from some obscure corner, dragging her and her brother into a lengthy discourse filled with trivialities. In simple terms, the world has changed, and one cannot cultivate in isolation anymore. One must engage with the world, and she understood that it was merely due to the current scarcity of spiritual energy in the realm. Aside from their ancestor, who was at the golden elixir stage, the Lee family no longer boasted any formidable figures. She and her brother represented the pinnacle of the Lee lineage and were naturally entrusted by their ancestor with the task of exploring the so-called culture of others, in addition to her brother needing to retrieve something belonging to the Lee family. Although she had only lived until the age of 16 in her previous life, she was considered an academic prodigy, with no issues in English. However, when it came to Japanese, well, her linguistic talents seemed to have only flourished in English. Upon disembarking from the plane, she effortlessly pulled her suitcase along, while the black cat leaped onto her shoulder, resembling a dark scarf. She carried only a single suitcase, thus saving time on baggage, as their ancestor had mentioned that someone would be sent to receive her and all necessary items could be procured upon her arrival. As she surveyed her surroundings, she quickly spotted a middle-aged man dressed in a suit, exuding an aura of elitism, standing outside the arrival gate. Behind him was an exceedingly plump woman clad in a pink ensemble. Her eyes, which sparkled with a smile, seemed to veer slightly to the sides, resembling a rosy toad. This was entirely incongruent with Li Nuanyue's aesthetic preferences, yet there was no alternative. The sign in the woman's hand bore her name, compelling her to approach with a resigned demeanor and a sweet smile, saying, "Greetings to you both. I am Li Nuanyue from China. I appreciate your efforts." The middle-aged man's eyes brightened momentarily as he gallantly extended his hand, saying, "Ah, greetings to you, young lady from China. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Cornelius Fudge. Your father has spoken of you, and you are indeed a beautiful young lady." "See Cornelius? Fudge." Something flickered in her mind, causing her to stutter as she spoke. He. Has the lovely young lady heard of our minister's name? Naturally, as the most distinguished minister of magic to date, I trust your father must have mentioned me, has he not? The woman in the pink suit emitted a laugh reminiscent of a charming young girl, jolting the still-dazed Li Nuanyue back to reality. "Oh, of course, he has certainly mentioned you. You are an esteemed minister of magic. And may I ask, who is this lady?" Li Nuanyue released Fudge's hand and turned gracefully towards the woman. "My name is Dolores Umbridge," the woman said, shaking her hand thoughtfully, adding, "Why not allow me to carry your luggage? To be honest, I truly despise lingering in this place filled with muggles, where even a simple levitation charm is rendered ineffective." She seemed to possess an innate air of superiority as a witch, casting a casual glance around the crowd before continuing. "Of course, I assume you feel similarly. Although Chinese Taoist arts, I believe my pronunciation is correct, they too cannot be casually performed in front of ordinary people, can they?" "Oh, indeed, madam." Li Nuanyue felt her throat grow parched, her mind reeling from the overwhelming reality that she was in the world of Harry Potter. Wait, was the timeline somewhat jumbled? What year was it now? She recalled that Umbridge appeared during Harry Potter's 5th year, and she was only 11 this year. Was the story about to conclude? No. She had toilingly traversed into this world. At least she deserved some entertainment benefits. Did a great battle await? Had the noseless bald man already been resurrected? As her mind spiraled into boundless fantasies, her body followed the two as they exited the airport, with Cornelius Fudge stating to Umbridge, "We shall conclude for today. I will take her to Knott's place and return to the ministry later." "Of course, Minister," Umbridge responded with another delicate laugh, then turned to Li Nuanyue, saying, "I eagerly anticipate our next meeting, Li." "Oh, very well." She barely finished her sentence when she felt Fudge's hand press down on her shoulder, followed by a sensation akin to being trapped in a washing machine, spinning incessantly. When she regained her composure, a grand estate loomed before her, with two individuals standing at the entrance. A middle-aged man with a stern and aloof demeanor, and a boy with chestnut hair, roughly her age. Chapter 2. The Knot Manor and Theodore, I hope you will soon acclimate to the art of apparition. It is a commonplace mode of travel within the wizarding world. Of course, you may opt for flue powder or a broomstick, though those methods come with their own limitations. Ah, splendid. They are already awaiting your arrival. As for the rest, allow your future little ones to introduce you. Fudge, as he spoke, extended his hand to greet a middle-aged gentleman approaching. "Good afternoon, Knot. You appear to be in fine spirits. I trust you are prepared to welcome our esteemed young lady from China." Indeed, Minister Fudge seemed somewhat inept at smiling. His lips merely twitched slightly upwards before his gaze fell upon Li Nuanyue. His eyes, a piercing sky blue, conveyed an overly stern demeanor. "Greetings, Miss Li, hailing from the east. This is Knot Manor, where it is likely you will reside for an extended period. I hope we can coexist amicably." With that, he gently nudged the boy beside him forward. "Allow me to introduce my son, Theodore Knot. He will escort you on a tour of our estate. So, Theodore, I trust you will ensure Miss Li enjoys a pleasant afternoon." His hand on the boy's shoulder appeared to tighten slightly. Yet the boy's countenance bore no hint of displeasure or distress. Instead, it radiated a smile, as if carefully measured. "Hello, Miss Li. You may call me Theodore. Please, follow me. I shall show you to your room." "Thank you so much," Li Nuanyue replied with a sweet smile, her mind racing through the narratives and characters of the Harry Potter universe. "Hello, Li. Your luggage will be transported by house elves. Now, please, come this way." Theodore's face wore a perfectly tailored smile, and the tall, poised youth appeared exceedingly proper. However, Li Nuanyue discerned no emotion reflected in his azure gaze. As they ascended to the second floor, they arrived at her private room. which was notably spacious and evidently adorned with care to cater to the preferences of a girl her age. A vanity stood adorned with an array of peculiar trinkets, while a lavish bed could comfortably accommodate 2 or 3 individuals. The ceiling was thoughtfully designed, featuring several floating flower-shaped lamps that cast a gentle glow. I heard from my father that you hail from China and practice Taoism. Theodore's eyes flickered with curiosity at the mention of Taoism. Indeed, we adhere to a family tradition. Thus I have not attended a conventional school. My father mentioned that I would be studying here. Theodore, do you know where I will be attending? Nuanyue presented a charming smile, a tactic that, combined with her exquisite features, could nearly sink any unsuspecting vessel. Theodore's breath noticeably faltered for a moment, but he quickly cleared his throat and regained his polished demeanor. You will most likely be attending Hogwarts, as that is the sole wizarding academy in England. Wow, that sounds fascinating. Nuanyue mused, gently pinching her smooth chin, her eyes darting with excitement. I do have a bit of knowledge about the magical academy, particularly regarding a certain boy named, Harry Potter, right? He is quite famous, isn't he? Theodore, not pondering too deeply, acknowledged that the boy who survived was akin to a bedtime story for them. Yes, speaking of which, he will be starting this year as well. He may even become a classmate. Nuanyue's eyes sparkled with delight. I see, the script has yet to unfold, which means I can enjoy the show from the sidelines. Theodore, is there a division of houses at the Magical Academy? Theodore, though not particularly loquacious, exhibited patience in responding to the charming guest from afar. Hogwarts is divided into 4 houses: Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin. As for how the sorting occurs, I'm not entirely certain. But most pureblood families in England are traditionally from Slytherin. Upon broaching the topic of purebloods, he hesitated, glancing at Nuanyue. Lee, are you a pureblood? I apologize for the inquiry, but my knowledge of foreign pureblood families is rather limited. My father claims we are pureblood. Nuanyue decided to attribute the claim to her domestic parent, recognizing that in the realm of pureblood wizards, it was safer not to declare oneself as half-blood or muggle-born. Theodore appeared to exhale in relief. His father, Old Knot, was an ardent believer in pureblood supremacy and harbored disdain for wizards of mixed or muggle lineage. Given that his father had accepted Fudge's commission to care for this young lady from the East, she likely did not belong to the category his father detested most. Then perhaps you shall be placed in Slytherin, Theodore suggested, his tone slightly rising. School commences on September 1st. We shall attend together. It was still early summer, with over 2 months remaining until the start of school, during which time Nuanyue needed to prepare extensively, and she still had much to learn about the magical world. Thank you, Theodore. You are truly kind, Nuanyue exclaimed, embracing him tightly. I am delighted to have you as a friend. Theodore's body stiffened noticeably. Whether due to the proximity of a girl or being described as kind, it seemed to be an entirely new experience for him. In the following month, Nuanyue comfortably settled into the Knot household. Old Knot was frequently occupied, often absent from the manor, which suited her just fine, as it allowed her to evade interactions with the stern gentleman. The vast estate was mostly quiet, inhabited solely by herself, Theodore, and a few house elves. After a month of recollection, she had managed to piece together the various elements of the Harry Potter narrative for her reference. Theodore Knot was not extensively mentioned in the books. Old Knot was a staunch Death Eater and a blood purist, akin to the Malfoy family. Theodore, being his only son and the future head of the Knot family, endured rigorous training under his father's strict guidance, which starkly contrasted with Draco, who was coddled by his parents. Theodore was not inept at conversation. Rather, he seemed to revel in solitude. He was remarkably intelligent. Had it not been stated in the text that he belonged to Slytherin, Nuanyue might have assumed he would be sorted into Ravenclaw due to his extensive knowledge, which far exceeded that of a typical 11-year-old. Nuanyue greatly appreciated Theodore's demeanor. He was mostly quiet and enjoyed reading. The two often engaged in discussions about various magical tomes, and the books she brought from home, particularly those on Taoism, captivated Theodore's interest. Whenever he encountered a passage he did not comprehend, he would humbly seek her insight. If becoming friends with Theodore was a matter of convenience, there was also the ulterior motive of gaining proximity to the central circles of intrigue, particularly as the Knot and Malfoy families were longtime associates. Theodore was also a friend of Draco, and as the most renowned pairing in the narrative, getting closer to Draco meant drawing nearer to the future savior, Harry Potter. Moreover, she was quite intrigued by that platinum dragon. Chapter 3, The Dragon Prince and the Birthday Banquet. Theodore, shall we play another game of chess? Nuanyue exclaimed, eagerly pushing open the door to the sitting room, where she found Old Knot, whom she had not seen for some time, seated on the sofa, conversing with Theodore. Upon her entrance, a faint smile graced Theodore's face, while Old Knot seemed to twitch the corners of his lips, offering a semblance of goodwill. Oh, my apologies, Uncle Knot. I was unaware of your return. I came to challenge Theodore to a game, Nuanyue said, raising the chess pieces in her hand with an apologetic smile. This is Chinese chess. It appears that you and Theodore have developed a delightful rapport. Old Knot cast a subtle glance at Theodore, his eyes glimmering with admiration. He rose and gently patted Nuanyue's shoulder. But I fear that your chess match will have to be postponed today. You are to accompany us to a soiree. Wow, this will be my first experience of a Western banquet. Nuanyue's interest piqued. What kind of affair is it? What should I prepare? It is a birthday celebration for Draco Malfoy, a friend of Theodore's. Old Knot explained. An 11th birthday is indeed a momentous occasion, is it not? It signifies that you shall soon embark on your academic journey. Draco Malfoy. Excitement sparkled in Nuanyue's eyes. The little antagonist from the books. The illustrious Platinum Dragon Prince from the world of anime. Could she truly be about to meet him? Theodore glanced at her, seemingly casual as he inquired, Do you know Draco? Nuanyue shook her head vigorously. I do not, but his name is quite melodious. Does it mean something related to the constellation Draco? It appears to be a family tradition, Theodore replied, showing little interest in the origins of his friend's name. Now, go prepare your attire. We shall depart shortly. Very well. Just a few minutes will suffice. Nuanyue dashed out of the hall and hurried back to her room, watching her leave in high spirits. Old Knot's expression returned to its customary indifference. So what do you think of Miss Lee, Theodore? Theodore mirrored his father's cold demeanor. She is a charming and intelligent girl. Over the past month, she has virtually perused my entire library, and she possesses a remarkable talent for analysis and explanation. The obscure texts she brought from her homeland became crystal clear through her elucidation. I have my doubts about whether she will be sorted into Ravenclaw. Old Knot seemed poised to say something, but hesitated, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Very well, maintain your gentlemanly demeanor, Theodore. Lee must be a good friend of yours, understand? A flicker of surprise crossed Theodore's blue eyes, but it quickly faded. Yes, father, I understand. Once again, they shifted to Malfoy Manor. A place brimming with vitality compared to Knot Manor. The estate was adorned with clusters of roses, transforming it into a castle reminiscent of a fairy tale. Indeed, a prince indeed, Nuanyue mused silently. If this were a fairy tale, Draco would be the princess, while Harry would merely be the Grey Prince. Speaking of which, this pair of star-crossed lovers makes for quite the compelling ship. Upon entering the estate, a young boy approached, dressed impeccably in formal attire. His platinum hair meticulously styled atop his head. His aristocratic pallor and handsome face were the signature haughty smile of the Malfoy family. Ah, I presumed you would arrive, he said upon spotting Theodore. Draco Malfoy stepped forward. Pansy and the others have been here for quite some time. I thought you might forget my birthday celebration. His gaze briefly flickered to Nuanyue at Theodore's side, momentarily taken aback by the sight of the Eastern girl with her black hair and eyes, as pristine as a Barbie doll, who was gazing at him with rapt attention as if she had discovered gold. A hint of pink tinged Draco's pale cheeks. Theodore, it seems you have brought a friend. Care to introduce her? Theodore offered a polite smile. This is Nuanyue, from a pureblood family in China, currently residing with us. She will be joining us at school in September. Ah, the mysterious Oriental. Lee, how do you do? Draco greeted with a semblance of maturity, shaking her hand. Upon learning of her pureblood lineage, his previous arrogance softened, replaced by a friendly demeanor. Hello, Mr. Malfoy. Nuanyue continued to gaze at his striking platinum hair. Your hair color is simply exquisite, resembling platinum. May I touch it? What? Draco Malfoy blushed at the odd request. Theodore couldn't suppress a smirk, knowing that Nuanyue sometimes acted on whimsical impulses. He interjected, Oh, I apologize, Draco. She hails from the East and may not be familiar with our customs. As you know, most Easterners have black hair. I believe she is merely curious, yes? Ah, I see. Was that inappropriate? I apologize. Nuanyue continued to eye Draco's hair, enchanted by its beautiful color and texture, reminiscent of platinum silk. She longed to collect it. Draco cleared his throat awkwardly. It's quite all right. Shall we proceed inside? I would like to introduce you to some friends. Draco led the two into another parlor, where several boys and girls were already seated. Pansy Parkinson with her brown curls. Daphne, a petite beauty with golden brown hair. The tall and burly Goyle, who was stuffing his mouth with cake, and the handsome Blaze, his peach blossom eyes perpetually wearing a teasing smile. Pansy was the first to rise, expertly linking her arm with Draco's, casting a scrutinizing glance at the Eastern girl. Is this your new friend? Oh, Theodore, did you bring her? Theodore maintained an air of polite detachment. This is Nuanyue, my friend from a pureblood family in China. Upon hearing the mention of pureblood, Pansy's expression brightened somewhat. Ah, the mysterious East. I've heard their magic is quite fascinating. Hello, I am Pansy Parkinson, the lovely lady. A pleasure to meet you. I am Blaze Zabini, he said, rising gracefully, exuding a languid aristocratic elegance. He deftly lifted Nuanyue's hand and placed a kiss upon her knuckles. So, beautiful lady, do you have an English name? The pronunciation of your Chinese name seems rather peculiar. Wow, what a charming young man. Li Nuanyue silently applauded him while maintaining her adorable smile. I have just arrived in England and do not yet possess an English name. Perhaps you all would like to help me come up with one? Wow, how cool. I mean, I can actually name someone. Isn't that usually the privilege of parents and godparents? Can friends do it too? Daphne exclaimed, her excitement palpable. In the East, it is not a matter of great seriousness. Aside from my original name, you may assign me a code name or a nickname. Li Nuanyue tilted her head, adept at presenting herself as approachable and harmless. I can also offer a few suggestions. Pansy momentarily cast aside her earlier wariness of Li Nuanyue and joined in the naming endeavor with an air of modest enthusiasm. Theodore glanced at Li Nuanyue, her smile radiating warmth, and felt a sense of intrigue. He had long noticed that beneath her charming facade lay a different persona. She seemed skilled at concealing her true thoughts and intentions, always presenting the most unguarded side of herself to others. This girl is a quintessential Slytherin, adept at socializing. Such is Theodore's highest praise. Before long, the group of peers had melded into a cohesive unit, and Li Nuanyue was bestowed with the nickname Luna, representing the moon. Next came the banquet, where everyone presented extravagant birthday gifts. Li Nuanyue inwardly lamented the oversight. This gathering had taken her by surprise, leaving her with no time to prepare a gift for Draco, and she found herself devoid of anything suitable to present. Draco seemed to sense her discomfort and kindly remarked, "Knowing I have made a new friend on my birthday is already a splendid gift for me, Luna." No, Draco, I am quite particular about such matters. Let me think. Li Nuanyue quickly rifled through her mind for information about Draco, her eyes lighting up as she exclaimed, "Oh right. Draco, you adore Quidditch, don't you?" Earlier, during a conversation, Della kept extolling the virtues of the newly released Nimbus broomstick, seemingly quite displeased with old Malfoy's reluctance to purchase one as a birthday gift for him. Indeed, Quidditch is an absolutely exhilarating sport. Just the mention of it brought a flush of excitement to Draco's cherubic face. If that is the case, come with me. I shall lead you to experience a different kind of flight, Li Nuanyue exclaimed as she grasped his hand, dashing excitedly toward the balcony, followed closely by a throng of curious youths. Luna, there are no brooms here. How do you intend to make Draco fly? With a spell? Pansy inquired, glancing around at the absence of any flying apparatus. No, watch closely. This is my personal flying device, Li Nuanyue said, forming a hand gesture and parting her lips, from which a silver glimmer suddenly emerged, transforming into a flying sword that hovered before the group. By Merlin's beard, what on earth is this? The little snakes exclaimed in awe. Is it a sword from the East? Even Theodore, usually rather aloof, approached curiously to touch it. Is this a weapon? It's remarkably sharp. Wow, this is so cool. Draco's eyes sparkled. Boys often possess a special fondness for weaponry, particularly rare cold weapons. Come now, dear little dragon prince. Allow me to take you for a spin in the sky. Li Nuanyue playfully curtsied to him, extending her hand. Draco's cheeks flushed slightly, yet he eagerly took her hand, mimicking her stance atop the flying sword. With a whoosh, the flying sword ascended into the sky, accompanied by Draco's shrill scream. Its method of flight was entirely different from that of a broom, and its speed was twice as fast, causing his meticulously styled hair to become disheveled in the gust. Ha ha ha. Isn't this exhilarating, little dragon prince? Li Nuanyue conjured a protective barrier of energy around them, shielding them from the fierce winds generated by their speed. As Draco gradually acclimated to the flying sword, he finally relaxed and began to relish this unique mode of flight. Luna, this is astounding. A weapon that can actually fly. Oh, this speed is incredible. I think even the Nimbus 2000 would bow down to it. And the best part is, it seems this sword doesn't require any manipulation, effectively liberating my hands. Just imagine flying this way during a Quidditch match. It would be tantamount to cheating. Do you enjoy it? Then how about we perform some aerial tricks? Li Nuanyue exclaimed as she tapped her spatial pouch, retrieving some homemade fireworks, and announced to the little snakes below, "Ladies and gentlemen, let the fireworks display commence." With the boys' and girls' exuberant laughter, magnificent fireworks burst forth in the sky, painting the previously somber atmosphere with vibrant colors. Even many adults still at the banquet stepped outside to appreciate the splendid sight before them. Isn't this scenery delightful? Lucius Malfoy, who shared the same platinum hair as Draco, raised his goblet and smiled softly at the fireworks. Speaking of which, those Eastern aristocrats are even more enigmatic than we wizards. It's rather strange they would send a girl here to study this year, don't you think? That's not particularly strange, old Malfoy observed, gazing at his son, whose face mirrored the excitement of the balcony, his expression inscrutably contemplative. It's merely a task assigned by Minister Fudge, nothing more. Oh, is that so? Malfoy took a sip of his drink, choosing not to probe further, though a hint of disdain flickered at the corners of his mouth. Draco's birthday banquet concluded splendidly, and Nuanyue had successfully befriended the little snakes of Slytherin. At times, friendship can be as simple as this, even among those notoriously cunning and treacherous. Chapter 4. Nuanyue and Diagon Alley. Time swiftly passed to the end of July when Nuanyue received a letter from Draco, inviting her and Theodore to Diagon Alley to procure supplies for the upcoming school year. Coincidentally, she also received her admission letter from Hogwarts that same day, the large Hogwarts emblem on the envelope igniting a sparkle in her eyes. The four creatures representing the four houses circled around the Hogwarts crest as she extracted the letter within, which detailed her admission and a list of items she needed to bring. Today, you shall be heading to Diagon Alley to gather your school supplies. I returned specifically to deliver this to you, Old Knot announced as he stood in the living room, extending a golden key toward Nuanyue. Nuanyue's eyes brightened instantly as she accepted the key. She recognized it, the key to Gringotts' vault. Her father had been quite generous, providing her with a golden key rather than a silver one. Ah, I see you're familiar with this. I shan't elaborate further, Old Knot remarked, handing her the key. You may use Floo powder to travel directly to Diagon Alley. I have other matters to attend to, so I shan't accompany you. After patting Theodore on the shoulder, he added, take good care of Lee. I shall, father, Theodore replied politely. Well, we should be off. Time is of the essence. Oh, yes, I'm a bit too excited. I was somewhat worried I wouldn't receive this letter, though that was unlikely since the ancestors brought me here to study, which certainly indicates I have the qualifications for admission. Still, it left me feeling a tad anxious. As Theodore stood in the fireplace, tossing in the Floo powder, the next moment they found themselves at the public fireplace in Diagon Alley, greeted by the bustling crowd of that grand street. Nuanyue's pupils dilated in awe as she exclaimed, oh my, this place is absolutely magnificent. All around her were witches and wizards clad in robes, bustling about. The shop fronts displayed animated and whimsical signs, with adorable rabbits and grotesque toads shifting colors and forms behind glass. Massive copper and tin cauldrons filled the cabinets, while beautiful wizarding robes shimmered with an ethereal glow, and the occasional firecracker set off by young wizards zipped past them, accompanied by all manner of peculiar portraits and dancing plants. Let us head to Gringotts first, Theodore suggested, as this wasn't his first visit to Diagon Alley. He led Nuanyue toward a building that appeared to have been violently struck by some beast, which was the domain of the goblins. They may appear rather unattractive, but do not be afraid, just stick close to me. All right, I'm not scared at all. In fact, I'm exceedingly thrilled. The clever and self-serving goblins are quite a hallmark of the books, and I believe they later rebelled and sided with Voldemort. I wonder if the wizarding economy will collapse. I do suspect the wizard's judgment may have been befuddled by trolls to make such a choice, allowing such unreliable allies to control their currency. The two soon emerged from Gringotts with a bag of galleons. Nuanyue remained in an excited state from the earlier underground roller coaster experience, and now it was time to purchase a wand and some clothing. Where would you like to go first? Theodore inquired. Draco mentioned meeting at Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions, or you could buy your wand first. It seems you are more curious about that. Let us go to the wand shop first. I shouldn't take too long, Nuanyue replied, nodding thoughtfully and flashing a mysterious smile at Theodore. He shrugged non-committally and guided her to Ollivander's wand shop, a venerable establishment boasting a century of history. Nuanyue always found it remarkable that this dilapidated building, often subjected to the explosive antics of young wizards' wands, remained standing resolutely. Good day, Mr. Ollivander, Theodore called out as he pushed the door open. From behind the counter emerged a disheveled old man with a beard as white as snow. His eyes, though somewhat clouded, sparkled with wisdom. Oh, a young master from the Knot family. Here to acquire your first wand, I presume? I'm in no hurry. Please allow my friend to have a look first. Theodore gallantly stepped back. Good day, Mr. Ollivander, Nuanyue greeted with a radiant smile as she stepped forward. I am here to commission a wand. Oh, what a lovely Eastern lady, Ollivander responded, his eyes sparkling with interest. A custom wand? It has been many years since I have received such an order. How intriguing. Tell me, do you bring your own materials? He eagerly wiped his hands and leaned over the counter, his gaunt face brimming with enthusiasm. Indeed. This is Zeton wood from China, Nuanyue declared, producing a fragrant piece of wood. She cast a glance at the black cat perched on her shoulder and casually plucked a hair from its tail, eliciting a disapproving glare from the feline. And this hair shall serve as the core. Wow, what an intriguing combination, Ollivander exclaimed, accepting the Zeton wood and examining it closely. I sense a peculiar essence emanating from this wood. Quite fascinating. However, he raised the cat hair, scrutinizing it with a magnifying glass. I am afraid, madam, that this appears to be merely cat hair, or perhaps it belongs to some magical creature I am unaware of. Of course, it is the most magical of all, Nuanyue replied, a playful smile curling her lips as she gently stroked the black cat's back, not intending to elaborate further. Theodore frowned slightly, holding back his words. Lunar, the first wand is of great importance, especially the core. You should exercise caution. Thank you, Theo, but I still wish to use its hair, Nuanyue insisted, tapping the cat's nose, provoking a displeased swat from it. Very well, miss, Ollivander shrugged, choosing not to press further. Though I do not comprehend your persistence, business is business. That will be 20 gold galleons. Please provide your address, and I shall deliver the wand to your residence in 10 days. Next, it was Theodore's turn to purchase a wand. Soon, the two exited the shop and made their way to Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions. Before Nuanyue could pull open the door, it swung wide, and someone collided directly with her, sending several items tumbling to the ground. I am terribly sorry. I was not looking. The other party quickly apologized, bowing his head to frantically gather the fallen bags. Are you all right, you? Theodore asked, instinctively shielding Nuanyue with his arm, casting a disapproving glance at the boy who was picking up the items. I'm fine, really, she reassured him. For she was a cultivator and could hardly be harmed by an ordinary person, especially not a scrawny child. Nuanyue lowered her gaze to the boy's tousled black hair and suddenly felt a jolt of recognition. Could this boy be Harry Potter? Here, you should take care of your things, she said, kneeling to retrieve a bag and placing it in his arms. The boy looked up, his emerald green eyes filled with apology and gratitude. Upon seeing Nuanyue's exquisite face and sparkling eyes, he momentarily froze, his cheeks flushing crimson. With his unruly black hair and striking emerald eyes, clad in ill-fitting muggle clothing, he was unmistakably Harry Potter, even though his lightning-shaped scar was obscured by his hair. Are you a new student at Hogwarts too? Nuanyue inquired sweetly, her demeanor akin to a harmless, curious little rabbit. Yes, Mr. Savior, he stammered, having never encountered such a beautiful girl before, so nervous he nearly bit his tongue. Then we shall be classmates. Nuanyue beamed, pulling him up from the ground. Just as she was about to continue, Theodore stepped forward, gently pushing her shoulder. Let us hurry, Draco is waiting impatiently. Oh, all right, Nuanyue replied, slightly puzzled, but turned to Harry and said, see you at school, clumsy boy. Okay, see you at school, he managed to say, his voice muffled as the sound of the closing door drowned him out. The beautiful Eastern girl was whisked inside the clothing store by her friend, leaving Harry regretting that he had come out too early, wishing they could have spoken more or perhaps even become friends. You seem quite taken with that boy, Theodore remarked as they entered the clothing store. Huh, why do you think that? Nuanyue replied, her eyes wide with surprise. She hadn't believed she had shown any overt signs of interest. Theodore was quite perceptive. A smirk crept onto Theodore's lips. Shall I say I can see through the meaning behind every expression of yours? He increasingly believed that Nuanyue embodied the essence of a true Slytherin. Why did you both take so long to arrive at the clothing store? Draco asked impatiently, the floating measuring tapes swirling around him, making him quite irritable. We went to get wands first, Prince Dragon, Nuanyue teased, pretending to curtsy, causing Draco's cheeks to flush slightly. By the way, what does that peculiar title mean? He inquired, a hint of annoyance in his tone. Nuanyue blinked her large, sparkling eyes. Is it not pleasant? In the fairy tales I've read, princes like you are always depicted as handsome, every girl's dream. Cough, if you insist on calling me that, I suppose it is permissible, Draco replied, attempting to appear aloof, though his pink ears betrayed his true feelings. Nuanyue burst into laughter. So, Prince Dragon, have you procured your robes? Theodore and I must also buy some. Almost done. To be honest, I would rather visit the Quidditch shop. Their attire is the finest, Draco grumbled, already impatient. He opened the measuring tapes with an exasperated growl. All right, let's get on with it. Madame Malkin shook her head in exasperation, retracting the measuring tapes and beginning to measure the other two. In no time, the trio completed their clothing purchases and ventured to other shops, amassing an assortment of items. Draco intended to wait for his parents at the broom shop, while Nuanyue and Theodore, not eager to encounter the Malfoy parents, opted to return to the Knot Manor. With everything in order, as the school year approached, she began to quietly review her textbooks. The two of them shared a harmonious and warm atmosphere, sitting together on the sofa in the study, occasionally discussing the content of their books. Chapter 5, The Train in Hogwarts. September 1st arrived swiftly and accompanied by Old Knot. They made their way to platform 9 3/4. Old Knot maintained his usual stern demeanor, only offering a few words of advice to Theodore before sending the two off onto the train. Theodore helped her stow away her luggage, and they settled by the window, each pulling out a book to read. Before long, the train began to move, emitting a series of whistles. Nuanyue closed her potions textbook, feeling as though she had overlooked something. Oh right, their essay showed a catch on the train, and there are quite a few characters involved. Theo, I'm going to buy some snacks. Is there anything you would like? She suddenly asked, glancing at the handsome youth across from her, who was quietly engrossed in his book. I'll accompany you, Theodore replied, setting his book aside to stand up. No need, I can manage on my own. She primarily wished to take a chance and see her future trio ahead of time. Very well, I don't have any cravings, Theodore conceded without pressing her. Returning to his book with renewed focus, Nuanyue exited their compartment, randomly choosing a direction to stroll down. Each carriage was filled with numerous Hogwarts students. Older students adorned in robes embroidered with their house crests, while the first years donned ordinary attire. Before long, she arrived at the last carriage, where she spotted a brown-haired girl standing at a compartment door, engaged in conversation. Wow, how fortuitous to encounter the adorable trio. The ever-knowledgeable Miss Hermione Granger is assisting Neville in searching for his toad. As she approached the door, she witnessed Hermione casting a spell to repair Harry's glasses. What a marvelous charm, Nuanyue exclaimed, clapping her hands with delight, drawing the attention of the trio. Ah, it's you, Harry exclaimed, standing up nervously, adjusting his newly repaired glasses awkwardly. Once again they met. The impetuous boy, Nuanyue, entered naturally and extended his hand toward him. This time, we can finally share our names, can't we? Oh, it's me. I am Harry Potter, stammered Harry, still quite nervous as he shook Nuanyue's hand. Oh, you are Harry Potter? Hermione exclaimed, her eyes wide with delight. I know you. I've seen you in A Century of Celebrities and A History of Hogwarts. You are quite famous. Harry, feeling somewhat bashful, scratched his head and replied, well, I'm actually curious as to why so many people recognize me. I mean, I haven't done anything particularly remarkable. At that moment, Harry was still unfamiliar with the magical world, so he didn't mind revealing his scar or being referred to as the Chosen One. I've heard your name as well, but I'm a transfer student, so I don't know much about you, Nuanyue said with a bright smile. By the way, everyone, my name is Nuanyue, but you can call me Luna, that's my English name. I'm Ron Weasley, Ron stammered. Gazing at Nuanyue's face, his cheeks flushed with apparent shyness. Despite Hermione's usual resistance to the beauty of the same sex, she felt a certain fondness for Nuanyue after receiving a compliment on her spell. Hello, I'm Hermione Granger. Nuanyue then took a seat beside Hermione, engaging in a delightful conversation with the group. Coming from a distinguished lineage, she was not sheltered from the world of muggles and had encountered many ordinary people. Her time at the Knot Manor and her knowledge gleaned from the Harry Potter series had equipped her with considerable information about wizards, enabling her to connect easily with the trio, which significantly boosted their fondness for her. It seemed they were approaching their destination. I should take my leave now. You all should change into your robes soon, Nuanyue said, glancing at her watch as she stood to depart. The trio felt a tinge of reluctance to part with the charming and intelligent girl, and Hermione promptly exited the compartment afterward. Currently, aside from her curiosity about Harry's fame, Hermione harbored no particular fondness for the other two. After all, one was a bumbling fool, and the other was utterly ignorant of magical knowledge. In comparison, Luna was certainly more to her scholarly taste. Upon returning to the compartment, Nuanyue found Theodore still engrossed in his book, maintaining the same position as when she had left. Feeling slightly embarrassed, she greeted him. Hi, Theo. I ran into a few people and chatted for quite a while, so I'm back late. Theodore looked up at her and replied, It's all right. I prefer the quiet of reading anyway. You should quickly change into your robes. We'll be arriving shortly. The orange sun gradually sank, and by the time the train arrived, the surroundings were cloaked in darkness, illuminated only by the faint glow of the platform's lamps. The upperclassmen were already well acquainted with the route to the castle, forming small groups as they disembarked and made their way to the other end. The tall keeper of keys, Hagrid, was calling out to the first-year students, holding a lantern aloft as he beckoned them to gather around. Luna, over here. Upon reaching the lakeside, she spotted a platinum blonde head waving at her from a small boat. It seemed he had said something to Crabbe and Goyle, who promptly jumped out of one boat to board another. Hi, Draco, Nuanyue greeted as she and Theodore hopped onto the small vessel, which also contained Pansy, Draco's devoted admirer. I didn't see you two earlier. Where were you sitting? Draco crossed his arms, his tone laced with complaint, maintaining his usual haughty demeanor, which sounded distinctly Malfoy-like, almost like an aria. I only just heard that the Chosen One, Potter, was in the compartment before we got off. I had intended to introduce you to him, Draco said, still hopeful about befriending the illustrious savior. I've already met him. He was on the train, Nuanyue replied. Feigning pride, Theodore glanced at her with a slight smile, then returned his gaze to the surface of the lake. Oh, you've met him? Draco seemed keen to inquire about the Chosen One's appearance and character, but hesitated to lower his esteemed facade, merely scoffing. Well, it's not that big of a deal, is it? I mean, compared to the Malfoys, he's still lacking. Of course, you are the Prince of Slytherin, after all. Nuanyue teased, and a platinum one at that. Draco shot her a look, but refrained from responding, fully aware that Nuanyue was coveting his hair. Heaven knew why she was so fixated on it. The small boat rocked precariously as if it might capsize at any moment, surrounded by the inky waters of the lake, shimmering ominously as though something were eager to surface. The young wizards watched the lake anxiously until they rounded a bend, revealing a magnificent castle looming before them. Wow, it's breathtaking. It's even larger than in the movies. The imposing castle stood like a giant in the night sky, appearing to support the heavens. Not too shabby, right? For once, Draco refrained from comparing it to Malfoy Manor, as the astonishment on his youthful face was telling. One by one, the young wizards disembarked and followed Hagrid into the castle. After climbing numerous steps, they came upon a tall, slender woman wearing a wizard's hat standing at the entrance of the Great Hall. Her demeanor was as formidable as Professor McGonagall's, embodying sternness and authority. While Hagrid conversed with Professor McGonagall, Draco suddenly spotted something of interest and eagerly approached with Crabbe and Goyle in tow. Oh, the classic scene. By the time Nuanyue noticed, Prince Draco had already sidled up to the Chosen One, Harry Potter, leading to their first confrontation. Clearly, the Chosen One had chosen to side with the pure-blood traitor, Weasley, offering no respect to the proud Malfoy, which infuriated him. Before Draco could utter any threatening words, Nuanyue swiftly stepped beside him, grasping his awkwardly raised hand and gently lowering it to his side. My dear prince, even in the face of rejection, one must always maintain elegance and grace, she advised. Draco, feeling her touch, flushed slightly, turning his head with a scoff, yet he did not withdraw his hand. Harry. Nuanyue turned to the tense and rigid Harry Potter, speaking kindly. I apologize for any discomfort caused, but Draco means no harm. He's just shy. She whispered the last word close to Harry's ear, her youthful breath adding to his anxiety. Before he could respond, Draco abruptly tugged on Nuanyue's hand, shooting a fierce glare at Harry as he retreated to the back of the line. Luna, let us go to the back. The girl flashed an apologetic smile at him and followed Draco to the rear of the queue. Harry bit his lip, a strange sensation washing over him. As he quietly murmured, you don't need to apologize for him. Professor McGonagall approached, surveying the group before solemnly introducing the four houses. Before she could finish, Neville shouted, Trevor, and McGonagall's expression darkened, clearly displeased with the rowdy young wizards. She promptly led everyone to the grand entrance, pushing open the magical doors. Chapter 6, The Sorting Hat and the School Song. Children swiftly forget negative emotions, and throughout the journey, apart from Miss Know-It-All incessantly reciting a history of Hogwarts, Draco kept whispering threats in her ear, insisting that even if she couldn't enter Slytherin, she absolutely must not join Gryffindor, or he would pursue her for the rest of his life. Nuanyue felt a bit anxious, especially when the little dragon prince adopted a stern expression reminiscent of his father, which almost made her laugh. Upon the dilapidated chair upon the stage rested a tattered hat. As the young wizards assembled below, the sorting hat split open, resembling a mouth. You may not find me aesthetically pleasing, but do not judge by appearances. Should you discover a hat more clever than I shall devour it, it proclaimed, its voice surprisingly melodious. Nuanyue silently commended its tone as the hat began to sing of the four houses, favoring Gryffindor, where bravery lies buried deep within the heart. She noticed a fleeting look of disdain wash over Draco's face. Next came the sorting ceremony. Professor McGonagall, holding the roster, called each young wizard's name, inviting them to don the hat. Ron, not far ahead of her, muttered to Harry, Blasted Fred and George tricked me into thinking we had to duel a dragon for the sorting. Hermione Granger anxiously clasped her hands, incessantly whispering to the boy beside her, who, however, appeared oblivious, fixated on the hat with concern. Draco Malfoy, Professor McGonagall announced. Draco lifted his head slightly and remarked to Nuanyue, I'll wait for you here, before stepping forward with an air of disdain to place the unclean hat upon his head. The Slytherin hat exclaimed loudly as it touched his crown, prompting Draco to smirk and stride over to the Slytherin table, where the serpents applauded with poise. Ron Weasley. McGonagall continued. Oh, it's my turn. Ron gulped nervously as he approached the front. The hat lingered for a few seconds before declaring, Gryffindor. The Gryffindor lions erupted in cheers, their enthusiasm unparalleled. Ron joyfully leaped down from the platform, heading towards Gryffindor, where Nuanyue observed two identical boys eagerly ruffling Ron's hair. Hermione's sorting was swift as well, landing her in Gryffindor, eliciting a slight grimace from Ron, as their initial impressions of one another were far from favorable. Then came Harry Potter. The sorting hat hesitated for an extended period. Nuanyue noted Harry with his eyes tightly shut, muttering incessantly. She understood he was negotiating with the hat to avoid Slytherin, despite the success it promised. Gryffindor, the hat finally proclaimed. Harry's eyes flew open, and the Gryffindor table erupted into jubilant applause, many exclaiming, We have Harry. As he made his way over, Numerous students stood to shake his hand, while she saw Dumbledore at the staff table raise his glass in a friendly salute. Nuanyue, Professor McGonagall's pronunciation of her name was peculiar. She smiled, noting her friends had already joined Slytherin. As the last of the young wizards, she approached the sorting hat under the curious and admiring gazes of the crowd. The oversized hat enveloped her head, obscuring her vision, followed by a prolonged silence that felt as if it would endure for an eternity. Suddenly, the hat's incredulous voice broke through. "Oh, Merlin's beard. What is going on in that head of yours? I can see nothing at all. This is utterly unmagical. The spiritual realm of a practitioner is of paramount importance, thus the concept of realms exists. All practitioners take great care to protect their minds during cultivation. Even within their methods, there are teachings on soul cultivation. Although Nuanyue had not studied this area extensively, her family's practices included similar paths. Perhaps a powerful soul master could glean some insight into her thoughts, but this hat would not succeed. That is quite normal. She addressed the sorting hat politely within her mind. I hail from the East, China. Our practices differ from yours. Consider me equipped with a potent mental barrier. Oh, very well, but this has never occurred before, the hat droned. So where should I place you? I have never erred. The once tranquil atmosphere among the audience began to stir, for the enchanting Eastern girl had now sat beneath the hat for over 10 minutes, a feat unprecedented in Hogwarts history. Even the infamous hat stall typically lasted around 5 minutes. Harry focused intently on the girl on stage, praying she would be sorted into Gryffindor. Beside him, Ron and Hermione clenched their fists in nervous unity. Damn it, my father said the hat never makes mistakes. Could it be that the prolonged wait has caused a magical mishap? Draco, on the Slytherin side, could no longer contain his frustration and slammed his fist upon the table. Theodore, usually indifferent, furrowed his brow, fixated on the girl upon the stage. Meanwhile, Nuanyue and the sorting hat reached a friendly accord. The hat then opened its mouth. Slytherin. Splendid, Draco exclaimed, waving his hand enthusiastically before awkwardly clearing his throat and lowering his arm, eliciting a disapproving glance from Pansy. Theodore's brow relaxed, a slight smile gracing his lips, revealing his good spirits. On the other side, the trio simultaneously expressed disappointment, particularly Harry, whose earlier elation at being sorted into Gryffindor seemed to evaporate instantly. Oh, I cannot fathom it. A girl like Luna going to Slytherin? Ron couldn't help but exclaim, drawing the attention of the Weasley twins nearby. Oh, our dear little Ron is smitten, they teased. Our beloved brother, you're still a child. It seems we ought to prepare a Christmas gift for Ron, a vial of love potion. What do you think? What a splendid idea. Fred and George bantered back and forth, while Ron's face flushed a deep hue, matching his hair. Harry merely chuckled awkwardly, his gaze still fixed on the girl, now welcomed warmly at Slytherin, where she appeared to smile and greet friends. Suddenly, as if sensing Harry's stare, she caught his eye with a playful wink, offering a sweet smile that would linger in his memory for a lifetime. Dumbledore tapped his glass, rising to his feet, a sprightly elder with a long white beard. He appeared kind and amiable, yet Nuanyue understood the depths of his cunning nature, not in a derogatory sense, for this great headmaster had maneuvered all into his grand design. Yet he deserved the affection of anyone who loved Hogwarts and the magical world. Ultimately, he even sacrificed his life to complete his final masterpiece. With arms outstretched and a benevolent smile, Dumbledore welcomed all to Hogwarts. Allow me to share a few words. Those who wish to avoid pain and untimely demise, please refrain from entering the right corridor on the 3rd floor. The Forbidden Forest is off limits to students. You foolish, blubbering, wretched fools. Thank you all. Oh, I think he resembles a mad old fool. I've always said I want to attend Durmstrang. At least their headmaster is a normal wizard, Draco scoffed, eliciting laughter from Pansy. Crabbe and Goyle, likely not comprehending, nonetheless joined in with goofy chuckles. Before we dine, let us sing the school song, to any melody of your choosing. Dumbledore raised his wand, much like a maestro conducting an orchestra. The audience below erupted into song, with most of the Slytherin snakes remaining silent, their voices merely echoing the original tune. In stark contrast, the Gryffindor side was abuzz with excitement. The little lions emitted a cacophony of sounds, even including the funeral march of the twins, though their singing left much to be desired. As the melodies gradually subsided, only the Weasley twins continued to belt out their tune, prompting a chuckle from Nuanyue. Rising to her feet, her lips parted slightly. A peculiar melody intertwined with the twins' funeral march resonated throughout the hall. She did not actually sing any lyrics, for she was utterly unaware of them. Her voice resembled the murmurs of someone lost in a dream, yet remarkably, everyone could hear her clearly, each individual eager to discern the meaning behind her enchanting sound. Dumbledore cast a glance at the girl below, sensing that her voice bore an enchanting magical quality, a rare gift possessed only by a select few magical beings and quite uncommon among humans. The twins, too, were taken aback as they gazed towards the long Slytherin table. The girl smiling at them, her voice seamlessly blending with their song, rendering their performance unexpectedly moving. Upon the conclusion of the school song, Dumbledore was the first to applaud, exclaiming the beauty of music and expressing gratitude towards the Weasley brothers and their esteemed classmate from the East, whose voice evoked memories of mermaids. Truly a delightful reminiscence. Nuanyue smiled and bowed gracefully to Dumbledore and the Weasley twins before returning to her seat. Instantly, the Slytherin snakes turned their attention to the girl. Many magically gifted students, sensing the subtle magical force within her song, sparking curiosity and intrigue. In Slytherin, power represented everything. The boys gazed at her in awe, while the girls exhibited a complex array of emotions: envy, jealousy, disdain. Yet Nuanyue remained unfazed by their glances, calmly sitting and awaiting the meal. Luna leaned over and discreetly nudged her arm, whispering, "Are all you Easterners so extraordinary? Is there anything you cannot do?" Nuanyue chuckled softly, playfully flicking his forehead, which earned a displeased growl from Draco. "I certainly have my limitations, such as not being as cute as you." Draco instantly bristled, his face reddening in indignation. "What nonsense are you spouting? Who's being cute? It's you, it's definitely you." His friends, including Pansy, Daphne, and others, silently nodded in agreement, recognizing that Draco truly resembled an adorably playful ferret at that moment. His exquisite features were undeniable, and when he shed his haughty demeanor, he became irresistibly charming. Chapter 7. Chi-Chi and Weigel. "You certainly enjoy stealing the spotlight. This is hardly the Slytherin way," a tall girl seated nearby piped up, her tone dripping with disdain, yet tinged with an undercurrent of envy. "Ah, have I obstructed your moment in the limelight?" Nuanyue mimicked Draco's proud demeanor, lifting her head like a peacock and offering a pitying smile. "I sincerely apologize if my excellence has caused you distress." The girl abruptly stood, and Draco rapped on the table. "I wish to dine in peace, madam." The girl's expression darkened as she hesitated, casting a glance at Draco before huffing and retaking her seat. Huh. Nuanyue didn't even spare her a glance, recognizing that every house had its share of such individuals, those incapable of achieving greatness who begrudged others their success. The table soon overflowed with a bountiful array of food, distracting everyone from the unfolding drama. The young wizards erupted into laughter and began to feast heartily, while Nuanyue elegantly wielded her utensils, consuming portions fit for a giant. "Oh, Merlin's beard. How do you manage to fit all this food into your stomach? Have you cast an extension charm on it?" Miss Pansy gazed at Nuanyue in horror, for she meticulously counted every grain of rice to maintain her figure. Theodore, who had finished his meal, remarked that he had grown accustomed to it, transitioning from initial shock to acceptance. "I merely have a hearty appetite, but I don't gain weight." Nuanyue flashed her pearly whites, provoking Pansy's envy as she longed to deliver a punch to that pretty face. "Well, being able to eat is a good thing." Draco interjected nonchalantly. "Luna, you can visit my home during the holidays. My mother makes delightful pastries, and you can indulge as much as you wish." Pansy shot another fierce glare at Nuanyue. Although she didn't dislike her, she was protective of Draco's attention from other women. "Thank you, Draco. I shall look forward to it," Nuanyue replied, knowing that the prospect of delectable treats was enticing to a foodie. After all, the monk's body proclaimed that they would not understand. After practicing meditation, concerns about fat were mere illusions. This was why she maintained such a splendid physique and complexion, inciting jealousy even in the beauty expert Daphne. After the banquet, Slytherin's head girl, Gemma Farley, led everyone to the Slytherin common room, located in the castle's depths. Through the windows, the scene outside revealed a shimmering azure underwater landscape, with curious little fish occasionally peering in and slender fishtails gliding by, hinting at the merfolk dwelling beneath the Black Lake. "It's beautiful, isn't it?" Theodore remarked, as Nuanyue felt as though she had stepped into a fairy tale, becoming a mermaid. Theodore turned to her, noting the excitement on her face, softly stating, "It is beautiful," though it was unclear whether he referred to the scenery or the girl beside him. "Malfoy Manor is even more stunning, especially when the crystal orchids bloom," Draco interjected firmly, his unique tone declaring, "If you were to spend Christmas at Malfoy Manor, you would witness it." "I will consider it," Nuanyue nodded, pondering that the Christmas holiday seemed relatively uneventful. The trio would likely be entangled in discussions regarding Nicodemus's identity. Should she inform them in advance? Theodore glanced up with a cold expression, as it appeared that only when addressing Nuanyue or matters related to her did Draco's eyes reveal any emotion. Gemma Farley clapped her hands to capture the attention of the Slytherin students. "I shall refrain from reiterating our house motto. Instead, I wish to impress upon you all something important. Many claim that Slytherin only accepts pure bloods, which is a slanderous accusation. We also have many half-blood wizards, though we do not accept Muggleborns. Draco appeared to smirk at this, for in his view, half-bloods were hardly superior to Muggle-borns. Gemma Farley disregarded the murmurs among the young wizards and continued, "Many misunderstand Slytherin, believing that all wizards who emerge from our house become dark wizards. This is a harsh accusation, and I do not concur. After all, the great Merlin hailed from Slytherin. We merely possess a greater acceptance of dark magic. Therefore, do not allow rumors to shake your convictions. Take pride in being a Slytherin." She surveyed the room, satisfied to see admiration reflected in the faces of the young wizards. "We are astute, cunning, and ambitious, yet we also treat our friends with sincerity. Slytherin forbids infighting. Should you engage in any actions that violate school rules leading to points being deducted from our house, you will swiftly learn the meaning of regret." The password to enter the common room was displayed on the blackboard, changing bi-weekly. Slytherin forbade outsiders from entering the common room, and she urged them not to breach this rule, instructing the girls to follow her to one side, while the boys accompanied the head boy to the other staircase. Nuanyue distinctly heard a cold snort from behind her, yet Senior Jayamar appeared oblivious to it. The girls' dormitory was spacious, adorned with 2 four-poster beds draped in dark green curtains that symbolized Slytherin, complemented by sheets of the same hue, trimmed with silver, signifying the house's nobility. The room was shared by 2, and Nuanyue's roommate happened to be Millicent, who had just publicly derided her at the dining table and now stood behind her with a disdainful air. For reasons unknown, Millicent seemed to take a particular dislike to Nuanyue. After dropping her luggage with a thud, she released her cat from its cage, casting a hostile glance at Nuanyue's black cat. "I must make it clear, my wigger is quite fierce, and I hope your cat can coexist harmoniously with him." Considering that cats do possess territorial instincts, Millicent's cat was as robust as she was. It was a mystery how they had both become so formidable. Cats are inherently adorable creatures, so why did Wigger resemble a monstrous giant? Oh, my Chi-Chi adores spirited companions, though he lacks a sense of territory and merely dislikes close proximity. When he gets angry, however, it can be quite terrifying. Nuanyue ignored Millicent's provocation, smiling as she organized her belongings. Millicent huffed, stroking her cat, and Wigger, seemingly responding to some unspoken command, pounced towards the black cat by the window. Chi-Chi, with a flicker of disdain in his eyes, gracefully leaped aside, evading Wigger's attack, then swiftly turned in midair, delivering a forceful kick that sent Wigger sprawling. Meow? Wigger yelped in distress, and despite Chi-Chi's restraint, he still landed a blow that left Wigger incapacitated. "Wigger!" Millicent shrieked, suddenly raising her wand at Chi-Chi. "You wretched mongrel!" Chi-Chi shot her a cold glance, dodging the spell she cast, and with a lightning-quick motion against the wall, he swiped at Millicent's hair, transforming it into a tangled mess. "Ah!" Millicent screamed as she fled, wand in hand, her hair not only disheveled, but also missing significant strands thanks to Chi-Chi's assault. "Wow, Chi-Chi, you are truly amazing." Nuanyue gave a thumbs up, while the black cat shot her a sidelong glance before returning to his perch by the window to observe the scenery. "You're so boring." "Is she the one seeking trouble?" Nuanyue deflected blame, feeling satisfied that although they could not harm Chi-Chi, Millicent's discomfort was a small victory, especially since Chi-Chi often vexed her. Millicent was far too fragile, scuttling away in such a manner. TSK. Nuanyue shook her head as she picked up the fainted Wigger. "Poor kitty, let us find your owner." Chapter 8, Nuanyue and Snape. The Slytherin common room had grown crowded, as the prefect had informed everyone that their head of house, Professor Snape, would soon deliver a lecture. Thus, Millicent's unfortunate display had garnered the attention of many. "Oh, Merlin's trousers. Her hairstyle is quite peculiar, isn't it?" Pansy remarked with a grin, reveling in the spectacle. "I doubt it's the latest trend," Daphne chimed in, both girls unrelenting in their mockery, aware that Millicent's family was of lesser standing than theirs. What transpired? A slick, cold voice emerged from behind them as the professor, draped in his flowing black robes, entered the room, his unemotional eyes sweeping over the crowd before settling on the still sobbing Millicent. "You may cease your crying now. Can anyone enlighten me as to what has occurred?" The students, intimidated by Snape's presence, exchanged glances, too fearful to speak. "Professor, I sincerely apologize. It was my fault." A clear voice rang out from the staircase. A girl with raven hair and dark eyes, cradling a large cat, stood there, her eyes sparkling with joy, as if imbued with starlight. Millicent's pet cat, Wigger, evidently has a strong sense of territory, but regrettably, it was bested in battle. Millicent attempted to assist her pet with a petrification spell, yet my cat did not betray the reputation of Slytherin. She triumphed over Millicent. "Oh, but the outcome was rather unseemly, wouldn't you agree?" Uffed. Draco was the first to burst into laughter, unable to contain himself. To lose to a pet while wielding a wand. What a laughable predicament for Slytherin this year. Theodore smirked, exchanging amused glances with the girl, who seemed quite adept at projecting innocence. Snape paused, momentarily taken aback by the girl's visage, a flicker of nostalgia passing through his eyes, though he quickly masked it, reverting to his usual icy demeanor. "So, Miss Millicent, do you have anything to add?" Millicent, shrinking into the corner of the sofa, could only weep softly, utterly humiliated. "In that case, let this ridiculous duel come to an end," Snape said disdainfully, his venomous words directed at Millicent. "I hope you endeavor to improve your studies, for one cannot expect all opponents to be inferior to a mere pet cat." The younger Slytherins could not stifle their laughter once more, and Millicent wished she could sink into the crevice of the sofa. "Well, I have nothing more to say, nor do I wish to extend a welcome to those who are inept and brainless in Slytherin. I am certain they shall regret their birth into this world." Snape's cold gaze swept over the trembling students, particularly when they were the ones deducting points from Slytherin. "Now, go about your business and act like true Slytherins, bringing glory to Salazar Slytherin." Snape's chilling voice seemed to lower the temperature of the once warm common room. He cast one last glance at the smiling girl before turning to exit. "Professor Snape is utterly terrifying. No wonder everyone fell silent the moment he entered." Pansy whispered to Daphne. "I can already foresee how arduous the next 7 years will be," Daphne responded, her expression one of resignation. "I find him to be a respectable and admirable professor," Nuanyue reflected, recalling the scenes from her book, where the beloved woman was taken from him by a bully and subsequently perished at Voldemort's hands. The thought of him gazing upon the lifeless body of his beloved must have been excruciating. Snape's feelings likely vanished with Lily's demise. Nuanyue sighed softly, concluding, "Well, the professor is indeed quite handsome." "Oh, Merlin S. Beard, are you jesting? Handsome? Adorable?" Pansy scoffed, far preferring the octopuses that clung to her dormitory window. Draco grimaced in agreement, while he acknowledged that Professor Snape was indeed a respectable figure, being his godfather, yet adorable? Handsome? "Huh. I have always thought, Luna, that your taste diverges from the norm," Blaise remarked, his enchanting smile ever present, his tone light and flirtatious, suggesting that in 2 years' time, his charm would be formidable enough to ensnare even the older girls. "Are you complimenting yourself, Blaise? Because I find you rather impressive as well," Nuanyue smiled, patting his shoulder. Blaise Zabini belonged to a family of neutral to dark leanings. His mother had been married 7 times, a wealthy and charismatic widow. Perhaps her emotional indulgence had instilled in Blaise a distrust of women, as he treated all ladies with gentlemanly politeness while never truly loving any of them. Essentially, a notorious womanizer. "I am honored by your words," and as Blaise raised his hand, seemingly intending to grasp the one resting on his shoulder, another intervened more swiftly, pulling her wrist and guiding her towards the girls' dormitory. "Aren't you tired? You should hurry back to sleep. Tomorrow is the headmaster's class." Prince Little Dragon appeared rather displeased with Nuanyue's interaction with Blaise, promptly ushering several girls back to their dorms. "Draco, I never knew you had a penchant for meddling," Blaise remarked, his patience and grace often lacking when it came to men. His family was no less prestigious than the Malfoys, yet he did not relish the limelight as Draco did, and thus he bore no fear of the latter's familial power. "I merely informed them it was time to rest." Draco, seemingly disinterested in sparring with Blaise, turned and strode directly into the dormitory. "Oh, our little dragon prince is quite out of sorts," Blaise scoffed, addressing Theodore. Theodore merely cast a dispassionate glance his way, picked up a book from the table, and followed suit back to the dormitory. Blaise shrugged. "It seems that apart from me, you all are rather peculiar." Feeling ennui, he lazily returned to his own quarters. And thus an inexplicable commotion came to an end. Chapter 9, Hermione and the Library. The little snakes residing in the basement arrived at the Transfiguration classroom early. Unlike the brave Gryffindors, who boasted of their fearlessness and resided at the top of the spiral staircase, they at least had no concern of losing their way. Thus, it was hardly surprising that Harry and Ron were late. The esteemed savior is tardy on his first day of class." Draco seized every opportunity to mock Harry, while Pansy, ever the supportive foil, chuckled softly. Perhaps the savior was up late at the banquet yesterday and could not rise. Observing the Gryffindors' excitement over Harry Potter was quite a spectacle indeed. "I wager it was due to getting lost," Nuanyue chimed in quietly, casting a cautious glance at the calico cat perched on the teacher's desk. Just as she finished speaking, the door swung open, and 2 young lions rushed in, panting. "Oh, splendid. Professor McGonagall doesn't seem to be here yet," Ron exclaimed with delight. "I wouldn't count on that, Mr. Weasley." The cat on the desk leaped down, transforming into the stern Professor McGonagall. "Oh, how cool." Ron gasped in astonishment. "Thank you, Mr. Weasley. Now, can you enlighten me as to why you are late? Should I transform one of you into a pocket watch to remind you of the proper class time?" Professor McGonagall maintained her strict demeanor. "Oh, Professor, we didn't mean to be late. We simply got lost," Ron stammered, his face flushed. Would you prefer to be transformed into a map? McGonagall dismissed their excuse, causing Ron and Harry to lower their heads in silence. Huh, no transformation can save their foolishness, Draco quietly scoffed. Nuanyue stifled a laugh, not at Harry, but at Draco. Clearly, they were the quintessential love-hate duo, with Draco forever fixated on Harry Potter. Over at Professor McGonagall's desk, she had seated the two latecomers. And after a lengthy and intricate lecture, she distributed matchsticks for the students to transform into needles. The little wizards busied themselves, but despite their efforts, no one succeeded save for Hermione, who managed a slight alteration. Well done, Gryffindor, 5 points to your house, McGonagall commended, and Hermione raised her chin with pride. Wow, Luna, you're amazing, came Daphne's exclamation from the Slytherin side. McGonagall frowned as she approached, just in time to see Nuanyue's wand disengage from the silver needle on the desk. Oh, what a perfect silver needle, McGonagall remarked, picking it up and adjusting her glasses for a closer inspection. Lee, you possess great talent in transfiguration. Splendid work, 5 points to Slytherin. Although McGonagall was the head of Gryffindor, she was fair and just, particularly towards the bright and well-behaved young wizards. Thank you, Professor McGonagall, Nuanyue replied with a smile. McGonagall praised Nuanyue once more, urging everyone to learn from her, and soon the class came to an end. As Nuanyue was packing her books, she noticed a figure before her. She looked up to see Hermione standing there, seemingly hesitant, prompting her to initiate conversation. Hi, Hermione, how are you faring in Gryffindor? Oh, yes, I'm well, Hermione replied curtly. Given her nature, it was difficult for her to forge friendships quickly. The only person she felt a connection with, Nuanyue, had been sorted into Slytherin. They were still freshmen and had not yet been affected by the rivalry between the houses, but the divide was palpable from the upperclassmen. Soon enough, they would no longer walk the same path. Hermione, do you have time to accompany me to the library? Nuanyue asked, not wanting to prolong Hermione's discomfort. Smiling as she inquired. Of course. I mean, I would love to go with you. I have so many books I wish to read. Hermione's excitement was immediately evident at the mention of the library. Then let us go. The two young girls clasped hands and made their way to the library, which was a breathtaking sight for Nuanyue, filled with towering bookshelves, some reaching the ceiling. They each selected a book on spells and began to read. After a short while, Nuanyue felt something scurrying around her feet. She looked down to find a gray mouse at her feet, its beady red eyes locking onto hers. Wow, Nuanyue exclaimed, suddenly grabbing the mouse by its tail and lifting it to her face with an expression of intrigue. Merlin, Luna, you must discard that thing. Hermione, being a girl, gasped and jumped back, her face pale. She detested mice, including Ron's pet rat. Do not worry, Hermione. It's merely a little toy, Nuanyue said, poking the mouse's belly, causing it to squeak in response. Oh, I certainly do not think so. Hermione reflexively raised her book to shield her face, revealing only her disdainful eyes. Failed again, George. Indeed, Fred. Does that little snake not fear mice? Merlin. Could she truly be a little snake? You should say, Merlin, is she truly a girl? The unguarded whispers floated behind Nuanyue. She turned to see two red-haired boys peeking from behind a bookshelf, their identical faces adorned with mischievous grins. Are you the Weasley twins? She inquired, recognizing their signature red hair. Looks like this is yours, I assent it. Nuanyue waved the little mouse in her hand and, without warning, tossed it towards them. With a flick of her wand, the mouse enlarged mid-air, exploding into a cloud of dust as it landed atop the Weasley twins. They were immediately showered with debris. Cough. Cough, cough. George, it seems we have met our match. Indeed, Fred, but what a delightful spell it is, I assent it. Cough, cough, cough. They both coughed while continuing to converse, before darting towards Nuanyue, their eyes sparkling with anticipation. What a splendid curse. Little snake, what spell did you use? I invented it myself. I cannot divulge the secret. Nuanyue wagged her finger playfully, then pointed behind them. If I were you, I would run quickly. Madame Pants is coming for you. Oh, Merlin, it's not our noise. Run. The twins hastily vacated the library, and upon seeing the troublemakers flee, Madame Pants cast a suspicious glance at the innocent-looking Nuanyue before returning to her own duties. They were Ron's brothers. Hermione pursed her lips, set her book down, and took a seat. I find pranks to be rather tedious. However, they seem to delight in them endlessly. I've heard it said that most of Gryffindor's points are deducted because of them, yet their popularity appears to be quite remarkable. It's truly hard to believe. Hermione, at this moment, resembled a miniature Professor McGonagall, disapproving of anyone who trampled the school rules and disregarded Gryffindor's honor. I think it's rather amusing, Nuanyue chuckled. Hermione shrugged noncommittally, picking up her book to quietly discuss its contents with Nuanyue. Chapter 10, George and Fred. Hermione, it's time for lunch. Would you care to join us? Glancing at her watch, Nuanyue closed her book and addressed Hermione, who was still lost in her studies. Oh, No thank you, Luna. I haven't finished this chapter yet. I shall go later. Hermione truly lived up to her reputation as a scholar. Knowledge could almost serve as sustenance. Very well then. Do remember to eat, Nuanyue said, refraining from persuading her further. She picked up her book and exited the library, only to feel two arms suddenly lift her up as she stepped out the door. She recognized her captors immediately and offered no resistance, merely smiling at the Weasley twins. May I presume this is a form of kidnapping? Oh, undoubtedly. 2 lions have captured a little snake. So, do you intend to scream, little snake? As the same face leaned closer, Nuanyue simply drew her wand. Shall we see who screams first? Wait, we mean no harm this time. Yes, we're here for a friendly chat, right, Fred? Indeed, George, we are here to converse. The twins stepped back, deliberately adopting a serious demeanor. All right then, what do you 2 Weasley seniors wish to discuss with me? We admire your character. And your spells. You are a genius at pranks. Of course, we are still superior. Thus, we intend to recruit you. Consider yourself fortunate. The twins exchanged words, quickly making their purpose clear. Pranks, you say? The initial 3 volumes of the Harry Potter series could be deemed suitable for children, but as the story progressed, particularly following Fred's demise, the focus on the brothers dwindled significantly. Nuanyue enjoyed the Harry Potter series and appreciated 3D films. Yet she did not relish confronting death, especially when these paper figures transformed into reality. Perhaps she could attempt to alter certain destinies? Very well, I consent to join you. What do you require of me now? Nuanyue responded with alacrity. Wow, your personality fits Gryffindor splendidly. Indeed, perhaps you were mistakenly sorted into the wrong house. The twins regarded her with admiration, but Nuanyue merely raised an eyebrow. Do not presume I am unaware of your flattery. Now, what do you need me to do? The twins exchanged glances and revealed 2 candies they held in their hands. Burgeoning burp candy. Fat tongue toffee. Care to give it a try, little snake? The taste is rather delightful. Is this a trial product? Is it safe? Nuanyue inquired as she accepted the candy. Of course, it's not dangerous. To ensure the safety of our guests, we personally sample everything. However, no one in Gryffindor is willing to eat what we offer. Perhaps Slytherin might be inclined to try. The twins admitted honestly. It seemed quite intriguing. Nuanyue unwrapped the burp candy and popped it into her mouth. It was sweet and tasted like pineapple. Actually, you could share it with others. You are remarkably brave. The twins exchanged expressions, watching as Nuanyue swallowed the candy. Burp. She let out a burp, releasing a multitude of pink bubbles, and she couldn't help but laugh. Wow, this burp is delightful. I love it. The twins exchanged glances, astonished. They had never encountered a girl so unafraid of pranks, relishing them instead. We made some modifications. Burping releases bubbles of different colors. Burp. How long does the effect last? Nuanyue observed the pink bubbles with keen interest, sensing a touch of magic influencing her. Presumably the unusual effects bestowed by the twins upon the candy. Dependent on each individual's magical essence and physical constitution. It can last up to a day, but it may only be 10 minutes, the twins replied. What a pity. But I must go eat. So it's best if it stops now. Nuanyue touched her chest and pointed a finger at several acupressure points. And the burping immediately ceased. Wow, that's so cool. What spell is that? Or did you consume a potion? The twins' eyes sparkled with curiosity. After all, their prank products had no antidote, as they were merely whimsical trinkets that wouldn't last long. It's not magic. I merely applied acupressure, Nuanyue explained, gesturing to her chest. It's a special technique to direct magical energy into a specific point, thus interrupting the flow of magic within. However, its effects still linger. Huh, how fascinating. Is that an Eastern secret technique? One of the twins, curious, reached toward the acupressure point she indicated. Fred immediately seized his brother's wrist, halting his hand just above her chest. Merlin, I certainly don't want my brother arrested by the Ministry for lewd behavior. Especially since he would have to bear my face in Azkaban. My apologies, Fred seemed to realize then, hastily retracting his hand and scratching his head. No harm done. It was merely an academic discussion, correct? Nuanyue was not offended, which only heightened the twins' fondness for her. Come now, you should be off to lunch as well. By the way, George, your shoelace is undone, did you know? Oh, all right. One of the twins, George, bent down, suddenly froze. Then looked up at Nuanyue with an incredulous expression. Wait, you know who I am? MHM. Indeed, Nuanyue replied casually, still engrossed in her candy. The twins exchanged glances, then quickly shifted positions multiple times, speaking in unison. Now, who is George? Nuanyue raised her head, looking at them with the exasperation of someone observing children at play, and pointed to the one on her right. You are George. Incorrect, you guessed wrong. I am George. The one on the left laughed. Nuanyue glanced at him, smirking slightly, and unwaveringly pointed at the one on the right. You are George, and I am not guessing. So I am correct. The twins' smiles vanished instantly as they exchanged bewildered glances, then turned to the grinning Nuanyue. How on earth did you discern which of us is which? Our mother cannot even tell us apart. It's rather inexplicable. You could say it's a feeling? Nuanyue struggled to explain the concept of energy perception, as in the realm of practitioners, one could only obscure an individual's unique aura through exceptional means. Furthermore, impersonating another person was an entirely different matter. Fred and George were merely ordinary individuals, while others might only discern them by appearance. Nuanyue could sense their distinctly different energy fluctuations even with her eyes closed. Chapter 11. Nuanyue and Potions Class. After lunch came Potions Class with their own professor, Snape. Nuanyue arrived early, sitting alone at a table as the Slytherins trickled in one by one. Draco naturally took a seat beside her. Did you not go to lunch? I arrived, albeit rather late. Nuanyue waved the tome titled 99 Most Difficult Potions as she made her way to the library. Having dined rather tardily and borrowed a rather intriguing book, Merlin's Beard, on the very first day of term. You spent nearly the entire time in the library and almost missed lunch. Are you a Ravenclaw? Draco's tone dripped with sarcasm. In truth, had it not been for your request, the Sorting Hat would indeed have placed me in Ravenclaw, Nuanyue remarked, tapping his forehead. You're speaking nonsense. Who requested anything from you? Draco retorted, his small face flushing crimson as he covered his forehead. Oh, so your incessant nagging for me to join Slytherin wasn't a request? Then I must have misheard. It appears Prince Draco does not welcome me after all. Nuanyue's eyes dimmed instantly, a veil of mist gathering within them. Was she about to cry? Draco's mind nearly short-circuited as he stammered an explanation. No, I meant, yes, it was a request. Please don't cry. I've never consoled a girl before. Upon finishing, he noticed the girl had laid her head on the table, her body trembling. Merlin, what should he do? Who could tell him what he ought to say at such a moment? Blaise, Draco exclaimed, turning anxiously to his companion Blaise, who was more adept at dealing with women. Ugh, Blaise sighed, having watched Nuanyue tease Draco throughout. If your eyes aren't deceiving you, perhaps you should help Luna up and see if she is truly crying. Draco wore a bewildered expression, while Pansy beside him rolled her eyes, yanking Nuanyue's collar from behind, revealing a face brimming with mirth, albeit with tears of laughter at the corners of her eyes. Draco's face flushed with indignation, ready to retort, when Professor Snape strode into the room with purpose. Draco shot her an annoyed glare before obediently directing his attention to Snape at the podium. Snape appeared as though he had been wrapped in a shroud of dread, his black robes swirling with the chill of the outside air, akin to a dark wave crashing forward. Now, put away your wands. I do not wish to see you foolishly brandishing them in my classroom. I do not expect every one of you to comprehend the exquisite beauty represented by the white mist and fragrant aromas rising from the cauldron. You will not fathom the mysterious allure that overtakes one as the liquid flows into the body, leaving one entranced and dizzy. Snape surveyed the anxious young wizards. Continuing in a low, hypnotic tone, some may argue this is not magic, but I can teach you how to seduce the minds of others, to beguile their wills. I can instruct you on how to enhance your own renown, brew glory, and even stave off death. His obsidian eyes swept over each student, momentarily lingering on Draco and Nuanyue, before settling on Harry, who was scribbling notes. Perhaps some who believe themselves endowed with an air of superiority think they need not pay attention. Harry, oblivious to Snape's tone, continued to write, when Nuanyue flicked her fingers, sending a small ball of candy wrapper striking Harry's arm. Only then did Harry look up, bewildered, gazing at the professor before him. So, Mr. Potter, Snape's voice slithered like a serpent coiling around his neck. What would happen if I were to add daffodil root powder to wormwood root liquid? I don't know, sir, Harry replied awkwardly, while Hermione beside him raised her hand high, only to be ignored by Snape. Don't know? Then let us try again. If I required you to seek out a piece of dung, where would you look? Snape's voice turned even colder. Draco began to snicker, while Nuanyue shook her head in exasperation. Snape's treatment of Harry mirrored his attitude towards Draco to a T. Hermione raised her hand again, nearly smacking Harry in the face. As he shook his head, I don't know, sir. Draco could no longer contain his laughter. What is the difference between aconite and wolfsbane? Snape continued to disregard Hermione's raised hand. I don't know, sir, Harry muttered, his head bowed. Clearly, fame does not equate to everything, does it? Mr. Savior, Snape hissed, his gaze fixed on Harry like a venomous snake. This is a blatant provocation. Harry bravely met Snape's gaze. I believe Hermione knows all the answers. Why not ask her, Professor? Laughter erupted among the students of both houses, prompting Snape to bellow, silence. His icy eyes turned towards Hermione. Put your hand down, foolish girl. Hermione blinked, slowly lowering her hand. Snape spun around to glare at Harry, as if attempting to see through him. Yet Harry remained undaunted, his emerald eyes locked onto Snape's. Oh, Li Nuanyue sighed softly, then spoke up. Professor, I believe we have wasted ample time on Mr. Savior. Perhaps we should commence with the lesson. I do not wish to squander this precious potion class on others. Snape turned his gaze towards Li Nuanyue, his eyes drifting over the book beside her, still maintaining a tone of indifference. Very well. It seems someone finally understands the importance of studying. Now, Miss Li, enlighten me with the answers to those questions, and let us see if you have prepared adequately. The first question pertains to the creation of the elixir of life, a potent sleeping draught. The second inquiry requires me to seek dung in a cow's stomach. However, if we are in class, I would recommend retrieving it from the potion cabinet. The third question, there is no difference between them, Professor. She could answer the trifecta of questions in her sleep. Snape scrutinized her. Impressive. You are indeed a clever girl. Therefore, you must have reviewed the scabious potion we are to study today. Tell me, what is the crucial step? It is the timing of adding the porcupine quills, sir. Li Nuanyue replied with a smile. They must be added after removing the cauldron from the heat, or unfortunate events may ensue. Snape nodded, awarding Slytherin 10 points. You are an excellent witch. I look forward to your forthcoming performance. With that, he turned his cold gaze back to Harry. Gryffindor loses 5 points. I hope you will review your textbook next time and learn not to contradict your professor. Li Nuanyue clicked her tongue. The wheels of history continued to turn, and she was unable to prevent Snape from deducting points from Harry. Draco eyed Li Nuanyue skeptically. Were you just helping Harry Potter out? Do you have a fondness for that scar-headed fool? I thought, Draco, that you harbored a profound affection for Harry, Li Nuanyue teased, making a face. In the original story, these two were indeed locked in a love-hate relationship until the very end. What are you talking about? You. His next words were interrupted by a snot-covered slug thrown by Li Nuanyue. All right, young dragon prince, it's time to test your skills. Please deal with these slimy creatures. Draco merely shot her a glare, beginning to slice the slugs, earning praise and points from Snape during the process. The potion-making in Slytherin proceeded relatively smoothly. However, the Gryffindor side was less than commendable, with various unpleasant odors wafting throughout the classroom. The potion in their cauldron was a riot of colors, with only Hermione's concoction turning out remarkably well. Before the class concluded, Neville managed to demonstrate why the timing for adding porcupine quills was so crucial. His cauldron exploded, drenching him in potion and leaving him covered in sores. Li Nuanyue found Neville to be a remarkable entity. How did he manage to brew a potion meant to cure scabies into one with the opposite effect? Snape's furious roar sent the sobbing Neville to the infirmary, while he mercilessly deducted 5 points from Harry for good measure. During the class break, Snape awarded 5 points each to Gryffindor and Slytherin, as Hermione successfully brewed a potion for scabies. Li Nuanyue and Draco also completed it, so she was confident that Snape had given Hermione points primarily to benefit Slytherin. Not far from the exit, they encountered a trio seemingly embroiled in a heated dispute. Ron, fuming, exclaimed to Harry, I thought she was different from the other Slytherins. But it turns out she isn't. How could she conspire with that old bat Snape against you? Hermione, indignant, retorted, Are you out of your mind? She was clearly helping Harry. Miss Know-it-all's eyes sparkled with indignation. Oh, is that how one helps? I've truly never encountered such ignorance, Ron scoffed, stubbornly insisting that Li Nuanyue had indeed conspired against Harry. You are undoubtedly ignorant and devoid of reason. If you had time to ponder such matters, you would be better off studying instead of being utterly clueless when questioned by the professor, Hermione declared haughtily, justifiably so, as Snape rarely awarded points to Gryffindor. Oh, then I must thank you for your scabies potion, Miss Know-it-all, Ron sneered derisively. Hermione shot them a cold glare, clutching her books, and departed. It seems they are ungrateful. Draco chuckled, which is why I said to ignore those foolish Gryffindors. Having said that, he led Crabbe and Goyle towards Harry, clearly intending to mock him further. So immature. Li Nuanyue scoffed at Theodore beside her. Shall we go for dinner? I didn't eat well at lunch. Theodore nodded, casting a glance at the squabbling Draco, and left the corridor with Li Nuanyue. Chapter 12, Li Nuanyue and the Flying Class. The subsequent days of classes were merely a blend of simplicity and chaos. Li Nuanyue's routine was quite straightforward. After class, she occasionally invited Hermione or Theodore to the library for study, or spent her leisure time with the Weasley twins investigating peculiar prank toys. The unsuspecting guinea pigs were naturally the first-year Gryffindors and the two gluttons from Slytherin, Crabbe and Goyle, where she joined Draco and Pansy in completing assignments while teasingly discussing the latest ridiculous antics of students from other houses. During this time, Li Nuanyue successfully became Snape's favorite student, which was hardly surprising. Although Draco exhibited considerable talent in potions, Li Nuanyue was a practitioner. Her mental acuity surpassed that of even wizards, making memorization effortless for her. Thus, both potions and history of magic were exceedingly simple subjects. At lunch, Draco appeared excessively animated, conversing enthusiastically with those around him. As Li Nuanyue approached, she caught sight of him animatedly recounting how he rode a broomstick to evade a Muggle airplane. With Pansy and Daphne gazing at him in admiration, while Crabbe and Goyle nodded eagerly with their mouths full of food. I can't shake the feeling that he's boasting, Li Nuanyue whispered to Theodore. She was well aware of the speed of Muggle airplanes. If it were her flying sword, it could keep pace, but a broomstick. Even the latest Nimbus 2000 could not compete with the speed of a passenger jet, not to mention the turbulent air currents surrounding an airplane. Draco rode a children's broom. How could he possibly encounter an airplane? Theodore merely curved his lips in a subtle smile, accustomed to Draco's manner of speaking, and chose not to comment. Draco turned and spotted the two, raising his hand to beckon them over. Come here, Luna. I was just telling them about the gift you gave me on my birthday. Li Nuanyue and Theodore sat beside him, listening to Draco continue to boast about his experience on the flying sword. Though many present had seen Draco on the flying sword before, they were all eager to hear once more just how fast and comfortable it was. Why is he so excited today? Li Nuanyue curiously inquired of Blaze beside her. Blaze, elegantly slicing his steak, sighed in exasperation. Haven't you checked the timetable? This afternoon is flying class. By Merlin's beard, he's been like this since morning. Do you know how early he woke me up? Blaze shared a dormitory with Draco, and he indeed appeared somewhat worn out, dark circles evident beneath his eyes. Wow, that sounds tough. I sympathize with you, Li Nuanyue laughed, covering her mouth. Blaze seized her hand. I desperately need your comfort right now, Luna. I think you need to finish your lunch and take a nap, Theodore interjected. Pulling Li Nuanyue's hand away and seating himself between the two, Blaze let out a sarcastic laugh and resumed eating the beef on his plate. Suddenly, the sound of flapping wings filled the air as Li Nuanyue looked up to see numerous owls soaring above, delivering letters and packages to their intended recipients. Candies from my mother. She's quite the artisan, Draco proclaimed, proudly displaying a bag filled with sweets. Li Nuanyue had not purchased an owl, as she had no one to send letters to within the UK. Theodore's owl remained perched in the tower, seemingly forgotten by old Norbert. Perhaps they would remember to call them back for Christmas? Luna, Draco said, pushing the bag of candies towards her. You choose first. I recommend the pink ones. They're strawberry flavored. My mother excels at making those. Ah, that sounds delightful. I haven't tried Aunt Narcissa's cooking yet. The last time I dined at Malfoy Manor, it was all prepared by house elves, and I've heard Narcissa's culinary magic is exceptional. I wonder if I can sample something beyond just candy. Look over there. What did that Gryffindor fool Neville receive? Draco suddenly exclaimed, his eyes lighting up, and he dashed off with Crabbe and Goyle in tow. Sometimes I think Draco should join Gryffindor, Li Nuanyue remarked casually, selecting a strawberry-flavored candy without hesitation. Don't you think his obsession with Gryffindor and Harry has surpassed his love for Quidditch? Theodore shot her a glance, amusement dancing in his eyes. If Draco heard you say that, he would surely explode, Blaze coolly remarked. I can hardly imagine a Malfoy emerging from Gryffindor. It seemed a minor scuffle had erupted on the Gryffindor side, and Professor McGonagall's appearance sent Draco storming back to the Slytherin table, muttering angrily under his breath. In the afternoon flying class, taught by Madame Hooch, Draco continued to grumble about the dreadful comet broomsticks the school provided, lamenting the inhumanity of not allowing first-year wizards to bring their own brooms. Now, everyone, try to make the broomstick jump into your hand, Madame Hooch instructed after her explanation, prompting everyone to attempt the task. Both Draco and Harry succeeded on their first try, and soon Theodore and the others had their brooms as well, while the diligent Hermione struggled for an extended period to get her broom to rise from the ground. Get up, Li Nuanyue lazily called out, her broom behaving even more peculiarly, trembling uncontrollably. Haha, Luna, what is wrong with your broom? Draco laughed heartily upon seeing this. Has it been cursed with the tickling charm? I suspect that might be the case, Li Nuanyue replied, pouting. In her understanding, a broomstick was a form of spiritual tool. Perhaps it sensed the fluctuations of her spiritual energy within and decided to rebel. This was also why she insisted on crafting her own wand. She was certain that not a single wand from Ollivander's would be suitable for her, including Harry's. Perhaps the Elder Wand could be worth a try. Oh dear. It seems there's a slight issue with that broomstick, Madame Hooch remarked, noticing the commotion. Although she was the flying instructor, she lacked the expertise to repair broomsticks and could only ask Li Nuanyue to rest momentarily and observe the other young wizards flying. Now everyone has mounted their brooms, awaiting my command to gently tap the ground and ascend into the air. Merlin, what are you doing, Longbottom? Come down at once, Mrs. Hooch shouted in terror. Neville, seemingly too anxious, stomped down hard on the ground, causing his broom to shoot upwards with alarming speed. Almost immediately, it began to flail wildly as if struck by a confundus charm. Neville, terrified, turned pale and began to scream, but before he could utter more than a few cries, he was unceremoniously flung from his broom, landing precariously upon the spear of a statue, followed by the sound of tearing fabric as his clothes succumbed to gravity. At that moment, a figure suddenly darted past, leaping to a height of about 2 meters to catch Neville, then skillfully pushing off the wall to descend gracefully to the ground. Merlin, that was incredible. The young witches and wizards couldn't help but applaud and cheer, captivated by Nuanyue's impressive display. Poor Neville had fainted from fright, having experienced a double dose of terror, though fortunately, he did not suffer the same fate as in the original story where he broke his arm. I'll take Longbottom to the hospital wing. If I catch any of you with your brooms in the air, consider yourselves barred from flying lessons for the rest of the semester, Mrs. Hooch warned hastily, cradling Neville as she hurried back towards the castle, not forgetting to award 10 points to Slytherin on her way out. Luna, you were so cool just now. Hermione was the first to rush to her side, followed closely by Harry and the Gryffindors, who were most intrigued by the thrilling spectacle, while Slytherin, though impressed by Nuanyue's skills, did not swarm around her. Lee, was that some kind of martial arts? One of the Gryffindor cubs inquired. Well, sort of. It was merely a simple levitation charm, she replied. I know that. It's Chinese kung fu, chimed in a muggle-born wizard, striking a few poses as if to demonstrate. Likely influenced by the popular films from Hong Kong and Taiwan at the time. Luna, can we learn that kung fu? Harry suddenly pressed forward with a question, seemingly eager to learn how to deal with his cousin Dudley without the use of magic, as he was aware that he couldn't use spells outside of school. Of course. I can teach you, Nuanyue responded amiably. If Harry could master some hand-to-hand techniques, his life during the holidays would certainly become more entertaining, especially when it came to dealing with Dudley. Huh, look what I've found, the ever-discontented Draco announced, having picked up Neville's memory ball, showcasing it to the Slytherin snakes. Look at that idiot Longbottom's memory ball. Harry's expression darkened as he rushed forward. Malfoy, that's Neville's. You ought to return it. Draco scoffed. And why should I? I'm going to hide it high up and enjoy watching Longbottom sob. Ha ha ha. With that, he mounted his broom and soared into the air. Harry, fuming, also hopped on his broom, but Hermione swiftly grabbed his arm. Harry, don't. Have you forgotten what Mrs. Hooch said? After a mere moment of hesitation, Harry shook her off and took flight. Initially wobbling, his natural talent soon allowed him to catch up with Draco. However, Draco, clearly incensed by Nuanyue's favorable regard towards Harry, attempted to ram him with his broom, aiming to knock him off balance. This is going to cause serious trouble, Theodore remarked, furrowing his brow. He didn't care about Draco's intentions toward Harry, but was reluctant for Slytherin to lose points over this. See, I told you Draco's feelings for Harry run deep. All he sees is Harry, Nuanyue shrugged, unfazed by the peculiar glances from Hermione and Ron. At that moment, Draco hurled the memory ball away, prompting Harry to chase after it, while Draco descended gleefully, declaring, that fool just sent it flying towards the professor's office. He's in for it now. I beg to differ, Draco, Nuanyue said, pretending to calculate with her fingers. According to my ancestral methods, I foresee that not only will Harry escape punishment, but he might even receive some good fortune. Draco was unconvinced by such divination, aware that even in the wizarding world, prophecy was half-truths at best, often requiring props like crystal balls for accuracy. Harry soon returned with the memory ball, greeted by enthusiastic cheers from the Gryffindors. However, before they could relish their triumph, Professor McGonagall appeared and whisked Harry away. Draco, reveling in his superiority, wore a smug grin, convinced that Harry would surely be expelled, or at the very least, receive a hefty deduction of points. Yet, during dinner, fate delivered a heavy blow to him. Harry appeared at the Gryffindor table, completely unscathed, surrounded by laughter and joy, as if something delightful had transpired. Damn that Harry. Professor McGonagall is utterly unfair. Draco sulked at the table, his hands crushing several pieces of bread. How could he, who had broken the rules, still be the Gryffindor's seeker? First years were strictly prohibited from joining house teams. I must write to my father about this. If Harry can do it, why can't I? Pansy and the others chimed in, echoing Draco's grievances against the rule-breaking Harry, while Nuanyue simply chuckled, enjoying the spectacle. If anyone were to talk of unfairness, it was undoubtedly their head of house, Professor Snape, who excelled in such matters. Overall, Professor McGonagall had not been particularly biased. Can you really predict the future? Blaise inquired, leaning in with curiosity, while Theodore also looked toward her, aware that perfect prophecy was a gift possessed by few, even among adult wizards. Well, a little, Nuanyue winked playfully, adopting a mysterious demeanor. All right, enough of that. Let us eat. Thus, dinner concluded amidst Draco's continuous complaints. Chapter 13, Halloween and the Troll. However, during lunch the following day, Draco's ire had intensified, for Harry had received a broom, the latest Nimbus 2000, causing the atmosphere in Gryffindor to soar as if they had already secured the Quidditch Cup. Nuanyue, uninterested in Draco's repetitive tirades, finished her meal and retreated to the courtyard to read. Hello, little snake, two voices chimed in unison, akin to a duet. "Oh, it's you two. Why aren't you taking a break or conducting experiments?" Nuanyue inquired, glancing up from her book at the suddenly appearing Weasley twins. "We're off to train," one of them stated, wrapping an arm around her left shoulder. "Do you want to come watch?" The other expertly draped his arm around her right shoulder, effectively sandwiching her between them, as if any dissent would result in her being whisked away to the pitch. "I would love to join, but I fear would might mistake me for a spy," Nuanyue replied, not minding their casual familiarity. "Not a problem. We got you covered." The twins continued their harmonious banter. "Harry just got the Nimbus 2000. We can hardly wait to see it. So come along, little snake, and admire our prowess." "Very well, I have nothing else to do," Nuanyue relented, only to be promptly pulled along by the twins. "Hey, I can walk by myself." "Oh, very well, do as you please." The Quidditch pitch was a first for Nuanyue, expansive and adorned with towering stone pillars, upon which the spectator stands were situated. The Gryffindor players had just arrived, and upon spotting Nuanyue's green-striped tie, Wood's expression darkened. Yet, before he could voice his thoughts, the twins had already dragged her away, while Harry approached with his broom. "Hello, Luna." "Good afternoon, Harry. Is this your new broom?" "It looks splendid." Truth be told, the broom was indeed quite impressive, with its sleek lines and attractive color. "Certainly. Here is your refined text. Indeed, regarding the flying lessons. I extend my gratitude on behalf of Neville." He emerged unscathed. Harry, it seems, becomes somewhat nervous whenever he converses with Nuanyue. "No need to thank me. We are all classmates," Nuanyue remarked, playfully pinching Harry's cheek. "Also, you needn't be so cautious when speaking to me. We are friends, are we not?" Harry, taken aback by her playful gesture, felt his cheeks flush crimson but quickly recovered. "Luna, are you saying that you consider me your friend?" "Of course, unless you would prefer not to have me as such," Nuanyue replied, extending her hand in a gesture of friendship from Slytherin. "I accept," Harry exclaimed, eagerly shaking her hand. "However, Luna, you are quite different from the others in Slytherin." "Haha, if everyone were the same, this world would be dreadfully dull," Nuanyue responded with a smile. "Harry, you are quite unique as well. Be more confident. You are remarkable." Harry, come over here," came Wood's voice from a distance. Harry apologized to Nuanyue, saying, "I must go to practice." "Of course, I shall cheer for you from the stands," Nuanyue said, making a cheering gesture before taking her seat. Harry's flying skills clearly inherited from his father, as he swiftly mastered the nuances of the Nimbus series on his first attempt. Watching him soar gracefully through the air, Nuanyue felt a twinge of envy. Alas, her knowledge of broom crafting was limited, otherwise she would have procured a broom for herself. "How does it feel, little snake?" Gemini had now flown beside her, perched on their broom. "You all flew splendidly, and Harry's Nimbus performs exceptionally well." Nuanyue gave a thumbs up. "Ha ha ha, little snake, you are far too honest." "I still believe you would be better suited for Gryffindor," Gemini replied, also giving her a thumbs up. "Luna," someone shouted while running towards them, their unruly brown curls flying behind. "Hermione, are you here to watch the practice?" Nuanyue inquired curiously. It seemed that at this point, Hermione's relationship with Harry was rather ordinary. "No, I came to find you." Hermione hesitated, glancing at the Weasley twins. "Oh, George, it appears we have interrupted a sisterly conversation." "Indeed, Fred, we should exit gracefully like gentlemen." The twins chuckled, waving as they swiftly departed. "What is it, Hermione?" Nuanyue asked, puzzled. "Luna, you know, Malfoy just provoked Harry again and challenged them to a duel tonight. It's utterly ridiculous. Filch will catch them, and they might lose 100 points for Gryffindor," Hermione exclaimed, frustrated. "These boys are so immature. They are only in their first year, barely knowing a few spells, yet they wish to duel. Ron, that fool, is getting involved too. Can't they do something other than lose points? Duel?" Nuanyue suddenly recalled a scene from the plot. It seemed that tonight, Harry and his friends would encounter the three-headed dog. "So, Hermione, what do you need me to do?" "Oh, Luna," Hermione hesitated. "You seem to have a decent rapport with Malfoy. Could you perhaps persuade them to cancel this ludicrous duel?" The chances of that are slim." Nuanyue shrugged in resignation. Draco becomes infuriated at anything related to Harry. He is the type who would not be swayed by any means. Even if 8 nightmare horses were pulling him back, I doubt he would heed my words. Besides, Draco certainly wouldn't genuinely go through with the duel. He merely wishes to lure Harry into a nighttime escapade to get caught. Damn it. It seems I must intervene myself to prevent Harry and the others from getting into trouble. Hermione was particularly concerned about the house points. She did not want the scores she had diligently earned to be squandered by 2 mischievous boys. The outcome was predictable. The following morning at the breakfast table, Draco was in a continued rage upon seeing Harry. If only he had a bit more strength, he would have shattered the spoon in his hand. Reluctant to acknowledge Harry's good fortune, Draco relentlessly sought attention in front of Harry, hurling various jibes and disdainful remarks. Harry's victorious debut against Hufflepuff only served to heighten Draco's fury, but none of this concerned Nuanyue. She continued with her own pursuits. While she was keen to observe the drama, her ancestral task remained paramount. Absorbing more knowledge from Western wizards to fortify herself was her most pressing endeavor. As October drew to a close, numerous minor incidents had transpired, such as Professor Quirrell's unbearable garlic assault during defense against the dark arts class, and the fact that Nuanyue had yet to successfully take flight in her flying lessons, much to Madame Hooch's chagrin, as no broom would consent to carry Nuanyue, including Harry's Nimbus 2000, which trembled the most, perhaps due to its high intelligence. At this moment, Nuanyue was idly levitating her wand towards a feather hovering in the air, when Professor Flitwick joyfully exclaimed, "Oh, splendid. Lee, your magical aptitude is the finest I've ever witnessed. Slytherin gains 5 points. Oh dear, are you trying to blind me?" came Hermione's disgruntled voice from across the room. "And you mispronounced the spell. It's Wingardium Leviosa, with the emphasis at the end." Ron, discontented, set down his wand. "You make it sound easy. Why don't you give it a try?" Hermione shot him an exasperated glance, then with a flick of her wrist, pronounced, "Wingardium Leviosa." The feather gracefully soared into the air, prompting Professor Flitwick to award Gryffindor additional points. Ron huffed, sulking over his book, his face a mix of indignation and mockery. After class, Nuanyue yawned as she entered the great hall, instantly awestruck by the myriad of bats and pumpkins adorning the space. The hall was vibrantly decorated, with bats swirling around the pumpkins. Both Pansy and Daphne seemed rather unwell, as one could easily surmise that girls inherently detested such creatures. "Today is Halloween. It seems there is no such festival in the East," Theodore remarked beside her. Nuanyue nodded, vaguely recalling that there were tasks to be undertaken. However, before she could ponder further, she was whisked away to a seat by Draco and the others. The joyous atmosphere alleviated her slight unease until the doors were flung open, and a frantic Professor Lockhart burst in, shouting about a troll in the dungeon before collapsing to the floor. The young witches and wizards erupted into panicked screams, with some already making a beeline for the exit. Nuanyue keenly observed as the unconscious Professor Quirrell was trampled by a small wizard, curling up in pain. "Huh, poor acting, 0 stars. Oh, Hermione." Dumbledore suddenly boomed, "Silence," as the young wizards quieted. He methodically reassured them and instructed the prefects to escort their respective houses back to their dormitories. Nuanyue deliberately lingered at the back, sprinting toward the girls' restroom. "Hermione, Hermione," she called, pushing open the door to hear sobbing from one of the stalls. Nuanyue opened the stall door, meeting Hermione's tear-streaked, bewildered eyes. "Come with me quickly. A troll is coming." Even though Hermione was ultimately unharmed, Nuanyue did not wish for her to be frightened. "A troll? Luna, what are you talking about?" Hermione wiped her eyes, seeming somewhat embarrassed to be seen in such a vulnerable state by a friend. Before she could respond, the troll had already entered through the door, answering Hermione's question, and the door behind the troll slammed shut with a loud bang. "Ah!" Hermione shrieked. The troll, agitated by the noise, lifted its club and swung it toward the two girls. Nuanyue swiftly embraced Hermione, evading the monstrous creature's club. The beast relentlessly swung its colossal weapon, shattering the restroom's decor and sending debris flying. "Hermione." At that moment, Harry and Ron burst in, having locked the door moments prior, only to find Hermione confronting the giant, who startled her as well. Before she could utter a spell, Harry was seized by the creature. Ron stood frozen, unsure of how to react, prompting Nuanyue to draw her wand and exclaim, "Petrificus totalis." The giant merely stiffened for a second. Its tough hide remained impervious. Realizing the inadequacy of this method, Nuanyue reluctantly lowered her wand, turning to Hermione with a warning to keep quiet. Then, parting her lips, she released a radiant orb that morphed into a long sword. With a graceful flourish, she lunged at the giant's arm that gripped Harry. The creature howled in agony, relinquishing Harry, who Ron quickly caught, and together they fled toward the exit. With its first injury inflicted, the giant, enraged and in pain, turned to strike at Nuanyue with its other hand. "Humph, merely a mindless brute," she thought, her expression shifting as she instantly maneuvered behind the giant. The blade in her hand gleamed ominously as she struck, leaving several deep gashes across the giant's back. Blood erupted from the wounds like a fountain, and only then did the creature realize it was injured in a place it could not see, letting out a pained wail. "Ha, just tough skin," Nuanyue observed, noting the giant's defenses were within her reach. With her left hand gripping the sword at her chest, and her right tracing a sharp arc along its edge, a fierce glint sparked in her eyes. "Lightning, come forth." Suddenly, a massive dark cloud materialized, enveloping the entire restroom. Lightning surged within the cloud, striking mercilessly at the giant's wounds, as if slender silver serpents were slithering inside its body. The giant emitted a tremendous cry before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. In the original tale, it merely fainted. Now, it was irrevocably dead. Merlin. The trio stared in astonishment at Nuanyue, who was elegantly cleaning the giant's blood from her sword. She remained as slender and graceful as ever, her long black hair swaying behind her like flowing ink. Yet an aura surrounding her felt profoundly different, an indescribable allure that drew people in. At that moment, voices echoed from the entrance. The professors had arrived, equally taken aback by the scene before them. Merlin, what has transpired here? Professor McGonagall gasped. The trio of professors, realizing the gravity of the situation, instinctively huddled together. Snape's gaze flickered, surveying Nuanyue before he spoke. I believe it is time for them to meet the headmaster. Oh, Severus, Dumbledore is currently not at the school. Now tell me, Miss Granger, I thought you were the least likely to be found here. Professor McGonagall turned to Hermione, disappointment lacing her voice. I'm sorry, Professor. It's all my fault. Hermione immediately took the blame, recounting the events that led to Harry and Ron coming to her rescue. Oh, I must say, you all have violated 100 school rules. That is sufficient to deduct all points from Gryffindor and Slytherin, Professor McGonagall stated sternly. Yet, a smile soon graced her lips. However, it is remarkable that first-year students could defeat and slay a giant. Therefore, Miss Granger, you shall lose 50 points for Gryffindor, but Potter and Weasley, you each gain 50 points. As for Lee, Professor McGonagall furrowed her brow, glancing at the giant's lifeless body. You are quite formidable. I hope you will utilize this power for good. The strength of the mind is paramount. You earn 100 points for Slytherin. The three beamed at Nuanyue, who merely smiled and gestured for them to be quiet. She did not wish for this incident to spread. The trio nodded in understanding, recognizing that not only had she saved them, but she had also demonstrated extraordinary abilities. Regardless, they vowed to keep her secret. Chapter 14, Nuanyue and Quidditch. The aftermath of the giant incident began to circulate the following morning, as the hourglasses of Gryffindor and Slytherin were not merely decorative. The diamonds clearly reflected the point gains of the two houses, placing them far ahead of the other two, with Slytherin leading prominently. Merlin, I wondered why I hadn't seen you since dinner. Turns out you were involved in something so perilous. Pansy exclaimed in the common room. Her animosity towards Nuanyue momentarily set aside. Being a fellow Slytherin, especially a girl, she was adamant about not wanting anything to happen to Nuanyue. Do you have any idea how worried we were about you yesterday? Draco glared at Nuanyue, who was huddled on the couch like a frightened quail. Had it not been for the giantess incident, the prefects would have certainly gone out searching for her. Theodore remained silent, but his expression betrayed his intense displeasure, a rare emotional display for him. Well, it wasn't that dangerous. I'm perfectly fine. Nuanyue attempted a weak smile, lacking in persuasiveness as her housemates glared at her. Even if you gain points for Slytherin, that doesn't negate the danger of the giant. You were merely fortunate. Pansy shouted, revealing an uncharacteristically unrefined side. And to think, you mingled with that Gryffindor lot. Look at who they are, the arrogant scar-headed savior, the filthy mudblood, and that detestable wizard traitor. I've always said to steer clear of Gryffindor's nonsense. Are you mad too? Draco appeared ready to storm into Gryffindor to duel the three troublemakers. Draco, it's not nice to curse, Nuanyue weakly protested. But she was quickly swept away by Draco's tempestuous retort. We will be keeping an eye on you, Luna. You absolutely must not engage in any more dangerous endeavors, especially with those broomstick brats. She wished to witness the unfolding drama from a closer vantage point. How could they be so cruel? Wasn't her journey worth it? With a resounding clap, Theodore slammed his book shut, fixing an intense gaze on Nuanyue. Promise me, no more risks. Nuanyue bit her lip. She desperately wanted to agree, yet she couldn't. She understood many plot lines and could avoid certain events, but could she truly? Was it right to watch while others faced peril? These individuals were not mere characters in a book. They were living, breathing people. She could alter their fates. Did that not compel her to act despite the dangers? Moreover, she believed in her own strength to undertake significant actions. The silence between them revealed her answer to Theodore, who sighed softly. He approached her, covering her hands resting on her lap with his, crouching to meet her gaze. Then promise me, if you must take risks, include me. Theo, no refusals, Theodore firmly countered, interrupting her thoughts. If you consider me a friend, do not conceal your dangerous endeavors from me. He wished to avoid enduring that feeling of helplessness and anxiety again. Draco frowned, sensing the atmosphere around them was becoming uncomfortable. Luna was his friend too, although she and Theodore had known each other longer. It had not been for an excessively long time. Why should Theodore monopolize her attention? Thus, Draco, in a rather unceremonious manner, sauntered over to Nuanyue and forcefully pressed down her head, roughly tousling her hair, which elicited an irritable scream from her. Only then did he feel a modicum of satisfaction. And you must take me along, do you understand? All right, I got it. Nuanyue replied while evading Draco's mischief, her heart warmed by the concern of her friend. It truly felt wonderful to have a friend who cared, didn't it? The monstrous incident had reached a conclusion, and what followed was the exhilarating Quidditch match that stirred the passions of both Gryffindor and Slytherin. The two houses could indeed be considered fated adversaries. Were there no rules in Quidditch, they might have attempted to knock each other's players off their brooms. I would love to knock Flint's head with a bat, or perhaps his buck teeth. This was a direct quote from the Weasley twins, Flint being the captain of Slytherin. A man who would resort to any means necessary, driven by an insatiable thirst for victory. On the eve of the match, Gryffindor was still training on the Quidditch pitch. Following the recent giant incident, the trio had officially formed their group, and Hermione had come along to the training ground as well. The atmosphere was palpably tense, with Wood shouting commands from his position in front of the goalposts, seemingly orchestrating some tactical maneuvers. Upon noticing the two girls in the stands, he furrowed his brow once more. Why does this Slytherin girl always come to watch our practice? Is she not a spy for Slytherin? The Weasley brothers, hearing his words, immediately flew to his side, draping their arms around his shoulders. Wood, don't be so devoid of romantic sensibilities. Could she not be one of our admirers? Huh. Even a straightforward guy like Wood scoffed at the idea, questioning if he was dreaming. Slytherin admiring Gryffindor? Merlin. He would sooner believe that a giant would lead Slytherin into battle against them. Well, actually, Flint's brain isn't much different from a giant's. At that moment, Harry, following the gazes of the trio, spotted Nuanyue and Hermione. He maneuvered his broomstick over to them, greeting, "Good morning, Hermione, Luna. Are you here to watch me practice?" "Good morning, Harry. You know I have little interest in Quidditch. It's Luna who wanted to see your training," Hermione replied, shielding her face with her book, revealing only her smiling eyes. "Ah, I see. Thank you, Luna," Harry said, ruffling his hair with a hint of bashfulness. "You're welcome. I'm here secretly to cheer you on. If Draco finds out, I'll be doomed." Nuanyue made a face as if being choked, which made Hermione burst out laughing. "Oh, that little snake is being too much. You can't just favor Harry. What about us? Aren't we your partners?" Upon hearing that familiar voice, it became apparent that the Weasley twins had arrived, jumping off their brooms and wrapping their arms around her shoulders. "I think you two no longer need my cheering," Nuanyue pouted. "I certainly don't want to see Slytherin's captain knocked off his broom by your bludgers. That would be quite embarrassing. Little snake, does this mean you acknowledge our prowess?" The Weasley twins grew increasingly excited. "While I may recognize your strength, I certainly do not wish for Slytherin to lose. After all, I am on Slytherin's side." Nuanyue sighed in exasperation. "Why are you all so idle? Aren't you supposed to be training? The captain believes we should take a break, right, Fred?" "Exactly, George." The Weasley twins' banter elicited an eye roll from Harry. They had barely begun, and he found it hard to believe that Wood, the Quidditch fanatic, would allow them to rest. In fact, it's Wood who needs a break. Indeed, he ate something he shouldn't have. Just a bit of a nosebleed. It won't last more than 10 minutes. It was evident that Wood had succumbed to the effects of the nosebleed nougat. Nuanyue thought to herself how arduous Wood's situation must be, with such unreliable teammates. Had it not been for Harry's extraordinary luck, Slytherin's 7 consecutive championships would not have seemed like a dream. The following morning, Nuanyue found herself seized by Draco and brought to the Quidditch pitch, where a considerable number of spectators had already gathered, including students, professors, and even some wizards with ties to the house. "Luna, if you dare to cheer for Gryffindor in the Slytherin stands, I assure you won't sleep tonight," Pansy threatened ominously. They all knew that Nuanyue had formed a good rapport with several Gryffindors, yet she was astute enough to generally remain on the sidelines during conflicts, never engaging directly. In class, she would often award points to Slytherin, thus the little wizards had tacitly refrained from troubling her. However, this time was different. This was a matter of house pride. "I'm not foolish, Pansy. You're being overly concerned," Nuanyue sighed. "Besides, I believe in the freedom of friendship. But I am still a Slytherin. If I were to play, I would certainly use a bludger to knock all of Gryffindor's lions off their brooms." "Let us hope so," Pansy replied haughtily, lifting her chin as she turned to continue waving her banner to cheer for Slytherin. Nuanyue's gaze shifted towards the professors seated in the stands. Quirrell sat behind Snape, still wearing that anxious and suspicious demeanor, his eyes fixed intently on Harry. Nuanyue had considered whether to eliminate Quirrell and the dark presence lurking behind him, but given the multitude of uncertainties, she decided to pass on that idea. The spiritual energy in this era was scarce, and even a genius like her was merely at the beginning of the second tier. Moreover, she had just begun to delve into the so-called magic. This world was far deeper than the superficial narratives penned by authors. For instance, her Taoist heritage was already in a fragmented state, and most of the techniques from her family focused on offense. There were virtually no supportive or domestic spells, and she possessed only a handful of alchemical formulas. Even if she had some, In this society, it was challenging to find rare herbs. Comparatively, she was more inclined to pursue the potions curriculum here. She estimated that her spiritual power was on par with the professor's magical prowess. But Voldemort was not only formidable, but seemed to possess an array of life-saving artifacts like a cockroach. His Horcruxes also instilled a sense of dread in her. She feared that recklessly altering too much of the plot might yield irrevocable consequences. If she adhered to the narrative, perhaps she could save some lives. As she pondered, the match had already commenced. Slytherin's first goal sent the serpents into a deafening cheer, and Nuanyue quickly rose to join in the encouragement. Slytherin's overall strength was indeed superior to Gryffindor, which was why they had achieved 6 consecutive championships. Yet, Harry's performance was utterly disheartening. What is that scar-headed boy doing? Dancing on his broom? Draco's malicious taunt suddenly rang out as Nuanyue glanced toward Harry, who was careening chaotically on his broom, seemingly attempting to throw his rider off. Draco, can't you see that's an obvious confundus charm? Nuanyue noticed Hermione already taking action, so she refrained from intervening. A confundus charm? That's impossible. Draco scoffed, asserting that ordinary people could not influence a flying broom, which was protected by powerful anti-jamming magic, unless a professor intervened. But why would a professor want to target that scar-headed fool? Draco clearly did not believe that anyone would wish harm upon Harry. His understanding was limited to viewing Harry as merely a foolish boy with a bit of fame. He had never considered that someone might seek Harry's demise. Nuanyue was disinclined to elaborate further, for Harry's broom had returned to normal, and he swiftly caught the golden snitch, basking in the adulation of the crowd. She observed Harry seemingly waving at her while holding the snitch, and discreetly gave him a thumbs up, relieved that Draco had not noticed her. He was still wallowing in regret for Slytherin, incessantly discussing with Pansy and the others how things might have unfolded had he been the seeker. Today, the atmosphere in Gryffindor was suffused with joy and excitement, in stark contrast to the despondent Slytherin serpents. The common room was sparsely populated, as many little snakes were reluctant to sit and discuss the match after such a disheartening defeat, thus providing Nuanyue the perfect opportunity to slip away for a nocturnal adventure. Chapter 15, Night Stroll and Nick. Upon reaching the second floor, she stumbled upon a hidden passage behind a painting where a red-haired figure with a broad smile was beckoning her. George, good evening. Nuanyue greeted as she squeezed into the secret passage. Oh, another redhead from the magical realm. He sighed in exasperation. How is it that you always manage to call our names with such uncanny accuracy? Your instincts are too sharp. This topic has grown tiresome. Have you summoned me for some delightful escapade? Nuanyue waved her wand, illuminating the passage with a flickering glow. We overheard Ron and Harry conversing. There's a gigantic 3-headed dog on the 3rd floor. We want to take a look, the Weasley twins chimed, dragging her along. A 3-headed dog? A hellhound, perhaps? Nuanyue, intrigued by the creature, hadn't anticipated that the Weasley brothers would sneak away to investigate it. Maybe, possibly. They led her through a labyrinthine path to the dilapidated corridor on the 3rd floor, where a wooden door, seemingly on the brink of collapse, loomed before them. George, after you. Fred unhesitatingly threw his brother under the bus. Oh, Fred, you truly are a commendable brother, George scoffed. I'll go first, Nuanyue declared, unbothered, as she raised her wand, poised to step inside. No, we are gentlemen. George blocked her path, casting a spell to open the door. Inside, an eerie silence enveloped them. What do you see? Fred bounced behind them. Nothing at all. It's too dark. George ventured inside, casting a silvery light, with the other two following suit. Not far ahead, a shadowy figure lay sprawled on the ground. George crept closer, whispering, Wow, it really is 3-headed. Is it sleeping? Fred inched forward to face the enormous dog. It looks quite drowsy. What do you think, George? Nothing to fear, Fred, though the drool is indeed quite repulsive. You could consider waking it and inquiring if it's truly that tired. Nuanyue chimed in with a mischievous suggestion. Merlin, I have to say, you are truly suited for Gryffindor. Or perhaps you should take on the Weasley surname, the twins remarked, evidently eager to provoke the 3-headed beast. Perhaps their voices were too loud, for one of the dog's heads slowly opened its eyes, followed by the second and third. In that moment, the 3-headed dog revealed its ferocity, stretching its body to nearly touch the ceiling, emitting a menacing growl, its foul breath wafting toward the trio. How long has it been since it brushed its teeth? I suspect it has never done so since birth. The Weasley twins, though startled, continued to jest at the creature's expense. The 3-headed dog lunged forward, only to be restrained by a massive chain, which tightened as it charged, causing the walls to tremble. I think if you continue to provoke it, you're going to be in serious trouble, Nuanyue cautioned, stepping out from behind the twins to face the beast. With her mouth slightly agape, she began to sing a lullaby. Gradually, the dog's barks diminished in intensity. Its 3 sets of eyes remained fixed on Nuanyue. But the anger and wariness faded, replaced by a gentle submission. As her song continued, the three-headed dog slowly succumbed to slumber once more, leaving the twins in awe of Nuanyue's abilities. Merlin, you are simply extraordinary. Is this a Muggle-esque method of hypnosis? While there is a hint of truth to that, the primary reason is that the dog has a fondness for music. After all, it is Hagrid's pet, and unusual preferences are to be expected. Do you truly have mermaid blood? Or perhaps siren lineage? The twins had been curious about Nuanyue's voice ever since she sang the school song at the beginning of the term. They, too, were formidable young wizards. For it was known that those prank candies and magical tricks could not be achieved without knowledge of potions or spells, combined with their innate magical prowess. Many only recognized the twins for their mischief, overlooking their remarkable talents. It is merely a natural talent for melody, Nuanyue offered, not delving deeper into the explanation. Now that we've seen it, let us depart. It is quite late and time for bed. As the trio exited the door, they were met with the sight of Mrs. Norris, her eyes gleaming with a red glow. What bad luck. It seems Filch is nearby, the twins remarked, though it was evident they were not overly concerned. No, I actually think we're quite fortunate. Nuanyue halted their motions to draw their wands, crouching down and waving at Mrs. Norris. The cat hesitated momentarily, then approached her, allowing Nuanyue to stroke her head. Wow, cool. The twins gasped, for Mrs. Norris, aside from Filch, granted no favors even to Dumbledore. My little 7-7 is the ruler of the castle, so these little creatures show her respect, Nuanyue smiled, gently scratching the cat's chin and producing a piece of fish jerky to offer her. All right, sweetie, could you take your owner and wander off a bit? Meow. Accepting the bribe, Mrs. Norris cast a disdainful glance at the twins behind her before strutting away with feline grace. Is that cat glaring at us, George? I think so. Perhaps we could try the petrification spell on it next time. The twins could not have anticipated that Mrs. Norris would soon experience the effects of the petrification spell, though it certainly would not be their doing. In the days leading up to Christmas, Hermione arranged to meet Nuanyue in the library, and to her surprise, Harry and Ron tagged along. Hermione was surrounded by a mountain of books, nearly obscuring her face. What are you all up to? Preparing for a surprise final exam review? Nuanyue asked cheerfully as she took a seat beside Harry. Hello, Luna. Harry instinctively tightened his grip on his quill. No, we are searching for Nicholas Flamel, but clearly, we have come up empty, Ron lamented, his chin resting on a stack of books. Nicholas Flamel? Why are you looking for him? Nuanyue feigned curiosity, fully aware of their intentions. I believe Professor Dumbledore has hidden something very important at the school, and Snape is after it. Hermione emerged from the sea of books, whispering. Professor Snape? Why would you think that? Poor Professor Snape, indeed the greatest scapegoat in the entire narrative. Do you remember that day we encountered the troll? I saw a bite mark on Snape's leg, Harry quietly shared. And during the Quidditch match, it was Snape who placed a jinx on Harry's broom. Attempting to make him fall, Ron added indignantly. That is a grave accusation, Ron. Do you have any evidence? Nuanyue inquired. Indeed not. Otherwise, we would have sought out Professor Dumbledore directly. Hermione sighed in exasperation. Everything remains mere conjecture. Perhaps once I learn about Nicholas Flamel, I might discern what Snape truly intends. While I do not believe Professor Snape would harm Harry, I can certainly tell you who Nicholas Flamel is. Nuanyue produced a stack of chocolate frog wizard cards from her robes and extracted one to hand to Hermione. The possessor of the Philosopher's Stone, the greatest alchemist. Nicholas Flamel, you deserve to know. Oh, Merlin, why didn't I think to search for this? Ron lamented, regret etched on his face. Knowing full well how much he adored collecting these cards, including Flamel's. You are magnificent, Luna. I was planning to send Harry and the others to the restricted section. Hermione exclaimed, eagerly accepting the magical card. So it becomes clear now, the stone that Dumbledore retrieved from Gringotts is indeed the Philosopher's Stone, and Snape wishes to obtain it. Let me see. The stone possesses properties that extend life. Evidently, he aims to offer it to the Dark Lord. Harry and Ron exchanged looks of realization, fully convinced of Snape's villainous role. I still maintain that Professor Snape is not as you portray him, even though he certainly has a disdain for Nuanyue, she shrugged. With Christmas break approaching, perhaps we should conduct a more thorough investigation after the holidays. Hermione, reluctant to speak ill of their head of house in front of a Slytherin, acknowledged that it was time to pack her belongings for the festivities. Luna, where will you spend Christmas? Harry inquired, his eyes glimmering with anticipation as he glanced at Nuanyue. I shall likely be at the Knott Manor. As you know, I am temporarily residing with Theodore. However, Draco has also invited me to the Malfoy Manor, Nuanyue replied apologetically. I'm sorry, Harry, are you staying at school? Oh, I suppose so, Harry replied tersely, clearly unwilling to return home, where his aunt and uncle did not wish for him to be. Don't worry, Harry, I won't be going back either, Ron chimed in, patting his shoulder. My parents are visiting Charlie, so I'll be spending Christmas at school too. A smile broke out on Harry's face. I will send you a Christmas gift, so cheer up, Harry, Nuanyue said, giving his shoulder a reassuring pat. So, Merry Christmas in advance. Chapter 16. Christmas and the Norwegian Ridgeback. Christmas in the West is as jubilant as the spring festival in the East. Even the Knot Manor was festively adorned, with house elves merrily preparing for the grand Christmas feast. Old Knot had entrusted Nuanyue with a letter and a bag of documents in advance. This is from Minister Fudge. Meant for you. It's a Christmas gift from your family. Thank you, Uncle Knot, she replied, noting that her father seemed to be adapting to local customs. Nuanyue opened the envelope, glancing at her father's greetings and her ancestral instructions, along with some tidings about the little wolf in neon. Upon opening the documents, she discovered a property deed. How splendid. Receiving a house for Christmas, what a lavish gift. Truly befitting of my ancestor, she thought. Theodore, sitting nearby, raised an eyebrow. Are you considering leaving Knot Manor? Not for now. My father's house still needs some tidying up. By the next holiday, I should have my own home. Nuanyue replied, tucking the property deed away. She turned to Theodore. Theodore, once I connect the fireplace, you're welcome to visit my home anytime. Theodore managed a reluctant smile. Deep down, he understood that Nuanyue was only temporarily residing with him and could not remain indefinitely, given the 6 years of schooling ahead. Theodore, why don't we go to Diagon Alley? I plan to buy some Christmas gifts, Nuanyue suggested, taking his hand. As Christmas approaches, let us look forward to the gift I'll give you. This time, Theodore genuinely smiled in delight as they traversed from the fireplace to Diagon Alley. Nuanyue purchased numerous items. A broom maintenance kit for Harry, the latest wizard chess set for Ron, and a beautifully bound spellbook for Hermione that emitted light, negating the need for illumination. For the Weasley twins, she procured the newest prank items from the joke shop, while for Draco, she selected a silver brooch adorned with a coiled serpent, enchanted to change its posture and emit hissing sounds. Pansy and Daphne received renowned hair care products from the magical world, and she prepared corresponding gifts for her other Slytherin friends. Even Professor Snape received a splendid magical robe, perfectly suited for formal occasions. Christmas Eve arrived first. Just as Theodore climbed into bed, Nuanyue burst through the door, excitement radiating from her as she perched on the edge of his bed. Theodore, I've come to deliver your Christmas gift. Theodore stared at the girl in her pajamas, bewildered. What? Isn't Christmas tomorrow? Nuanyue, with an air of mystery, crawled beside him. My gift must be given while you are asleep. Theodore, catching a glimpse of the girl's delicate silhouette in the moonlight, felt his cheeks flush. But you, Theodore, are you sleepy? If so, we can begin. Nuanyue, oblivious to his sudden embarrassment, retrieved her wand, a talisman, and several spirit stones from her cloak. What are you doing? Seeing the assorted items, Theodore realized he may have misconstrued something. Christmas gift, Theodore. You have something of your mother's, right? May I have one? Nuanyue arranged the items on his bedside to create a small ritual circle. Theodore's gaze flickered, cautiously retrieving an earring from his nightstand. This is an earring my mother often wore. Is that all right? Perfect. Nuanyue placed the earring at the center of the circle and began to gesture, activating the spell. Now, you should get a good night's sleep. May you have sweet dreams, Theodore. As the girl's sweet voice echoed in the stillness, Theodore felt his eyelids grow heavy, and soon he was peacefully asleep. Good night, Theodore. Merry Christmas, Nuanyue whispered, pressing a gentle kiss to his forehead before leaping off the bed to return to her own room. Theodore felt as though he hadn't slept this soundly in ages, especially when he dreamt of his late mother. She appeared just as he remembered, gentle and loving, inquiring about his life and studies as if she were alive. She reassured him that she was always by his side, wishing for his happiness. The dream felt long, yet too fleeting, until sunlight streamed into his room, and he heard the girl's bright voice calling, Theodore, good morning. Merry Christmas. Theodore slowly opened his eyes, still caught between dreams and reality, and saw the girl's beaming smile beside his bed. Theodore, did you have a beautiful dream? For the first time, Theodore displayed a genuinely innocent smile befitting his age, making his blue eyes appear even more profound. Yes, it was a lovely dream. Thank you, you. He reached out to tousle her long hair. Theodore, you should smile more. It's quite endearing, Nuanyue said, ruffling his hair. Come on, let us go unwrap our gifts. Old Knot gifted both individuals with elegant robes, seemingly products from a high-end boutique. Other friends also sent presents. Harry bestowed an adorable doll that could move and utter simple phrases, while Ron contributed an assortment of candies. Hermione presented an intriguing pair of glasses that offered annotations while reading, and the twins sent homemade prank toys. Pansy and Daphne chose beauty products. But Draco's gift was the most exquisite, a delicate necklace, intricately designed with the Malfoy family crest and adorned with a small diamond. Coincidentally, Theodore's gift was the very pair of earrings belonging to her mother, strikingly beautiful and perfectly complementing Draco's necklace. The Christmas celebration was filled with joy, especially considering the minimal homework, yet the holiday passed swiftly, and soon it was time to return to school. Though Harry did not venture into the restricted section at midnight this time, he unexpectedly encountered the Mirror of Desire while tracking Snape. He longed to bring Nuanyue to see the mirror, but regrettably, it had already been relocated by Dumbledore. After dinner, Hermione messaged Nuanyue, suggesting a visit to Hagrid's dwelling, and Nuanyue eagerly agreed, wishing to witness the dragon firsthand. Upon reaching the common room, they spotted the troublesome Draco, engaged in conversation with Pansy and others, their laughter echoing. "Luna, are you heading out?" Draco noticed her first and approached. "Yes, I still need to complete some potion assignments. So I'm off to the library," she replied casually, raising her paper. Draco frowned. "It's nearly curfew. Why not wait until tomorrow?" Nuanyue poked his forehead. "Inspiration is fleeting. So I must tackle my paper now. Don't worry, I'll be back soon." "Draco, come back and continue sharing that story," Pansy called out from the couch, clearly displeased with Draco's association with Nuanyue. Reluctantly, he returned to his friends while Nuanyue exited the common room, joining Harry and Hermione as they made their way to Hagrid's hut. As anticipated, Hagrid was reluctant to discuss Dumbledore and the Philosopher's Stone, especially with a Slytherin he did not trust present. However, soon their attention was captivated by a dragon egg simmering in a pot. "Is that a dragon egg?" Ron inquired, having some knowledge due to his brother's studies. "Indeed. I made a bet with someone at the pub, and they lost," Hagrid said, cradling the egg with fondness. The four young wizards exchanged incredulous glances as the egg emitted cracking sounds. Hagrid quickly placed it on the table, and before their eyes, a small dragon emerged from the shell, still sticky and occasionally coughing out wisps of smoke. "This is a Norwegian ridgeback," Ron identified. The little dragon nuzzled Hagrid's finger, appearing quite affectionate. "Oh, little one, you recognize your mother, don't you?" Hagrid beamed, but suddenly the dragon let out a loud burp, igniting Hagrid's beard. After tidying up with her wand, Nuanyue lamented the loss of Hagrid's now shortened beard. An idea struck her, and she turned toward the window, spotting a platinum-colored head peering in curiously at the little dragon. "Norbert, I knew it," Nuanyue exclaimed, flinging open the door and catching Draco before he could flee, pulling him into Hagrid's hut. "Merlin Malfoy, what are you doing here?" Hagrid exclaimed, alarmed, as he attempted to shield the table with his bulk. "Humph," Draco scoffed, displaying no fondness for the half-giant, and grabbed Nuanyue close. "I knew you were deceiving me. Didn't I tell you not to associate with those Gryffindor troublemakers?" Nuanyue sighed, rubbing her forehead. "Draco, I came here for something important. What could possibly require you to be here at this hour?" Draco pressed. Nuanyue wrapped an arm around his shoulders, pulling the blushing little dragon, Prince, closer to the table. "Look, isn't it beautiful?" Draco's attention was instantly captured by the dragon on the table. Being a Quidditch enthusiast and a lover of dragons, he found common ground with Hagrid. "This is a Norwegian ridgeback, right? It's stunning. I must convince Father to get me one." Draco's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Dream on, Malfoy. It's illegal to keep dragons privately." Ron rolled his eyes. "Shut it, you pauper." "Of course Malfoy can have a dragon," Draco retorted, glancing quizzically at Hagrid. "How did you come to possess a dragon?" "That's not important, Draco," Nuanyue interjected, drawing his focus back. "This dragon must be sent away." "Sent away?" Both Draco and Hagrid gasped in unison. "Oh, could you keep it down?" Nuanyue said, massaging her ears. "Hagrid, the dragon must go." "Ron is right. It's illegal to keep dragons privately. You wouldn't want to end up in Azkaban, would you?" Hermione advised. "We could send it to my brother. He studies dragons in Romania. I can write him a letter to arrange for someone to come collect Norbert," Ron added. Hagrid scratched the little dragon's chin sadly. "Oh, what a pity, Norbert. I agree it's better for him to return to his kin." Harry comforted Hagrid with a pat on the thigh. "So, Draco, you can keep this a secret, right?" Nuanyue turned to him. Draco hesitated, glancing at the dragon on the table, then elongated his words. "Fine, for Luna's sake. I won't tell anyone." The Gryffindor lions breathed a sigh of relief, and the five hurried back to the castle, only to encounter Filch, grinning menacingly. "Very well. This is quite magical. It seems the Forbidden Forest is unavoidable." Chapter 17, The Forbidden Forest and the Shadow. In the days following their nighttime escapade and subsequent point deductions, Draco and Nuanyue faced their first detention. The three little lions and two little snakes followed the ever-grumbling Filch to the edge of the Forbidden Forest, with parting words hinting at the death curse. "Oh, you needn't worry so much," Hagrid reassured the five young wizards, "though the forest harbors many dangerous species. They won't attack humans unless provoked. We'll only be exploring the outskirts. You'll be fine." Hagrid's reassurance clearly failed to alleviate their fears, particularly for Draco and Ron, whose faces turned ashen as though they might collapse at any moment. Let us split into two groups. Hermione and Lee will follow me, while you three stick together, Hagrid decided, showing consideration for the girls. No, I want to be with Draco and Harry, Nuanyue immediately objected, intending to observe Voldemort's South current situation up close. Luna, you should stay with them. Draco, though frightened, was more concerned about Nuanyue's safety. I've told you. If danger arises, I'll protect you, but it's safer to stick with the giant in the Forbidden Forest. No, Draco, I insist on being in your group, Nuanyue asserted, moving to stand beside Draco and Harry. We can take Yaya along too. Oh, fine, but Yaya is a coward and won't be much help. Hagrid admired Nuanyue's bravery. If anything happens, shoot up a flare, and I'll come immediately. Entering the Forbidden Forest felt like stepping into another realm. The surroundings were shrouded in darkness, and even with Lumos spells, visibility was limited. Luna, stay close to me, Draco instructed, holding up a lantern, which seemed more effective than magic. His voice trembled slightly, endearing Nuanyue, who couldn't help but smile. Rest assured, I shall not lose my way, she said, extending her hand to grasp Draco's icy fingers. For a brief moment, his hand stiffened, but he quickly reciprocated her grip. I mean, when we left, Theodore earnestly requested that I protect you. He stammered, momentarily at a loss for words. Of course, I had the same intention. His plea was merely coincidental. In any case, just stay close to me. Draco's words tumbled out in a jumbled manner, revealing his uncertainty of expression. Nuanyue stifled a laugh and turned her gaze toward Harry, who was staring down, lost in thought. She gently took his hand. Harry, watch your step, and don't wander off, all right? Ah, yes, Harry replied, seemingly startled, his palm radiating warmth, much like his character. Draco glanced back, his lips curling in a dismissive pout, yet he remained silent. The trio navigated the shadows surrounding the Forbidden Forest, and Draco, growing accustomed to the darkness, began to jest with Harry. Naturally, Harry was not one to back down. Their verbal sparring filled the air with a playful rivalry, and Nuanyue found herself caught in the middle of their juvenile banter. Suddenly, she halted, prompting the two boys to stop as well. What's wrong? Draco asked, lifting the oil lamp to survey their surroundings, but nothing particularly alarming caught his eye. A scent of blood, she said, her keen nose discerning a sweet metallic aroma that was unmistakable. Wait, what is that? Harry was the first to notice a flash of white. In the dimness of the forest, it was difficult to discern, but that pale hue lay on the ground like moonlight, exuding a hauntingly beautiful melancholy. A unicorn. Nuanyue quickly stepped forward to shield Draco, while Harry stared intently at the figure slowly rising like a snake in the distance. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through his forehead, causing him to stumble backward and trip over a branch, falling to the ground. The air felt thick, and the temperature plummeted as the dark figure, disturbed from its feast, locked onto the three of them with its unseen serpent-like eyes beneath its hood. Draco was the first to react, grabbing Nuanyue to flee, but she wrenched her hand free, drawing her sword to protect the paralyzed Harry. Draco, take Harry and run, quickly. Before her words had fully left her lips, she lunged forward, thrusting her sword toward the dark figure. The shadow seemed surprised that a small girl would charge at it, and the blade struck home. Yet Nuanyue frowned. It felt as if she had pierced nothing but air beneath the cloak. The figure fell to the ground, seemingly assessing the sword-wielding Nuanyue, a chilling aura emanating from beneath its hood. She furrowed her brow, discomfort creeping in as the surrounding air thickened like blood. The shadow abruptly flickered and darted past Nuanyue, aiming straight for Harry. Once more, she dashed forward to shield him, her palm gliding over her sword as she shouted, "Electrocute!" This time, the dark cloud was noticeably larger, and several blinding bolts of lightning fell from the sky, causing the shadow to retreat momentarily. Nuanyue caught a glimpse of the seething serpent-like eyes beneath the hood. The forest trembled again as another dark shape emerged, its front hooves kicking at the previous shadow, which retreated further into the depths of the woods, disappearing from sight. Harry, are you all right? A centaur approached Harry, bending down to check on him. Once the shadow departed, Harry's headache subsided, and he stood, pale-faced. I'm fine. It seems Luna saved me once again. Why am I so weak? Why must Luna always rescue me? The chosen one. How ironic, considering I can't even save myself. Luna. Draco, who had been frozen in place, suddenly dashed to Nuanyue's side, seizing her hand. You're bleeding. Merlin, what on earth were you doing? I knew it. I knew that Scarhead was a jinx. What do we do now? Right. Let's head to the hospital wing and find Madame Pomfrey. Draco was a mix of anger and concern, momentarily forgetting his usual Malfoy demeanor as he pulled Nuanyue along. Damn it. What was that thing? I must tell my father. This place is far too dangerous. Luna, are you all right? Let me carry you, he said, crouching before her. Li Nuanyue could not help but chuckle, wrapping her arms around him from behind. It's all right, Draco. There's no need to be anxious. It's all over now. She did not overlook the cold sweat on Draco's pale face, nor the tremors in his hands. He was still just a child, unprepared to bear the weight of the unknown and the specter of death. Luna, Draco remained crouched there, his voice trembling. I'm sorry. There's no need to apologize, Draco. Li Nuanyue whispered soothingly in his ear. I'm perfectly fine, truly. She could feel his shivers. It seemed he was quietly crying. Merlin, what happened? Oh, how could this be? On the other side, Hagrid rushed over with Hermione and Ron, evidently having been informed by Yaya the moment the attack occurred. Just some dangerous creatures attacked them. The centaur paced anxiously. Hagrid, Harry cannot remain here. You know the Forbidden Forest is unsafe, especially for him. Oh, yes, you're right. But Merlin, this unicorn. Hagrid stood helplessly beside the unicorn's lifeless body. Is she dead? Hermione turned away, unable to bear the tragic sight before them. What creature drained her blood? Ron asked, frowning and nervously swallowing. The unicorns are the purest beings in this world. Their blood has the power to prolong life. Even if one is on the brink of death, it can restore them. However, the moment your lips touch the blood of this pure creature, you can no longer be called human. Your life will be cursed, transforming you into a monster, caught between life and death. The centaur's deep voice resonated. You know what lurks within the castle, do you not? Harry nodded. The Philosopher's Stone. So that monster is Voldemort, isn't it? The centaur's hooves struck the ground with a sharp sound. You are safe now, Harry. Farewell. Although Li Nuanyue had merely cut her palm while casting a spell, under Harry and Draco's insistence, she still went to the hospital wing for a bandage. Had Madame Pomfrey possessed a sense of dark humor, she might have told the young wizards, "Oh dear, you arrived just in time. Had you come any later, I dare say the wounds would have healed themselves without the need for spells." However, from that day forth, the Gryffindors quieted down. In truth, it was Harry who began to deliberately avoid Li Nuanyue, and consequently, Hermione and Ron were forced to do the same. Meanwhile, on the Slytherin side, Draco and Theodore stood guard, forbidding Li Nuanyue from approaching Harry. The result was that when she finally saw Harry again, it was just before the holiday, and the setting was the hospital bed in the hospital wing. Chapter 18, End and New Beginnings. Harry, Li Nuanyue had finally persuaded Madame Pomfrey to let her in for a few minutes. Harry was propped up against the headboard, and upon seeing Li Nuanyue enter, his expression turned somewhat awkward as he forced a stiff smile. Hello, Luna. Thank you for visiting me. The matter of the Philosopher's Stone was now the talk of the school. Li Nuanyue sat at the edge of the bed. Harry, you are truly remarkable. But I am still not strong enough. Otherwise that day. Harry, Li Nuanyue interjected, gently taking his cool hand to halt his self-deprecation. I began my training at the age of 3. Our Eastern practices differ greatly from yours. It encompasses not only spells, but also physical training. What you might refer to as martial arts. However, Harry, you are different. You have lived in the Muggle world, and only began to encounter magic this year. Do not be too quick to judge yourself. In my eyes, you are a kind and courageous wizard. Harry's complexion appeared more vibrant. Perhaps buoyed by the recent triumph over Voldemort that safeguarded the Philosopher's Stone, instilling a modicum of confidence within him. Yet, Luna, I cannot repeatedly rely on your protection. I genuinely yearn for formidable strength. Harry Li Nuanyue suddenly adopted a grave demeanor, his eyes reflecting an unprecedented earnestness. A Gryffindor lion would not entertain such thoughts. Thus, the Sorting Hat initially intended to place me in Slytherin, Harry mused with a self-deprecating smile. Perhaps I truly possess some intrinsic qualities befitting a Slytherin. But now you belong to Gryffindor. What brings you to Gryffindor, Harry? Li Nuanyue's gentle voice bore a soothing power, prompting Harry to unconsciously relax. Because I chose to be in Gryffindor. So you opted for courage rather than ambition, did you? Li Nuanyue raised her hand to brush aside his unruly fringe, gazing at the scar upon his forehead. You have chosen the path contrary to Voldemort's, Harry. There is no shame in admiring strength. Yet one must not lose oneself in the pursuit of power. Acknowledging one's shortcomings is not to be feared, and seeking the strength of friends is not disgraceful. For our goals are aligned. Luna, I truly apologize. I was unaware you felt this way. I merely... Harry's voice trailed off, his head bowed in shame. Do not apologize, Harry. I understand your intentions are noble. Ever since the day I was injured, you began to avoid me. I knew you merely wished to protect me from danger. However, Harry, it was just a minor incident. If Voldemort should indeed return one day, the entire wizarding world will be unable to escape. We must strengthen ourselves. You cannot protect everyone alone. Then, we remain friends, correct? Harry looked earnestly into her eyes. Li Nuanyue smiled and nodded. Of course. Trust me, we shall walk the same path together. A glimmer of joy flickered in Harry's eyes as he gently embraced her. Thank you, Luna. You're welcome. Having comforted the little lion, Li Nuanyue exited the infirmary, letting out a soft sigh. She turned toward the corridor, muttering, "Well, I suppose this counts as a violation, doesn't it, Professor?" From the shadows of the corridor emerged an elderly man with a white beard, sporting crescent-shaped spectacles that gleamed with wisdom. His long beard draped over his chest, whimsically tied with a ribbon into a bow. "Whether it is a violation depends on what you just told Harry, my child." Dumbledore's voice resonated with warmth. "Clearly, you have not transgressed today. In fact, I might be inclined to award you an additional 50 points. "Oh, indeed, Professor. I too believe my recent speech merits those 50 points. Nuanyue replied with a mischievous smile, locking eyes with him. "Moreover, the charm of legitimacy is ineffective against me. I assumed you were aware." "Of course, my dear." Dumbledore chuckled. "But the curiosity of the elderly is boundless. The enigmatic arts of the East always beckon exploration." "Ah, old rascal," Nuanyue whispered. Yet she was certain Dumbledore heard her clearly. "That moniker is quite delightful. I rather enjoy it. Some prefer to call me an old madman," Dumbledore said with a hearty laugh, evident pride in his tone. "Then, this marks our first direct conversation. In truth, I am acquainted with your great-great-great-grandfather. He was quite a remarkable individual. I suspect he is still among us." "Ah, indeed. He had a penchant for tormenting the younger generation. Otherwise, I would not find myself here." Nuanyue shrugged, contemplating her ancestor's age, likely comparable to Nicholas Flamel's. "Allow me to extend a belated welcome to Hogwarts," Dumbledore said kindly. "If possible, I hope you will remain lifelong friends with Harry and serve as his guiding light. That is quite the burden. Thus, I deem those 50 points well earned. Wouldn't you agree?" Nuanyue blinked her large eyes, filled with anticipation as she gazed at Dumbledore. "Certainly, you are an exceptional Slytherin," Dumbledore said, patting her shoulder with a resigned smile. "Now, off you go to rest. Do not be late for tomorrow's feast. Good night to you as well, Professor." As the semester concluded, the young witches and wizards prepared to depart Hogwarts following their final meal. The Great Hall was adorned in the emerald hues of Slytherin, celebrating their dominance in points. Dumbledore rose to bless the departing students and announced the rankings of the houses, which had evidently been amended to include Nuanyue's score, allowing Slytherin to maintain its preeminent status. Instantly, the Slytherins erupted in jubilant cheers, many casting admiring glances toward Nuanyue, applauding her. On the return train, Nuanyue sat in a compartment with Theodore, Draco, and other Slytherins. Draco, elated that Nuanyue had secured her own home and no longer needed to reside at Malfoy Manor, subtly hinted at his desire for an invitation to her new abode. Naturally, his ever-present shadow, Pansy, insisted that she too be invited when Draco visited. Nuanyue assured them that she would certainly host a gathering before the term commenced. Thus, amidst laughter, the train journeyed towards the story's original destination, London. Chapter 1. Nuanyue and Diagon Alley. Nuanyue's new residence was in close proximity to the Leaky Cauldron, facilitating her leisurely strolls through Diagon Alley. The new apartment was splendidly situated, and considerable thought had been devoted to its decor. However, as it had remained unoccupied for some time, a layer of dust had settled, and it lacked vitality. I suddenly feel the need to learn some domestic magic." Nuanyue pondered as she stood in the living room, uncertain where to begin her tidying. Having been a prodigy in her studies since childhood, she had always had others to manage her daily affairs. After arriving in London, she had resided at Malfoy Manor, attended by house elves, and apart from her passion for cooking, she had little experience in household chores. With a sudden pop, a diminutive figure appeared in the room, sporting large ears, a flat face, and bulbous eyes that resembled light bulbs. The house elf, albeit shabby in attire, was impeccably neat. "Miss Lee, greetings." The house elf, a female, bowed respectfully. "I remember you. You are Ellie from the Knot family," Nuanyue recalled, having been attended to by this particular elf during her time at the Knot residence. Miss Lee remembers Ellie. "Ellie is so very happy," the house elf exclaimed, her face beaming with delight. "Of course I remember you. You've always been so kind to me," Nuanyue said, affectionately patting Ellie's head. "What brings you here today? Is there a message from Theodore?" "Miss Lee, Master Knot sent Ellie specifically to take care of you." Ellie's high-pitched voice brimmed with joy. "Many house elves desire this role, but Master not only wishes for Ellie, as she has always cared for you." Serving wizards and receiving their acknowledgement was a source of immense pride for house elves. "Ah, Theodore is truly thoughtful. I was just pondering where to begin," Nuanyue said cheerfully. "Then let us start tidying up, and afterward, accompany me for a stroll through Diagon Alley. I need to replenish some supplies." "Yes, miss." Ellie nodded eagerly, promptly commencing her magical cleaning of the room, while Nuanyue relaxed on the balcony, perusing a book. Ellie worked swiftly. Within an hour, the room was immaculate, even her clothing neatly pressed and hung in the wardrobe. "Miss Lee, I have completed my tasks. Shall we head out now?" Ellie inquired, approaching her. "Yes. You are simply marvelous," Nuanyue praised, stroking Ellie's head. With you here, things are so much easier. Let us use apparition. As you command, miss. Ellie grasped her garment, snapped her fingers, and they instantly materialized on the bustling streets of Diagon Alley. With the holidays just beginning, the streets were not overly crowded, allowing Nuanyue to leisurely explore. Passing by an ice cream shop, she bought a large ice cream cone for Ellie, causing the house elf to tear up with gratitude. House elves are truly easy to please. To humans, they appear to lead rather humble lives. In the display case of the broom shop, the Nimbus 2000 remains. But a moving advertisement has been affixed to the glass. The sign features a wizard soaring on a new model of broom, heralding the imminent release of the Nimbus 2001, set to officially launch in September. Oh, it seems Draco will have more to boast about. I recall in the second installment when Draco became the Seeker for Slytherin, and old Malfoy generously donated several brooms to the house team, including this Nimbus 2001. After admiring the brooms, she made her way to the Irma Owl Emporium. For during the holidays, she required an owl to deliver her letters. Having purchased a snowy owl akin to Hedwig, she proceeded to Slug Jigger's potion shop to acquire some potions for practice. As she passed by the cauldron shop, she entered to buy a silver cauldron equipped with an automatic stirring feature. Contemplating the need for a few potion books, she turned and headed to Flourish and Blots. Merlin, what on earth is this? At the entrance of Flourish and Blots, life-sized posters adorned the vicinity, each featuring a handsome middle-aged man with golden hair. While he looked quite appealing, his flamboyant smile, gleaming white teeth, and an array of colorful outfits were almost overwhelming to her senses. It was none other than Mr. Lockhart. She had heard many witches were his ardent fans, replied Ellie, her voice sharp behind her. Ah, so it's that insipid fellow, Nuanyue remarked, her lips curling into a stiff smile. To be honest, I'd rather dance with Voldemort than lay eyes on Professor Lockhart. Do you not fancy this gentleman? Ellie inquired, her brow raised in curiosity. At the Knott family banquet, she had heard many witches mention him. To say I dislike him would be an understatement, in my eyes. He holds a status akin to Neville's toad, utterly revolting. Oh, it seems we share a sentiment. This chap resembles a grinning toad. Two voices suddenly echoed behind her. Fred, George, what are you doing here? Nuanyue exclaimed with delight, astonished to encounter her classmates so soon after the holiday began. We're delivering some items for Dad. The owl is far too old to manage the task alone, so we decided to swing by here to pick up a few necessities. The twins, adept at their craft, flanked Nuanyue on either side. Is this your house elf? No, it belongs to the Knott family. Theodore fears I may struggle to manage on my own, so he has sent Ellie to look after me. Nuanyue affectionately ruffled Ellie's hair, and Ellie beamed brightly. Hello, gentlemen, I am Ellie. Oh wow, you two seem to have quite a bond. Fred unabashedly expressed his envy. I wish we had a house elf at home. At least we wouldn't have to live as if we were house elves ourselves. Indeed, speaking of which, Slytherin, what is your relationship with that Slytherin? You've even borrowed a house elf. George squinted at the girl before him. We are quite good friends, and I'm staying at the Knott Manor. Oh, by the way, would you like to visit my home? Nuanyue suggested enthusiastically. I reside in a spacious apartment in my hometown. There is a custom of inviting friends over for a meal when moving into a new place, known as Liaoguodi. Since I ran into you both, why not join me for a meal? The twins exchanged glances. Of course, that sounds splendid. Thus, the three of them, accompanied by the house elf, went to purchase some groceries before heading back to her apartment through the leaky cauldron. Naturally, it was Ellie who showcased her talents, while the Weasley twins and Nuanyue organized the items they had just acquired. Slytherin, why did you buy so many ingredients? Fred asked, holding several items, bat wings, slug slime, mugwort roots, and porcupine quills, an eclectic assortment indeed. Oh, you even have an automatic stirring silver cauldron. This must be a new release, right? Are you planning to concoct potions to sell? George chimed in, cradling a cauldron. I merely have a passion for this. And weren't you both intending to create some new prank products? I thought I'd experiment with potions as a precursor, Nuanyue replied, presenting a stack of potion books before the twins. These are the ones. I plan to try making all of them this summer. That will require a considerable amount of materials. However, compared to Fred, George had a greater aptitude for potions. He casually flipped through the books, quickly discerning the ingredients and their costs. No worries. It's through practice that one gains true knowledge, Nuanyue remarked nonchalantly as she placed the items into a cabinet designated for potion ingredients. By the way, I've already applied to connect my apartment as fireplace to the Flu network. You two can visit me frequently during the holidays. I'll provide the materials, and you'll handle the experiments. How does that sound? Speaking of which, I should probably apply for a protection charm at the Ministry of Magic. As this area is filled with muggles, we wouldn't want any explosions causing trouble. Ellie will keep us safe throughout, so there is no need to worry on that front. I must ask, Slytherin, is your family quite wealthy? Fred queried curiously. noting that the items she had purchased today alone amounted to several hundred galleons, a sum not typically within a child's grasp, especially given Li Nuanyue's implication of ongoing support. Well, it's decent, somewhat akin to those pure-blood families around here. She was unsure how to describe her family's situation. The Li family in Hong Kong essentially ruled the roost, albeit from the shadows. But we can't just rely on your resources, George interjected disapprovingly. Aren't you the ones who said we are partners? Li Nuanyue smiled sweetly as she handed them 2 glasses of lemonade. You both enjoy working on these projects. Have you ever considered pursuing a career in this field? The twins exchanged glances and nodded simultaneously. Their dream was to open their own shop, but that was no small feat. Diagon Alley shops were notoriously expensive. Then consider this my early investment in you. I intend to be the proprietress, Li Nuanyue proclaimed, raising her glass to toast to the future of Weasley's Wizarding Wheezes. The proprietress, you say? The twins felt a spark of excitement at her words, their eyes gleaming with unspoken emotions. Of course, the future Weasley proprietress, Fred exclaimed, clinking his glass against hers, while George glanced at his brother, a peculiar expression crossing his face, yet he too raised his glass to meet hers. We'll ensure you won't be disappointed, proprietress. Chapter 2, Slytherin and the Amusement Park. After enjoying a lavish lunch, the twins returned to the burrow via the Flu network, extending an invitation for her to visit. Soon, her life became bustling with activity. She first applied for a protection charm at the Ministry of Magic and paid a visit to Minister Fudge to express her gratitude for his care. Then she immersed herself in self-studying potion making, frequently collaborating with the twins on various potion products. If it weren't for the protection charm, Muggles would likely hear explosions emanating from her home quite often. Within just over a month, she had mastered the cleaning and restoration charms far more proficiently than even Voldemort's Avada Kedavra. Boom. Another chaotic explosion ensued, and Li Nuanyue, her eyes reddened, coughed as she dashed out of her designated potion experimentation room, followed closely by the 2 equally red-eyed Weasley brothers. Oh, Merlin, I told you. You shouldn't have added slug slime to that mixture. George rubbed his eyes, glaring at his brother in frustration. Huh, I thought it would be a brilliant idea. Fred chuckled, brushing off the dust from his messy red hair. Cough, cough, cough. I need Ellie to check my eyes. They feel terribly gritty. Li Nuanyue could no longer hold back the tears streaming from her sore eyes. Slytherin, your eyes are so red. George suddenly reached out to lift her chin, leaning closer to inspect her eyes. I suspect something has gotten in there. Yours are quite red as well, looking rather rabbit-like. Li Nuanyue gazed at George through her tear-filled eyes, a smile playing at her lips. George's Adam's apple suddenly moved, and he stiffly raised his neck. Yet his hand remained resting on her chin, his fingers twitching slightly. I remarked, you don't know any healing spells. What good is merely looking? Fred abruptly pulled his brother away while tossing a clean towel into her hands, helping her brush away the dust from her hair. Wipe your face first. Then let Ellie take a look at your eyes. If it's serious, we shall visit St. Mungo's, Li Nuanyue said while wiping her face. I don't feel it's that severe. The soreness has lessened. George stood there rigidly, gazing at his hands as if lost in thought. Fred, irritated, nudged him back to reality. Brother, have you been stunned? We need to clean up quickly. Oh, right. Haha. George chuckled awkwardly and turned back into the laboratory, with Fred following him inside. By early July, the 3 had finally completed several prank candies, such as those that induced instant fever and colds, a beverage that turned one's skin brown after consumption, and small cakes that partially transformed into animals. Each time she beheld the havoc wrought upon the laboratory, she would internally exclaim, I adore magic. Without those restorative spells, her apartment would likely have been utterly obliterated within 3 days, not a speck of dust remaining. Due to the twins frequently venturing outside, Mrs. Weasley discovered their antics, and as a punishment, they were to help their mother tidy the Garden of Gnomes for a few days. Seizing the opportunity, Li Nuanyue penned letters inviting her Slytherin friends to visit her home. Soon, all replies arrived, and the little snakes were prepared to come and play. Although she could not invite Hermione and the others, she still wrote to them, discussing the books she had recently read. Hermione quickly responded with an extensive book list, a significant portion of which comprised Gilderoy Lockhart's works, prompting Li Nuanyue to exasperatedly discard that list into the shredder. Harry, on the other hand, had not replied at all, and Ron's response indicated that Harry had not written to him either, which seemed rather unmagical, considering they were best friends and brothers. Little Ron felt somewhat indignant. Li Nuanyue was well aware that Harry had not received any of their letters. Dobby, the stubborn elf, had obstructed Harry's return to school in the most foolish manner. But it was evident he had ultimately failed. At 9 in the morning, her Slytherin friends emerged one by one from the fireplace. Draco was the first to arrive. He surveyed the apartment and hesitated before remarking, Luna, this place is rather small, isn't it? Li Nuanyue understood that he meant it was quite shabby. smaller than even the Malfoy family's lavatory. Why would I need such a large space living alone? She shot him a glance, taking the gift box from his hands and casually handing him a cup of juice. Draco, have you misplaced your noble etiquette alongside your wits? Blaise scoffed. Turning to Nuanyue, I quite like your new residence. It's very cozy. Theodore wandered about the living room, glancing at the street outside, his handsome brow slightly furrowed. Luna, there's a plethora of muggles here. If you find it inconvenient, you might as well return to Knot Manor. Draco, engaged in a verbal spar with Blaise, chimed in upon hearing Theodore. Luna, you should really come to Malfoy Manor. I've told my father to reserve the best room for you. TCH, why do you never invite me to stay at your house? Pansy tossed her gift onto the table, glaring at Draco with dissatisfaction. But you often visit my house. Don't you? Draco, completely missing Pansy's point, continued. Your home is large enough. If you wish to stay at my place, just have a word with your father. Pansy shot Draco a fierce look, then turned away with a huff, dragging Daphne off to explore another room. Draco shrugged, perplexed. Did Pansy eat something wrong? Nuanyue and Blaise laughed until their sides hurt, while Theodore cast a cool glance at Draco. After lunch, Nuanyue suggested taking everyone to the amusement park. Aside from Theodore, who expressed no objections, Daphne showed a hint of interest, while the other three little snakes were less inclined. Oh, Muggle amusements are dreadfully dull, Draco declared, adopting a tone of disdain typical of Malfoys. If my father discovers I visited a Muggle place, I would surely be grounded. I assure you it's quite enjoyable. Besides, if you don't speak, no one will know. Nuanyue nudged Pansy on the shoulder, whispering, did you know? Muggles believe that if you kiss someone you love at the top of the Ferris wheel, you will live happily ever after? Pansy's cheeks flushed slightly, and she cleared her throat, adopting a nonchalant tone. Actually, I am somewhat curious. If you wish to go, I shall accompany you. Daphne snickered beside her, prompting Pansy to pinch her several times. Well, accompanying a lady is a gentleman's duty. I shall join as well, Blaise conceded. Ultimately, only Draco remained, and thus he was reluctantly dragged to the Muggle amusement park. The Towering Serpent was the roller coaster, albeit a more thrilling version, featuring numerous loops, steep drops, and an exhilarating speed. The boys thoroughly enjoyed themselves, as all three were future players of the Slytherin team, and this minor spinning was no challenge for them. However, Pansy and Daphne screamed throughout, emerging with pale faces. By Merlin's beard, I feel as though my lunch may make a reappearance. Pansy covered her mouth, unable to recall the sensations from earlier. It feels as if a chocolate frog is churning in my stomach. Daphne's complexion was equally poor, continually sipping her drink to quell the turmoil within. Why would Muggles invent such things? Do they have a death wish? Pansy groaned again. It seems you are not quite suited to this, Nuanyue remarked, having fared well on that ride. It paled in comparison to riding a broom. I doubt I shall ever adjust. Pansy covered her mouth, shooting a fierce glare at Nuanyue. Then let us partake in some feminine amusements, Nuanyue proposed. But I still want to try that brave adventure ride. Draco was now exhilarated, having completely abandoned his disdain for Muggles. It's the kind that drops suddenly from a great height, Nuanyue explained. You will experience a strong sense of weightlessness. Oh, Merlin, I will never go on that. Daphne exclaimed, speaking before Pansy. Well, all right then. There are too many attractions, and if we all go together, we may not experience them all. How about we split into boys and girls, then meet at that haunted house in the middle of the park? This suggestion met with general approval, so the boys, led by the more composed Theodore, went off to enjoy other games. Nuanyue led the two young ladies to the carousel, where Pansy and Daphne, being quite the girlish types, were thrilled to see it. They chose their mounts and began to spin in time with the music. Pansy suddenly called out to Nuanyue in a hushed tone. Luna, what do you think of Draco? Nuanyue turned her head. What about him, Pansy? Pansy hesitated. Luna, do you like Draco? Like? Nuanyue's mouth twitched slightly. Although she understood that children in the West mature early, were they not merely 12 years old? I have liked Draco since childhood, Pansy confessed unabashedly, but ever since you arrived, all of Draco's attention has been on you. However, are we not still too young for matters of the heart? Such sentiments ought to be addressed when one is more mature. Draco does not hold any particular significance for me. You are being overly sensitive. She has never experienced romance in either her past or this life. Miss Parkinson discussing such matters with her is simply putting her in a difficult position. I am quite certain that Pansy is resolute in her stance as a woman, especially being the heiress of the Parkinson family, and I fear no challenge. Even if you are an exceptionally accomplished woman, I wish to compete with you on equal terms. So, tell me, do you have feelings for Draco, or perhaps for Theodore? Why does this involve Theodore again? Nuanyue felt a headache coming on. Had Pansy watched too many romantic films? I always thought you were powerful enough to conquer anything. Yet it seems your mind in some respects is no different from a troll. Pansy suddenly burst into laughter. Though she mocked Nuanyue, her smile was pure, Fine, fine. I admit I am a troll. Shall we then move past this topic? Li Nuanyue rolled her eyes. Very well, but we must still ride the Ferris wheel later. And I want to ride with Draco. It seemed that after their conversation, Pansy no longer concealed her feelings in front of her. Suit yourself. Li Nuanyue rolled her eyes once more, truly not wishing to discuss the matter. Even if Pansy harbored affections for Draco, it would be of no consequence. It appeared that Draco and Pansy only shared a brief romance before he ultimately married Daphne's sister, a beautiful, kind, and pure-blooded young lady. What was her name again? It seemed rather lengthy, but they would eventually see her. By the time the group reconvened, the sky had begun to darken slightly, and the number of visitors at the haunted house had dwindled, though the eerie atmosphere remained unabated. Muggles are truly strange, knowing it is all a facade. Why do they still feel fear? Blaze scoffed as he observed a couple emerging from the haunted house, the man whispering something to the woman, who was visibly trembling. Even fakes can be quite terrifying, and look around. Aren't most here couples? Li Nuanyue murmured to him. Blaze immediately grasped her implication, a charming smile curving his lips. So, Pansy and Draco shall enter together, while I will accompany Daphne. Luna, you will team up with Theodore. With Pansy? Draco seemed to have reservations. But Pansy had already adeptly linked her arm with his, declaring, Draco, I am with you. Draco could only nod in resignation as he led Pansy inside. Theo, we shall go in as well, Li Nuanyue said, pulling Theodore along a moment later. For the two of them, the haunted house was merely a place for a leisurely stroll. Li Nuanyue was unafraid of ghosts, and as for Theodore, his expression remained impassive throughout, observing the ghoulish figures with indifference. Theo, are you enjoying yourself today? Li Nuanyue tugged at his sleeve. Theodore turned towards her, his eyes strikingly beautiful in the dim light, a hint of amusement flickering within. Yes, quite. Today is your birthday, isn't it? Li Nuanyue suddenly stated. Theodore paused, nodding slightly. In truth, he did not care much for his birthday, and Old Knot had rarely held festivities at the Knot Manor to celebrate it. Happy birthday, Li Nuanyue said, pulling out a small cake from somewhere, inserting a candle with a flourish. Hope you don't mind. I made it myself. As Theodore gazed at the flickering candlelight, warmth seemed to fill his eyes. He gently cradled Li Nuanyue's hand holding the cake and softly blew out the candle. Did you make a wish? Li Nuanyue quickly inquired. Yes, Theodore's voice resonated in the room. Perhaps it is difficult to realize, but I will strive to make it happen. The final stop at the amusement park was the Ferris wheel. Regrettably, the Ferris wheel was rather large, and with too many visitors around, Miss Pansy was unable to ride alone with Draco. Nonetheless, everyone enjoyed the breathtaking view of London at night from within the gondola. Chapter 3. Li Nuanyue and the Burrow. At the end of July, Li Nuanyue received a letter from the twins, claiming that they were quite certain Harry had been imprisoned and that they planned to orchestrate a grand rescue. Li Nuanyue dismissed the letter, considering it trivial, until one evening. Two Weasley redheads suddenly appeared in her fireplace, nearly causing her to be knocked unconscious by Ellie, who thought they were intruders. Merlin, what on earth are you two doing awake at this hour? The Dark Lord glared at the twins, his wand twitching in his grip. Wow, Fred whistled, eyeing the alluring sight before him. You have a good eye, little snake. That nightgown is lovely. The girl had already begun to mature. The green satin nightgown clinging gently to her figure, revealing her curves, the light subtly illuminating the silhouette beneath her robe. Ahem, George coughed from behind, unable to stifle his laughter, while simultaneously covering his brother's eyes. You should change before we discuss business. Fred, I warn you again. If you get us thrown into Azkaban with your face, I will hunt you down. Li Nuanyue sluggishly changed into different clothes, yawning as she entered the living room. Her eyes filled with a fierce glare. What exactly do you want? Can it wait until tomorrow? If you don't clarify your intentions, you won't be leaving tonight. Are you suggesting we stay over? Fred grinned mischievously. Haha, Li Nuanyue shot him a cool look. Indeed, you may stay, but tomorrow, I will have you served in a lunchbox. Oh, Merlin, this is terrifying. Do you plan to make us breakfast? George feigned shivers, clutching his brother tightly. Yes, yes. Too gruesome. Fred observed Li Nuanyue's hand inching toward her wand and sat up straight, solemnly declaring, We intend to rescue Harry tonight. Of course, you are part of this. Not interested, Li Nuanyue turned to retreat into her room, only to be seized by the twins. Don't be like that, little snake. I promise it will be thrilling. The twins looked at her with pleading eyes, and Li Nuanyue felt the veins on her forehead throbbing. But I am truly exhausted. You can go without me. It won't disturb your sleep. We'll take you with us. Before she could refuse again, the twins had already dragged her into the fireplace. And with a shout of the burrow, she found herself in another place. Li Nuanyue was uncertain if she had truly participated in Harry Potter's rescue plan, for she fell asleep as the car took off, only to awaken groggily covered by a robe, staring into Harry's green eyes. Good morning, Harry, Li Nuanyue mumbled, attempting to rise but colliding with the car's roof. eliciting a pained gasp that finally roused her. Ha ha ha. Ron couldn't contain his laughter, while George delivered a playful smack to the back of his head, causing Ron to hold his head in mock agony. Are you all right, little snake? George reached out to gently massage her head. So I am still in the car, right? Nuanyue squinted like a cat, relishing George's tender care. It seems your prison break plan was successful. By the way, happy birthday, Harry. It feels like there are so many people celebrating their birthdays around me. Thank you. Harry replied with a shy smile. You were sleeping so soundly. My leg is gone numb. George pointed to the leg she had used as a pillow. You brought it upon yourselves. I would have preferred to rest in bed, Nuanyue teased, playfully pressing on George's numb leg, eliciting a yelp from him. Everyone, we are almost there. Please sit tight, Fred warned from the front as he steered the car cautiously. The vehicle came to a gentle stop in front of the burrow, and the group quietly opened the doors, stepping inside. Harry gazed around in wonder. It was his first time visiting a wizard's home. Our home may be rather humble. I hope you won't mind, Ron murmured from behind. No, this is the finest house I have ever seen, Harry sincerely praised. Indeed, it is splendid. This is what a home truly feels like, he continued. The Not and Malfoy manners may be grand, but honestly, neither possesses the warmth and charm that this place does. Where on earth have you been? Suddenly, a plump, affable middle-aged woman appeared from around the corner, causing the three Weasley siblings to resemble startled quails. Oh, Harry. How delightful to see you, dear. She embraced Harry and then turned her attention back to the three boys, exclaiming, I noticed the beds were empty this morning without a word, and you even took your father's car without permission. You could have been hurt or spotted. Turning back to Harry, she kindly added, Of course, I am not blaming you, Harry. But Mum, they locked Harry up, trying to starve him, and boarded up his windows. Ron couldn't help but complain. Watch it, or I might just board up your windows next time. Mrs. Weasley pointed a finger at Ron, who fell silent in fear. Mom, we have a guest here. Fred suddenly pulled the previously concealed Luna Lovegood into view. This is Luna Lovegood. You can call her Luna. Oh, so you know my name? Luna replied with a hint of annoyance in her tone, then turned to the warm-hearted Mrs. Weasley, flashing a sweet, charming smile. Hello, ma'am. It is a pleasure to meet you. I apologize for the haste in my arrival. I didn't have time to prepare a gift for you. Oh, no. My dear, such things are of no importance, Mrs. Weasley said, her eyes sparkling with affection. You are truly a lovely, beautiful girl. You know, we have quite a few sons in this household, and those rascals can be quite a headache. Thankfully, I still have my little Ginny. Oh, by the way, let me introduce you to her. Would you like some breakfast, my dear? Luna took a seat at the dining table under Mrs. Weasley's warm hospitality, enjoying the breakfast that showcased her impressive culinary skills. My mom's cooking is quite good, isn't it? Fred turned to her, asking. Absolutely delicious, Luna said, launching into her third sandwich. So, have you considered taking the Weasley surname? George suddenly whispered in her ear. Coughing from a mouthful of ketchup, Luna retorted. Could we not discuss such alarming topics while I am eating? Are you all right, Luna? Fred patted her back, while smiling at George. What did you say to provoke such a reaction? Luna, have some water. Harry quickly offered her a cup. Meanwhile, George, feeling rather wronged, lamented. What did I say that frightened you? I merely thought it would be nice if you became our little sister like Ginny. Who is calling me? A red-haired girl suddenly bounded down the stairs, shouting, Mom, have you seen my sweater? On the cat's head in your room, sweetheart, Mrs. Weasley replied with a chuckle. Ginny Weasley immediately spotted Harry at the table, her eyes widening in surprise. In response to Harry's greeting, she let out a shriek and dashed back up the stairs. Did I say something wrong? Harry asked, bewildered, glancing at Ron, who shrugged, equally confused about his sister's reaction, especially since she had spent the entire summer talking about Harry. The Weasley twins exchanged knowing glances and chuckled softly. Harry, you must understand the feelings of a fangirl meeting her idol, Luna teased, taking a bite of her sandwich. What an adorable girl she is. You certainly have an allure, Harry. What? No, Luna. Harry's face flushed crimson, and he wished to explain, but found himself at a loss for words. Oh, my little Ginny seems a bit bashful. By the way, Luna, why don't you stay with Ginny tonight? Mrs. Weasley approached, pouring her some pumpkin juice. Thank you, Ma'am. There's not much point in going home. I might as well enjoy a few days here at the burrow. You can call me Annie Molly, Mrs. Weasley said, affectionately patting Luna's head, clearly fond of her. Oh, good morning, children. I smell something delightful. A hearty male voice boomed as a tall, red-haired man entered through the door. Good morning, Dad, the Weasley children chorused. Mr. Weasley kissed his wife and took his seat, staring in bewilderment at Harry and Luna. Molly, how many children do we have? Or have I forgotten about another son and daughter? The twins erupted in laughter, with Ron joining in. Oh, Harry, Dad conducted 9 surprise inspections last night. I don't think he is quite awake yet. Harry quickly set down his utensils and introduced himself. Good morning, Mr. Weasley. I am Harry Potter. Mr. Weasley appeared startled. Yes, Harry, I am quite familiar with your situation. And this lady here? Hello, Mr. Weasley. My name is Luna Lovegood. Luna replied with a cheerful smile. Oh, you are the little Slytherin? I've heard Fred and George mention you. The friendship between Gryffindor and Slytherin sounds rather extraordinary, doesn't it? Mr. Weasley seemed genuinely intrigued, while Mrs. Weasley gave him a stern look. What are you saying, Arthur? Speak properly, and don't let your sons lead you astray. After which, she comfortingly patted Luna on the shoulder. Arthur means no harm. He just speaks without thinking. Auntie Molly, I don't mind at all. Uncle Arthur is a wonderful and humorous person. Luna beamed her signature sweet smile, which made Molly's heart flutter, wishing to embrace the girl tightly. Oh, no wonder you're called a little Slytherin, Fred whispered in her ear. Please do not use charm magic on our mother, George added from her other side. Their reply came in the form of 2 swift kicks under the table, causing the twins to yelp in unison and rub their feet. Under the gentle admonition from his wife, Mr. Weasley pretended to scold the children who had taken his car, while simultaneously inquiring about the Muggle world. Each time a new Muggle item was mentioned, his eyes sparkled with excitement, revealing his genuine fondness for Muggles. Is that Errol? A commotion arose as an owl crashed against the window. Oh, Percy, go fetch the letter. Mrs. Weasley sighed in exasperation. Percy walked to the window to retrieve the letter from the owl's beak and, upon opening it, distributed the correspondence to everyone, including Harry and Luna. It was a list of supplies for the upcoming term at Hogwarts. Oh, these are quite pricey, Ron exclaimed, knowing that with so many children in the family, Mr. Weasley's salary was rather modest, making the financial burden heavy. By the way, George, Fred, where is your room? I need to discuss something with you, Luna suddenly interjected. Wow, are you interested in our room, little Slytherin? Fred feigned terror. Your interests are indeed unique, but I hope you can restrain yourself, little Slytherin, George added. Luna playfully tugged on one of their red ears and began to lead them upstairs. Oh, Merlin, that hurts. You really should take the Weasley surname. This is clearly my mother's signature move. The twins protested as they followed her up the stairs, while Harry watched their retreating figures with a tinge of envy. Quickly redirected by Ron's antics. Chapter 4. Luna Lovegood and Ginny the twins' room was simple yet cluttered with a myriad of items and several large boxes, the contents of which were easily guessed. Welcome to the room of George and Fred. The twins extended their arms dramatically in a flamboyant gesture of welcome. It is an honor. Nuanyue pretended to bow, casually selecting a bed to sit on. She then retrieved a small pouch from her backpack, opening it to reveal its contents. Take a look, this is yours. Gold galleons? Fred blinked in surprise. Little snake, what do you mean? George's expression darkened slightly. Don't get me wrong, this isn't a gift for you. I merely delivered some of our little products to Zonko's joke shop. These are the advance payments. Nuanyue nudged the pouch of galleons. This is your first substantial income. Not too shabby, right? Zonko actually ordered our products? Fred exclaimed, astonished. It was noteworthy that Zonko's joke shop was still quite renowned, and George and Fred's trinkets were merely rudimentary creations, considering they had only just begun their 4th year at Hogwarts. I plan to gauge the response at Zonko's, as they have a larger customer base. This will provide a good comparison when we develop our own products in the future. Nuanyue had immense faith in the Weasley twins, who managed to keep Diagon Alley bustling as if it were Christmas every day, highlighting the popularity of their merchandise. Luna, you truly are. George trailed off, stroking the pouch of galleons, his expression unreadable. Nuanyue leaned in teasingly. Are you particularly happy? Especially moved? It's all right. I fully accept your gratitude, ha. Before she could finish, she was enveloped in an embrace imbued with the sense of sunshine and citrus, her nose colliding with the firmness of George's chest, causing a slight sting. George, this heartfelt moment is a bit painful on my nose. Am I going to bruise? Well, after all, these two are Quidditch beaters. They certainly need to be sturdy. A chuckle escaped from George's lips. Little snake, it's not just about being moved, actually. With a sudden thud, Fred joined in, pulling both of them into a tight embrace, and the three tumbled onto the bed, rolling into a heap. Ha ha, little snake, you're amazing. I simply adore you. My nose. She yelped, having once again bumped into George's chest. After this double blow, she was certain her nose must have been flattened. You two fools, let go of me. I need to find Auntie Jasmine. Merlin, my nose must be broken. Struggling to pry herself free, she finally escaped the twins' grasp and hurriedly dashed downstairs. In the room, George lay on the bed, glancing at Fred beside him, his tone resolute. Fred, you did that on purpose, didn't you? Fred shot a sideways glance at his identical brother, smirking. Georgie, are you angry with your dear brother? George stared at the ceiling. I'm not angry. I just want to know why you stopped me. After a prolonged silence, Fred awkwardly replied. It's because you were about to confess in front of me, Georgie. George scoffed, turning to sit beside Fred. What do you think I was going to say? Fred appeared somewhat conflicted. Whatever it is, can you wait a bit longer? George observed the shifting expressions on Fred's face and suddenly burst into laughter. Oh, fine, Fred. But I think Harry and those Slytherin brats might not wait. Harry? Oh, Merlin's socks, what a hassle. Fred groaned, rubbing his temples as he lay back on the bed. Should we consider repeating a year? In the afternoon, the Weasley twins played with Harry on broomsticks. Having healed her nose, Nuanyue eagerly requested Harry to take her for a flight. Indeed, as long as she wasn't controlling the broom, it soared beautifully. Hello. A girl's voice suddenly chimed beside her. Nuanyue was cheering for the trio as they engaged in aerial collisions when she turned to find a newly refreshed girl beside her. With long red hair, a pointed chin, and a sprinkle of freckles across her nose, she was undeniably a budding beauty. Hi, Ginny, Nuanyue waved in greeting. Ginny sat beside her, watching the three boys play with delight. You're in the same year as Harry, right? Oh, yes, but I'm a Slytherin. Nuanyue pointed to the badge on her attire. Ginny seemed taken aback. Oh, I know you. I've heard my brothers mention you. But I didn't realize you were a Slytherin. They're not particularly fond of Slytherins. They're quite nice to me, Nuanyue replied with a smile. Oh, of course. Because you're beautiful. Harry thinks so too, doesn't he? Ginny suddenly murmured, appearing somewhat dejected. Ha ha ha, you'll be very beautiful too in the future. Nuanyue wrapped an arm around her shoulders, affectionately resting her cheek against Ginny's face. Ginny, you need to be a bit more confident. Besides, I believe Harry isn't the type to only admire looks. So you don't like Harry? Ginny seemed puzzled. But from what my brothers say, you're always off on adventures together, and you're a Slytherin. If you didn't like Harry, why would you spend so much time with those Gryffindors? Merlin's knickers, why are these kids so mature? Nuanyue mused. Pansy is like this, and so is Ginny. Is love all they think about? Isn't knowledge appealing? Isn't a career worthwhile? Ahem, I assure you, I currently have no romantic feelings for Harry. In fact, it's more accurate to say that I'm closer to Hermione. Nuanyue reassured her, patting Ginny's shoulder. I think Harry might just be a bit interested in Eastern beauty, but that doesn't mean he'll necessarily marry someone like that in the future. Ginny, I think you're great, truly. Keep it up. Poor Ginny, who had liked Harry ever since they met, although she eventually married him. Harry's first crush was on the half-Chinese Cho Chang. In that sense, she wasn't really lying. Harry indeed had a fondness for Eastern features. Thank you, Luna. Living among boys, Ginny was not shy like other girls. She was a straightforward girl, and Nuanyue's encouragement made her very happy. Huh. What are our little sisters chatting about? Fred suddenly swooped down from the air, lazily leaning against Nuanyue, one hand resting on her shoulder. If Ginny complains to you, you absolutely must not believe her, understand? George leaned in from the other side, wrapping an arm around her waist and resting his chin on her shoulder. I'm not a tree, and you aren't sloths. Though accustomed to the twins' antics, their weight was truly burdensome. What on earth did these two eat to grow so large? They must be at least 1.75 meters tall. Little Snake is too soft. How could she be a tree? I think you could be a pillow. George tightened his embrace. Fred fully leaned on her. Yeah? Why don't you sleep with us tonight? Nuanyue rolled her eyes, too lazy to respond. Ginny, with her round, curious eyes, observed the three piled together and suddenly wore a strange smile. George, Fred, you're going to crush her, Harry exclaimed. His face contorted with concern as he glared at the twins. The twins exchanged glances and simultaneously squeezed closer together. No problem at all, Harry. Little Snake could take down a troll with one hand. If you push any harder, I'll turn you into trolls. Nuanyue had already drawn her wand from her pocket, preparing to cast a petrifying spell on each of them. TSK, TSK, the little snake is truly terrifying. The twins exclaimed in unison, releasing their hold and sauntering away, slinging their arms around each other as they headed toward the house. We should hurry and take a shower. Are you all right, Luna? Harry wiped the sweat from his brow, glancing at Nuanyue. It's quite all right. I've grown accustomed to these two rather eccentric individuals. Nuanyue remarked as she tucked away her wand. Harry, are you going to take a shower as well? Auntie Jasmine seems poised to take us to Diagon Alley later. Oh, very well. Harry appeared somewhat lackluster. Nuanyue nudged Ginny beside her. Ginny, why don't you escort Harry? I'll join you shortly. All right, Ginny replied, a hint of shyness evident as she rose. Harry, let me show you to your room. Watching the two of them walk away, Nuanyue breathed a sigh of relief. She had merely come to observe, so why was she also burdened with the role of a matchmaker in this seemingly fruitless endeavor? Chapter 5. Purebloods and Traitors Among Purebloods. After lunch, the Weasley family congregated before the fireplace. Mrs. Weasley held a jar filled with flue powder and addressed Harry. Dear, this is your first time using flue powder, isn't it? Do not worry. Just speak clearly and loudly the destination you wish to reach. Ron, why don't you demonstrate? Ron grabbed a handful of flue powder, stepped into the fireplace, and shouted, Diagon Alley. He then tossed the powder onto the ground, and a swirl of emerald flames enveloped him, causing him to vanish from the hearth. See, Quite simple. No need to be afraid, Mrs. Weasley encouraged as she gently urged a still nervous Harry into the fireplace, placing some flue powder into his hand. Harry stood rigidly in the hearth, attempting to recall his destination, and then disappeared into the flames. What did he just shout? Mrs. Weasley queried, glancing back in confusion. Seems like he said Diagon Alley, Ginny chimed in. I heard it too, Mrs. Weasley replied, somewhat exasperated. Well, let us head to Diagon Alley and look for Harry afterwards. Mrs. Weasley guided the children to Diagon Alley before joining Mr. Weasley in search of Harry. The twins discreetly slipped away to the apothecary to restock their supplies. Percy intended to visit the cauldron shop, while Ron and Ginny planned to peruse the broomsticks. Nuanyue, however, chose to venture alone to flourish in blots. It was evident that the place had been overrun by enthusiasts. Nuanyue observed the throng of witches queuing eagerly for Gilderoy Lockhart's autograph with a bemused expression. She navigated past the frenzied fans and ascended to the second floor, where it was tranquil enough for her to search for the books she desired. As she rummaged through the shelves, reaching for a volume perched atop, a hand swiftly intervened, retrieving the book before her. Is this what you seek? A gentle voice resonated beside her. Oh, thank you. Nuanyue turned to find herself face to face with a tall Hogwarts student, strikingly handsome, particularly with eyes that appeared to be filled with stars. He smiled warmly, embodying the quintessential gentleman. Upon noticing Nuanyue's countenance, he hesitated momentarily. Are you of Eastern descent? Yes. Hello, my name is Nuanyue. My English name is Luna. She introduced, extending her hand. The boy grinned, reciprocating the handshake. Hello, I am Cedric Diggory. Cedric. Nuanyue's eyes sparkled. He was indeed, as the original text described, an exceptionally gentle and handsome young man. You know me? Oh, do you know Cho Chang? She is my friend and also of Chinese descent. Cedric smiled. I am not of Chinese descent. I am Chinese, a transfer student. Nuanyue corrected, placing the book back on the shelf. I know of you. You are quite famous. By the way, I am a second-year Slytherin. Slytherin? Oh, I apologize. I assumed you were a Ravenclaw or Gryffindor student. You do not quite fit the stereotype of a Slytherin. Cedric seemed surprised, yet he held no apparent bias against Slytherin. Well, many people say that, Nuanyue replied playfully, winking. What do many people say? That you do not resemble a Slytherin? Are you pleased by that? A familiar, disdainful drawl echoed from behind Cedric. Nuanyue turned to see a cold visage approaching. Malfoy? Cedric evidently recognized him. Clearly, Luna is one of our Slytherin students. So please refrain from making misleading comments. Draco glared at Cedric while stepping closer to Nuanyue, firmly gripping her shoulder. And you? If anyone suggests you are not a Slytherin, you ought to cast a hex rather than smile foolishly. Nuanyue twitched her mouth. Draco was exceedingly proud of his house, and the previous remark had evidently struck a nerve. I apologize, Malfoy, Cedric sincerely expressed. I meant no offense, but it appears my manner of speaking was quite inappropriate. My apologies, Lee. Perhaps we shall meet again at school. Cedric displayed remarkable good humor, waving goodbye to the two as he descended the stairs. Draco, noticing Nuanyue still gazing at Cedric's retreating figure, grasped her chin, turning her face toward him. What are you still looking at? He has already left. What? Oh, I wasn't looking at him, she protested, momentarily lost in thought, recalling the Triwizard Tournament, where Cedric had met his tragic fate at the hands of Voldemort. Such a kind and exceptional person should never have perished in that calamity. Draco leaned closer, his eyes fixed intently on hers, seething, not looking at him? Your gaze was practically glued to him. Or do you also find that Hufflepuff full handsome? Nuanyue inwardly lamented. Draco had begun to flare up again. She reached out to pinch his cheek. Clearly, I find the Platinum Prince of Slytherin more handsome. Draco paused, his pallid complexion visibly reddening, and he suddenly stepped back. You, as a girl, could you refrain from being so inappropriate? What? Nuanyue chuckled at Draco's flustered demeanor. Draco gritted his teeth. Be a bit more modest. Don't be so casual about touching boys. Nuanyue shrugged. Very well. I shall refrain from touching you in the future. Draco faltered, exclaiming in frustration, except for me. Do you think others want to misunderstand? Don't be so irritable, Draco. Nuanyue relished his vexation, finding her spirits lifted considerably. Are you here to buy books? Draco rolled his eyes, clearly indicating that was not the case. Just as Nuanyue was about to inquire further, a commotion erupted downstairs, with someone evidently mentioning Harry Potter, prompting Draco to dart to the banister, peering down with keen interest. Nuanyue sighed, recognizing the undeniable bond, an inseparable pair. Meanwhile, Harry, having endured a barrage of Gilderoy Lockhart's exuberance, was attempting to escape the bookstore when Draco swiftly descended the stairs to intercept him. You must be relishing this, Potter, he intoned with a distinct Malfoy inflection, dripping with disdain and arrogance. The illustrious Harry Potter, making headlines even in a bookstore. Stay away from him, Ginny interjected. stepping protectively in front of Harry. Draco's eyes gleamed with mischief. "Have you got a girlfriend, Harry Potter?" His voice seemed to deliberately rise, clear enough for Nuanyue to hear from the second floor. "Enough, Draco. I've told you to be more amiable." A magnetic voice resonated from behind Draco. A hand gently pushed Draco aside, revealing a middle-aged man with platinum hair, exuding an air of superiority as he regarded Harry. Slowly, he extended a hand. "Lucius Malfoy. A pleasure to finally meet you, Mr. Potter." Harry hesitated but eventually reached out to shake his hand. However, Lucius suddenly yanked Harry closer, sweeping his wand through Harry's hair. "Your scar is legendary, and the one who inflicted it clearly is as well." Harry bravely met Lucius's gaze. "Voldemort murdered my parents. He is merely a murderer. How bold of you to utter his name, or perhaps foolish." Lucius's smile was laden with contempt and mockery. Fearing his name only deepens the fear of the man himself. Hermione stepped forward. "You must be Miss Granger," Draco remarked, as Lucius abruptly turned to Hermione, an icy smile dancing in his eyes. "They are both muggles, are they not? And these expressionless children, clutching their second-hand books, you must be the Weasleys, correct?" He disdainfully picked up a book from Ginny's bucket and flipped through its pages. "Children, it's rather noisy here. We ought to step outside," Mr. Weasley interjected, having evidently sensed trouble brewing. However, Lucius Malfoy deftly obstructed Arthur Weasley's advance. "The Ministry has been conducting surprise inspections of late. You must be quite busy. Yet, it seems they have not compensated you sufficiently for your overtime," he sneered, casting a disparaging glance at the Weasley family's attire, as though they were something unsightly. "They have ceased to pay you for your extra hours. So please refrain from bringing shame upon pureblood wizards, would you not?" Mr. Weasley retorted coolly. "Clearly, our interpretations of the term shame differ vastly." Lucius Malfoy coldly tossed Ginny's book back into her bucket. "Mingling with muggles, Weasley, your family." "Uncle Lucius, good day?" A melodious voice suddenly resonated from the staircase. Nuanyue gracefully descended, a smile illuminating her face. "It has been quite some time. How have you been?" Lucius Malfoy's eyes glimmered with unmistakable admiration. "Oh, it's you, Luna. Draco often speaks of you. I hear you were top of your class last semester, is that correct? It appears you are faring well." "It is a privilege to receive your praise," Nuanyue replied with elegant poise. "Have you come to accompany Draco in procuring supplies for the new term? I mean, clearly. This is not the most appropriate venue for conversation, considering some matters are rather shameful." She subtly gestured toward a life-sized photograph of Lockhart, who was preening ostentatiously, showcasing his physique. Lucius, upon glimpsing that portrait, visibly twitched at the corner of his mouth, then smiled again at Nuanyue. "You are absolutely right. Therefore, I extend an invitation for you to visit Malfoy Manor, Luna." He casually donned his hat. "Weasley, duty calls." Draco shot Nuanyue a glare before leaving a parting remark for Harry, "See you at school," and turned to follow his father. "Huh, Uncle Lucius?" Ron suddenly squeaked, mimicking Nuanyue's tone and feigning a retch. "Could you refrain from calling him that in my presence next time? I feel as though I could skip dinner." "That is called politeness, Ron." Nuanyue turned to face him. "Politeness, my foot. Perhaps if you called him dung, I would find that more courteous." Ron scoffed. Nuanyue felt a twinge of helplessness. She was acutely aware of the enmity between the two families, and thus understood Ron's sentiments. Yet, every individual embodies more than just themselves. For instance, she represented the Leaf family from the East, which dictated that she could not express disdain as freely as Ron did. To be fair, this aspect of education was indeed lacking in the Weasley household. But most noble families instill in their children the etiquette and conversational norms of the upper class from a young age. You may argue that they are hypocritical, yet one cannot deny the inevitability of such social dynamics. A silence enveloped them momentarily. Both Hermione and Harry were, after all, not pure-blood aristocrats, and the Weasley family was regarded as traitors among them. They could not accept Nuanyue's diplomatic intervention, particularly Mr. Weasley, who would rather engage Lucius in a brawl before the gathered crowd. "I have some matters to attend to. Thank you for your hospitality, Mr. Arthur Weasley." Though understanding their sentiments, Nuanyue felt a pang of discomfort and maintained a sweet smile as she waved to everyone. "Well then, see you at school, Luna." Harry and the twins called out in unison. Nuanyue turned back, smiling at them, waving goodbye with a heart gesture, wishing them a pleasant shopping experience. The twins chuckled, reciprocating her gesture, while Harry wore a conflicted expression, hesitating to speak. The sunshine outside was warm. Nuanyue raised her hand to shield herself from the spilled sunlight, her previously heavy heart suddenly brightening. After all, she had long anticipated what might transpire, had she not? "Go for it, you can do it." Nuanyue encouraged herself. "Do what?" A warm voice suddenly inquired from her side. Nuanyue turned to find herself face to face with a pair of cerulean eyes. "Theo, what are you doing here?" Theodore approached, reaching out to tousle her hair. "Feeling aggrieved?" He seemed to have witnessed the unfolding scene. Not really, Li Nuanyue scratched her chin. I was somewhat prepared for it, though the moment itself was still a tad uncomfortable. Why subject yourself to discomfort? You could choose to distance yourself from them. Theodore frowned. In just a year, they have caused you this much trouble. Why continue to endure them? Because they are friends, just like you. Theo, Li Nuanyue replied cheerfully, wrapping her arms around his. Besides, you feel like family. By the way, I should introduce you to my brother sometime. You two seem alike. Especially when you're being serious. Theodore glanced at her arms encircling his, a smile of affection gracing his features. Sure. Together, they strolled away amidst the throng. Oblivious to Harry, who had rushed out after Li Nuanyue, standing silently before the bookstore, watching them depart. Chapter 6. The Flying Car and the Howler. September 1st. Platform 9 3/4 marks yet another back-to-school season. The platform was teeming with people, as adult wizards called out their children's names, some embracing them with reluctance, while young witches and wizards pushed their luggage, searching for classmates, friends, or lost pets. Li Nuanyue's luggage was always quite simple. She carried a large trunk as she boarded the train, beginning her search for a suitable compartment. However, it seemed she had arrived a bit late. For the first few carriages were already packed to the brim. Li, hello? A warm voice suddenly called out, and Li Nuanyue turned to meet Cedric's gentle smile. You have so little luggage. I thought girls typically prepare a great deal. As he smiled, several young witches blushed and glanced over. Upon recognizing Li Nuanyue, their envy transformed into admiration. Merlin's socks, what a perfect match. Handsome boy and beautiful girl. How can ordinary girls compete? Cedric, hello. I'm looking for a seat. Li Nuanyue waved in greeting. She held a favorable impression of this dashing young man from the original story. By the way, my English name is Luna. You can call me that directly. Then you can call me Ced. Cedric smiled, walking closer. There's space in my compartment. Why don't you join me? All right. No need. The twins should sit with us. It's better that way. After a duet of antics, she found herself once again flanked by the familiar Weasley Mountains. George even snatched her luggage from her hands. Weasley? Cedric inquired, looking at the twins, then back to Li Nuanyue, seeking clarification with his gaze. Li Nuanyue, trapped between the two mountains, managed a helpless smile. Apologies, said. I think I shall sit with them. Who knows what kind of trouble they might cause if I refuse. Very well, see you at school, Cedric noted, recognizing her lack of threat, offering a gentle smile before returning to his compartment. Wow, Luna, your charm has skyrocketed. That's Cedric Diggory. You call him Ced? Are you two already this familiar? The twins teased, pinching her cheeks and tugging at them. Enough, you two. Hurry and lead me to the compartment. If you keep pulling my face, I'll turn you both into toads. Li Nuanyue swatted their hands away, ready to draw her wand. Okay, we'll let you off for now. We'll interrogate you later. The twins led her through a carriage to an unoccupied compartment, where a dark-skinned boy with curly hair was seated, none other than Lee Jordan. Last semester, he had served as the Quidditch commentator and had often shown favoritism towards Gryffindor on the pitch. Oh wow, so you ran off to kidnap a Slytherin? Lee teased. And what do you plan to experiment on her? Which product? As he spoke, he opened a large box filled with an assortment of biscuits and sweets. She is not a test subject. She is our partner. Moreover, potions have little effect on her. Quite unmagical, isn't it? The twins pressed Li Nuanyue into a seat, sandwiching her between them. What is going on here? Lee Jordan said, his chin resting on his hand, his eyes sparkling with curiosity as he surveyed the three. Indeed. What is the situation? Fred stared at Li Nuanyue. Yes, what about you and dear Cedric? George also fixed his gaze on her. We only met in Diagon Alley, she responded honestly, under the pressure of their dual interrogation. We only encountered each other once on the second floor of the bookstore, and he helped me with a minor task. Upon mentioning their last encounter in Diagon Alley, the twins suddenly lost interest, while Lee Jordan's eyes lit up. Cedric Diggory? The Hufflepuff? According to my reliable sources, 45% of the witches in the entire school fancy him. Are you quite familiar with him? Li Nuanyue was left speechless. Where exactly did that precise data come from? Oh, by the way, I've also heard that Cedric has a penchant for Eastern beauties, like his friend, Cho Chang. As he spoke, Lee Jordan appraised Li Nuanyue, adding, though you are still quite young, you certainly meet Cedric's aesthetic standards. You are even more beautiful than Cho. Though I must say Angelina is truly exquisite. He continued, not missing the chance to promote his own crush. The twins' stares turned icy as they fixated on Lee Jordan. He shivered, looking bewildered at the twins. Is there a problem? We have no issues. It is you who appears to have a significant problem, the twins replied coldly. Me? Did I say something wrong? Lee Jordan looked perplexed, continuing to exude his naive charm. All right, just let Cedric be. He is merely being kind, Li Nuanyue interjected, pulling out a book in an attempt to read quietly. Though with the twins around, tranquility was merely a fleeting thought. Are we not kind? Fred leaned in closer. Indeed. Little snake, You're utterly heartless, George chimed in, pressing closer. Nuanyue shot them a sardonic glance, recalling their first encounter, where they had aimed to play pranks on her. What did the troublemakers, labeled pests by Filch, have to do with kindness? She certainly wouldn't bear that blame. My conscience has been devoured by both of you, she retorted, ignoring their antics and returning to her book. Oh wow, does that mean we are one entity now? Fred feigned shyness. What should we feed you then? Our sincere affection? George echoed, also pretending to be coy. Can you two possibly shut up? As Nuanyue looked up, she spotted a car rolling through the sky. Oh, I remember now, it's Harry and Ron. Attempting to fly to Hogwarts after being locked out by Dobby. It's Dad's car, George exclaimed, immediately pressing his face against the window. Huh, how cool. Is that little Ron? Fred joined him at the window. Harry's falling out. Nuanyue exclaimed, though she knew Harry would be all right. Still, witnessing it live was quite thrilling. Before long, Harry was pulled back into the car by Ron, which then wobbled and took off into the air. Little Ron certainly possesses the adventurous spirit of the Weasley family, Fred remarked approvingly. It was quite an exhilarating spectacle. But why weren't we invited to join? George lamented. Nuanyue sighed at the troublesome duo once more, returning to her book. Clearly, Harry and Ron had missed the sorting ceremony and dinner, and the following morning. They were greeted at the breakfast table by the sight of the two with dark circles under their eyes. They had faced Snape's wrath and been informed that their parents would be contacted. Harry managed to hold it together, considering his uncle would relish his expulsion. But Ron's face had turned a deep shade of purple. I thought they'd been expelled since we hadn't seen them yesterday. What a stroke of bad luck. Draco sneered from the side. It seems the Scarhead has stirred up some trouble again. Apparently, they injured the Whomping Willow, Blaise scoffed. That's a valuable school asset. How is it that they get away with everything? Dumbledore truly favors them. Nuanyue quietly sipped her pumpkin soup. Favoritism? Even if Harry were to blow up Hogwarts, he would certainly be expelled, but for minor transgressions, Dumbledore would undoubtedly shield him. The first class was herbology. Did you bring your book? Theodore turned to her. I did. I planned to head over early for a review, so I won't be returning to the dormitory, Nuanyue replied, noticing Theodore also had his book. They decided to head to the greenhouse together. The herbology professor was Professor Sprout, the head of Hufflepuff House, a plump, amiable middle-aged witch known for her generous nature in awarding points to students, in stark contrast to Snape. Displayed on the table were the herbs they were to study today. Professor Sprout posed a question. Who can identify this plant and its properties? Hermione immediately raised her hand and, with the professor's encouragement, named the mandrake and explained its effects, earning Gryffindor 5 points. The mandrake is still in its seedling stage and poses no lethal threat to humans. However, hearing their cries can induce faintness. So I have prepared earmuffs for you. Please each take one, put it on, and let us begin repotting the mandrakes. The young witches and wizards rushed to grab earmuffs. And Nuanyue managed to get two, one pink, which she cheerfully offered to Theodore. Do you want to wear it? Theodore, seeing her mischievous smile, took the earmuffs and playfully placed them on her head, tucking her loose strands of hair behind her ear before donning the black earmuffs she held out to him. Nuanyue rolled her eyes, starting to repot the mandrake before her. Beside her, Draco angrily yanked at a mandrake, visibly displeased with the grotesque seedling, and even poked at its mouth with his hand. He narrowly avoided a bite. Had his dragonhide gloves not been sturdy, he would have found himself sharing the hospital wing with a fainted Neville. Are you all right? Nuanyue mouthed to Draco. He huffed and concealed his hand behind his back. Sighing, she firmly pulled Draco's hand into view, discovering a red ring around his fingers. Are you foolish? Her question evidently irked Draco, who attempted to retract his hand. In the next moment, however, Nuanyue cupped his hand and blew gently on it. My dad says that blowing on it will make it feel better. What do you think? Of course, this was merely a tactic her father used to comfort children. But Nuanyue thought it perfectly suited the proud Draco. His face turned a deep shade of crimson, and he hastily withdrew his hand to don his gloves. Not lifting his gaze for the remainder of the class, one could say he was the most serious student in the repotting exercise. And the kind Professor Sprout even praised Draco, awarding him points. At dinner, Ron was busy wrapping his wand in magical tape, having damaged it on the Whomping Willow. He lamented to Harry, I'm finished. You know, this is just so unlucky. Before long, he realized that this was not the most disastrous occurrence for his family's owl. Errol had dived headfirst into the cereal bowl on the dining table, eliciting peals of laughter from everyone present. Look, exclaimed Simon, pointing at the owl's legs. Ron has received a howler. Ron's face contorted in terror, as if he had witnessed hundreds of monstrous creatures tangoing before him, brandishing their clubs. It was abundantly clear he was reluctant to unseal this dreadful and humiliating letter. You might as well open it. The last time I ignored Grandma's howler. The consequences were terrifying, Neville whispered, his pallor betraying the memory. Trembling, Ron extended his hand to grasp the letter, hesitating just as the howler began to emit smoke. "Merlin, open it quickly," Neville urged, his voice now tinged with a shrill urgency. Ron hastily tore open the howler, and Mrs. Weasley's resounding voice filled the common room, causing some young wizards to drop their spoons in fright. She chastised Ron for his disgraceful behavior and sternly criticized the shame he had brought upon the family, her outbursts nearly prompting Ron to seek refuge beneath the table. Once the howler had fulfilled its purpose, it shredded itself into confetti. Meanwhile, the Slytherin snakes had erupted into uncontrollable laughter, with Draco slapping the table in a fit of mirth, his face contorted in glee. Poor Ron, alongside Nuanyue, found himself among the laughter, quietly mourning for Ron in silence. Astoundingly, it was the Weasley twins from Gryffindor who laughed the loudest. With such brothers, Ron must have wondered how he had survived to the age of 12. Chapter 7. Lockhart and the Defense Against the Dark Arts class. Despite Nuanyue's fervent hopes that Defense Against the Dark Arts class would be postponed, it regrettably arrived. She declined Hermione's invitation to sit in the front row, opting instead for the last row where she could remain inconspicuous. The front was predominantly occupied by young witches from both houses, while the young wizards were crammed at the back, evidently harboring little fondness for Lockhart. As they whispered and snickered derisively at their teacher, Lockhart commenced his grandiose monologue, boasting about everything from his Order of Merlin medal to his honorary membership for countering dark magic, recounting his 5-time Wizarding Weekly's Most Charming Smile award and his encounters with the Banshee and Werewolf. The young witches listened with rapt attention, while Hermione's expression reflected a hint of admiration. Lockhart then distributed his examination papers, intending to conduct a pre-class assessment. Nuanyue gazed at the blank sheets filled with inquiries about Lockhart's life, suppressing the urge to hurl the paper into flames. Why should I care about his favorite color? Why must I know his aspirations? This is utterly shameless, she muttered to herself while flipping through the sheets. If only his name were replaced with Professor Snape, I might consider answering. Her neighbor, Theodore, had already begun writing, and upon sneaking a glance, she noted his answers were a complete jumble, indicating he had not perused Lockhart's self-published drivel either. All right then, his favorite color shall be dung yellow. Huh. As for aspirations, perhaps he wishes to receive a lady's robe or skirt, preferably accompanied by a mask to conceal that narcissistic grin. She continued her inner monologue, writing furiously. Before long, the examination papers were collected, and Hermione undoubtedly emerged as Lockhart's favorite student, having achieved a perfect score. This will undoubtedly become Hermione's dark history, Nuanyue mused. The next scene in the Chamber of Secrets was the most chaotic. Lockhart unleashed a swarm of Cornish pixies, a group of diminutive blue-violet creatures that thrived on mischief and destruction. As soon as they were freed from their cage, they rushed toward the students, tearing apart their books, damaging their clothing, and even attempting to shake the chandelier from the ceiling. Many students panicked and fled the classroom, while some scrambled beneath their desks. Poor Neville found himself suspended from the ceiling by a gaggle of pixies. Lockhart, seemingly caught off guard by the pandemonium, drew his wand to cast a spell, only to have one of the pixies snatch it away, cackling as it soared into the air, dislodging the hanging dragon go. Oh, well, I'll leave it to you. Lockhart forced a syrupy smile at the trio who had not managed to escape, before retreating into his office and slamming the door shut to block the pixies from entering. The trio frantically contended with the attacking pixies, while the pixies shaking the chandelier succeeded, sending the massive light crashing down, directly above Harry's startled face. Harry had been observing Nuanyue when she darted over to pull him out of harm's way. The chandelier shattered into a million pieces, and an irate Hermione brandished her wand, shouting Petrificus Totalis. The pixies were left suspended in midair, utterly bewildered. Thank you, Luna, you saved me again, Harry said as he sat on the ground, adjusting his glasses. It was, in fact, the first time he had spoken to Nuanyue since their rather unpleasant parting in Diagon Alley. I've noticed you seem to attract trouble, Harry, Nuanyue teased, patting his shoulder, seemingly unfazed by the incident in Diagon Alley. This brought some comfort to Harry, who stood up and brushed off his clothes. Luna, I've actually been wanting to apologize to you, he confessed. Harry, have you realized you constantly say thank you and apologize to me? Nuanyue tilted her head and smiled. We are friends, right? Friends don't need to be so formal with each other. At last, Harry let go of his lingering grievances and returned her smile. You're right, Luna, you are my good friend. All right, dear friends. Can we hurry up and catch these things? This is utterly revolting, Ron bellowed from the side, as he stuffed the pixies back into their cage with considerable force. Sure, no problem, Nuanyue replied as she moved over to help Hermione cram the pixies into the cage. Hermione winked at her, and the trio was reunited once more. Following this chaos, Ron and Harry had thoroughly seen through Professor Lockhart's true nature, yet Hermione remained convinced that everyone makes mistakes, including Professor Lockhart. If he didn't possess genuine talent, He wouldn't be able to write such quality books, and he was hired by Dumbledore to teach defense against the dark arts. Which says a lot. Perhaps Dumbledore is getting a bit senile. Ron rolled his eyes, igniting a minor dispute with Hermione, while Harry found himself caught in the middle, eager to avoid offending either side. Luna, wake up. Come with me to the Quidditch pitch. Pansy burst into Nuanyue's room early in the morning. Nuanyue, accustomed to rising early, was sitting on her bed meditating when Pansy rushed in, her face a mask of confusion. Is there a match today? I wasn't aware. Merlin's beard. Didn't Draco mention it yesterday? Today is the house team tryouts. Draco, Blaise, and Theodore will all be there. Pansy rolled her eyes dramatically. Oh, I suppose that's true. She suddenly recalled overhearing a conversation among the boys in the common room, realizing why they had seemed so excited yesterday, though she had not paid much attention. Speaking of which, Luna, Pansy said, suddenly gripping her shoulders, her face nearly inches from Nuanyue's, her gaze serious. You need to be cautious of Millicent. Nuanyue looked over at the adjacent bed, where Millicent had mysteriously vanished. Ever since that incident last semester, Millicent had been avoiding her, and even her cat had taken to spending less time in the dormitory. Have you not noticed that Millicent has been losing weight lately? And she has even started wearing makeup, Pansy remarked disdainfully. Certainly, even if she were to have Merlin cast 10 beauty spells upon her, she would still not surpass your beauty. Yet, she has begun to take action. Are you not planning to confront her? Pansy gestured dramatically, adopting a battle-ready stance. Nuanyue was bewildered. When had Millicent declared war on her? Are you really that dense? Haven't you noticed how she has been incessantly clinging to Theodore lately? Pansy gripped her shoulder tightly in frustration, but it didn't hurt. Pansy lacked the strength. Theodore? Millicent? What do you mean? Nuanyue still failed to grasp Pansy's point of indignation. The last time, Theodore kindly helped her with her potions and history of magic assignments, and since then, Millicent had been relentless in her pursuit of him. You know how Theodore treats others as if they were invisible, yet Millicent interprets his indifference as a sign of interest, which only emboldens her further. I mean, can't you possess a sense of urgency? While you're busy at the library, Millicent is diligently trying to win Theodore over. Pansy lamented dramatically. Haha, I don't believe Theodore would be attracted to someone like Millicent. Of course, if he were. That wouldn't be the end of the world. As a friend, I might question his taste, but I would still wish him well. The crux of the matter lies elsewhere. What if Millicent's parents engage with the Knott family and arrange a betrothal? Pansy was indeed thinking ahead, as pure-blood aristocrats have a limited pool from which to select spouses. But this is Theodore's affair. What does it have to do with me? Nuanyue felt a bit lost. Matters of marriage are Theodore's personal business. If he doesn't fancy her, he'll refuse, and if he does, he'll accept. What can I do about it? Should I threaten Uncle Knott with a sword? If it ever comes to that, perhaps I could consider lending a hand. Theodore likes you. How can this not concern you? Pansy exclaimed, exasperated, as she pounded her bed in frustration. Even if you don't fancy Theodore now, shouldn't you protect him from Millicent's afflictions? Are you truly his friend? Pansy had already created a dent in her soft bed from her fervent pounding. Nuanyue's mouth twitched. She could not comprehend Pansy's perspective. Is this the cultural divide between Eastern and Western individuals? It seems that even when Westerners face rejection or separation, they can still remain friends, while most Easterners turn into strangers. Perhaps this is the result of environmental conditioning? Well, I've warned you. The rest is up to you. Now, let us go cheer for Draco and the others. With that, she seized Nuanyue and dashed toward the Quidditch pitch before Nuanyue could react. Chapter 8. Nuanyue and the Nimbus 2001. Today, the Quidditch pitch was abuzz with excitement, as young wizards from various grades gathered for the team tryouts. Pansy led Nuanyue seamlessly to the players' preparation room, where Draco, Theodore, and Blaise were busy getting ready. Draco was Pansy's target. She immediately lunged and embraced his arm. You look incredibly handsome today. That uniform suits you perfectly. You will undoubtedly make the team. Handsome and tryouts are unrelated, are they? It's not a beauty pageant. Nuanyue thought to herself as she sauntered over to Theodore, teasingly remarking, I didn't expect you to participate. I thought you preferred to nestle in the library. It seemed she hadn't seen Theodore flying much. He didn't actively engage in discussions about favorite Quidditch teams either. I just wanted to give it a try. Theodore smiled at her, adjusting his sleeves. Nuanyue reached out to help him roll up his cuffs and straighten his collar. It's beneficial to get some exercise instead of being cooped up with books all the time. Boys should be more active. Theodore watched her adjust his clothing, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Yes, I agree. I should get some exercise too. Blaise, witnessing their interaction, couldn't help but roll his eyes. Seriously, could you two refrain from flaunting your affection like newlyweds? Indeed, many were already whispering and casting doubtful glances at the two of them, including the chilly little prince nearby, whose temperature had plummeted to levels rivaling Snape's. Pansy subtly gave Nuanyue a thumbs up while holding onto Draco's arm. Nuanyue, exasperated, dropped her hand. Are you bored or what? You seem remarkably unperturbed. Why should I be anxious if I have the skills? Blaze whistled, evading Theodore's displeased gaze. Let us go. It's our turn, Draco suddenly huffed, deliberately bumping Nuanyue's shoulder as they walked out. Ah, this little tsundere is truly exasperating. Nuanyue pouted as she followed Pansy to the stands. Draco seemed to be fueled by some hidden anger. Performing extraordinarily well and effortlessly securing the position of seeker for Slytherin, Blaze became a beater, despite his small stature. He was agile and could strike at tricky angles with precision. Theodore was the keeper, appearing less enthusiastic about soaring around the pitch, although his flying skills were mediocre. He remained calm and calculated, effectively predicting the movements of both teams and successfully guarding the goal. When the three descended from their brooms, they were all elated and exhilarated. Draco, particularly proud, announced that due to his selection, his father intended to donate several Nimbus 2001 brooms to the Slytherin team, which further elevated the team's spirits. Naturally, the newly equipped Slytherins could hardly resist trying out their new brooms, and the next day, Flint sought Professor Snape for a special order, only to collide with the Gryffindor team on their way to practice. Wood, it seems your training session is on hold today. This is Professor Snape's special order. We are to train with our new seeker. Flint practically thrust the paper into Wood's face, eager to mock him. You're training a new seeker? Quidditch fanatic Wood was clearly irate. He had prepared a new training regimen for today. The Slytherin players parted, revealing the proudly arrogant Draco with his broom. Malfoy? Harry was taken aback to discover that Slytherin's seeker was none other than Draco Malfoy. Indeed. It's quite apparent that your brooms are outdated, I assent it. He waved his Nimbus 2001, a condescending tone lacing his words. Perhaps you should consider selling your comets to a second-hand shop. You might gather enough to purchase a couple of decent brooms. Nimbus 2001. Ron and Hermione rushed over from the stands, astonished. Where did you acquire those? Flint smugly pointed to the Nimbus 2001s, one for each player, which were gifts from Draco's father to the Slytherin team. Draco raised his head with pride, resembling a peacock of platinum. We are not the Weasleys. My father can secure the best equipment for me. Hermione retorted indignantly. Gryffindor's players do not rely on money. They depend on genuine skill. Draco's expression darkened. While he often boasted about his father with pride, he resented having his efforts dismissed. Hermione, I beg to differ, Nuanyue interjected, approaching Pansy from the Slytherin side of the stands. We have all witnessed Draco's dedication. He made the team based on his merit. If you lack evidence to support your claims against Draco, then that is slander, and you ought to apologize to him. Oh, it's clearly Slytherin, Ron exclaimed loudly. Why should Hermione apologize? You were the ones who provoked her first, weren't you? I have no need for your apologies. Hermione Granger, you filthy wretch. A delicate, alabaster hand suddenly clamped over Draco's mouth. Draco let out muffled sounds, desperately tugging at her hand. What are you doing, Luna? What do you want to say? Draco retorted defiantly. Of course, I intend to call her a damned mudblood. Smack. Luna's other hand once more pressed against his lips, her eyes narrowing as she threatened. If you dare utter that word, I shall have no qualms. Draco was already in a cold war with Luna due to the previous selection match, and now he was even more incensed over Hermione's matter. He forcefully pulled Luna's hand away and roared, Are you a Slytherin or a Gryffindor? I'll tell you. She's nothing but a filthy, despicable mudblood. Luna, having both of her hands captured by him, suddenly sank her teeth into his neck, catching Draco completely off guard. He cried out in pain, feeling not only the sting but also the warmth of her presence, which inexplicably caused a tingling sensation. Only then did he realize she had nestled herself into his embrace, her fragrance enveloping him distinctly. Draco Luna, Pansy exclaimed, rushing forward in an attempt to separate the two. Draco released his grip, stepping back to touch his neck, his face flushed with embarrassment. What on earth are you doing? Merlin, Draco, you're bleeding. Luna, you bit too hard. Pansy panicked, pressing a handkerchief against Draco's wound. Luna continued to smile at Draco, extending her tongue to taste the blood at the corner of her mouth, appearing as enchanting as a siren. Draco, I warned you, if you utter that word again, I shall leave a few more bite marks. You. Draco's face was a tempest of fury and embarrassment, and without another word, he turned and fled, Pansy trailing behind, shouting his name. It appears you want to be practicing for the Seekers today, Luna chuckled as she turned to Flint. Flint visibly trembled, forcing a stiff smile. Indeed, you're correct. I, too, believe we should take a day off. And thus, the Slytherin team, under their captain's leadership, filed out. Oh, well, it seems we can finally train normally. Wood said dryly, equally taken aback, but his priority remained on practice. Little Snake, I think you've ingested something unsavory. The twins approached, their gazes dangerously fixated on the corner of Luna's mouth. Serpent's blood is toxic. Unsanitary. Luna, you are indeed a bit perilous. Ron hesitated, unwilling to continue. Women were frightening. And he believed Draco Malfoy had suffered the greatest blow imaginable, in every sense of the term. I'm truly sorry, Luna, Hermione said after a long pause, stepping forward with an apologetic expression. I should apologize to Malfoy, as I hastily passed judgment without understanding his situation, which was not right. Enough, Hermione. Although Luna didn't let him voice it, I know what he was about to say. The vile term. If Malfoy dares utter it, I'll ensure he eats slugs. Ron fumed, waving his broken wand. Your wand is broken. If you cast a spell, you might end up cursing yourself, Luna retorted sharply, then turned to Hermione. Draco is my friend, and so are you. I know it's impossible for you two to coexist peacefully, but I want you to understand that I do not wish to favor either of you. I won't let him harm you, nor do I want him to suffer. Oh, Luna. Hermione's eyes glistened with sadness as she embraced her. Deep down, she understood Luna's predicament. They had already hurt her during their last escapade in Diagon Alley. Yet Luna had repeatedly assisted them and saved them on several occasions. Friendship among girls. Or perhaps love? The twins exchanged glances and simultaneously reached for Luna. Hermione, have you had your fill of hugging? Regardless, it's time to return her to us. They each wrapped an arm around her, one draping over her shoulders and the other around her waist. You two are the ones who have had enough. Hermione shot them an exasperated glance, but couldn't help but smile. Draco continued his Cold War with Luna. To call it a Cold War was inaccurate. It was more of Draco unilaterally avoiding Luna. Even when they accidentally brushed against each other, he would hastily find an excuse to leave or divert the topic to engage merrily with others. Luna, however, seemed indifferent to it, primarily because she was quite busy herself, such as at this moment, where she was diligently focused on a cauldron of polyjuice potion. Chapter 9. Luna and the Petrification Incident. Very well done, Luna, Snape remarked, gazing approvingly at the bubbling concoction before him. You possess considerable talent. His commendation indicated just how highly Snape regarded Luna. It was known that even while he favored Slytherins, he could be merciless in his criticisms. I feel it's still lacking, Professor. Perhaps next time, I might like to attempt the Felix Felicis, Luna replied. As some knowledge cannot be found in existing texts, I should broaden my understanding. Snape observed her in silence for a moment before suddenly scribbling something on a piece of parchment and handing it to her. Take this. Is this permission for the restricted section? Luna asked, astonished as she looked at Snape. While he had been quite lenient with her, this was the first time she had been granted access to that area. If you believe your head of house to be a cunning Slytherin rather than a bumbling Gryffindor, then your persistent, subtle mentions of the restricted section in recent days have not gone unnoticed by your old professor, Snape spat, his tone dripping with disdain. Luna scratched her head, examining the parchment, and suddenly inquired, Professor, may I ask why I always feel as though you have known me for a long time when you look at me? I mean, I've felt this way since I enrolled. You've been quite kind to me and seem to trust me excessively. Snape raised his gaze, scoffing. If your mind were functioning normally, you would understand that dreams should be left for the comfort of your bed, Mississippi. He rapped his fingers against the table. I merely believe that an outstanding student should acquire as much knowledge as possible. What led you to misconstrue my intentions as favoritism toward you? Very well. The old bat stubbornly refuses to admit anything. Luna mentally scoffed, but chose not to pursue the topic further. Professor, shall we conclude our session here for today? May I be excused? Snape merely waved his hand dismissively, and Luna stuck out her tongue before turning to exit. Once she departed, Snape set aside the paper he had been grading, pinching the bridge of his nose to relieve his weary eyes. His gaze lingered on the potion before him, as if lost in recollection. After a moment, a sigh and barely audible whisper echoed through the office. Luna left without obtaining an answer, her heart heavy with confusion. She felt a pang of hunger. It seemed dinner was nearing its end. Perhaps she would sneak into the kitchen for a snack. Recalling that the twins had mentioned its location, though she had yet to visit it. As she ascended the stairs, she encountered a bustling crowd moving in one direction. Following the throng, she turned a corner and immediately spotted the trio, staring blankly at the wall, while puddles of water gathered at their feet. Filch's cat was petrified, affixed to the wall, and the surface was inscribed with blood, casting an eerie atmosphere in the dimly lit corridor. Beware, enemies of the air, the chamber has been unsealed. And you shall be next. Draco sneered at Hermione as he recited the words inscribed upon the wall, his gaze falling upon Nuanyue as she emerged from the crowd, forcing back the word that nearly escaped his lips. Hermione retreated 2 steps, her face a mask of terror, while Harry and Ron wore equally grim expressions, until Filch burst forth from the throng. What has transpired? He demanded, his countenance turning rigid as he beheld his petrified feline, Mrs. Norris. Harry stood in the midst of the crowd, his eyes widening in horror, his features contorting with rage as he seized Harry's shoulders, his yellowed teeth bared as if to rend Harry apart. "It was you. You killed my cat. I will kill you. I must kill you." "No, it was not me." Harry, taken aback by Filch's frenzied state, found his voice lodged in his throat. "Mr. Filch, I assure you it was not Harry," Nuanyue interjected, stepping forward to lay her warm hand upon Filch's icy wrist. "Sir, Mrs. Norris is not dead. Please, do not become agitated. It is detrimental to your health." Her voice radiated a soothing warmth, gradually pulling Filch from his madness. "She is not dead? My cat is not dead," he inquired cautiously, a flicker of hope igniting within him. "Indeed, Mrs. Norris has merely been petrified," Dumbledore announced as he stepped into the gathering. His brow furrowed as he surveyed the bloodstains on the wall. Professor McGonagall, equally alarmed, scanned the surrounding young wizards, sighing in relief upon confirming that none had been harmed. "Now, everyone shall return to their dormitories." Dumbledore's voice, though soft, resonated with an irresistible authority, prompting the young wizards to disperse quickly. "Except for you three," he remarked, nodding at Harry, Ron, and Hermione before turning his gaze to the girl still holding Filch's hand. "And you, Lee, perhaps Mr. Filch could benefit from your assistance." "It would be my honor," Nuanyue replied, refusing to release her grip as she channeled her magical energy into Filch, gradually warming his trembling form. Filch cast a grateful glance at her, yet continued to clench his jaw, fixating on Harry. "It must be him. He has cursed my cat." He was acutely aware that the young wizards of Hogwarts despised him, and by extension, Mrs. Norris, simply because he was a squib. The circumstances surrounding the cat's petrification remained unclear as Dumbledore regarded the wall where Mrs. Norris had once been. "Ask him," Filch roared. "You all saw the words he wrote on the wall." "No, it was not me. I swear, Professor. I never touched Mrs. Norris." Harry finally regained his voice, hastily defending himself. "May I interject?" Severus Snape's low, gravelly voice suddenly cut through the tension, causing the three friends to exchange apprehensive glances, fearing the worst. Perhaps Mr. Potter and his companions merely found themselves in the wrong place at the wrong time. The statement left them momentarily stunned. Snape, of all people, was defending them, an occurrence more shocking than Filch's earlier outburst. However, there remain uncertainties. Snape advanced toward Harry. "Why were you here?" "That may be my doing," Gilderoy Lockhart interjected, his charming smile radiating as he added, "Harry has been assisting me in responding to fan mail and has yet to partake in supper. As you know, my admirers are numerous, and it is a laborious task to reply to them all individually." "Yes, we were looking for Harry," Hermione began, but abruptly halted. Sensing a sound unheard by others, she pondered whether it was wise to voice her concerns. "What sound?" Snape queried, his eyes narrowing with suspicion. "This is not the way to the Great Hall, is it? Or do you not require nourishment?" Harry was about to explain when Nuanyue stepped closer, linking her arm with his. "He was looking for me, Professor. We had arranged to dine together, had we not, Harry? Indeed, I fear I have arrived late." "It seems we shall miss dinner," Harry stammered, his cheeks reddening as he glanced at Nuanyue. Ron's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets, prompting Hermione to nudge him sharply to suppress his exclamation. Snape observed Nuanyue in silence before finally stating, "I have no authority to interfere with your social choices, Miss Lee, but as the head of Slytherin, I advise you to steer clear of those who are self-important, arrogant, and troublesome. Provoking danger is not a wise choice for a Slytherin." "I understand, Professor," she replied with a smile. "My cat has been petrified. I demand to see someone punished." Filch remained obstinate. Dumbledore, with gentle firmness, responded, "Without evidence to accuse one of a crime, he is innocent. Rest assured, Pomona has cultivated mandrakes. Once they mature, a potion to reverse the petrification will be concocted." At last, the trio was exonerated, and as Nuanyue accompanied them to the staircase, they finally exhaled in relief. Ron's gaze flitted between Harry and Nuanyue. "So, when did you two become an item? Why was I, your best friend, completely oblivious?" Harry's face flushed anew. "Ron, that is not the case." Hermione rolled her eyes at Ron. "Are you filled with nothing but nonsense? Luna only mentioned that to assist us in evading Professor Snape." "Oh, I see." Ron chuckled heartily. "The friendship between Slytherin and Gryffindor is remarkable enough. If they were to become lovers, it would be as if Merlin were jesting." Harry felt another arrow pierce his heart, his expression falling into despair. Hermione, noting Harry's demeanor, sighed. "I must remind you, at Hogwarts, while unions between Gryffindor and Slytherin are rare, they are not non-existent. However, what I wish to emphasize is that this is quite unusual, Harry, specifically the sound you heard." She then turned to Nuanyue, recounting the earlier events. "What do you think, Luna?" Luna, renowned for her outstanding academic performance, was a trusted source of wisdom for Hermione. "Well, it does not seem coincidental," Nuanyue acknowledged, fully aware of the chamber's legends, yet refraining from voicing her suspicions without evidence. "It was neither scientific nor magical. I too believe it is not mere coincidence. Harry heard that sound, and then Mrs. Norris was petrified. There must be some connection, Hermione asserted. Should I disclose this? Inform Professor Dumbledore and the other professors about the sound? Harry inquired, glancing at the two girls. Are you out of your mind? Ron gasped. To which Hermione shot him a glare before continuing. Harry, you must realize that even in the magical world, hearing sounds that others cannot is not necessarily a harbinger of good fortune. Since we seem to have exhausted this topic, let us leave it for now. We might as well see what transpires next, Nuanyue concluded. It is quite late. Harry, you should return to rest. I suspect the little lions of Gryffindor are eagerly awaiting your account in the common room. Chapter 10. Nuanyue and the Legend of the Chamber. After bidding farewell to the trio, Nuanyue reflected on the events as she returned to the walls of Slytherin. Pure blood, the password is correct, she intoned, and the wall responded, revealing a few individuals seated on the sofa. It appeared the little snakes of Slytherin were also awaiting her first-hand account. Are you hosting a reunion? Nuanyue teased them playfully. On the couch sat Draco, his expression dark and forbidding, with Pansy beside him, hesitant to speak. Blaise and Daphne lounged on the adjacent couch, both wearing expressions of eager anticipation, while Crabbe and Goyle huddled by the fireplace, indulging in cake and occasionally casting glances in their direction. Theodore remained aloof, seated on the couch with an open book resting on his lap, while Millicent gazed at him with a look of infatuation, her mouth busy with questions directed at him. What were you doing just now? Draco was the first to break the silence, his tone laced with irritation. Just offering some comfort to Filch, Nuanyue replied, somewhat perplexed. No. I mean, why were you there? Still mingling with those misfits? I've told you, Luna, it's dangerous to associate with them. Do you understand? Draco retorted, his frustration palpable. I wasn't with them. I was brewing potions with Professor Snape and came out a bit later. Nuanyue finally grasped the source of their anger. Draco's expression softened slightly. That's more like it. By the way, why did Dumbledore keep you? Did he mention anything about that chamber? Was it really that scarred head who stirred up trouble? Upon realizing that Nuanyue had not been with Harry Potter and the others, Draco's interest peaked once more. He seemed eager to hear of Harry's misfortunes and potential expulsion from Hogwarts. Unfortunately for you, that's not good news, Nuanyue shrugged. This incident likely has nothing to do with Harry and his friends. They just happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time. Draco scoffed, appearing rather languid. We waited for you for so long, and there's nothing to celebrate. Forget it, let us just go to bed. Nuanyue rolled her eyes, bemused by his audacity to feign grievance. They had stayed up late waiting for her, all because of Harry. Clearly, Harry was the true love, and she was merely an afterthought. Oh, by the way, you performed quite well today, Draco, Nuanyue suddenly remarked with a mischievous grin, pointing to his neck. If you had let that word slip in the corridor earlier, I would have been delighted to leave a few bite-shaped marks on your neck. Draco instinctively covered his neck and took a step back, a flush of pink creeping up his ears and cheeks. Are you a vampire, you fool? He shouted, turning on his heel and storming back to the dormitory, slamming the door behind him. Well done. Blaise gave Luna a thumbs up as he exited, having enjoyed the spectacle. Daphne, stifling her laughter, dragged the sulking Pansy away. Millicent, I would like to speak with Nuanyue privately, Theodore suddenly interjected. Millicent glanced at Nuanyue, her eyes betraying a mix of fear and resentment, but when she turned to Theodore, her demeanor shifted to that of a lovesick girl. All right, Theodore. I'll head back now. The common room was left with just Theodore and Nuanyue, who relaxed and flopped down beside him, sinking into the couch and pulling a cushion into her embrace. Theo, is there anything you need me to report? Theodore snapped the book shut. Why did you bite Draco that day? They had only learned about that incident today due to Pansy's slip of the tongue. Because Draco wanted to insult Hermione by calling her a mudblood, which is quite an unpleasant term that I detest, Nuanyue explained, scratching her head. I couldn't use my hands at the time, so in a moment of impulse, I bit him. He's quite petty though. He hasn't spoken to me for several days, and today marks our first conversation. So, does that mean we're reconciled? He isn't angry with you. Theodore remarked blandly, so there's really nothing to reconcile. Nuanyue shrugged, unconcerned. His foul temper is easy to placate. By the way, Theo, can you guess what potion I brewed today? Theodore shook his head, affectionately tucking her hair behind her ear. I haven't encountered the scent you carry. It seems it's not one I've studied. Huh, you have a keen nose. Nuanyue leaned in closer, whispering, it's the polyjuice potion. Theodore raised an eyebrow. Intrigued. What made you suddenly want to brew that? Did Professor Snape actually allow it? Because I'm a genius. Nuanyue beamed. The textbook material has become rather mundane for me. In fact, I requested the professor to teach me some knowledge that ISNT covered in our curriculum last semester, but he only relented this term. My polyjuice potion still needs a few more days to mature, but today the professor praised me, so it seems promising. Theodore regarded her with admiration, reaching out to stroke her hair. You're remarkable. Nuanyue's spirits lifted. Theo, if you're not tired, I'd like to discuss the potion-making process with you. I'm a bit unsure about the measurements of some ingredients. I think adjusting them could enhance the outcome. The two academic prodigies, disregarding their fatigue, delved into their discussion once more. Professor McGonagall's Transfiguration class was one of the most popular courses, as aside from her rather stern demeanor, she was generally quite approachable, and her lessons were engaging and comprehensible. Today, we will be learning about animal transfiguration, specifically how to transform an animal into a goblet. Like this, Professor McGonagall demonstrated, pointing her wand at a bird on the desk. 123, Vera Verdo. The bird swiftly transformed into a delicate goblet, eliciting awed gasps from the young witches and wizards. Now, Weasley, you give it a try? McGonagall called as she approached Ron's desk. 123, Vera Verdo understood. Ahem. Ron took out his wand and pointed it at the rat before him. Vera Verdo. His rat transformed into a rather grotesque cup, still covered in fur and sporting a tail. Oh, Mr. Weasley, you'll need to acquire a new wand, McGonagall said regretfully. Now, who would like to give it a shot? Miss Lee, why don't you have a go? Nuanyue retrieved her wand and pointed it at the little rabbit in front of her. Vera Verdo. The rabbit instantly morphed into an elegant goblet adorned with intricate glass patterns, clearly fit for nobility. Splendid. Perfect. Miss Lee, your talent is truly remarkable, McGonagall praised. Well done. Slytherin, 5 points. The Slytherin students erupted in cheers, while Hermione also managed to transform her rabbit into a goblet, prompting McGonagall to award Gryffindor 5 points as well. Seizing the moment, Hermione eagerly asked, Professor, may I pose a few questions? Of course, Miss Granger, McGonagall replied with a smile. Could you tell us about the Chamber of Secrets? Hermione inquired. McGonagall's smile faded, and she surveyed the room filled with a mix of anxious, hopeful, and bewildered expressions from her students before letting out a sigh. Very well. As you all know, Hogwarts was established over 1,000 years ago by 4 great founders, Godric Gryffindor, Rowena Ravenclaw, Helga Hufflepuff, and Salazar Slytherin. McGonagall began to pace the classroom, reminiscing about the tale. In the early days of the school, disagreements arose regarding admissions. 3 of the founders were in harmony, while the 4th held a differing opinion. Guess who it was? I'll give you 3 chances, Ron whispered mockingly to Harry, who couldn't help but chuckle. Ignoring them, McGonagall continued. Salazar Slytherin believed that Hogwarts should be more selective in its admissions, arguing that magical education should only be available to those from magical families, pure-blood wizards. Unable to sway the views of the other 3, he ultimately left the school. Professor McGonagall tapped her wand thoughtfully, speaking in a tone tinged with uncertainty, according to legend. During his time at the school, he constructed a chamber within the castle, which he named the Chamber of Secrets. Just before his departure, he sealed this chamber, awaiting the return of his true heir. Only this heir possesses the ability to unlock the chamber and unleash the terrifying entity within, destined to purify the school of those unworthy of practicing magic. Hermione whispered, Muggles? Professor McGonagall nodded. Indeed, countless searches conducted by the faculty have yielded no trace of this chamber. Then, Professor, does the legend specify what resides within the chamber? Hermione inquired anxiously, adjusting her glasses. Professor McGonagall replied, the legend merely states that the contents of the chamber can only be controlled by the heir of Slytherin. Some claim that a monster dwells within. The young wizards from Gryffindor began to panic, while those from Slytherin remained remarkably composed. Harry glanced back at Draco, noticing the latter regarding him with an expression that suggested he knew more than he let on, accompanied by a malicious smile. Chapter 11, Draco and the Quidditch Match. Nuanyue observed that the trio had once again entered a peculiar mode, with Hermione seemingly eager to speak to her, while Ron appeared reluctant and repeatedly attempted to dissuade Hermione from engaging with Harry. Being well-versed in the unfolding narrative, she understood precisely what Hermione wished to convey. The trio was convinced that Draco was the heir of Slytherin, given that the Malfoy family had been associated with Slytherin for centuries and harbored a profound disdain for Muggle-born wizards. Although Ron's perspective had shifted somewhat, he remained steadfast in his belief that discussing matters pertaining to Slytherin with Nuanyue was inadvisable, especially since she was friends with Draco. For instance, while hiding behind a bookshelf in the library, she overheard Ron's voice. Enough, Hermione. She has already told you she would treat you and Malfoy fairly, so she would never assist you in questioning him. Do you expect her to ask, Dear Draco, are you the heir of the Chamber of Secrets? Oh, that is utterly unrealistic. Ron spoke with a tone laced with sarcasm. But this is not a trivial matter, Ron. Hermione insisted, maintaining her stance. This concerns the safety of all students at Hogwarts. I'm certain Luna would be willing to help. I don't think so. Remember how close she was to the Malfoys in Diagon Alley? Ron scoffed. While I do agree that she is different from other Slytherins, she is still very much one of them, a reality you cannot alter. Only you think that, Ron, Hermione huffed, slamming the book shut and turning to Harry. Harry, do you not trust Luna? Harry shook his head. No, I trust Luna. But I do not recommend that we disclose this matter to her. Ron laughed heartily, patting Harry on the shoulder. Oh, Harry, you truly are my best friend. But why? Hermione asked, puzzled. She could discern that Harry's feelings toward Nuanyue were distinct. He could not possibly doubt her loyalty to her friends. Because she is friends with Malfoy. If she assists us, it would be a betrayal of her friend. I don't want her to be put in a difficult position because of me. So let us figure this out ourselves, Harry stated with unwavering resolve. Oh, Harry. Hermione sighed, gazing at him helplessly. Her eyes drifted past him, and she suddenly smirked. All right. I suppose we need not dwell on this anymore. It is evident that Luna has already made her decision. What? Harry asked, bewildered. Hermione placed her forehead in her hand and pointed behind him. Harry and Ron turned simultaneously to find Nuanyue smiling at them. Oh, Merlin's trousers. How did you get here? Do you walk without making a sound? Ron exclaimed, startled. Because I overheard someone mention my name. I am rather sensitive about it. Nuanyue said as she sat beside Hermione, her gaze playfully fixed on the trio. Well, I've heard your conversation. What would you like to ask? Luna. You really don't need to, Harry began, only to be interrupted by Ron. Can you tell us if Malfoy is the heir of the Chamber of Secrets? Nuanyue nodded. Certainly. I can assure you that Draco is not the heir of the chamber. But do you believe my words? Ron scoffed, clearly skeptical. Nuanyue smiled. You see? I speak the truth, yet you do not believe me. In your minds, it has already been established that Draco is the one who will unlock the chamber. Instead of asking me, why not confirm it yourselves? Confirm it ourselves? Hermione's eyes lit up. Are you suggesting we could find a way to directly ask Malfoy? Nuanyue nodded. I recently brewed a fresh batch of polyjuice potion. Clearly, brewing another batch would pose no issue. But you will need to provide the location and ingredients for the potion. I will give you some hair from Slytherin students to transform into their likenesses for the common room. What do you think? But brewing the polyjuice potion takes a month. Hermione hesitated. A month? If Malfoy is indeed the heir, a month would be ample time for him to purge half of the Muggle-borns, Ron said anxiously. This is the only option. You can either trust my words and seek other clues or inquire directly with Draco, Nuanyue said, resting her hands on the table, propping her chin elegantly as she smiled at the two young wizards. The decision is yours. The Quidditch match between Gryffindor and Slytherin was officially underway. The atmosphere as lively as ever, a sea of red and green. From the outset, both teams were locked in a fierce struggle. But it was evident that Slytherin was employing every possible tactic to gain an advantage, leaving Gryffindor at a distinct disadvantage. High above, Harry anxiously searched for the golden snitch. Both he and Draco had spotted it multiple times, yet each time it had eluded their grasp. Nuanyue did not join in the cheers and shouts of others. She simply observed the players soaring through the air in silence. Before the match, she had refrained from cheering for Draco, fully aware of the outcome. She wished not to add to their pressure. To be frank, Draco's flying skills and his broomstick were superior to Harry's. Yet he lacked the unwavering belief in victory and the courage to press forward, which was precisely why he often succumbed to Harry. On the field, a bludger suddenly seemed to be possessed by Flint as it relentlessly targeted Harry, attempting to knock him off his broom with various cunning angles. Fred and George had already attempted to knock the bludger away several times, but to no avail. Harry could only rely on his flying prowess to evade it. His predicament drawing Draco's attention. Draco was doubled over on his broom, laughing heartily, completely oblivious to the golden snitch hovering behind him, while Harry shot past him, propelled by the bludger. It was only then that Draco realized, hastily following Harry in pursuit of the snitch. Unfortunately, even with his superior broom, he was at a disadvantage due to his late start. The snitch darted nimbly around the pitch, with Harry and Draco hot on its heels. Suddenly, it swooped down low. And both boys followed closely, but the obstacles and barriers on the ground posed significant challenges, causing the snitch to nearly slip from their sight. Harry suddenly accelerated, the bludger behind him persisting in its assault. Draco seemed momentarily hesitant. After all, the danger surrounding Harry was palpable, the bludger behaving as if driven mad. Yet, if he did not pursue Harry, he would not have a chance to catch the snitch. In that instant, another bludger charged through the wall in front of Draco. Colliding with Harry, already on edge, Draco was startled, and in his panic, the head of his broom struck a wooden post, sending him tumbling onto the pitch grass. Draco, Pansy, and Nuanyue simultaneously rose and dashed towards the Quidditch pitch, while at that moment, Harry, risking the loss of his arm, managed to seize the golden snitch before tumbling off his broom. Oh, Harry has caught the golden snitch. Victory belongs to Gryffindor. The enthusiastic voice of Lee Jordan reverberated throughout the arena, and the young wizards erupted into cheers. Nuanyue and Pansy had already reached the field, with Blaise and Theodore also dismounting their brooms to gather around. Draco lay on the ground, his complexion appearing somewhat pale, yet he bore no visible injuries. We should take Draco to the hospital wing, Nuanyue suggested. Pansy, weeping, supported Draco onto a stretcher designated for transporting the injured. As the crowd hastily made their way to the hospital wing, Nuanyue brushed past Professor Lockhart, suddenly recalling that he was likely to commit a blunder during this match. Just as she intended to turn back and intervene, a gasp arose from the Gryffindor side. Through the parting crowd, she glimpsed Harry's arm contorted like rubber. Nuanyue tugged at the corners of her mouth. Since she could not prevent it, such trivial matters could be left to Madame Pomfrey to resolve. Draco lay in bed, groaning in pain, while Madame Pomfrey merely handed him a bottle of pain-relieving potion and seemed disinclined to attend to him further. Pansy sat at the bedside, tears streaming down her face, while Theodore and Blaise regarded Draco with a mixture of disdain and exasperation. Draco, Harry is about to be brought in as well. Are you certain you wish to continue your lamentations? Nuanyue rolled her eyes. This fellow was quite the dramatist. Draco promptly fell silent, glaring at Nuanyue. What do you mean? I am genuinely injured. I am aware you are injured, Nuanyue sighed. I hope you realize that the incident involving Harry and Lockhart's spell has rendered him armless, which might alleviate some of your pain. Really? Draco shot up, suddenly recalling his own injury, and immediately winced, clutching his stomach against the headboard. Serves him right, that scarhead. Ouch, it still hurts. Unfortunately, his feigned agony was so amusing that it twisted his once handsome face into a rather grotesque expression, causing even Pansy to halt her sobbing and regard Draco with a frown. At that moment, the Gryffindor lions surrounded Harry's stretcher, all beaming with joy, and Harry himself smiled, seemingly unfazed by his arm. Merlin, you certainly know how to create trouble, Madame Pomfrey exclaimed, grasping Harry's arm indignantly. I say Quidditch should be banned. It's a barbaric sport. What on earth has happened? Oh, will Harry's arm grow back? Ron inquired cautiously. Madame Pomfrey replied tersely. It was originally a very simple spell, but now it has become quite troublesome. He will require a night for the bones to regrow, so you all must wait. With that, she hurried off to the potions cupboard. That's why I said Lockhart is utterly unreliable, Ron muttered under his breath, only to receive an angry glare from Hermione. Madame Pomfrey returned with a bottle, forcefully thrusting it into Harry's hand. Drink this. The taste may not be pleasant, and it will be quite painful as your bones regrow. So brace yourself. With that, she turned and walked away, muttering Lockhart's name, clearly cursing him. Harry took a sip of the potion, then spluttered, spraying Ron's face in the process. Hermione took a step back, looking quite disgusted. Oh, sorry, Ron. The taste is truly indescribable, Harry said, blushing as he noticed Nuanyue and the Slytherin crowd's attention on him. Oh, well, what can you do? We're friends, after all, Ron said resignedly, wiping his face with his sleeve. It's about time. We should be heading back, Theodore suddenly remarked, reminding them that they had afternoon classes and needed to prepare after lunch. I'll stay in the hospital wing for the night. It's history of magic this afternoon, and I would just fall asleep anyway, so I might as well rest in bed, Draco declared, pulling the covers up over himself. All right, see you later. The others decided to leave first. As they passed by Harry's bed, Nuanyue paused. Harry, are you all right? Not bad. Just that potion is too dreadful, Harry grimaced, staring at the bottle in his hand. I can offer you some assistance, Nuanyue smiled, reaching out to press near Harry's jawline. Give it another try. Harry, puzzled, raised the bottle and cautiously took another sip. Hey, I can't taste anything now. I've temporarily sealed your sense of taste. It should return in about half an hour. Nuanyue waved her hand. Rest well. With that, she followed Pansy and the others out. Chapter 12, Nuanyue and the Dueling Club. The petrification of first-year student Collins sent waves of anxiety among the half-blood and muggle-born wizards at Hogwarts, intensifying the trio's motivation to uncover the truth. The three of them dragged Nuanyue into the girls' restroom to brew the polyjuice potion, using ingredients Hermione had procured through Owlpost. While the rare components had been pilfered from Professor Snape after they had deliberately caused a commotion in the previous class, Nuanyue, already experienced, executed the procedure with fluid precision, leaving Hermione in awe. As they brewed the potion, the two began an animated discussion. Ron and Harry, however, found themselves utterly perplexed by the esoteric vocabulary, and both felt quite uncomfortable. Despite the restroom being closed due to its dilapidated state, it was still a girls' restroom. Can someone tell me why we're brewing polyjuice potion in the girls' restroom in broad daylight? Aren't you afraid of being discovered? Ron leaned against a partition, his tone laced with incredulity and annoyance. No one's coming. It's deserted here, Hermione replied, taking a moment to respond. Why? Ron pressed. Moaning Myrtle, Hermione shrugged. Who? Ron continued to question. Right behind you, Nuanyue indicated to the apparition behind him, casually dropping several snake skins into the cauldron. As Ron turned around, he was met with the face of a girl wearing enormous black-rimmed glasses, causing him to press himself against the door in fright. The girl exclaimed, "I am Moaning Myrtle." Her translucent form suddenly floated into the air. "I don't expect you to know who I am." Who would recall the embarrassing, pitiful, miserable Moaning Myrtle? Her voice, tinged with a sob, was irksome enough to give one a headache. With a piercing wail, Myrtle plunged into the nearby broken toilet, splashing water everywhere before vanishing. What on earth is wrong with her? Ron was utterly taken aback by her antics. "She's a bit melodramatic, isn't she?" Hermione shrugged. "Have you heard that Professor Lockhart is forming a dueling club?" Nuanyue inquired, shaking the liquid she had prepared. "Oh, that sounds cool. But I don't think he's a suitable organizer." Ron's blunt comment drew Hermione's ire. "Don't say that. He's an excellent professor." "Merlin, Hermione, did you see how he removed Harry's bones? How can you still believe his nonsense?" Ron exclaimed incredulously. Harry shrank back, opting to refrain from engaging in their quarrel. Hermione, her impatience palpable, retorted, "I've said it before. Everyone makes mistakes, even professors, and that only makes him more relatable. In any case, I absolutely believe in the authenticity of his books." "Merlin, she's so stubborn," Ron lamented to Harry. Seeing Harry's indifferent grin, he turned back to Nuanyue, a look of desperation on his face. "You don't like that guy too, do you?" "Me? He is not my preferred type. Yet there exists a singular point of agreement between Hermione and myself. I firmly believe in the authenticity of those tales." Nuanyue poured the liquid she held into the cauldron, and the rising white mist swiftly obscured her expression. It was evident that Professor Lockhart had heard numerous splendid stories, and through his charm of oblivion, he had caused the original narrators to forget their adventurous exploits. Moreover, Lockhart possessed a commendable writing style, modifying those tales just enough to claim them as his own experiences. Readers, of course, would perceive them as genuine, for the content was indeed true, albeit the protagonist was a mere fabrication. Soon, it was time for the afternoon defense against the dark arts class. The classroom had undergone a complete transformation. The usual desks and chairs were absent, leaving only a long, elevated platform at its center. Professor Lockhart stood upon this platform, proudly extolling his achievements, captivating the young witches and wizards below. "Now, I would like to introduce my assistant, Professor Snape," Lockhart declared, waving toward the opposite side of the platform. "I believed he was courting disaster. Was it not preferable to remain alive?" Nuanyue observed Professor Snape ascend the dueling platform with a scowl, clearly unwilling to waste his time indulging this jester's theatrics. Had Lockhart somehow ensnared him with a compromising secret? Draco, who had recovered sufficiently to attend class, could hardly believe that the aloof and solitary Snape would be present here. On the platform, Professor Lockhart had commenced his lengthy oration, concluding with a brief 1-minute introduction to the rules of dueling before inviting Snape to engage in their first match. Snape's expression was as dark as the depths of a cauldron. He moved like a puppet, following Lockhart's instructions to raise his wand, bow, and turn around. Disarm. The simplest disarming spell, yet Nuanyue could discern the gritted teeth behind it. Lockhart was suddenly sent sprawling to the edge of the dueling platform as if struck by a beast. "Oh dear, is he all right?" cried the young witches below, casting disapproving glances at the now composed Professor Snape. "I wonder when these girls lost their eyesight," Blaise scoffed. Laughter erupted among the surrounding young wizards, further inciting the displeasure of the girls. Lockhart shook his head and stood up, revealing a remarkable resilience. "Ah, a commendable demonstration, Professor Snape. But if I may be so bold, your intentions are quite apparent. Should I wish to thwart you, it would be a simple matter." Nuanyue noted how Snape's grip on his wand tightened. She had reason to suspect that he might utter the word Avada at any moment. However, Snape merely replied coldly, "Next, I believe we should teach the young wizards how to resist dark curses." "Oh, splendid suggestion. Now, pair up and begin practicing. Remember, only the disarming spell and the protection charm." Lockhart hastily turned to the young wizards, recognizing Snape's patience was nearing its limit. "Theo, have you been practicing the silent spell recently?" Nuanyue inquired of her companion, Theodore. "Simple charms are manageable," Theo humbly replied. "Then let us duel with the silent spell." Speaking the incantation is far too easy. Both she and Theodore belonged to the top echelon of students, having diligently perused various spellbooks over the holidays. "Very well." Theo smiled lightly, raising his wand, and thus, the two began casting spells in silence, drawing the attention of the surrounding young witches and wizards. "Wow, how cool. Who is that girl? Don't you know? The most beautiful witch of Slytherin, Lee from the East. She is incredible. Is she using a silent spell? Merlin. She must be in second year. That boy opposite her is quite impressive too. He seems to be from the Knot family. Hey, don't you think they make a perfect pair?" The conversation had evidently veered off course, and Draco's expression transformed from one of pride and satisfaction to one of barely contained fury, his face darkening. Oh, these two are beyond my imagination," Lockhart exclaimed, Noticing them, why not step up to the dueling platform and let everyone observe? They have surpassed the capabilities of second years, Snape interjected coolly, and even if they were to take the stage, others would not learn anything. It would be wiser to select different participants for demonstration. Indeed, you make a valid point. How about Weasley and Potter? What do you say? Lockhart turned his gaze to Ron and Harry. Mr. Weasley's wand is broken. I fear a duel might injure either him or Mr. Potter. Instead, let Malfoy and Potter duel. Snape suggested to the eager Draco. In contrast to Harry's hesitance, Draco charged onto the dueling platform with a surge of anger, the sparks between them palpable. TSK. The chemistry is electric, Nuanyue thought, enjoying the spectacle with the carefree demeanor of someone munching on snacks. The two began casting spells at each other, exchanging blows. Yet as second years, their repertoire was limited, their magical prowess comparable to one another, lacking the finesse displayed by Nuanyue and Theodore. Suddenly, Draco shouted a spell, and a snake erupted from his wand. This summoning spell, if not controlled properly, could result in the serpent attacking any visible target. Gasps erupted from the young wizards. Snape, seeing Harry paralyzed with indecision, intended to intervene and vanquish the snake, but Lockhart stepped forward first, wand in hand, with an air of nonchalance. Allow me, he said. Wingardium Leviosa. However, this levitation spell not only failed to banish the snake, but also provoked it, causing the already uncontrollable serpent to hiss and prepare to strike the nearest Hufflepuff. Stop. Suddenly, Harry shouted at the black snake, but to the others, it only sounded like an ominous growl, deep and foreboding, akin to dark magic incantations. The snake hesitated, glancing between Harry and the trembling Hufflepuff before ultimately ceasing its advance. Just then, a hand seized the snake's neck before Snape could utter a spell, effortlessly holding its tail and shaking it, causing the serpent to go limp. Hanging like a noodle in midair. What a fine pet, Nuanyue remarked casually, wrapping the snake around her wrist, which seemed to gaze at her with starry eyes, its head resting softly on her hand. What are you all doing? The Hufflepuff boy exclaimed, his face pale, before turning on his heel and fleeing. Whispers began to circulate among the young witches and wizards, while Snape and Lockhart exchanged silent glances at Harry, the atmosphere in the classroom suddenly growing bizarre. Harry, come. We need to talk, Nuanyue said, stepping forward to pull Harry out, with Ron and Hermione hastily following behind. Chapter 13. The trio and the polyjuice potion. Once in an unused classroom, Ron couldn't contain his curiosity and blurted out, Harry, you can speak Parseltongue? Harry looked bewildered. What is Parseltongue? It's the ability to converse with snakes, Hermione clarified. Indeed, I once released a python to scare my cousin Dudley, but so what? I bet many people can do it, Harry replied, somewhat agitated. They can't, Harry, Hermione hesitated to explain. This talent is quite unusual, it's not a good thing. What is so unusual about it? Just because I stopped it from attacking Justin? Harry exclaimed, frustrated. You heard me trying to prevent it. No, Harry. We merely heard you emitting strange sounds. You were speaking in another language, the language of snakes, Ron said cautiously. Another language? Harry was taken aback, completely unaware of this issue. But how could I be speaking another language without even knowing it? I'm not certain, Harry, Hermione replied. But you know that the emblem of Slytherin is a serpent for a reason. Salazar Slytherin was a Parselmouth. Now the entire school must think you're his distant descendant or something. They might even believe you are his heir. Ron continued. But I'm not. Harry shouted in anger. Though he quickly quieted down, a look of confusion and hesitation in his eyes. How could I be? Harry, he lived 1,000 years ago, so perhaps you truly are. Hermione's voice carried a tone of sympathy, fully aware of the immense burden Harry was under. You're not, Nuanyue interjected confidently. The trio turned to her. And Nuanyue was teasing the now-awake black snake with her fingers, which swayed back and forth, evading her touch, but daring not to bite. Nuanyue opened her mouth and emitted a peculiar sound, akin to the hissing of serpents, causing the black snake to suddenly cease its evasion. Its slitted eyes fixated on her. What are you saying? Ron's eyes widened in terror. She said if you don't behave, she'll extract the snake's gall to brew a potion. Harry hesitantly translated. Merlin, Luna, you're also a Parselmouth? Hermione felt her worldview shifting. Wasn't it said that Parseltongue was exceedingly rare? Why did she encounter two in one day? Both young Parselmouths? I'm not. I taught myself, Nuanyue explained, scratching the snake's neck. Professor Snape granted me access to the restricted section. So I browsed through a book titled The Languages of Magical Creatures, which included mermaid and werewolf languages, among others. Oh, while I knew their languages could be learned, I didn't realize it was so challenging. Hermione gazed at Nuanyue with admiration. You must understand that their phonetic systems are entirely different from ours. Luna, you are truly remarkable. I recall Professor Dumbledore also spoke the mermaid language. Can Parseltongue be learned? Ron scratched his head, aware that, as a pureblood, he knew less than Hermione. Hermione shot him a disapproving glance, prompting Ron to have a sudden realization. Then Harry won't be suspected, right? Because Luna also speaks the language of snakes. Furthermore, Luna is a Slytherin. Enough, Ron. Do you wish for others to think Luna is the heir who opened the Chamber of Secrets? Hermione shouted, her face flushed with anger. Oh, my apologies, Luna. I didn't mean to imply that. Ron quickly corrected himself, realizing his blunder. He was merely being blunt without intending any harm. It's all right, Ron. For no one would believe I am the heir of Slytherin. Nuanyue pointed to her black hair and dark eyes. Clearly, I am a genuine Chinese. And I am not of Chinese descent, so it is impossible for my ancestors to have any connection with Salazar Slytherin. Even a fool wouldn't think of me as an heir. Harry, I believe your parcel tongue is not merely a gift, Nuanyue remarked. It may be connected to that scar of yours. Harry touched his forehead. This scar? Nuanyue nodded. Why not ask Professor Dumbledore? That mysterious figure, Voldemort, also speaks parcel tongue. Doesn't he? In the days that followed, Harry was deeply troubled, for almost all the young witches and wizards from every house, except Slytherin, had concluded that he was the heir of Slytherin. Rumors regarding Harry had spread throughout the school, and he desperately wished to explain things to Justin. But each time he approached, Justin would evade him, leading to further rumors that Justin had offended Harry and would soon face retribution. Harry was exceptionally unfortunate, as he once again found himself at the scene of Justin's alleged attack and was caught red-handed by Filch. He could already envision the rumors that would circulate through Hogwarts. Harry was summoned to the headmaster's office, where, although Dumbledore offered some explanations regarding his parcel tongue, Harry remained anxious to uncover the truth of the matter, unwilling to be misunderstood or wrongly accused any longer. Now, apart from Hermione, Ron, and Nuanyue, no other young witches and wizards wished to associate with him. Even Gryffindor students would cast doubtful glances in his direction. This Christmas was exceedingly dull, despite the Great Hall being beautifully decorated. Few young witches and wizards dared to linger outside, retreating to their dormitories or common rooms after meals. Nuanyue and Theodore chose not to return home for the holidays. And even Draco remained at school, seemingly due to some issues with Lucius Malfoy, who had recently been under scrutiny for possessing forbidden items. Nuanyue sat before the Slytherin fireplace, engrossed in her studies. The Slytherin dungeon was far too cold in winter, making this spot quite coveted. Slytherin had its own hierarchy, so unless one belonged to a pureblood family or an affluent pureblood lineage, they likely wouldn't even have access to the fireplace. Theodore sat beside her, discussing potion essays when the stone door swung open, revealing Draco accompanied by Crabbe and Goyle, with Millicent cautiously trailing behind. What are you all standing around for? Draco casually flopped onto the couch beside Nuanyue, only to notice that Crabbe and Goyle remained frozen in place. The two hurriedly took their seats, and Millicent, after a moment of surprise upon seeing Nuanyue, brightened and approached her. Oh no, she forgot to mention to Hermione that her relationship with Millicent is anything but friendly. Nuanyue thought, seeing Hermione seemingly about to call out to her. She swiftly closed her book and stood up to shield Hermione from Millicent. Enough already. Can't you see that Theo is quite irritated by your presence? Could you not linger so closely? Don't you find it unseemly? Hermione paused, vaguely grasping that Nuanyue and the Millicent she was impersonating were not on good terms, though she was uncertain how the real Millicent should react now. Nuanyue suddenly stepped forward. Am I not being clear enough? Please go stand elsewhere. You are not welcome here. Wow, cool. Pansy, who remained at school, observed the unfolding drama and smiled at Theodore, realizing that she was now protecting her territory, which was no small feat. Theodore glanced at Hermione, then at Nuanyue, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Luna, come back. Nuanyue subtly glanced at Hermione before turning to reclaim her seat. Hermione hurried to a corner and picked up a magazine to flip through. Draco shot Nuanyue an annoyed glare before turning to Crabbe and Goyle. You two allowed that idiot to block your way. The Weasleys are a disgrace. How can such people still be pureblood? Crabbe's expression darkened, prompting Draco to question. What is wrong, Crabbe? Goyle nudged Crabbe's arm and said to Malfoy, we just ate too much. His stomach hurts. Oh yes, my stomach hurts, Crabbe muttered, looking as vacant as ever. Nuanyue couldn't help but laugh at Ron's successful performance. Draco looked at her quizzically, noticing Theodore ruffling her hair, and then turned away in annoyance. Can you believe it? The Daily Prophet didn't even report on this attack. I bet Dumbledore had a hand in it. My father always says that Dumbledore being headmaster is the worst thing that ever happened to this school. Nonsense. This time it was Goyle's version of Harry who interjected. Draco was startled by his own shout. Leaping up and walking over to the sofa, he looked down at Goyle with a puzzled expression. What are you saying? Why are you two acting so strangely today? Is there anyone worse than Dumbledore? Goyle glanced at the dazed Crabbe beside him and exclaimed, Harry Potter. Harry Potter is the worst. Draco stared at Goyle in astonishment. As if he were a stranger, and just when Harry thought he had given himself away. Draco suddenly nodded in agreement. Indeed, you're right, Goyle. What has made you so clever today? Luna couldn't help but burst into laughter once again. Draco turned his head and shouted, all right. What has gotten into you today, Luna? You always hang out with those mad Gryffindors. How many times have I told you? They are nothing but troublemakers, especially that scar-headed one. Ha, St. Potter. Can you believe anyone would say he is the heir of Slytherin? But you know who the real heir is, right? Goyle suddenly asked. The true culprit? Draco replied with exasperation. I told you yesterday, I don't know. How many times must I repeat myself? It seemed he believed Goyle's mind couldn't retain information, so he lazily added. But my father told me that the Chamber of Secrets was opened 50 years ago. He wouldn't tell me who opened it, just that the person was expelled. The last time the chamber was opened, a muggle-born wizard died, so surely someone will die again this time. And I hope it's Hermione Granger. Myrtle and Crabbe, resembling Ron, were about to rise when Luna sprang up from the sofa faster than they could react, leaping onto Draco's back, and as he exclaimed in surprise, she locked her arms around his neck. Draco, you fool, take that back right now. Damn it, Luna, get off me. Draco shouted in a mix of anger and embarrassment, feeling her soft, fragrant form on his back. He wanted to throw her off but feared hurting her, so he could only yell loudly. I refuse. You must retract your earlier statement. Luna tightened her grip on Draco while casting a significant glance at the other two. Harry and Ron quickly stood up and ran outside. Damn it, Goyle, Crabbe, come back here and pull this crazy woman off me. We're going to the hospital wing. Goyle and Crabbe shouted as Myrtle also took the opportunity to flee. Chapter 14. Luna and Valentine's Day. The small-scale skirmish within Slytherin concluded with Draco's pleas for mercy, while the trio had no idea where to search for clues next. A few days later, during Charms class, Hermione secretly slipped Luna a note, asking to meet her in the library. When they encountered the trio, their faces bore a rather grim expression. What happened? You all look as if you've swallowed slugs. Luna said with a smile. Oh, that is utterly disgusting. Ron grimaced, almost retching at the thought. Luna, the situation is rather dire, Hermione stammered, gesturing toward Harry. Harry produced a notebook and handed it to Luna. I found this. It has names and dates in the back, likely belonging to students from 50 years ago. This notebook is quite remarkable, as it can converse with me. Through it, we uncovered the truth about the Chamber of Secrets being opened 50 years ago. A notebook? Based on your description, it sounds akin to a pensive, Luna remarked, picking up the diary and feeling a cold draft pass through her. She smirked slightly and tossed the notebook back onto the table. Harry, if it shows you the memories of its owner, then it's entirely possible those memories are fabricated. Correct? But many details align. Luna, I saw spiders in the diary, and I saw spiders when Justin was petrified. It claims that Hagrid opened the chamber. And while I believe Hagrid, you know he has a fondness for magical creatures. Perhaps, just perhaps, he didn't do it intentionally. Harry's voice dwindled as he spoke. He was a child with a strong moral compass, aware he could not continue to defend Hagrid. All right, Harry, perhaps the notebook can serve as corroborative evidence. But why not simply ask Hagrid directly? Luna suggested. That seems. Harry glanced at Ron, who immediately shook his head. Their feelings toward Hagrid ran deep. They could hardly fathom the ramifications of questioning him directly. Hermione seemed to be contemplating something, and after a moment, she suddenly looked up. Luna, I have an idea. Could you use your privileges to help me borrow a few books from the restricted section? Not a problem. Just come to me when you need something, Luna readily agreed. Before Harry could uncover any significant news, Gilderoy Lockhart made headlines of his own. The Grand Hall, once stately, was adorned with an overwhelming array of pink decorations. Merlin, it's blinding. Luna rubbed her eyes vigorously, utterly devoid of any notion of girlish sentiment. One pink item might be tolerable, but pink walls, pink ceilings, pink draperies, and a pink Lockhart were altogether too much for her, triggering a visceral reaction that made her feel nauseous. While some of this is rather excessive, it is the professor's intention, I assent it, Hermione remarked, her expression difficult to describe, as if struggling to find an alternative excuse for Lockhart. Oh, so today is Valentine's Day. That explains Lockhart's sudden exuberance, Luna observed, watching the professor energetically addressing the audience as he introduced a few fairies masquerading as cupids. They wore tattered white garments and sported decorative wings on their backs. These fairies were quite unattractive, even fearsome in appearance, though they lacked any real offensive capability, merely possessing considerable strength. As Luna took her seat at the Slytherin table, she noticed a fierce-looking fairy rush over to Draco, hoarsely announcing, Draco Malfoy, you have a letter. The heart-adorned stationery was thrust into Draco's pale hands by the fairy. Pansy stabbed her fork into her steak in a fit of rage, glaring at the envelope in Draco's lap as if she were ready to set it ablaze. Wow, the little prince is quite charming, Luna teased, earning a displeased glance from Draco. Luna, You didn't send this letter, did you? Pansy scrutinized her. Miss Parkinson, you may question my character, but never my discernment. Luna replied earnestly, further darkening Draco's countenance. Warm Moon, your letter. Before Draco could finish mocking her, another fairy leaped over, brandishing several letters and thrusting them into her hands, one of which it held tightly while reciting in a sing-song voice. Lee, you are like a blooming flower in the garden, like the stars twinkling in the night, like the beautiful swan in the black lake. I love you. Your figure is etched in my heart. With a splat, the dessert in her hands fell onto the table. Truly, her comeuppance had arrived swiftly. Draco stood up, snatching the letter from the fairy's grasp, turning to tear it apart and toss it to the floor. The fairy glared at him, but his memory served him well. Even without reading, he could recite the poem flawlessly. Well, not bad, not bad. Quite the literary flair. Luna applauded, and the fairy, satisfied, tipped its hat to her before scampering off to deliver more letters. What is your problem, you wretched fool? And who are these people? Draco glared furiously at Luna. Nuanyue leisurely began to open the letters. Do not be angry, Draco. It is actually quite amusing to think about it. I never realized I was so popular. She chuckled. Look at this. Who are these people? Draco snatched the letters away, casting a disdainful glance at the signatures. Muggle-born, half-blood. Ah. Even a pureblood from Hufflepuff dared to write such things. How audacious. You are a noble pureblood. Yes, yes. Nuanyue raised her hands in a gesture of surrender. You are absolutely right, Prince Little Dragon. I am indeed a pureblood. So could you return those letters to me? After all, I have no intention of responding. Draco, with a flick of his wand, incinerated the letters in a blaze of flames. You are correct. I have no intention of responding. Thus there is no need to read them. It is utterly revolting. Hey, it's my first time receiving love letters. Nuanyue lamented, her expression one of regret. She hadn't even had the chance to glance at them. Theodore also received a few love letters, but he showed no interest in reading them. Thus, Nuanyue leaned closer and began to open them on his behalf. There were no signatures, yet the handwriting was familiar. It was Millicent's letter, filled with nauseating flattery. Poor Theo, Nuanyue said, patting his shoulder sympathetically. Theodore remained silent, continuing to eat his lunch. Valentine's Day was supposed to be a joyous and romantic occasion. However, due to Lockhart's involvement, it always carried an air of tragedy. Many students were late to class, having been intercepted by pesky pixies, who seemed utterly oblivious to the concept of politeness, as they loudly recited so-called romantic poetry in public, even barging into classrooms to interrupt professors with their dry, scratchy voices reciting bizarre love poems. As one of Hogwarts' most popular students, Nuanyue found herself among those pursued by the pesky pixies. She deemed it her most miserable day. Professor McGonagall's dark demeanor only compounded her woes, as she had flawlessly transformed a hedgehog into a teapot, yet offered no points in return. As Snape's favorite student, she was penalized for the numerous letters she received during his class, disrupting his lecture. Even the usually mild-mannered Professor Flitwick had to use a spell to evict the incessantly pestering pixies from the classroom. Miss Lee, you have a musical message. A keen-eyed pixie caught sight of Nuanyue, who was alone in the corridor. She immediately turned to flee, only to find another pixie brandishing an envelope closing in on her. Oh, come on, she muttered. This is the corridor. Is the great hall and classrooms not enough? Must I lose my dignity here as well? Little snake, come here. Suddenly, a hand grasped her and pulled her aside forcefully. Nuanyue followed, twisting and turning until she finally evaded the swarm of pixies behind her. Chapter 15. Nuanyue and the Love Potion Merlin. Are the students at Hogwarts mad? With my physique, running for so long has left me a bit breathless. Thank you, Fred. I had no idea, little snake, that your charm was so potent, Fred replied. Leaning against the wall, clearly fatigued, yet his teasing nature remained unyielding. Did you secretly cast a charm to enhance your allure? As your partner, I believe you ought to share it with us. After all, our homemade love potion has yet to yield ideal results. Love potion? The brewing process for that potion is exceedingly intricate, and overall, I believe its dangers rival that of the killing curse. Nuanyue finally caught her breath. The love potions on the market are merely diluted versions. Ours, of course, cannot be that dangerous. Its effect is brief, merely a harmless prank. Fred said, pushing aside a large portrait to reveal a hidden passage. Let us retreat to our secret laboratory for a moment. Inside the dilapidated classroom were numerous haphazardly arranged items, and a red-haired boy stood before a cauldron, stirring something. Hey, George, I've brought back the poor little snake. She was besieged by a swarm of pixies. TSK. You should have seen it. I can imagine, Fred replied, a teasing smile on his face. Perhaps we should toss little snake into the cauldron. Maybe our love potion will succeed. Stop making jokes, Nuanyue said, wiping her forehead as she leaned closer to the cauldron. It smells quite nice. Is it a success? Not quite. Mainly, No one can conduct the experiment. Fred and I plan to test it on ourselves, George replied. Huh, that scene would be quite amusing. I request to observe. Nuanyue's eyes sparkled with excitement. Impossible. No way, the twins said in unison. TCH, you two are so dull. Nuanyue began to explore the room, while Fred and George focused on studying the rising vapor and scent from the cauldron. I'm a bit hungry. Do you have anything to eat? Nuanyue, having been chased by pixies for so long, felt ravenous. There's bread on the table and pumpkin juice in the cupboard. Fred replied without looking up. All right. Nuanyue settled herself on a rickety chair, quickly consuming the bread and pumpkin juice. After resting for a few moments, she suddenly felt a bit lightheaded, and her heart began to race, making the two red-haired boys in front of her appear to swirl. It should be ready, little snake. Want to take a look? George called without turning around. After a moment of silence, George turned in confusion only to find Nuanyue standing quietly behind him. So close that she nearly leaned against him, her dark eyes clouded with a dazed expression. Why are you silent? Trying to scare me? George chuckled. That won't frighten the great George Weasley. Nuanyue tilted her head, appearing as adorable as a little squirrel begging for food. She seemed to study his face carefully before gently calling out, George? Huh, aren't you supposed to be able to tell us apart? Why are you asking me? George felt a sense of foreboding and quickly nudged Fred beside him. You need to see how little Snake is. In the next moment, he was left speechless as the girl suddenly wrapped her arms around his neck and kissed him, her milky sweet lips surprising him. His first thought was, so? The bread Fred prepared is milk-flavored? Fred, stunned, rushed forward to pull Nuanyue away from George, shouting, George, did you put something in that pumpkin juice? Pumpkin juice? I drank it all, George replied, dazed, touching his lips. The bottle had contained a sample of the love potion. Fred, over here. Nuanyue seemed quite displeased with Fred's grip on her. She turned and elbowed him, freeing herself from his hold, then pressed him down onto the table. Merlin, little snake. Are you a giant troll? Fred howled in pain, only to have his groans silenced by the soft press of her lips. Merlin's trousers. George, finally coming to his senses, rushed forward to pull Nuanyue away, but she seemed to have transformed into a passionate monster, writhing in his embrace. What on earth is happening? Is this not a love potion but a kissing elixir? Fred climbed up from the table to assist his brother in separating the girl from him. I have no idea. We haven't tested it yet, George exclaimed, grappling with the girl who was squirming in his arms, feeling an overwhelming urge to simply kiss her until she complied. Fortunately, while Nuanyue was under the potion's influence, her subconscious did not wish to harm the two before her. Thus, she refrained from using her magical powers. Otherwise, 10 Weasley twins would be no match for her. What do we do now? Fred gripped her hands tightly, fearing she would continue to caress him. The sensation was far too strange. If all else fails, let us proceed to the hospital wing, George suggested. His brow furrowed with concern for the potential residual effects of their concocted potion on Nuanyue. I fear we may be confined by Professor McGonagall until the holidays. Fred lamented. Perhaps it could be worse, George replied, his expectations bleak. We might even receive a scolding letter from our mother or a summons from the Ministry of Magic. With Nuanyue flanked between them, the twins stealthily opened the door and led her out of the room. Fortunately, as dinner time approached, the corridors were devoid of wandering young witches and wizards. However, at the last intersection, they unexpectedly collided with a trio approaching from the opposite direction. Seizing the moment of surprise, Nuanyue suddenly lunged towards Harry, wrapping her arms around his waist. Before Harry could grasp the situation, Fred swiftly pulled her back into his embrace, pressing her head firmly against his chest. What just transpired? Harry asked, his expression one of bewilderment as he observed the three. Nothing at all. We were merely having a bit of fun, Fred replied immediately. I hardly believe you are merely having fun, Hermione remarked, her brow furrowing in suspicion as Nuanyue struggled to lift her head, only to find Fred's hand firmly holding her down. I think you ought to release her. She can hardly breathe, Ron said, concern etched on his face as he gazed at Nuanyue in Fred's grasp. Little Ronnie, it would be wise for you to mind your own business, or I assure you, you will come to intimately understand the affection of your brothers, George chuckled, casually stroking Nuanyue's hair, the silky texture pleasing him greatly. Startled, Ron retreated a couple of steps, hiding behind Hermione. Just what are you two up to? Luna inquired, her discomfort evident. You had best let her go, or I shall inform Professor McGonagall. Harry regarded them with curiosity, not believing the twins would bully Nuanyue, as his envy of their camaraderie was palpable. He merely speculated if they had conducted some mischievous experiment involving her, and it seemed he was correct. Little Hermione, I assure you, it is not as grave as it appears, George maintained jovially. Fred felt Nuanyue begin to struggle violently once more and quickly wrapped his other arm around her waist. Darling, would you please be still? He said, half-heartedly, not expecting her compliance. To his surprise, she ceased her struggles, her arms slowly rising to encircle his waist, her small face nuzzling against his chest. Behaving as sweetly as a kitten. Do be mindful. We are in the corridor. Ron exclaimed, his ears turning crimson even before Fred. Harry's expression darkened, while Hermione continued to scrutinize them, noting that Nuanyue had yet to utter a word, and her demeanor was decidedly uncharacteristic. Though the trio often engaged in playful camaraderie, her current closeness to Fred resembled that of lovers. Are you two together? Hermione blurted out, shocked by her own realization. Harry's eyes clouded with frustration and disappointment. His emerald gaze fixated on Nuanyue's back. Huh. Fred glanced at George, wary of answering Hermione, fearing Nuanyue would retaliate once she regained her senses. Indeed, the three of us are together, George chimed in, wrapping his arms around Nuanyue from behind and waving at the others. So do hurry along. And do not disturb us. We are still on our date. Ron appeared utterly flabbergasted, his eyes wide as saucers. What nonsense is this? 3 people together? His worldview seemed to shatter before him. Enough, Ron. You just stated it was a joke. Hermione rolled her eyes at him. Luna, what is the matter with you? If they are bullying you, please tell us, she urged. Just as George was about to concoct another story to evade Hermione's scrutiny, Nuanyue's voice broke through. They are not bullying me, but to be honest, my nose truly hurts. Fred, have you and George padded your chests with steel plates? She recalled how, during their last encounter at Grimmauld Place, she had injured her nose against George's chest, and now, Fred's grip had caused it to collide with his own, eliciting tears from her eyes. Little snake, you. Fred began to relent, but Nuanyue tightened her hold around him, exclaiming, don't move. Fred immediately froze, though a broad grin spread across his face. Hermione, you all should leave now, Nuanyue murmured, her tone subdued. Hermione shot another puzzled glance at the trio, and upon seeing that Nuanyue appeared unharmed, she reluctantly took hold of a reluctant Harry and a frightened Ron, leading them away. I say, little snake, my embrace is quite comfortable too. Would you like a turn in my arms? George grumbled, clearly annoyed that Nuanyue remained nestled in Fred's embrace. Fool. I told you my nose hurts. I think I'm about to bleed. Nuanyue huffed, rubbing her nose against Fred's chest, then lifting her gaze to glare at the twins. Indeed, her petite nose had turned a vivid shade of red, with traces of dried blood at the nostrils. Are you all right? George hastily produced a handkerchief to offer her. I won't die just yet. I need to visit the hospital wing to have Madame Pomfrey take a look. Nuanyue said, pressing his handkerchief against her nose. Little snake, about that pumpkin juice. George stammered awkwardly, unsure how to apologize. Ah, the failed love potion, correct? I shall know once I drink it. I have read about the effects in books, Nuanyue replied nonchalantly. So what were the results of your experiment? Are you satisfied with the effects? The twins exchanged silent glances, remaining conspicuously mute. Nuanyue, perplexed, inquired, what's wrong? By the way, I am quite curious. Who did I fall in love with? I merely felt a strange impulse, a delightful sensation, but afterward, I could not recall what transpired. George leaned in closer, asking, little snake, have you ever been in love? Nuanyue, assuming he was inquiring about the experiment, shook her head honestly. No, I haven't. Eastern and Western perspectives on romance differ greatly. Someone like me is merely a child, and at my age, it is considered too early for romance in my culture. George shot a smug glance at his best mate, while Fred merely offered him a disdainful look, leaving Nuanyue to scrutinize their interaction with suspicion. I feel as though you two are plotting something unsavory. Impossible. You are mistaken. Your nose takes precedence. We must head to the hospital wing first. The twins seamlessly resumed their banter, grasping Nuanyue's hands and hastening towards the hospital wing, leaving the matter of their first kiss buried within the confines of that classroom. Chapter 16, Nuanyue and the Chamber of Secrets. Following the turmoil of Valentine's Day, the atmosphere on campus grew increasingly tense, as if the very air was stifling. Hermione had been extraordinarily busy. Were it not for Madame Pance's repeated insistence, she might have taken up permanent residence in the library. Nuanyue had lent her several restricted books, and Hermione had become so engrossed in her reading that she neglected her own well-being. Harry and Ron could only watch helplessly, preparing meals for her to prevent her from starving. Just before dinner, Harry discreetly approached Nuanyue and Luna. Hermione mentioned she has made some progress. Would you like to join us in the library to find her? After a moment's consideration, Nuanyue agreed. All right, I will go see. As the trio exited the Great Hall, they encountered Professor McGonagall, her expression hesitant and sympathetic. Ah, you are all here. Very well. I must insist that the 3 of you accompany me. Harry and Ron exchanged bewildered glances, while Nuanyue paused, wondering if Hermione had been petrified. The 3 followed Professor McGonagall to the hospital wing, where, to their shock, they beheld Hermione, petrified, lying on a bed. Harry and Ron stared in disbelief at the sight before them. "Do not worry. She shall recover swiftly," Professor McGonagall assured them, gently patting their shoulders in consolation. Professor McGonagall requested a respite for Harry and his companions from Madame Pomfrey, hoping they could find solace in the presence of their dear friend. "We must seek out Hagrid," Harry declared resolutely to Ron. "We need to inquire about the events that transpired 50 years ago." Ron hesitated momentarily, glancing at Hermione on the bed before nodding vigorously. "All right, Harry, we'll go together." "No need," Nuanyue interjected, unwilling to let them venture into the Forbidden Forest, although she was aware they would ultimately return unscathed. "Luna?" Harry and Ron turned to the girl standing beside the hospital bed. "Look at this, Harry," Nuanyue said, handing Harry the note in Hermione's hand. "Is this the basilisk?" Harry exclaimed in astonishment. "Are you suggesting that the creature in the Chamber of Secrets is a basilisk?" Ron chimed in, excitement in his voice. "It says here that basilisks are exceedingly fearsome, living for centuries. They are the natural enemies of spiders, but are terrified of a rooster's crow. Indeed, it must be a basilisk. You saw the spiders, and Hagrid mentioned that his chickens had all perished. Yet, why has no one died?" Harry pointed out. "It states here that anyone who gazes into a basilisk's eyes will perish immediately. Because no one has looked directly into the basilisk's eyes." Harry's eyes sparkled with realization. Being a clever boy, he quickly deduced the reason. Mrs. Norris was petrified when the girls' bathroom was flooded, so she must have seen the basilisk through the reflection in the water, and the first-year student saw it through a camera. Justin was petrified by nearly headless Nick, who, being a ghost, cannot die again. Brilliant, Harry. But how does such a colossal creature move and hunt? Ron scratched his head in confusion. "Look at the back of the paper." Nuanyue pointed to the reverse side of the note. "Pipes." Harry's eyes widened as he saw Hermione's handwritten words. "Exactly. The basilisk travels through the pipes. I can understand Parseltongue, which is why I could hear it making sounds behind the walls that others couldn't. All right. We are now certain that the creature is a basilisk, but the question remains, where is it?" Ron pouted, anxiously tugging at his red hair. "Don't fret, Harry. We still have time," Nuanyue reassured him with a pat on the shoulder. Regrettably, the plot was inexorable, and malevolent events continued to unfold. As yet another student had gone missing, Ginny Weasley. Though Ginny was a cheerful girl, she felt shy around Harry, which deterred her from relying on Ron to integrate into their trio. Nuanyue had spent a pleasant holiday with Ginny, but due to their differing houses and years, their interactions were few. Originally, Nuanyue had planned to accompany Ginny to the chamber, but unexpectedly, the situation had changed, and Ginny had been taken into the chamber far too soon. Upon receiving Professor McGonagall's message, Snape hurried outside. Nuanyue quickly set down her potion spoon and stealthily followed him, moving cautiously to avoid detection. She encountered Harry and Ron, who were entangled with Draco and Theodore, and found it astonishing that these two were present near the scene of the incident. "Huh, Theodore was right. You surely want to go on an adventure with Scarhead." Draco taunted Harry. "Look at our dear savior, who insists on bringing girls along for trouble, and even students from Slytherin." "Shut up, Malfoy, or I'll make you eat slugs." Ron, already anxious to rescue his sister, pointed his wand at Draco. "Are you sure about that?" Theodore raised his wand as well. Ron and Harry exchanged worried glances, knowing that Theodore's spell-casting skills were on par with Nuanyue's, giving him an advantage over them in a silent duel. "Why don't you two have a little duel first, and then I'll take Professor Lockhart to rescue Ginny," Nuanyue suggested, finding the idea of steering the protagonist through the plot rather thrilling. "Not a chance. You're coming back with us," Draco said, firmly grasping her arm. Although Theodore remained silent, his expression clearly mirrored Draco's sentiment. "Draco," Nuanyue suddenly imitated Pansy, wrapping her arms around his, her large eyes sparkling with cuteness. "I believe the courage of Slytherin is no less than that of Gryffindor, don't you think? Don't pull that on me." Draco's ears began to turn from pink to red. "Draco, this is the perfect opportunity for house points." Nuanyue intensified her adorable charm. "The Slytherin cup is beckoning to you. You. Draco blushed as if he might faint. Theodore pulled Nuanyue away, exasperated. "All right, let us go wherever you say." Ron turned to Harry and whispered, "Have you noticed? Luna absolutely stands at the pinnacle of the Slytherin food chain. Malfoy has no leverage against her, and that not fellow, wow." "Indeed," Harry replied, watching the bickering trio with a sense of discomfort. The group arrived at the girls' bathroom, where they encountered the weeping, moaning Myrtle. Harry shared his suspicions, revealing that Myrtle was the student who died 50 years ago when the chamber was opened. Myrtle, having a fondness for Harry, candidly recounted the circumstances of her demise, leading Harry and his friends to discover the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets. "What shall we do next?" Ron asked, staring into the abyss of the passage. "Quite simple," Nuanyue said with a mischievous grin as she lifted her foot and kicked Lockhart in the backside, sending him tumbling into the darkness. The young wizards looked at Nuanyue, whose expression was one of satisfaction, and involuntarily shivered. She's truly terrifying, isn't she? Ron murmured. Draco shot him a glare, though he secretly shared the sentiment. It seems there's no immediate danger. Nuanyue crouched at the edge of the pit. Next. I'll jump down. Not without me. Draco and Harry exclaimed simultaneously, then began to glare at each other. Enjoy your staring contest. Nuanyue shrugged and leaped without a second thought. Luna. Luna. Draco quickly crouched at the edge, shouting down. Are you alright? Fine. Come down. Nuanyue's voice echoed back up. Draco jumped in without hesitation, followed by Theodore, Harry, and Ron. What they initially thought was a straight drop revealed itself to be a convoluted network of twisting pipes. Upon landing, they noticed branches and bones scattered beneath their feet. Leading the way, Harry searched for a route to the chamber and discovered a recently shed snake skin within one of the tunnels. This snake looks massive. Nuanyue exclaimed as she moved closer to Harry, using her wand to lift the skin. What excellent potion-making material. If only we had some snake heart, bones, and fangs. Please don't say that right now, Luna. Ron swallowed hard. That snake is at least 60 feet long. Do you really think it would fit into your cauldron as materials? 60 feet? Lockhart suddenly collapsed onto the ground in a faint. Ron shrugged. He sure has guts. Doesn't he? No sooner had he spoken than the feigning Lockhart flipped over and snatched Ron's wand. This time, he faced more young wizards. And with Draco and Theodore both ready with their wands, he wasted no time and immediately cast a spell at Ron. Obliviate. Ron's wand emitted a vibrant green light, and a tremendous force erupted from the exposed core of the wand. Gilderoy Lockhart let out a startled cry as he was propelled against the corridor's ceiling by the shockwave, which reverberated through the passage upon impact. Luna, positioned relatively close, saw Draco rush over to embrace Nuanyue, as massive rocks cascaded from the tunnel's apex, separating the two groups by a considerable distance. Ron and Harry hastily ascended to the top of the rubble, shouting loudly towards the narrow gap in the middle. Harry, it's blocked here. I can't get through. Ron called through the crevice. Theo. Nuanyue joined in. Are you alright? I'm fine, but there's no way to use the blasting curse here. I'm afraid the entire corridor will collapse. Theodore was meticulously surveying the environment of the passage. We need to go in and rescue Ginny. You all must find a way to move the stones. Theodore, if possible, it would be best to inform Professor Dumbledore. Nuanyue declared emphatically. You must be careful. You promised me, right? Theodore's voice trembled slightly, revealing his burgeoning fear. He realized he could not prevent Nuanyue from proceeding, but the serpentess shedding had made him acutely aware of the peril she would ultimately confront. Of course, Theo, I will definitely return alive. Worry not. Nuanyue reassured him, then turned to Draco. Draco, I must earnestly tell you that the situation inside is unsuitable for your presence. So you should remain here to assist Theodore. What do you mean? Why should Scarhead and you both be allowed in while I must wait outside? Draco erupted in indignation. Draco, Nuanyue whispered close to his ear, that person is inside. Though it may merely be a memory, I cannot ascertain whether he is aware of what transpires here. Thus Draco's complexion turned pale, his eyes reflecting a tempest of fear and anxiety. You know, Luna, why? You are fully aware he is there. Why must you confront him? No, you will die? We must leave this place now. Draco, Nuanyue soothed as she patted his shoulder. That is why I say you must not enter. Your father understands well. Voldemort cares for no one, and he is deeply concerned for you and your mother. His choice to side with that faction was not solely for the Malfoy family, but was also to protect you. Therefore, you cannot confront him directly. You must leave yourself an escape route. Do you understand? And you? Draco gazed intently at the girl before him. You are unlike Potter. He is destined to stand against the Dark Lord, but you have a choice, do you not? In fact, I am perhaps even safer than Harry. You know? I am a member of the Lee family. No matter how far his reach, it cannot extend to China, she quipped, which is why I can act boldly. I merely fear that altering the narrative may endanger others, which is why I have refrained from confronting Voldemort directly. Draco fell silent. The Malfoy family held a profound love for their kin, and his current decision could potentially affect the entire Malfoy lineage. Harry, let us go, upon witnessing his silence. Nuanyue comfortingly ruffled his golden hair and turned to enter. I will go with you. Draco suddenly grasped her hand, his expression unexpectedly earnest. I will accompany you, Luna. This time, Nuanyue was genuinely astonished. Under normal circumstances, Draco would never behave in such a manner. Although still a child, his father's direct tutelage had endowed him with a considerable sense of perspective. Furthermore, she had made it abundantly clear that Draco's actions could potentially incinerate the Malfoy family. Is it because of Harry? He truly cared for Harry, unwilling to concede defeat in front of him. A flicker of realization crossed Nuanyue's eyes, followed swiftly by sympathy and pity, causing Draco's hair to stand on end. Why are you looking at me like that? He felt an overwhelming urge to be angry, sensing her gaze was laced with a hint of insolence. I merely wish to say, Prince Draco, you are quite out of character. Is it truly permissible to shatter your persona so casually? For goodness sake, you are a Malfoy. Shut up, Draco snapped, though he could not fathom her words. He anticipated nothing good and forcibly pulled her forward. Chapter 17. Nuanyue and Tom Riddle. Harry opened the final stone door and was met with an expansive stone chamber. Flanking both sides of the room were pools of water, with a broad stone pathway leading to a statue at the chamber's end. The pools were adorned with intricately carved serpent heads, so lifelike they seemed to writhe. Ginny Weasley lay at the end of this pathway, half of her body submerged in water. Ginny. Harry rushed over, kneeling beside her, touching her icy hand, which elicited no response. Ginny, please wake up, don't die. You mustn't die? Meanwhile, Nuanyue scanned their surroundings warily, gripping Draco's hand. Hold your wand tightly. Be cautious. Draco's hand was icy, slick with cold sweat. He merely responded with a soft acknowledgement, his earlier bravado dissipating upon witnessing the scene in the chamber. She won T. Wake up. A youthful figure approached Harry, picking up his wand. You are Tom? Harry recognized the striking young man before him as the one he had seen in the diary. She is not dead yet. We must save her, Harry insisted, having always placed trust in Tom. Are you a ghost? No, Tom. You must help me save Ginny. He will not help you. Upon seeing the youthful Voldemort, Nuanyue felt a sense of reassurance wash over her. She approached Tom Riddle, her gaze sweeping over him before suddenly whistling playfully. Wow, you were truly quite handsome in your youth. She mused about how he had the audacity to forsake such a striking appearance for that of a noseless, bald figure. Tom frowned slightly. No one had ever dared to jest at the expense of the great Voldemort. Who are you? TCH, why should I tell you? Nuanyue crossed her arms dismissively. Do you think I will speak frankly just because you are handsome? Tom regarded her with an expression of incredulity, then disregarded her entirely. Harry, what are you discussing? Harry queried, bewildered by Tom's demeanor. Do you not understand yet, Harry? Tom smiled. The weaker she becomes, the stronger I grow. I was the one who opened the Chamber of Secrets and released the basilisk. I manipulated her into writing those words in blood. You see, I excel at persuading others. She was unaware of her actions. One could say she was hypnotized. Tom gazed at Harry with insatiable greed. The power of the diary terrified her, prompting her to discard it in the restroom, only for you to find it. This is simply splendid. You are the person I have long wished to meet. Why did you want to meet me? Do we know each other? Harry rose cautiously, fixing his gaze upon the figure before him. Tom did not respond directly. I revealed to you the events of 50 years ago. I was the one who accused him. Hagrid is my friend. You framed him. Harry retorted furiously. No one believed Hagrid. Only Dumbledore deemed him innocent. Tom scoffed. A faint smile crept onto Harry's face. Of course, Dumbledore must have seen through you. He knows what you truly are. Tom's expression darkened with anger. Indeed, I have been monitored for some time. I lacked the opportunity to reopen the chamber. So I created this diary, sealing my 16-year-old self within it to guide the next person in accomplishing Salazar Slytherin's unfinished noble endeavor. Nuanyue burst into laughter. Oh, pardon me. I interrupted your monologue. Your speech reminded me of Hitler. Are you sure you aren't relatives? Tom shot her a glance. You are quite bold. I admire that in you, so rest assured, I will leave you with a whole corpse. Allow me to express my gratitude in advance, Nuanyue remarked, shrugging nonchalantly. Tom furrowed his brow once more, addressing Harry Potter. You are now my target. I am exceedingly curious as to how a mere child managed to withstand the killing curse and subsequently reflected upon the greatest of wizards. With a flick of his wand, he inscribed his name in the air, and with a gentle wave, the letters rearranged themselves to read, I am Voldemort. You're actually Voldemort? Harry felt no fear, only an overwhelming hatred for the murderer of his parents. Yet Draco flinched, leaning back as if poised to flee at any moment. Nuanyue stepped forward, positioning herself to shield Draco from behind, her expression cheerful as she declared, It seems our interpretations of greatness differ. To me, Voldemort is inferior even to that warmongering charlatan. At best, he's a regional terrorist. A person of your juvenile disposition would be swiftly dispatched in my homeland. For the first time, Tom Riddle regarded Nuanyue with genuine interest. Who exactly are you? Since you have inquired with such sincerity, I shall benevolently enlighten you, she replied, pinching her chin thoughtfully. That phrase sounds vaguely familiar. I believe I may have plagiarized it. But no matter, for you would not comprehend it anyway. My name is Nuanyue. Do remember it, for my existence will undoubtedly cause you considerable distress in the future. Tom observed the girl in silence. And after a prolonged pause, he coldly stated, Perhaps you are correct, but you shall perish here regardless. Dumbledore has been expelled from the school. He is no longer present. What can you do? As long as there remains one person loyal to him, Dumbledore will return. Harry exclaimed. With his words, a melodious chirping suddenly resonated at the entrance. As the phoenix fox flew in, clutching a tattered hat, which he dropped before Harry. Tom mocked. Is this what Dumbledore provides for his followers, a tattered hat and a singing bird? He then turned to an imposing statue that appeared to be a Slytherin. Reciting a lengthy incantation, the statue's mouth slowly opened, and a colossal shadow emerged from within. Draco, run. Remember to close your eyes. Looking into the basilisk's eyes will result in immediate death, Nuanyue urged, pulling Draco along as Harry followed closely behind. Upon hearing the rustling of movement behind them, Nuanyue suddenly shouted towards the entrance, Fox. The phoenix emitted a beautiful cry, its fiery form darting toward the basilisk's head like a bolt of lightning. The trio could only infer from the shadows on the stone wall that the phoenix and the basilisk were engaged in a fierce struggle. Fox proved remarkably agile, targeting only the basilisk's eyes. Soon, they heard Tom's furious roar. No. Fox let out another soft cry and soared out of the hall. Damn that phoenix, damn Dumbledore, Tom shouted in rage. Even if the basilisk loses its eyes, it can still detect you by sound. Kill them. The basilisk lunged towards the trio, its massive form obliterating everything in its path. You too, run. I will handle this, Nuanyue insisted, shoving Draco aside and brandishing her sword in front of her. The basilisk's head collided with her weapon, producing a deafening clang as she gritted her teeth against the impact. Luna, Draco exclaimed in panic. Are you all right? Harry, take Draco to the side passage. You know I can stop this monster, Nuanyue declared, leaping into action with her sword. She moved swiftly, making it difficult for the basilisk to track her position, but its scaly hide rendered her attacks ineffective. The basilisk writhed in pain from her strikes, but it could not catch the nimble human before it. Infuriated, it hissed violently, thrashing its tail wildly. Seeing this, Harry quickly pulled Draco towards a side passage, narrowly avoiding the sweeping tail. Ugh, watching this creature in a movie seemed easy, but it appears to be at least a third-tier beast. Nuanyue assessed the basilisk's level inwardly. As a novice practitioner of second-tier magic, she realized that while this cumbersome beast posed no threat to her escape, defeating it would not be simple, as her sword had yet to be honed to penetrate the defenses of a third-tier creature. All combatants, take your positions. Nuanyue suddenly formed a rapid series of hand seals, calling forth thunder, lightning, fire. An ethereal array faintly materialized before her, and a tremendous surge of energy erupted from it, hurtling toward the basilisk. Lightning entwined around the creature like an enormous net, causing it to emit a piercing scream as electric currents coursed through its body, striking the soft flesh beneath its scales, while flames raged as if igniting oil, curling its protective covering. The basilisk rolled frantically on the ground, but the flames clung to it like an unyielding curse, and with one final roar, it plunged into the water. Remarkable power, Tom applauded. Though I have not witnessed it firsthand, I have read extensively about it. Eastern sorcery, am I correct? It seems you are not entirely ignorant. After casting the array, Nuanyue felt her energy significantly deplete. She discreetly caught her breath and lifted her sword toward Tom Riddle. What now? Do you intend to continue fighting me in this weakened state? Tom smiled slightly, his appearance strikingly captivating. If Cedric embodied the warmth of a hero, then this one exuded an alluring charm, possessing the capacity to dazzle and disorient. One couldn't help but wonder if Sirius's insane sister had fallen prey to his looks, ultimately aligning herself with the Death Eaters. My current condition is far from ideal, yet I do not wish to merely sit idly. Let us test your abilities. I eagerly anticipate the day I meet you, Eastern Maiden. Tom uttered several phrases in parcel tongue, causing the water's surface to roil violently as the massive basilisk reemerged. Albeit in a severely weakened state, its scales nearly gone, its body charred and blackened. What a pity for my potion ingredients, Nuanyue lamented, her form flickering as she lunged toward Tom. Tom chuckled lightly. Regrettably, you cannot strike me. At that moment, he resembled a mere specter, akin to a projection. But Nuanyue's aim was not him. It was the tattered hat. Harry, she shouted, tossing the hat to him as he peered out from nearby. Trust in Dumbledore. Trust in Gryffindor. As Harry caught the hat, he felt something hard within. Looking inside, he was astonished to find the hilt of a sword. He grasped it, revealing the magnificent sword of Gryffindor. Harry, let me borrow that, Nuanyue exclaimed as she leaped forward, snatching the sword from him. A flash of brilliance swept through the air, repelling the attacking basilisk. This time, the creature was notably more cautious, aware that Gryffindor's sword was perfectly suited to counter it, and its remaining scales offered little protection. Nuanyue soared again, severing one of the basilisk's fangs. With a swift motion, she sent the elongated tooth flying toward Harry. Harry, destroy that diary. Destroy your weapon. Destroy your weapon. Two voices echoed simultaneously. Tom, intending to cast a spell to snatch the basilisk's fang from Harry, was caught off guard by Draco's incantation, who had also sent a spell his way. In an instant, Tom's wand was sent flying from his grasp. For the first time, Tom noticed Draco, whose pale face was etched with fear and dread, deep bite marks visible on his lips. Draco's emotions were tumultuous. From the moment he laid eyes on that individual, he had regretted entering this chamber, listening to the exchange between Harry and that man, watching Nuanyue battle the basilisk. While all he desired was to escape this place as swiftly as possible. However, he was acutely aware that if the basilisk were not vanquished, all their lives would be forfeit. Suddenly, he recalled the words Theodore had uttered to Nuanyue that fateful night, expressing his genuine desire to protect her. What had he said then? I am no less than anyone else. I too wish to safeguard her. Whether it be Harry or Theodore, I shall not be outdone by them. I am a Malfoy. Thus, when Tom drew his wand to aim at the basilisk fawn in Harry's grasp, he instinctively unleashed the deeply buried emotions that had long remained dormant within him. To his astonishment, he cast a spell upon that individual, successfully disarming him. Harry rushed forth, seizing the diary from Ginny's hands, and thrust the fawn forcefully into it. Tom let out a pained scream, his gaze once again sweeping over Nuanyue, who was still engaged in battle with the basilisk. Until we meet again, he thought, as the blinding light enveloped him, causing Tom to vanish from the Chamber of Secrets. While Ginny awoke as if from a nightmare, her eyes wide with terror. Ginny, you're awake, Harry exclaimed joyfully. Ginny appeared somewhat bewildered upon seeing Harry. She burst into tears and embraced him tightly. I'm so sorry, Harry. It was I who opened the chamber. I didn't mean to, Ginny cried incoherently. Harry, at a loss, attempted to comfort her, while the basilisk, having lost its master, diminished in strength, ultimately being vanquished by a series of lightning spells from Nuanyue and the Sword of Gryffindor. Luna and Draco hurried over to support the weary Nuanyue. Are you all right? Are you hurt? Draco inquired. Nuanyue managed a fatigued smile. I'm fine, Draco. You performed exceptionally. She had witnessed Draco casting a spell, which, while perhaps insignificant to Harry, marked a new beginning for Draco Malfoy. Did I protect you this time? Draco suddenly asked, reaching out to wipe the sweat from her forehead. Of course, Nuanyue replied, gently stroking his golden hair. You are a remarkably brave Slytherin. Draco smiled, his characteristic Malfoy confidence evident. But this time his smile was particularly charming. Chapter 18. Nuanyue and Malfoy. After departing the chamber, they encountered a flustered Professor McGonagall, who hurried over. She anxiously checked the children's well-being, visibly relieved once she confirmed they were all safe. Oh, I scarcely know how to express my feelings. Well, Professor Dumbledore is waiting for you in his office, McGonagall said, unsure whether to scold or commend the children, ultimately deciding to leave that task to their esteemed headmaster. Ginny, your parents are over there. I've asked Madame Pomfrey to wait for you in the headmaster's office as well. Go on now, children. You still have a hearty meal to enjoy, McGonagall said kindly, affectionately ruffling Ginny's hair, which still bore traces of tears. The group followed McGonagall to the headmaster's office. And as soon as the door opened, Ginny was enveloped in her mother's embrace. Oh, Ginny, my dear. Thank goodness you're alive, Mrs. Weasley exclaimed, tears streaming down her face as she tenderly stroked her daughter. Mr. Weasley joined in, expressing his gratitude to the other young wizards, who had evidently played a crucial role in saving their daughter. Professor Dumbledore smiled at the scene before him. I believe that professional matters should be entrusted to professionals. Let Madame Pomfrey examine the children, he suggested. Madame Pomfrey nodded with a smile, and Mrs. Weasley wiped her tears, leading Ginny and Madame Pomfrey to another room. Dumbledore turned his attention to the other young wizards, his gaze lingering on Malfoy for a brief moment before he smiled once more. You are among the bravest students I have ever encountered. You have transcended the rivalries between houses, truly embodying the spirit of Hogwarts. Malfoy fidgeted awkwardly, kicking the ground, unaccustomed to such praise. Now, Mr. Malfoy, Mr. Weasley, I ask that you both step next door for Madame Pomfrey to examine you. I have a few matters to discuss with Miss Lee and Mr. Potter, Dumbledore said gently. Draco glanced at Nuanyue, and upon seeing her nod, he turned to leave. Dumbledore observed their silent exchange with a smile, a hint of amusement gracing his lips. Miss Lee and Mr. Malfoy seemed to share a strong bond. Draco is my good friend, Nuanyue replied, smiling, just as Harry is. Dumbledore nodded. The connections between people are indeed remarkable, much like the one between Mr. Malfoy and Mr. Potter. Miss Lee, you serve as a bridge connecting them. I believe your presence will foster change, and in my view, that is a most positive development. I would be honored to be that bridge, Professor Dumbledore, Nuanyue replied with a nod. Now, I hope to request something from you that is of great importance to us. Oh, Dumbledore inquired, a quizzical look crossing his face. Nuanyue presented the tattered diary to Dumbledore. I believe you are aware of what this is, correct? Dumbledore took the damaged diary, his expression shifting slightly. Miss Lee, it seems you know what this is. Can you tell me how you came by this knowledge? His gaze sharpened as he regarded Li Nuanyue. "There's no need for such wariness, Professor," Li Nuanyue replied, her demeanor unchanged and her smile unwavering. "As you know, I come from the Li family. We have our own methods. This diary is now rendered useless, so I intend to repurpose it. I hope you will grant me permission." Dumbledore regarded her silently, seemingly weighing the veracity of her words. After a brief moment, he resumed his gentle smile and pushed the diary toward her. "It is yours now. Thank you very much, Professor," Li Nuanyue said gratefully. "Now, let Harry converse with you. I believe I should attend to some matters within my capacity." She took the diary, nodded at Harry, and exited the room. Li Nuanyue no longer considered what Dumbledore might convey to Harry. She passed through the statue and awaited her next visitor outside the office. After a brief interval, she spotted Lucius Malfoy striding angrily toward her, followed closely by the house elf Dobby. "Good day, Uncle Lucius," Li Nuanyue greeted him amicably. Lucius's expression softened slightly. "Ah, it is you, Miss Li. What brings you here?" "I am waiting for you, Uncle Lucius," Li Nuanyue said with a smile, extending the diary toward him. "I hope you might have time to speak with me." Lucius glanced at the diary, his expression flickering with uncertainty. He handed it to the nearby elf, his tone somewhat haughty. "Is the Li family also planning to involve themselves in affairs here in England? You misunderstand. I am here waiting for you because of Draco," Li Nuanyue replied with a smile. "For I know that what matters most to Malfoy is not glory or power, but family, is it not?" Lucius furrowed his brow slightly, hesitating before responding. "Then what is it you wish to discuss, Miss Li?" Li Nuanyue spoke softly, a way out. "A guarantee that Draco can continue the Malfoy family legacy of honor. However, before that, might I have this little elf?" In the Slytherin common room, Theodore and Draco were surrounded by small snakes, engaged in conversation when Li Nuanyue entered. Instantly, both stood up. "Luna, are you all right?" Theodore inquired, stepping forward to grasp Li Nuanyue's arm. "Professor McGonagall sent me back to the castle, but I've been quite worried about you all." "I'm well, Theodore," Li Nuanyue assured him with a hug, then turned to the somewhat conflicted Draco. "So, how was your conversation with your father?" Draco exclaimed in astonishment. "Have you met my father? What did he say to you?" The latter part of his question was laced with a palpable tension, as he was all too aware of his father's notoriously difficult demeanor. "He didn't say much. There's no need to be so anxious," Li Nuanyue reassured him, gently patting his shoulder. Draco seemed to relax at this. "Oh, my father didn't reprimand me. I expected him to be quite harsh, but for some reason, he appeared to be in a rather good mood." He was somewhat baffled, noting that his father even encouraged him to mend relations with Harry. The way he delivered this last statement resembled someone tasting a particularly unpleasant jelly bean, his face contorting in distaste. "Haha, just heed your father's advice, Draco. However, when it comes to Harry, feel free to act as you wish. The dynamic of love-hate relationships is far more intriguing, I assent it. Transforming into close friends would be utterly boring. Moreover, given their respective upbringings, even if they could tolerate one another, true understanding seems an impossibility." Evidently, Draco had moved past the terror instilled by the Chamber of Secrets incident. He was now able to recount his adventures in the common room with the same pride and haughtiness as usual, while the younger Slytherins gathered around him, gasping and cheering in admiration. Although the thrill of adventure is often associated with Gryffindor, these were still merely children, imbued with a potent sense of curiosity and a desire for exploration. Thus, Draco's tales captivated the younger students, particularly the first years, whose eyes sparkled with admiration. Much to Draco's delight, at the graduation ball, Hogwarts welcomed back the young witches and wizards who had been freed from petrification. Filch, holding a recovered Mrs. Norris, wept inconsolably, while Hermione and her two friends shared a heartfelt embrace. Justin and others rejoiced in reunions with their friends. The Great Hall was adorned in silver and green, and once again, the House Cup belonged to Slytherin. This time, however, the other houses applauded sincerely, for Slytherin had bravely rescued students from their own houses. As the second year drew to a close, Li Nuanyue and her friends boarded the train back home. Another chapter had closed, giving way to a new beginning. She was prepared for the adventures that awaited her in the coming year. Chapter 1. Harry and Fudge's departure. Li Nuanyue could hardly have anticipated encountering Harry in such a manner during the holidays. This unexpected meeting could be traced back to her discussion with Fudge 3 days prior. As Li Nuanyue had been entrusted to Fudge's care by her father, Fudge was essentially her temporary guardian while in the UK, and thus, his signature was required for her to visit Hogsmeade. She regularly visited Fudge during holidays, and this time was no different, until he unexpectedly enlisted her help. Fudge awkwardly informed her that Harry had accidentally inflated his aunt due to uncontrolled magic. Consequently, Harry had left the Dursleys and was currently residing at the Leaky Cauldron, which was not entirely safe either. Initially, it had been considered that Harry could stay with the Weasleys, given their amicable relationship, but the Weasley family had gone on vacation to Egypt after winning the lottery. After much deliberation, Fudge decided to entrust Harry to Nuanyue, someone he felt confident in despite her being a Slytherin. In truth, Fudge's decision had been made with careful consideration. The idea of the heir to the Lee family in Hong Kong serving Voldemort was laughable. If Nuanyue were to do something so reckless, her formidable ancestor would undoubtedly come to England to obliterate both her and Voldemort into oblivion. Furthermore, while he was uncertain of Nuanyue's intentions, she had previously cast a protective charm over her apartment during her first year's summer, rendering it a safe haven. Only those she deemed worthy could enter, and she had even employed a little privilege to erase any traces of her room. After a moment's contemplation, Nuanyue agreed to Fudge's request, as her relationship with Harry had always been amicable, and taking him in was a trivial matter. Thus, when Harry arrived at the Leaky Cauldron via the night bus, he was met by Minister Fudge and a tall, beautiful Chinese girl. Before Harry could express his surprise at seeing Nuanyue, Fudge interjected, "I have a responsibility to inform you, Mr. Potter, that earlier tonight, someone spotted your aunt's sister revolving around a chimney south of Sheffield. The department promptly dispatched the misuse of Muggle artifacts office to the scene, and she has been rescued and had her memory modified, so she will not remember the incident. Everything has been resolved satisfactorily." Fudge smiled gently as he approached Harry, who was now pinned to the sofa by the owner, Tom. "Quite reassuring, isn't it?" Harry felt perplexed by Fudge's demeanor. "But, Minister, I don't quite understand. I broke the law, didn't I? I mean, I'm not allowed to use magic at home, am I? Oh, come now. We wouldn't imprison you in Azkaban for turning your aunt into a balloon," Fudge quipped, believing himself to be humorous. "However, your departure from home, under the current circumstances, is exceedingly irresponsible." Harry queried, "Current circumstances? What do you mean?" Fudge cleared his throat. "A murderer has escaped from prison." Harry immediately recalled the newspaper headlines about Sirius Black. "Right? What does that have to do with me?" Fudge chuckled awkwardly. "Oh, of course, it has nothing to do with you. Your safety is what matters most." With a wave of his hand, he gestured for Nuanyue to step closer. "Miss Lee, I shan't elaborate on your friendship, from now until school resumes. You will be staying at her home." "Staying at Luna's?" Harry gazed nervously at Nuanyue. Nuanyue smiled reassuringly. "Don't worry, Harry. I live alone. So there won't be too many constraints." "You live alone? So it will just be the two of us at Luna's?" Harry's face flushed with a hint of pink as he thought of something. His nervousness grew. Fudge cleared his throat again. "I've already purchased all your books. Shortly, Miss Lee will take you through the fireplace to her home. Mr. Potter, one last thing. During this time, please stay at Miss Lee's home and refrain from wandering." "Rest assured, I'll keep a close watch on Harry," Nuanyue responded, reaching out to grasp Harry's hand. "Let us go. We'll arrive just in time for dinner. You must be famished." "Oh, yes," Harry replied, feeling his ears flush as he noticed her holding his hand. At Nuanyue's home, the house elf, Ellie, had prepared a sumptuous dinner. Harry, who had not eaten due to the incident with his aunt, felt his stomach rumble at the sight of the food. "Let us eat together, Harry," Nuanyue said, pouring him a glass of juice. Harry picked up his utensils and began to slice into the glossy steak on his plate. "Luna, do you know what is going on? I mean, it seems strange, doesn't it? I inflated my aunt, yet I haven't faced any punishment." Harry struggled to articulate his thoughts. Nuanyue gently set down her goblet, turning her gaze to Harry. "I'm not sure it's my place to tell you whether this is right or wrong. Are you certain you want to hear?" "Of course. I don't want to remain confused," Harry affirmed. "Very well, Harry," Nuanyue said, wiping her mouth as she adopted a serious tone. "I must tell you a story about betrayal. 13 years ago, when you were just a child, Voldemort intended to kill you, but the curse rebounded, allowing you to survive. Many believe he is dead, but as you know, he did not perish." Harry nodded slightly, having witnessed Voldemort on more than one occasion. Before that, Voldemort's power was formidable. Even the Ministry of Magic dared not provoke him. At that time, there was one individual who was Voldemort's most devoted follower, Sirius Black. Everyone believed that you thwarted Voldemort's ambition to dominate the wizarding world, which ultimately led to his incarceration in Azkaban for a full 12 years. Harry furrowed his brow, contemplating. "So, does he intend to seek vengeance against me? Is that why he devised ways to escape from Azkaban?" Nuanyue continued. "Sirius was your parents' closest friend during their time at school. The house where your parents took refuge while being hunted by Voldemort was protected by the Fidelius charm. Without the Secret Keeper's guidance, even if Voldemort pressed his nose against your window, he would have been unable to locate your parents. At one point, Dumbledore offered to be their secret keeper, but your parents declined." Harry's expression darkened. He was indeed a clever boy and had gleaned some understanding from this tale. "So, he was my parents' secret keeper, right? They trusted him, and he betrayed them, didn't he?" Harry could no longer contain his tremors. Gripping the dinner knife tightly, as if he were about to leap up and confront Sirius for revenge, Nuanyue did not respond immediately. She merely gazed at him calmly until he regained his composure, then softly said, "Now, I must share another story with you, one that also pertains to betrayal." Harry looked at Nuanyue with confusion, pondering whether the previous narrative encompassed the entirety of his parents' demise. Sirius did not betray your parents. For the secret keeper was someone else entirely. He was another close friend of your parents from school. Sirius, in an effort to protect them, allowed everyone to believe that he was the secret keeper. Unfortunately, the true secret keeper failed to uphold the secret and sold your parents out to Voldemort. After Voldemort's downfall, he shifted the blame for his treachery onto Sirius Black, Nuanyue stated in an unperturbed tone. Harry paused, bewildered. But how do you know this? I mean, if this is true, only Sirius and the person who betrayed my parents would know, right? Wow. Harry, your logical reasoning is quite impressive, Nuanyue commended him. As I mentioned, both of these are merely stories. Do you understand what I mean by that? As for which one is true, to be honest, I possess no evidence to substantiate it, nor did I intend to persuade you here. I suspect someone will recount this tale to you again before school starts. Harry fell silent, feeling somewhat disoriented. He was uncertain about whom to harbor animosity towards, whether Sirius was indeed the one who betrayed his parents, and why he had suddenly escaped from Azkaban. If he had the ability to flee, why had he not acted sooner? All right, Harry, pondering these matters after a meal can lead to indigestion. How about we lighten the mood and engage in some enjoyable activities? Nuanyue clapped her hands, pulling Harry toward the television, producing the latest gaming console, and pressing it into his hands. Come on, actually, engaging in a battle is the best way to clear your mind. You know how to play fighting games, right? Harry reflexively replied, I've only seen Dudley play. He knew that if he dared to touch Dudley's prized gaming console, Dudley would retaliate fiercely. Not to mention the potential wrath of Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia. Come on, I relish the challenge of defeating newcomers, Nuanyue exclaimed, her eyes sparkling. And thus the two began their virtual combat. The subsequent month was a delightful one for Harry. Nuanyue's home was filled with fascinating items, including some of the Weasley twins' finished prank toys. Ellie prepared an array of delectable treats every day, and even his bed was soft and imbued with the scent of sunshine. Although Fudge had warned him against wandering freely, Nuanyue provided him with a polyjuice potion to assume an unfamiliar appearance, whisking him away to explore the Muggle world. This month was the happiest Harry had experienced outside Hogwarts, and his bond with Nuanyue grew increasingly intimate. He no longer felt the nervousness and embarrassment that had once characterized their interactions. Chapter 2. The Train, Dementors, and Professor Lupin. On the morning of September 1st, Harry and Nuanyue first arrived at the Leaky Cauldron, as Ron and Hermione had arranged to meet Harry there to catch the train together. Upon entering the dining area, they were greeted by the sounds of the Weasley twins celebrating a successful prank, followed by Ron's furious shout. A smile spread across Harry's face as he called out to his friends, Ron, Hermione. The two at the table rushed over, joyfully embracing Harry. Good morning, Luna. Hermione was the first to notice Nuanyue, smiling as she greeted her. How come you are here with Harry? Well, actually, I've been staying at Luna's house this past month, Harry replied, somewhat bashfully. Ah, Harry, you didn't mention that. Hermione playfully nudged Harry's shoulder. It seems you had a splendid holiday. Who stayed at Luna's house? Is it you, Harry? The twins suddenly appeared, looking at Nuanyue with mock indignation. You never invited us to stay at your house. There's a reason Harry is staying with me. Please refrain from causing a ruckus, Nuanyue said, dismissively shooing the twins away. The twins immediately crowded around her, one pinching her cheek while the other ruffled her hair, turning the trio's antics into a spectacle that drew the attention of everyone present. Oh, Harry. Mrs. Weasley warmly embraced him, rescuing Nuanyue from the twins' grasp. Luna, it's been ages. You've grown taller. Good heavens. Have you become even more beautiful? Nuanyue seemed to have blossomed overnight. No longer bearing the remnants of baby fat, she now resembled a blooming flower, her figure perfectly proportioned, and she had grown tall enough to reach the twins' chins. Auntie Molly. It's been a while, Nuanyue reciprocated the embrace. Following the events of the Chamber of Secrets, the entire Weasley family had become notably kinder and more welcoming toward her, fully embracing the savior of their daughter as a member of their family. Good morning, Luna. Ginny approached, embracing Nuanyue, their bond having deepened further. You look absolutely stunning. I can only wonder which rascal will be fortunate enough to win your heart in the future. Ginny appeared more cheerful than before, exhibiting none of the awkwardness or anxiety she had previously shown around Harry. Of course, it will be us. The twins chimed in, flanking Nuanyue on either side. Ginny, you must trust in your brother's prowess and their good looks. Get away, you two. You'll crush her, Ginny exclaimed, forcefully pulling the twins apart. Do you two not realize how heavy you are? Harry glanced over, feeling a twinge of discomfort at the scene, but was soon pulled aside by Mr. Weasley for a chat. Li Nuanyue observed Harry being led away, understanding that he would be sharing stories with Mr. Weasley, and thus joined Ginny at the table to enjoy breakfast together. The bustling atmosphere of Platform 9 on the first day of school remained unchanged. Once they boarded the train, they parted ways. Ginny sat with her friends. The twins joined Lee Jordan and Angelina, while Li Nuanyue had been informed by Draco that he would save her a seat, leading her to seek him out. The trio hurriedly searched for an empty compartment. After traversing 2 carriages, Li Nuanyue found Draco, who was leaning back in his seat, engaged in conversation with a strikingly beautiful girl whose flowing blonde hair resembled that of a Barbie doll. Beside her sat Daphne, indicating that Pansy was not present, and Draco was accompanied by Theo. Upon hearing the sound of the car door opening, Theo immediately lifted his head, his eyes sparkling with astonishment. A smile graced his lips as he exclaimed, "It's been so long, you." Though only a few months had passed, he had truly missed her. Despite having penned numerous letters, none could compare to the delight of seeing her in person. "Long time no see," Theo said, as Li Nuanyue embraced him with her sweet smile. He was her first friend, akin to an elder brother. She always felt the most at ease in his presence. "You've arrived rather late," Luna remarked, standing with a hint of dissatisfaction. "Good morning, Draco," Li Nuanyue greeted, then turned her gaze towards Daphne and the girl next to her. "Oh, it seems this place is quite full. My apologies, Luna. This is my sister, Astoria. She just started school this year, and since we couldn't find a seat, I brought her along," Daphne quickly explained, standing up in apology. The girl stood awkwardly, her large eyes resembling those of a fawn. "It's quite all right. I'll find another seat," Li Nuanyue said dismissively, waving her hand. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she turned to Draco with an understanding smile. "It seems you two are getting along well, Draco. That is wonderful. Keep it up. I'll go find a seat now." She remembered that Daphne's sister was to become Draco's future wife. Truly, it was fate. Perhaps their first meeting was destined to unfold in this very scene. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Draco retorted, his irritation palpable. Though he was unclear about Li Nuanyue's meaning, he could guess it was not complimentary, especially since he had no desire for her to misconstrue his relationship with any girl. "I was merely informing Miss Greengrass about some matters concerning Slytherin." The young girl lowered her head slightly, a flicker of disappointment evident in her eyes. It appeared she held a significant affection for Draco, especially since he had abandoned his eggshell hairstyle, sporting a more spirited long mane, which rendered him undeniably more handsome and poised. All right, Draco. No need to be so irritable this early in the day," Li Nuanyue chuckled. "I'll go find a seat. See you after we disembark." "Wait." Theo suddenly stood up. "I'll go with you." Draco's expression darkened instantly as he glanced at the 2 girls across from him. His noble demeanor prevented him from voicing any objections. "No need, Theo," Li Nuanyue observed Daphne and her sister's awkwardness and quickly pressed him down. "It's just for an hour or 2. We'll meet again once we get off the train. You should stay here and relax." Theo, who typically disregarded others' opinions and emotions except for Li Nuanyue, relented upon seeing her insistence. Thus, she resumed her search for an available compartment and fortuitously encountered Cedric Diggory, the charming heartthrob of Hogwarts. "Good morning," said. Li Nuanyue knocked on the door outside. "I hope you don't mind if I sit here." Inside Cedric's compartment, there were only 2 others, a Chinese girl and a reasonably attractive boy. "Luna, hello," Cedric exclaimed, having rarely seen this girl the previous semester. Yet he was struck by her beauty, now accentuated with an ethereal, classical charm not found in other Chinese girls. "Come sit here." Cedric gestured to the space beside the Chinese girl. "Hello, I've heard Ced mention you. You're Chinese, right?" The girl inquired sweetly, her curiosity piqued. "Hello, I'm Li Nuanyue from the Li family in Hong Kong," she introduced, extending her hand. The girl shook it, smiling brightly. "I'm Qiu Zhang." Indeed, she was Harry's first love, a truly graceful and delightful girl. Although Qiu was of Chinese descent, she had never visited China, harboring great curiosity about her parents' homeland. Li Nuanyue, adept at conversation, began to recount tales of Chinese customs and culture, captivating the small wizards who listened in eager admiration. As the train sped along with a rhythmic chugging, the young wizards gradually succumbed to drowsiness. Suddenly, the train came to a slight halt before beginning to slow down. "What is happening?" Cedric rubbed his eyes and stood, moving to the door to peer outside. He noticed many compartment doors had opened, with small wizards engaging in puzzled conversations. She had completely forgotten that a Demento lurked aboard the train. Li Nuanyue hastily rose to leave, but Cedric quickly grasped her arm. "Luna, we still don't know what's going on. You'd best not go out. I'm going to find my friends." "Ced, please be careful," she said, nimbly bypassing him and darting outside. Cedric had to consider his other 2 friends and could only pull the compartment door shut tightly. The deeper she ventured, the colder it became, indicating that the guards of Azkaban were commencing their search from the front of the train. Suddenly, several shadowy figures emerged. resembling a towering skeletal creature draped in a tattered black cloak. Its exposed hands appeared as desiccated as ancient wood, with sharp, elongated fingernails seemingly stained with blood. The creature seemed to be searching for someone, and inside the compartments, cries of alarm and heavy breaths echoed. Nuanyue clasped her hands before her chest. Murmuring a spell, Clear Mind Charm, activate. A soft white light enveloped her, shielding her from the creature's frigid aura. Ah! A scream echoed from one compartment, likely Draco's. Nuanyue quickened her pace towards it, noticing the Dementor attempting to pry open the door, presumably locked by Theo's spell. How dare a mere Dementor act so brazenly before me? She shouted. Though the Lee family practiced cultivation, they focused on exorcising evil spirits and capturing ghosts. Thus, many of her techniques were lightning-based. When she first arrived at Hogwarts, her curiosity about the ghosts and peeves led her to consider capturing a few for experimentation. Unfortunately, Dumbledore seemed to have caught wind of her intentions and had her summoned for tea in his office. Blade of Light. Nuanyue's sword soared forth as she traced her fingers along its blade, channeling lightning through her veins to empower it. Strike, she commanded, and the sword pierced the Dementor's form. The creature emitted a silent, agonizing shriek beneath its cloak, though those around her heard no tangible sound. Then, the Dementor exploded, dispersing into a cloud of black mist. Capture. Nuanyue produced a talisman, drawing the dark mist into it with its magnetic force. Seal. She inscribed another symbol on the talisman before stowing it away. Draco, are you all right? She knocked on the door. Sounds of movement emerged from within. And soon Theo appeared, enveloping her in a tight embrace. Are you unharmed? What are you doing here? Don't you know it's dangerous outside? I'm fine. Nuanyue reassured, patting his back. Rest assured, I specialize in ghost hunting. Dementors are a trivial matter for me. She glanced into the compartment where Draco's already pale face was nearly translucent, while Daphne and her sister Astoria clung tightly to each other, tears streaking their faces, clearly terrified. Draco, eat some of this. Nuanyue tossed a few chocolate frogs she had brought with her to them. Theo, take care of them. I need to check further ahead. Theo reluctantly released her, hesitating only to caution, be careful. Understood. Nuanyue patted his shoulder and resumed her forward dash. After traversing 2 more compartments, she spotted a Dementor gliding toward her, pursued by a silver giant wolf, behind which trailed a middle-aged man whose face remained obscured. Nuanyue hesitated for a moment before brandishing her wand and uttering the incantation for the Patronus charm. From the tip of her wand sprang a silver cat, which cast a disdainful glance at Nuanyue before leaping towards the Dementor. With its 2 front paws aimed directly at the creature's face, the Dementor hastily evaded. Seemingly terrified of the feline, it found an open window and swiftly fled through it. The cat circled back and gracefully landed on Nuanyue's shoulder, wrapping its tail around her neck in a display of affection. At that moment, a middle-aged man hurried over, and through the moonlight streaming in, he caught sight of Nuanyue's face. He suddenly froze, his expression one of surprise and suspicion. A ghost? What? Does she resemble a ghost? How could he have mistaken a living person for a spirit? The man stood there as if afraid to disturb her. Just then, the lights in the carriage finally illuminated, allowing the two to see each other clearly. The man, still wearing a look of confusion, inquired, "Are you a student from Hogwarts?" Nuanyue pointed to the emblem on her robes and replied, "I am a third-year student from Slytherin. Pleased to meet you." The man glanced at the emblem, and a look of nostalgia flickered across his face. "Slytherin, is it? What a coincidence. I am your newly appointed professor, Remus Lupin." Chapter 3. Nuanyue and Hedwig's Variations. Nuanyue followed Professor Lupin to Harry's compartment, where she found Harry pale and devoid of color, the rise and fall of his chest confirming that he was still alive. It appeared that the Dementor had affected him significantly, but for the time being, that was of little concern. Professor Lupin checked, stating, "Let me see." Nuanyue crouched beside Harry, extending her hands in front of him and swiftly forming the incantation for the rightful spirit charm. Open. A faint glow emanated between her hands, and it seemed as if something penetrated Harry's forehead. Gradually, his complexion began to restore, and his eyes fluttered as if he were on the verge of awakening. "What remarkable magic!" Lupin exclaimed in astonishment. "It is not magic. It is a form of Taoist practice, Professor," Nuanyue replied. She held a favorable impression of Lupin, one of the marauders, as his presence had likely mitigated the more unruly behaviors of the group. Harry slowly opened his eyes, and Nuanyue reached out to touch his forehead. "How are you, Harry? Are you all right?" Harry's gaze gradually focused on Nuanyue's face, a look of confusion crossing his features. He then slowly sat up and embraced her tightly, burying his face in her embrace. Hermione and Ron were left stunned in their seats, while Lupin merely shrugged, choosing not to interrupt the moment. Time seemed to stand still until 2 voices echoed at the doorway. "Look at what we've missed." "Harry, are you being affectionate?" The twins had appeared out of nowhere, casting peculiar glances at Nuanyue and Harry. As if suddenly jolted awake, Harry raised his head, uncertainty and confusion etched on his face, which quickly flushed a rosy hue. Sorry, I apologize, Luna. What on earth was he doing, behaving in such a manner? Had the Dementor drained his wits as well? It's all right, Harry. Are you certain you're okay? Nuanyue inquired, noting that Harry's demeanor had been rather odd moments earlier, as if he were gazing through himself at someone else. I'm perfectly fine, quite all right, Harry replied, diverting his gaze and adjusting his glasses out of habit. Here, have a piece of chocolate. It will do you good. Professor Lupin offered, handing him a chocolate bar. Harry accepted it, chewing vigorously, seemingly attempting to alleviate the awkward atmosphere. Harry, your earlier behavior was quite alarming. Are you truly all right? Hermione asked with concern. Earlier? What happened? Harry replied, bewildered. You were convulsing. We thought you were having a seizure, Ron recalled, still somewhat shaken by the memory. Harry hesitated before asking, did you all lose consciousness as well? Not at all, but the sensation was strange. As if all joyful memories had vanished, Ron admitted, still haunted by the experience. I heard a woman scream. Harry glanced at Nuanyue, then quickly added, no, never mind. Hermione shook her head. No one screamed, Harry. Silence enveloped Harry as his condition remained less than ideal. The train set off again, and Nuanyue stood up, saying, you should change your clothes. We'll be arriving at school shortly. We can discuss everything there. Except for the first years who needed to take a boat. The other students traveled by Hogwarts carriages. Nuanyue stood before one, holding a bloodied piece of meat, which the Thestral was gnawing upon. Those unable to see the Thestral perceived the meat to have vanished into thin air. Theodore not approached her, casting a peculiar glance at the Thestral. Theodore, are you all right? Nuanyue turned to him, having just changed clothes with Cedric and not yet had the chance to find her Slytherin friends. Yes, Theodore's gaze swept over the Thestral. Shall we board? Nuanyue gently patted the obedient Thestral and followed Theodore into the carriage. Shortly after, Draco and Pansy joined them, while Daphne seemed to have wandered off elsewhere. Draco had evidently recovered from the fright of the Dementor and was animatedly recounting his experiences to Pansy. Luna, did you see Harry fainting? Ha ha ha, that will give me enough laughter for an entire year. Draco, weren't you also frightened? Nuanyue remarked with exasperation. Far better than fainting. Draco retorted defensively. I inquired, and many were indeed terrified, but only Harry fainted. Ha ha ha, look at our great savior. Even a Dementor can scare him into oblivion. Nuanyue and Theodore exchanged glances, both rolling their eyes at Draco's trivial pursuits. It appeared that Draco's fixation was indeed on Harry, and as expected, he sought to ship them for the sake of entertainment. When the carriage halted at the entrance, Hagrid was already waiting. Spotting the group disembarking, he, using his height to his advantage, quickly noticed Nuanyue. Hi, Luna. Hagrid squeezed through the crowd of young wizards, handing her a note. Dumbledore asked me to give this to you. Thank you, Hagrid. Nuanyue unfolded the note and read it. All right, I have no issues on my end. Hagrid nodded and returned to report to Dumbledore. What is going on? Draco inquired curiously. Nothing major. Due to the Dementors, many young wizards are feeling quite downcast. And Dumbledore hoped I could help lift their spirits, Nuanyue explained. Her voice held a unique quality that had caught Dumbledore's attention since her enrollment. Draco and Pansy both wore expressions of eager anticipation, while Theodore simply smiled warmly. Having heard Nuanyue sing at the Knot Manor, he found her voice incredibly soothing, often invoking fond memories. Let me prepare. You all head to the Great Hall, Nuanyue said, taking her leave first as she entered the castle. Inside the Great Hall, Professor Flitwick awaited her arrival, having initially planned for his choir to perform this year, but decided to alter the program at the last minute. You've arrived, Lee. Do you need anything prepared? Professor Flitwick greeted her warmly, clearly fond of the talented student. A piano will suffice, Professor, Nuanyue replied sweetly. Oh, certainly. Flitwick waved his wand, and a piano materialized on the stage. Nuanyue adjusted the piano, finding it perfectly tuned, then seated herself, waiting for the other young wizards to arrive. The sorting ceremony concluded swiftly, and Nuanyue stepped onto the stage, offering a slight nod to the audience below, eliciting a chorus of gasps and exclamations. Look, there's the flower of Hogwarts, Lee from Slytherin's third year. I am acquainted with her. Her spells are remarkably powerful. Merlin, has she grown even more beautiful? Could it be some enchanting spell? The surrounding clamor did not distract Nuanyue. Seated before the piano, she gently moved her fingers, delicate as gossamer, pressing against the ivory keys, producing a melody that resonated beautifully. In her previous life, she had a profound affection for the piece Hedwig's theme, and it was the only composition she deemed suitable for this particular moment and place. Slightly parting her lips, she emitted an extraordinary hum. As the magical notes intertwined with her siren-like voice, the young wizards seemed to transform into avian creatures, soaring high above the majestic castle and the profound black lake, spiraling over the forbidden forest, frolicking in the Quidditch pitch, and accompanied by the music and mermaid-like song. They traversed one familiar and unfamiliar side of Hogwarts after another, deepening their attachment and love for this land. As the piece concluded, the young wizards remained entranced by the awe-inspiring scene. Dumbledore was the first to break the silence with applause, followed by the professors who joined in, all regarding this girl with renewed admiration. The thunderous applause reverberated through the hall, and Nuanyue rose to acknowledge the crowd with a graceful bow before returning to her Slytherin long table. Draco's expression was oddly conflicted, a blend of joy and ire. An intricate turmoil. Pansy, however, clapped enthusiastically and praised her. "Luna, you were magnificent. Was what I witnessed merely an illusion? Truly astounding." For the first time, the Slytherin table buzzed with excitement, many eager to rise and catch a glimpse of the Academy's flower. "That's not ideal, Fred." "Indeed, George." The twins from Gryffindor, much like Draco, wore expressions of turmoil, simultaneously pleased by Nuanyue's brilliance, yet anxious about the potential influx of admirers, even those who might eclipse their own standing. The increase in rivals was far from a joyous prospect. In contrast, the more innocent Harry clapped alongside Ron, beaming with delight. Hermione nudged Harry with her elbow, saying, "You're celebrating too soon. I suspect by this Valentine's Day, Luna will receive so many love letters that they could fill the Slytherin common room." Harry's hands froze instantly, and Hermione cast him a sympathetic glance before looking up at Professor Dumbledore, who had stepped forward. Dumbledore, hands raised to beckon silence, addressed the assembly with a warm smile. "First, let us extend our gratitude to Miss Lee of Slytherin for her splendid performance. I personally adored her voice. When she was in her first year, I remarked that it reminded me of the songs of mermaids, and seeing her today brought to mind the enchanting melodies of sirens. She is truly a remarkable young lady." The young wizards responded with friendly laughter, some murmuring inquiries about what a siren was. Dumbledore raised his hand again. "Before the delicious food renders us dizzy, let us welcome our new defense against the dark arts professor, Remus Lupin." The young wizards erupted into applause, while several from Draco's side cast disdainful glances at Lupin's patched cloak, refusing to join in. Instead, they eagerly addressed Harry. "Hey, Potter, I heard you fainted. Did you really succumb to a Dementor-esque fright?" The Slytherins mimicked the Dementor-esque ghastly demeanor, growling at Gryffindor. "Get lost, Malfoy," Ron growled, pulling Harry away. Dumbledore continued. "The professor who taught care of magical creatures has decided to retire, and it is my honor to announce that her position will be filled by none other than our beloved Rubeus Hagrid." Hagrid stood nervously, inadvertently knocking over the table in front of him, prompting laughter from the young wizards, while Gryffindor erupted into fervent applause, the twins even whistling, which brought tears of gratitude to Hagrid's eyes. Dumbledore declared, "Lastly, a more serious matter. By order of the Ministry of Magic, Hogwarts will be guarded by Dementors from Azkaban until Sirius Black is captured." The young wizards began to murmur, clearly taken aback by the prospect of danger within Hogwarts. "Why would Sirius come to school?" Dumbledore continued. "The Dementors will be stationed at every entrance to the school. Although I have been assured that their presence will not disrupt our daily lives and studies, I must caution you all that Dementors are vicious creatures. They do not distinguish between those they pursue and those who merely obstruct their path. Therefore, I urge each of you to avoid giving them any reason to harm you." Dementors inherently lack the capacity for forgiveness. The hall fell into a hushed silence, the atmosphere thick with tension, particularly for Harry, whose expression darkened as he recalled the events on the train. "Yet, we can always find joy, even in the darkest times, as long as you remember to light your lanterns." Dumbledore waved his hand over the candles before him, and they ignited instantly. "Now, let us indulge in the delightful feast." As soon as the words left his lips, an array of delectable food appeared on the tables, and the young wizards finally relaxed, engaging in conversation about the recent happenings while savoring their sumptuous dinner. Chapter 4, Draco and Buckbeak. All third years had elective courses, and Nuanyue was aware that Professor Sybil Trelawney of Divination was rather ineffectual, thus she naturally chose not to enroll in her class. Instead, she opted for Ancient Runes alongside Theodore, a course seldom selected due to the bewildering lines resembling earthworms. However, it was said that many ancient spells were chanted in runes, and these incantations were indeed potent. During lunch, she observed Draco mimicking Professor Trelawney, attempting to read Harry's fortune. His exaggerated, hysterical proclamations of doom were quite reminiscent, and Nuanyue couldn't help but chuckle. In the afternoon, Hagrid's first care of magical creatures class commenced. The half-giant appeared noticeably anxious, stammering at the assembled young wizards. Now we'll first turn to page 67 of your books." "Huh. Could you kindly tell us how to open this damned book?" Draco sneered derisively. As the monster book in his hands was bound tightly with a strap, a similar sight among the other young wizards. All securing their wriggling books with various ropes and ties. Just smooth them down along the spine, Hagrid replied awkwardly. Oh, I thought this was rather interesting. Interesting? A book that aims to bite off our fingers, Draco retorted, haughtily dissatisfied. If my father knew Dumbledore allowed such an imbecile to teach, it would be the end of him. Laughter erupted from the Slytherins. Shut up, Malfoy. Harry fumed. What? Draco approached Harry as if to provoke a fight, but suddenly stepped back. Panic etched on his face. Dementor. Dementor. Harry instantly turned and drew his wand. Tension etched across his features, while Draco and his companions donned hats to obscure their faces, mimicking Dementors and emitting low, ghastly growls, causing the Slytherins to erupt in laughter. Hermione pulled the furious Harry away, while Nuanyue stood beside Draco, playfully tousling his platinum hair into a chaotic mess. How long do you intend to play this game? Draco quickly sought to salvage his hair, grasping her hand to prevent further mischief. I've already shown you considerable leniency by not hexing him. Luna, why do you always enjoy playing with my hair? As he spoke, Hagrid approached with a magnificent creature, eliciting gasps of awe from the young wizards. The beast stood over 2 meters tall, resembling a grand steed, its wings unfurled like those of a majestic eagle, shimmering with a lustrous sheen. Its head bore the visage of an eagle, with sharp, piercing eyes. Proudly patting the creature's neck, Hagrid exclaimed, Isn't it beautiful? Allow me to introduce you to Buckbeak. After tossing a ferret to Buckbeak, which it promptly devoured, the students swallowed nervously. Hagrid continued, First and foremost, you must understand that they are exceedingly proud and possess a temper not to be trifled with. So, be cautious not to insult the hippogriff. It could cost you your life. Now, who would like to greet it first? The students collectively recoiled, leaving only Harry standing prominently in the front row. Seeing Harry's courageous stance, Hagrid enthusiastically shouted, Well done, Harry. Go on. Harry, realizing he was being singled out by his peers, felt a wave of confusion wash over him. I want to go too. Nuanyue raised her hand, only to remember that Draco was still holding it, thus lifting both their hands. Ah, splendid. It seems the two from Slytherin wish to give it a try as well. Excellent. Harry, you go first, Hagrid declared, treating Slytherin with equal regard as he had assumed the role of professor. Have you lost your mind, Luna? Draco, pale with fear, withdrew his hand, pulling down Nuanyue's raised arm. That creature looks far too dangerous. My father would never allow me near such a beast. Draco, the hippogriff is not dangerous as long as you show it respect. She can't ride a broomstick, so we cannot miss this opportunity with Buckbeak. Nuanyue broke free from Draco's grasp and ran to Harry's side. Following Hagrid's instructions, they both bowed to Buckbeak. The creature hesitated, seemingly unwilling to lower its neck. Oh, all right. Step back slowly, but do not look up, Hagrid murmured, sensing their failure and advising them to retreat. Suddenly, Buckbeak moved, approaching Nuanyue and sniffing her before a glimmer of happiness flickered in its eyes, and it gradually lowered its neck. Oh, splendid. You've succeeded, Hagrid exclaimed, relieved that his first lesson would not end in disaster. Clearly, Buckbeak took a liking to Nuanyue and showed no aversion to Harry either. Now, go ahead and pet it, Hagrid called out excitedly. Nuanyue, undaunted, embraced Buckbeak's large head. Hagrid and the other young wizards gasped in astonishment, yet Buckbeak nuzzled her gently, while Harry, emboldened, stroked Buckbeak's soft fur. Marvelous. You two did exceptionally well. Gryffindor and Slytherin both earned 5 points. Hagrid proclaimed joyfully, moving closer to them. It seems it truly adores you both. Now, let us try flying. Without waiting for Harry's response, he lifted him onto the creature's back. Wait a moment. Harry barely managed to protest before Hagrid hoisted Nuanyue as well, placing her right in front of Harry, effectively into his embrace, causing his face to flush crimson and leaving him speechless. Harry, hold on tight, but do not tug at its feathers. It dislikes that, Hagrid cautioned, then gave Buckbeak a playful slap on the rear. With an excited screech, Buckbeak soared into the air with the two of them. Wow, Nuanyue shouted in exhilaration. Harry, lacking any leverage, could only wrap his arms around her and hold onto Buckbeak's neck. Harry, open your eyes, look, Nuanyue urged. Harry complied. Gazing down at the breathtaking panorama below, Hogwarts lay at his feet, the surface of the Black Lake shimmering with silver ripples, the wind tousling his hair. A sensation utterly distinct from flying on a broomstick. Enthralled, Harry spread his arms wide to embrace the warm, moisture-laden breeze. As Nuanyue's laughter mingled with his own exuberant shouts, creating a delightful harmony that infused the summer day with warmth. After circling Hogwarts, Buckbeak gracefully descended, landing amidst the applause of the young wizards. Hagrid helped Nuanyue and Harry dismount, but Draco, observing their joyous exchange, felt a surge of agitation within him. Angrily, he shoved past the other students and approached Buckbeak, taunting, You're not dangerous at all. Are you, you ugly beast? No, Malfoy. Hagrid rushed to intervene. But Buckbeak had already reared up, letting out an enraged roar. Draco froze in fear, while Nuanyue swiftly moved in front of him. Stop, Buckbeak. Buckbeak's claws narrowly avoided Nuanyue, yet left a faint mark by her lips. Luna. Harry rushed over, his expression tense but hesitant to touch her face. Are you all right? Let us get you to the hospital wing. Nuanyue touched the blood on her face, yet remained remarkably composed, shaking her head. It's nothing, just a small cut. Theodore, arriving a moment later, glared at her injury. Come with me. His fury was palpable, and Nuanyue complied, allowing him to guide her toward the hospital wing. Malfoy, you've gone too far this time. If it weren't for Luna, you would be finished. Hermione glared at the fallen Draco. That creature injured Luna. Pansy stepped forward in defense of Draco. Have you fed your brain to Buckbeak? Did you not hear Hagrid say to respect the hippogriff? Ron chimed in, joining the fray. Why should we show respect to a monster? Blaise scoffed, and in that moment, Slytherin stood united. The argument escalated, and Hagrid, helpless, called for silence. But his pleas went unheard. Harry observed Draco, still in a stupor on the ground. Though I despise you, your actions in the chamber last year earned my respect. However, today, I am truly disappointed in you. Without further regard for Draco or the bickering houses, he followed Nuanyue toward the hospital wing. Nuanyue's injury was not severe, merely alarming due to its location on her face. Madame Pomfrey quickly healed the wound, leaving only a faint trace. Assuring them that it would vanish without a scar, she would find it regrettable if such a lovely face bore any mark. After confirming Nuanyue was fine, Harry excused himself, needing to console Hagrid, who was likely feeling disheartened by the incident on his first day of class. Meanwhile, Theodore led Nuanyue back to the Slytherin common room, maintaining a heavy silence that made her uneasy. Upon entering, they found Draco and Pansy standing together. Luna, how is your injury? Pansy approached, concerned as she examined her face. I'm glad you're all right. Otherwise, it would have been Hogwarts' greatest loss. With that attitude, I'm unsure whether to be modest, Nuanyue teased, throwing a playful wink. The girls clustered around, showing concern for Nuanyue, while Theodore approached Draco, silently scrutinizing him. Draco avoided Theodore's gaze, his eyes occasionally darting to Nuanyue before quickly shifting away. After a prolonged silence, Theodore turned to Nuanyue. You should get some rest. He then disregarded everyone else, departing for the dormitory. Others also sensed that the atmosphere was somewhat off. They exchanged casual remarks before retreating to their dormitories or other places to sit quietly. Draco Malfoy felt unusually strange today. Typically, he would have already leapt up to berate Hagrid or Buckbeak. Instead, Draco remained silent, sitting quietly on the sofa. His head bowed as he gazed at his fingers, as if attempting to discern the intricate patterns of a flower. Nuanyue settled beside him and tugged at his sleeve, inquiring, what's wrong? I'm fine. See, it's almost healed, Draco replied, lifting his gaze to scrutinize the marks on her cheek. A flicker of something passed through his eyes, and he nodded slightly, murmuring, well, that's good. Nuanyue sighed. Draco, don't you have anything to say to me? This awkwardness from him was far too bothersome. She preferred his usual arrogant demeanor. Draco remained silent, so she crouched in front of him. Draco, what if it leaves a scar? I might not be able to get married, right? How could it possibly leave a scar? Draco suddenly exclaimed, what did Madame Pomfrey say? If necessary, we'll go to St. Mungo's. My father knows some doctors abroad. I can have him take you for treatment. Nuanyue tilted her head, chuckling at him. Draco's face stiffened, and he gritted his teeth. You're lying. Nuanyue laughed heartily, tousling his hair. You looked so spirited just now. Your despondent demeanor doesn't suit a Malfoy at all. You're the Prince of Slytherin. Draco yanked her hand away, but the twisted expression on his face gradually softened. With a hint of uncertainty, he asked, Luna, would you blame me? Blame you for what? For provoking a hippogriff? She pinched Draco's fingers. Actually, I do blame you for being impulsive and reckless. You must understand that many magical creatures are exceedingly dangerous. They have their own habits. While they might be punished for harming you, it is you who would suffer injuries or even lose your life, which is irretrievable. We can't live in regret for our foolish actions, can we? Draco furrowed his brow and replied dryly, but you went to ride that creature, and you were with Scarhead. Thus, he felt exceedingly jealous. How about next time I take you along to ride? I think Buckbeak has taken quite a liking to me. Perhaps it's because animals are innately attuned to magical energy, especially intelligent beings like him. Humph, I have no desire to ride that thing. My broomstick or your flying sword is much faster. Draco's demeanor finally returned to its usual self, his expression exuding an air of superiority, his nostrils flaring in defiance. Well then, next time, you can take me to ride your broom, Nuanyue said, patting his shoulder. You should rest. It's been a chaotic day. Draco suddenly grasped her hand, looking earnestly into her eyes. Luna, if, I'm saying if, you really do have a scar, I mean it. I will take responsibility. He leaned in and placed a gentle kiss on the mark on her face, as light as a feather brushing against her skin, before abruptly rising and turning away. His ears flushed pink, moving stiffly like a puppet as he retreated to his room. Nuanyue reached up to touch the spot where he had kissed her, pondering, Is Draco beginning to act a little spoiled? Chapter 5. The Daily Prophet and Black. Though the Dementors prowled around the outskirts, their very existence had already begun to affect the young wizards at Hogwarts. As the number of articles in the newspaper regarding Sirius Black's repeated evasion of the Dementors increased, the young wizards grew increasingly anxious. Almost every day at lunchtime, a multitude of owls would deliver the Daily Prophet, with many eagerly hoping that the next moment would bring news of Sirius's capture. Oh, well, the third attempt at capture has failed, sighed Seamus as he set down the newspaper at the Gryffindor table. The image on the page still depicted Sirius from his time in prison, his disheveled black-brown hair and eyes filled with a bloodthirsty frenzy. Multiple hands gripped him tightly to restrain his struggles, yet the fury, hatred, and murderous intent in his gaze could send chills down anyone's spine, even from across the page. What on earth does he plan to do? Isn't the Dark Lord already dead? A little lion questioned. But Harry is still here. Seamus glanced at Harry beside him, morphing into a detective. That guy might come seeking revenge on Harry. And look at the routes of these 3 attempts. It's clear they're targeting the school. Come on, Seamus. Since when have you become so wise? Ron interjected, noticing Harry's darkening expression and swiftly stepping in to halt Seamus's deductions. Seamus shrugged, choosing not to elaborate further. Yet the other young wizards began to whisper among themselves. It was evident that many shared the same thoughts. If the Dark Lord was indeed dead, what else could compel Sirius to escape from Azkaban except for revenge? This is utterly insane. Every day it's the same ridiculous news. Don't they consider focusing on their studies? Hermione, sitting at the table with a disheveled stack of books beside her, seemed rather agitated. One hand was vigorously tugging at her unruly hair. Hermione, you don't seem to be doing well, Harry asked cautiously. Oh, not at all, Hermione replied somewhat frantically. If no one was incessantly buzzing in my ear about that escaped convict, I think I would feel much better, you know? I can hardly sleep a sound night. Sirius's name has even surfaced in the girls' dormitory. Merlin, do they have no other topics besides beauty products and boys? Ron and Harry exchanged glances, but refrained from pressing further, knowing that Sirius had been a renowned heartthrob during his time at Hogwarts. Hence, the discussions among the Gryffindor girls had largely veered off topic, as young girls at this age often held an odd fascination for handsome boys, even if they were notorious killers. Harry did not divulge to them what Nuanyue had mentioned. Firstly, he did not wish for his friends to worry about him over a story lacking evidence. After all, it was merely speculation at this point. If he revealed the truth to Ron and Hermione, they would undoubtedly be extremely concerned for his safety, especially Hermione, who would probably insist on having a professor serve as his bodyguard even for a trip to the restroom. Moreover, regarding the 2 stories Nuanyue had recounted, he was utterly confused about which was true and which was false. Thus, until he could ascertain the facts, he opted to keep it under wraps. Wow, Hermione, why are you carrying so many books? I thought we only had defense against the dark arts this afternoon. Nuanyue, passing by, paused to inquire. Oh yes, Hermione replied perfunctorily, offering no further explanation. She hastily swallowed the last bite of her pudding, then stood and asked, Luna, are you by yourself? Would you like to come to class with me? I still need to stop by the Ollery to send a letter. Nuanyue waved the envelope in her hand. Then I'll head off first, Hermione said, clutching her stack of books and hurrying away. Is she always this busy lately? Nuanyue asked Ron and Harry, who were still eating. Yeah, Ron replied, chewing on his cake. Her schedule is pretty much the same as ours, yet she is hardly ever around. I wonder what she has been up to. Nuanyue nodded. She was well aware of Hermione's busy schedule. Hermione was using a time turner to go back in time to attend more classes, and Professor McGonagall had certainly entrusted her with it. Luna, I'm going to the Ollery too. Why don't we go together? Harry suddenly suggested. Of course, Nuanyue replied, nodding as she walked out of the hall alongside Harry. May I ask who you were sending a letter to? Nuanyue recalled that Harry likely had no one to whom he could send a letter at present. His closest friends were at school, and his aunt and uncle probably had no desire to receive anything delivered by owl. Having run out of broomstick lubricant, she intended to send a letter to order a few bottles, as the competition was fast approaching, was it not? The mention of Quidditch brought a spark of excitement to Harry's countenance. Oh yes, indeed, she nodded, fully aware that Harry's broom probably had little lubricant left. For soon it would be dismantled by the Whomping Willow, and Sirius would gift him the finest broom. Luna, to whom are you sending a letter? Harry inquired, knowing full well that Nuanyue had no relatives in Britain, and that an owl could not traverse oceans to reach China. To Draco's father, Mr. Malfoy. Nuanyue replied with a slight smile. Harry paused, uncertainty flickering across his face as he asked, Luna, Are you quite friendly with the Malfoys? Draco Malfoy was one thing, but the notion of her writing to Lucius Malfoy, that arrogant fellow, was quite another. Harry, have you forgotten about the hippogriff incident? Nuanyue waved the letter in her hand. Although Draco had not mentioned it, she was certain he had secretly written to his father. I suspect you'll soon learn that the Ministry of Magic will be reviewing the case. What? Harry exclaimed in alarm. You mean Malfoy will have his father kill Buckbeak? How can that be? It was Malfoy who provoked Buckbeak in the first place. Merlin, Hagrid will be devastated. He absolutely cannot endure such a thing. Thus, I plan to write and gauge Mr. Malfoy's stance on the matter, to see if we might resolve it, though the likelihood is slim. Malfoy has always been keen to cause trouble for Dumbledore, and he harbors a profound disdain for giants, or indeed anything that is not pure blood, let alone allowing such filth to teach his son. Thank you, Luna, Harry said earnestly. Don't mention it, Harry. In truth, I quite enjoy Hagrid and his lessons. They are exhilarating, are they not? Luna replied with a cheerful smile. Indeed, they are exhilarating. Harry's expression twisted slightly. As a Gryffindor, he found it somewhat difficult to endure Hagrid's teaching style, yet the little witches and wizards adored him. Thus they were very forgiving of the big fellow. As they reached the tower, they soon encountered a girl descending the staircase. Upon spotting Nuanyue and Harry, she beamed a gentle smile. Hello, Luna, Harry. Are you here to send a letter to? Hello, Cho, Nuanyue greeted, noticing out of the corner of her eye that Harry's face appeared a bit flushed. It seemed he had begun to develop feelings for Cho Chang. Hello, Harry nodded in acknowledgement. Noticing that the two girls seemed inclined to converse, he ascended to send his letter. Once Harry had left, Nuanyue nudged Cho's arm and whispered, What do you think of Harry? Cho pondered for a moment and replied gently, He is a very brave and kind Gryffindor. I've heard quite a bit about him at Ravenclaw. Nuanyue nodded, then suddenly asked, And Cedric? What do you think of him? Cho's face visibly reddened. Cedric? He is wonderful. I mean, he is my friend, after all. It appeared that Cho had already begun to harbor feelings for Cedric Diggory, and while they were still friends now, it seemed inevitable they would soon become lovers. Nuanyue suddenly recalled the haunting image from the film of Cedric lying motionless on the field, bloodied and lifeless, and her heart shrank at the thought. Though she had not interacted much with Cedric, she held great affection for the gentle and kind upperclassman, and being that Cho was at least half her compatriot, she wished for this beautiful and intelligent girl to enjoy the pleasures of love without losing her beloved too soon. Go for it, Cho, Nuanyue said, squeezing her hand, which elicited a shy smile from the girl. It seemed Harry's first romance was destined to end in disappointment, but that was all right. After all, his true love was Ginny, and that was a certainty that would not waver. Upon reaching the tower's summit, Harry had already released Hedwig. What a pity, I still wanted to see Hedwig. Nuanyue lamented, gazing out the window at the owl, now a mere speck in the distance. Nuanyue's owl descended upon her, nuzzling her cheek with its sharp beak in a display of affection. Your owl is also a snowy owl. It resembles Hedwig quite closely, Harry remarked, handing Nuanyue a treat for the owl. This is Hedwig's favorite. See if yours likes it. Thank you, Harry, Nuanyue said, fastening the letter to her owl's leg, feeding it a treat before sending it off. Harry, I haven't asked how you've been lately, Nuanyue inquired as they descended the stairs. Quite well, though you know. It's about that serious black situation. Harry hesitated, not wanting Nuanyue to perceive him as cowardly. Oh, Harry, I knew you'd be overthinking things. Which is why I didn't want to tell you about it. Nuanyue understood Harry's perspective. He was still a child and could not see the full picture. No, Luna. I truly appreciate you sharing those matters. While it does bring great pressure, I would rather not be a fool, completely oblivious, Harry said earnestly. Do you think I can share this with Ron and the others? That is a decision for you to make, Harry, Nuanyue said, patting his shoulder. But I must say, they are your most loyal friends, so it is best not to keep everything bottled up inside. Luna, actually, I wanted to tell you. Harry began hesitantly, but just then, Draco's irate voice echoed through the corridor, and Nuanyue realized they had unwittingly descended the tower. Not far down the hallway stood Draco and Theodore, flanked by Crabbe and Goyle. Upon seeing Harry, Draco transformed into a peacock ready for confrontation, striding over with an elegant yet swift gait, rudely positioning himself between the two and obscuring Harry's view. Scarhead, are you simply too idle? Draco sneered, his tone dripping with disdain. If you wish to chat, why not seek out your Gryffindor mole? Or are you worried about having your lip bitten by her buck teeth while kissing? Harry immediately shifted into combat mode. Malfoy, is your only talent in insulting others? I believe I have the freedom to converse with whomever I choose. You are merely Luna's friend. Does she require your oversight in all her dealings? As he spoke, he stepped aside, seemingly addressing Draco, while simultaneously speaking to Nuanyue. By the way, Hermione and I are just friends. Damn you, Scarhead, Draco seethed, incensed. He drew his wand, and Harry swiftly mirrored the action, pointing his wand at Draco. Theodore, who had remained silent until now, approached slowly, casting Harry a glance that seemed to dismiss him entirely. Class is starting soon. Let us go, he said coolly, naturally taking Nuanyue's hand and turning to leave. Consider yourself fortunate, Scarhead, Draco spat as he followed, accompanied by Crabbe and Goyle, while Harry watched Draco continue to pinch Nuanyue's cheek, seemingly venting some grievance to her. His mood sank once more. Chapter 6, Nuanyue and the Boggart. When the group arrived in the classroom, many young witches and wizards were already present. This session was a combined class for all 4 houses, so the numbers were larger, and no one paid much attention to their late arrival. The young witches and wizards gathered around an old, worn wardrobe, clearly enchanted, as something within was shaking incessantly, causing the wardrobe to creak ominously, as though it might collapse at any moment. Professor Lupin glanced at the clock, cleared his throat, and commenced the lesson. Inside this cabinet resides a Boggart. He pointed his wand at the cabinet, which was shaking incessantly, and the young wizards displayed expressions of curiosity. Who can tell me what a Boggart looks like? No one knew, for it is known to transform. Hermione's voice suddenly rang out. Ron, seated beside her, jumped in surprise. Merlin, when did she get here? Hermione shot him an annoyed glance, disregarding his interruption, and continued, a Boggart transforms into the most fearsome thing in front of it. Which is why no one knows what it looks like when it's alone. Excellent. Miss Granger, 5 points to Gryffindor, Lupin nodded. There exists a simple spell to repel it. Everyone, repeat after me. Ridiculous. The young wizards echoed loudly. Ridiculous. Only Malfoy and his cronies snickered nearby, mocking. Sounds like quick, take a dump. Crabbe and Goyle chuckled foolishly. Lupin continued. Knowing the spell is not sufficient. What truly terrifies a Boggart is laughter. You must envision it as the most ludicrous image in your mind. Now, let me explain. Neville, step forward. Trembling, Neville approached Professor Lupin, a rather invisible presence who rarely drew attention. Lupin smiled gently, asking, tell me, my boy, what do you fear the most? Neville's lips quivered, his eyes filled with dread, his voice shaking. Professor Snape. Lupin leaned closer, having not caught his words, and softly said, it's all right, child, tell us what you fear the most. Summoning his courage, Neville exclaimed, Professor Snape. The Gryffindors roared with laughter, not out of mockery. For many shared a dislike for Snape, but it was evident that Neville had reached a level of genuine fear. The Slytherins glared at Neville with hostility. While they too were not overly fond of the brooding Snape, he was their head of house, and Slytherin's honor was not to be ridiculed. All right. Lupin seemed to stifle a chuckle. You live with your grandmother, don't you? At this, Neville's complexion paled further, and he muttered, I wouldn't want it to turn into my grandmother. Clearly, he feared her as well. Oh no. Think about what your grandmother usually wears, Lupin guided him. She always carries a red handbag, Neville began. But Lupin interrupted, no need to say it out loud. Just keep it in your mind, and we will see it. With that, Lupin stepped aside, and with a flick of his wand, he ignited a spark, causing the cabinet door to burst open. The dark interior fell silent for a moment before a leg emerged, clad in a black robe, with a pallid face contorted in anger and mockery, advancing menacingly towards Neville. Poor Neville was already sweating profusely, his mouth opening and closing like a fish out of water. Neville, raise your wand. Lupin shouted. Startled, Neville mustered his courage and lifted his wand. Ridiculous. Instantly, the figure of Professor Snape was clad in Neville's grandmother's long dress, topped with a feathered hat. Clutching a red handbag, laughter erupted around the room, and Lupin joined in the merriment, playing a lively tune. Very good. Next, the Gryffindor students rushed to the front. And it was Ron's turn. As he stepped up, Snape regarded him silently for a moment before suddenly transforming into a giant spider, eliciting gasps from the students behind Ron. Ron swallowed hard. Having been subjected to pranks by his brothers that turned his cherished childhood toy into a giant spider, he had developed an intense fear of them. He raised his hand and shouted, ridiculous. The spider's 8 legs were instantly fitted with roller skates, scrambling around the floor, unable to regain its footing. Excellent. Lupin swayed his hands to the music, encouraging the young wizards to persist, to focus, and transform the terrifying into the hilarious. The Boggart morphed into various common fears, a banshee, a giant serpent, a troll, and more. Nuanyue knew that once Harry faced the Boggart, the lesson would conclude, for he could not bear to confront the Boggart transformed into a Dementor. Thus, she strategically positioned herself in front of Harry, curious about what her own greatest fear might be. Soon it was her turn, and Lupin's attention seemed particularly fixed on her. The Boggart, having morphed into a banshee, twirled in the air before landing and assuming a human form. It's Harry, exclaimed Seamus from Gryffindor. Indeed, the Boggart had transformed into Harry, but not the Harry of the present. Rather, he appeared as a young adult, bloodied and seemingly engaged in a fierce battle, his eyes glazed with confusion and helplessness. as if he were a lost child searching for his way home. But soon, the boggart morphed again, this time into Draco, also resembling an almost adult figure. His face a mask of terror, blood smeared across his features, his wand trembling in hand, as if he had witnessed a horrifying murder. In swift succession, the boggart transformed into each of Nuanyue's familiar friends, Theodore, Pansy, Blaze, Daphne, each appearing as though they had endured the ravages of war, their eyes filled with despair and defiance. Ultimately, the boggart even morphed into the dead-like figures of Professor Snape, Fred, and Dumbledore. Oh, Merlin! Lupin finally comprehended the situation and rushed to Nuanyue's side. The boggart instantly transformed into the moon, which Lupin, with a spell, turned into a balloon and banished back into the cabinet. Whispers erupted among the young wizards, all visibly shaken, as if they had just witnessed a horror film with the stars being people from their own lives. It seems, Miss Lee, you have many concerns weighing on your mind. While Muggle horror films can be quite entertaining, I advise against watching them too frequently, Lupin jested before announcing the end of the class. Nuanyue remained silently standing before the cabinet, her expression unchanged since the boggart's transformations began, yet her hands were clenched tightly into fists, the veins on the backs of her hands standing out. The trio and the Slytherins wished to linger, but Lupin, noticing Nuanyue's unusual demeanor, ushered them out of the classroom. Are you all right? Lupin inquired softly. Nuanyue merely stared at the cabinet in silence. Lupin's hand gently rested on her shoulder. Those were merely illusions. It's all right. Calm down. Nuanyue's shoulders quivered slightly as she slowly turned her head to face Professor Lupin. Do I not appear calm enough? Lupin looked at her in surprise. Oh, it seems I misjudged, but why did those thoughts occur to you? Do you not understand? Nuanyue's gaze was eerily calm, as if she could see through everything, leaving no room for evasion. In that moment, Lupin felt as though he were gazing into Dumbledore's eyes. Cough, cough. Perhaps we ought to change the subject. Let us head back for some rest. Would you like some chocolate? Lupin asked. No, thank you, Professor. Nuanyue nodded slightly before turning to exit the classroom. At the doorway, those waiting for her immediately surrounded her. It was Nuanyue's first time witnessing both groups gather without erupting into conflict. Luna, are you all right? Draco and Theodore, along with the trio, stood guard, clearly eager to ask her many questions. Nuanyue tilted her head, her gaze sweeping over them slowly, murmuring, You're no longer paper dolls, are you? What are you talking about, Luna? Draco furrowed his brow. She spoke in Chinese, a language that several among them did not comprehend. It's nothing. I merely recalled certain matters, he remarked, observing Nuanyue's peculiar demeanor. Let us return to the dormitory. Although the three members of the opposing houses were concerned, they could only watch as the trio from Slytherin departed. Nuanyue remained unusually silent, as if she might dissipate into the very air around them at any moment. Theodore's gaze remained steadfastly fixed upon her, while Draco frequently cast anxious glances in her direction. I am fine, Nuanyue declared, reaching out to grasp the hands of the two boys. Her touch was chilling, an unusual sensation for this season. You will all be all right, won't you? Of course, Theodore affirmed, tightening his grip on her hand. We are perfectly well, are we not? The things you fear are quite strange, Draco said nonchalantly, hoping to alleviate Nuanyue's trepidation. Look, I stand before you, quite unharmed. Suddenly, Nuanyue came to a halt, her gaze steady upon the two handsome youths before her, a flicker of resolve glimmering in her eyes. You are right. We will all be well. We will all be happy. Chapter 7. Harry and the Patronus charmed the day following the defense against the dark arts lesson. Lupin sent word for Nuanyue, requesting her presence in his office that afternoon. She arrived as promised, entering the office to find a pale-faced Harry seated in a chair, resting, with the boggart cabinet positioned not far from him. You have arrived, Lupin said, rummaging through his belongings. Approaching Harry with concern, Nuanyue asked, Are you all right, Harry? Luna. Harry managed a faint smile. I am fine, just a bit. Earlier, I thought I would see Voldemort, but the boggart transformed into a Dementor, and I fainted. He felt a wave of humiliation wash over him at his inability to confront his fears, realizing that if he could not withstand a Dementor, how could he ever avenge his parents and vanquish Voldemort? That only means, Harry, that your fear is fear itself, Lupin interjected, approaching with several chocolate frogs in hand. Have some, it will do you good. Harry accepted the chocolate, nibbling on it, though his spirits remained low. I heard a woman screaming, pleading to spare her son, to kill her instead. I know that was my mother. Oh, Harry, Nuanyue couldn't help but embrace him, gently patting his back. Harry gripped her arm, resting his head against her shoulder. Luna, I actually wanted to tell you, when I fainted, besides hearing my mother's voice, I saw someone who resembled you. Resembled me? Nuanyue asked with a furrowed brow. But Harry, that cannot be me. My mother passed away when I was very young and never set foot in England. Besides, my father claims we do not share a resemblance. I do not know, Harry hesitated. Perhaps it was an illusion? I cannot explain it. Your face was clearer to me than my mother's voice. Harry, the first time I met you, I thought to mention that your eyes are very much like Lily's. Lupin interjected. Professor, do you know my mother? Harry exclaimed in surprise. Indeed, I knew her. She was an exceptionally gifted witch and a wonderfully kind woman, capable of recognizing the beauty in others, especially the beauty that they themselves could not see. Lupin replied with a smile. Your father, in contrast, seemed to possess a talent for attracting trouble, a talent that, I hear, has been passed down to you. Harry couldn't help but chuckle. Indeed. He had found himself in many unexpected predicaments over the past 2 years, regardless of whether the outcomes were good or ill. You resemble your parents remarkably, Harry, Lupin remarked, patting him on the shoulder. One day, you will understand just how much they loved you. Speaking of his parents lifted Harry's spirits considerably. Lupin then turned to Nuanyue, saying, the reason I called you here today was also to discuss your boggart. I am sorry, Professor. I do not know why my boggart took that form. Nuanyue replied, lowering her gaze, fully aware that revealing her status as a time traveler, especially one familiar with the plot, was out of the question. Lupin's gaze held a hint of inquiry. Do not worry, Lee. I do not wish to pry into your little secret. I am merely concerned for your well-being. Thank you, Professor. I am fine now. However, I believe Harry's current situation is quite perilous. As you are aware, due to Sirius, Dementors are swarming around Hogwarts. Perhaps you might consider teaching Harry the Patronus charm? Nuanyue skillfully redirected the conversation, knowing Lupin was far more concerned about Harry than her own issues. The Patronus charm? Harry's interest was piqued. What is that, Luna? Can it fend off Dementors? Yes, Harry, it is a powerful yet challenging spell, Nuanyue explained, tossing the question back to Lupin. Oh, indeed. Harry could certainly benefit from learning the Patronus charm. Lupin agreed with a nod, but it is an advanced spell, quite difficult. You will only study it in your 7th year, so. Professor, please teach me this spell, Harry implored, his gaze resolute. I will master it. Lupin and Harry arranged a time for their lessons, and Nuanyue departed directly back to the Slytherin common room. Though Aunt Jo's writings offered little insight into James Lupin, Nuanyue understood him to be a perceptive and sensitive individual. From their very first meeting, she sensed that Lupin seemed to recognize her, a notion that made her uneasy about the possibility of his probing leading to her exposure. Of course, this was merely a hypothesis, even in the wizarding world. Few would conceive of time travel, especially in a realm where there existed individuals known as seers. At this juncture, Nuanyue's goals extended beyond the pursuit of knowledge. She sought to alter the fates of certain individuals. She did not wish to interfere excessively with the narrative, fearing that it might alter the conclusion. And she worried that her abilities might prove inadequate to confront the chaos that ensued should the storyline unravel. As the weekend approached, the Weasley twins summoned Nuanyue to their secret lair. Previously, she had been in contact primarily with Zoko. Hence this time they entrusted her with some finished products and newly devised trinkets to deliver to him. This little gadget is quite entertaining, Nuanyue remarked, holding a soft, squishy object in her hand. It was a puffskein, an adorably docile creature, with fur that the twins had somehow enchanted to change colors continuously, resembling a lamp of many hues. Ginny was quite taken with the creature. George and I devised a few methods to make it more appealing to young witches. Fred declared proudly. We have also prepared some new inventions. This fire charm, when thrown, adheres to a person or their clothing and ignites, but it only appears frightening. It will not actually damage anything. The scare factor is superb, right? And this exploding snap, we made some modifications to allow it to explode into various patterns and words. We are working on resolving the issue of freely defining the words that appear. It would be quite romantic during a confession, wouldn't it? George chimed in. As they spoke of their creations, both boys' eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Not a problem. I think they are absolutely brilliant, Nuanyue replied, placing the items into an expanded suitcase. I have a good rapport with Filch. He will not inspect my belongings. I will bring back some fun things for you as well. During her first year, Nuanyue had befriended Madame Loris, and in her second year, she had comforted Filch, understanding that his disdain for young wizards stemmed from the fact that his family was once a prominent pure-blood line in England. However, in the era of Filch, he found himself alone in his shameful silence. Hogwarts represented both a dream and a sanctuary for Filch. Thus, when faced with young wizards who wielded magic yet chose to squander their potential by causing havoc and damaging the castle, Filch would unleash his fury upon them with an almost perverse delight. Last year, Nuanyue had privately approached Filch, teaching him some physical exercises that any ordinary person could master. Although he was advanced in age, these practices could enhance his strength and stamina, allowing him to better cope with the mischievous little wizards. Filch was undoubtedly aware of who truly cared for him, and he was immensely grateful for Nuanyue's assistance, turning a blind eye to her every action. I say, little snake, are you truly not joining us for a trip to Hogsmeade? George clung to her with a pitiful expression. We know all the interesting spots in Hogsmeade, and you definitely need a free guide. Nuanyue ignored his plea as she continued to pack her belongings. I've already promised Theo that I would go with him. And I suspect Draco and the others will tag along as well. If you don't mind, you can join us too. Huh, little snake. You're not hoping to witness a showdown between a snake and a lion, are you? Fred chimed in, playfully pinching her cheek. He thrived on chaos and mischief, delighting in the pandemonium of the situation. You're increasingly embodying the spirit of the Weasleys. Nuanyue shot him a deadpan stare. Does Auntie Molly know you speak of the Weasley spirit in this manner? Should I write her a letter to ask if she would consider punishing you both? Oh, little snake, it was Fred who said that. It has nothing to do with me. George immediately feigned innocence, betraying his brother. A pair of scoundrels. Nuanyue huffed in Chinese. Though I don't understand what you just said, I'm certain it was not flattering, Fred retorted, dramatically clutching his chest. Is it possible that our undeniably handsome faces are not enough to persuade you to accompany us to Hogsmeade? Well, whether you're handsome or not is debatable. But you certainly have large faces, Nuanyue rolled her eyes. Speaking of looks, can you honestly say you fare better than Draco? He's just a scrawny little brat. George defended. Men should be judged by their demeanor and substance. Ah, but in terms of demeanor, isn't Theodore far superior? Nuanyue countered. And as for substance, do you two possess any? When did you pick any up? George, help me. I've sustained severe emotional injuries. My heart aches. Fred lamented, clutching his brother with a woeful expression that made Nuanyue cringe. Hang in there, brother. We can still turn this around. George supported his sibling, wearing a face of theatrical sorrow that sent shivers down Nuanyue's spine. All right, you two, enough with the theatrics. I'll come back and find you right away. Nuanyue soothed, fearing they might truly cause a ruckus. This time, I'll let it slide. Next time, you must accompany us separately. The twins wore expressions that suggested they would resort to mischief if she declined. With a sigh of resignation, Nuanyue agreed. Chapter 8. Hunters and Traps. Hogsmeade was indeed a fascinating place. It was the only village in Britain inhabited solely by wizards, devoid of muggles. Despite its village status, it rivaled Diagon Alley in vibrancy. Boasting an array of restaurants, pubs, flower shops, and tea houses, Nuanyue and the Slytherin snakes first ventured to the Three Broomsticks to sample their renowned butterbeer, which, despite its name, was a non-alcoholic beverage strictly for minors. Next, they visited Zonko's joke shop, where Pansy and Draco selected amusing toys, while Theodore accompanied Nuanyue to meet Mr. Waddington, the shop's proprietor. Mr. Waddington was a plump, affable middle-aged man, but one should not be deceived by his appearance. Anyone who could operate a shop in Hogsmeade was no ordinary individual. Last year, it was through the connections of the Knott family that Nuanyue had first engaged with Mr. Waddington, resulting in her inaugural business transaction. Theodore was typically not one to inquire much. From the moment Nuanyue had asked him to introduce her to the Zonko's manager to the present day of delivering goods, he had not uttered a single word of curiosity. In truth, he possessed the intellect to deduce the circumstances, yet unlike Draco, he harbored no disdain for Gryffindors. Rather, he despised foolish impulsiveness. He was entirely accommodating of Nuanyue's endeavors. After an extensive negotiation filled with verbal sparring, Nuanyue emerged from Mr. Waddington's office with a smile, holding a bag of galleons. Theodore observed her with a grin, as if she had struck a remarkable bargain. He affectionately ruffled her hair, saying, "This is the first time I've seen you this delighted over galleons." It was well known that the vault prepared for Nuanyue by her family overflowed with galleons, rivaling that of any prominent family heir. Yet, he had never seen her this joyful when they withdrew money together, akin to a kitten that had filched a fish. That's different. This is money I've earned myself. Nuanyue made a playful face. Theo, is there anything you desire? I'll buy it for you as a gift. Theodore shook his head. I have no wants. This is your first time earning money. Don't you wish to treat yourself to something? I hadn't thought of it. You know I'm not lacking in funds. It's just that this money holds different significance. She twirled the bag of galleons around her finger. Let us buy some sweets. I've heard the fizzing whizbees are delectable, and the ice mice and cockroach clusters seem quite famous as well. Theodore chuckled, taking her hand and leading her toward the candy shop. They returned to meet up with Draco and the others after purchasing 2 large bags of sweets. Upon seeing the bounty of candy they had brought back, the Slytherin snakes were elated, especially Crabbe and Goyle, who eagerly volunteered to be the porters. Due to the abundance of candy, the Slytherins decided to return to school after their excursion, and no one suggested visiting the tea house, a popular spot for couples. The Shrieking Shack was also not a favored destination for Slytherins. Such a sight, steeped in eerie legends, was more appealing to the adventurous Gryffindors. As Nuanyue distributed the candies to her companions, she arrived at the designated courtyard to await the twins. Before long, she spotted Harry approaching, appearing rather despondent. Harry. Nuanyue waved. Harry paused for a moment before hurrying over. Luna, what are you doing here? Did you just return from Hogsmeade? Yes, and these are for you. Nuanyue pulled out a handful of various sweets from her pocket and stuffed them into Harry's hands. His expression brightened considerably, revealing a grateful smile. Thank you, Luna. How was Hogsmeade? It was all right, Nuanyue acknowledged, aware that Harry could not visit Hogsmeade without his uncle's signature, hence refraining from elaborating further. Where did you go today? Harry? Harry's demeanor darkened again as he took a candy and placed it in his mouth, feeling somewhat better. I went to learn the Patronus charm from Professor Lupin. It's really difficult. I always faint when facing the boggart that transforms into a Dementor. The professor said today was not a suitable day for me to practice. Harry, you're too impatient, Nuanyue urged, pulling him down to sit on the steps. Don't rush, you have plenty of time. I will help you practice. Harry's face lit up with surprise. Really, Luna? I heard Professor Lupin say you can cast the Patronus charm perfectly. Perhaps you could teach me. Of course. Nuanyue drew out her wand and conjured a Patronus. A silvery cat sprang forth from her wand, darting about and occasionally teasing the slumbering statue nearby. That is amazing. Luna, Harry exclaimed, his excitement palpable. My wand can only produce a puff of white mist. The professor said my happy memory isn't strong enough. I'm always affected by the boggart. This requires practice, Harry. I also needed considerable time to succeed. As you are aware, I implored Minister Fudge to eliminate any traces of my family's past, so I have indeed been practicing throughout the holiday. Nuanyue's words were a mixture of truth and embellishment. She had indeed focused on mastering the Patronus charm during the holiday, but with other subjects to review and the constant distraction of playing with Harry upon his arrival. Her time for practice was limited to barely 20 days before she achieved success. Encouraged by Nuanyue, Harry finally felt invigorated. I understand now. I will strive to improve. By the way, Luna, may I visit your home during the holiday? Of course, Nuanyue responded. Oh, and by the way, there's the Quidditch World Cup next year. We can attend together. Suddenly, Nuanyue recalled the plot of the fourth book. The Quidditch World Cup? Harry was astonished to discover that Quidditch, much like Muggle football, also had a World Cup. Honestly, I'm not very clear on the details. You know, I've barely attended a few flying lessons, Nuanyue shrugged. Thinking of Nuanyue's infamous ability to terrify brooms, Harry couldn't help but chuckle. Fortunately, flying class won't count towards our final grades, or you would surely have failed to secure the top spot. Oh, and Hermione too. Haha. Nuanyue joined in his laughter. I suppose I'll just be there for the spectacle. Minister Fudge mentioned he would reserve a private box for me. As the two were happily conversing, the twins stealthily approached from down the corridor. What's the matter with you two? Why are you acting so suspiciously? Nuanyue inquired curiously. We just conducted a little experiment in Filch's office, they exclaimed, grinning mischievously. 3 dung bombs, extra pungent. They even come with a sticking charm that ensures the smell lingers on walls or desks. What a brilliant idea. We are geniuses, the twins proclaimed proudly. So, are you currently being pursued by Filch? Nuanyue probed incisively. Speaking of which, Filch has been surprisingly agile lately. Just now, I nearly got caught, Fred remarked, scratching his head in confusion. Could he have consumed some peculiar potion? I think so too. Perhaps a stamina potion or a speed potion. Do such things exist? George pondered, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Nuanyue chuckled awkwardly and turned her head away, resolutely refusing to take the blame. By the way, little snake, where are our gifts? George leaned closer, wrapping an arm around Nuanyue's waist and casually resting his head on her shoulder. Right here, Nuanyue replied, retrieving a bag of galleons and handing it to them. She then nudged the box at her feet towards them. I've already spent my share. These are for you. And the box contains some new prank items I've bought as gifts. Oh, and this too. Nuanyue pulled out a handful of sweets and offered them to George and Fred. These are absolutely delicious. Luna, you are truly the reincarnation of Merlin, Fred declared, embracing her from behind and affectionately rubbing his chin atop her head. I think I am falling in love with you. George and Harry both looked up at the exuberant Fred, who appeared blissfully unaware of the implications of his words. Well, I shall thank you for your misplaced affection. Although I suspect anyone loved by you would be quite unfortunate, Nuanyue retorted, unfazed. Little snake, why not look forward to Christmas? George suggested suddenly, now that they had money and were eager to purchase extravagant gifts for Luna. Honestly, I believe you should consider giving Ron some Christmas presents. He has been bullied by you too. Nuanyue nudged George, who was leaning too closely, with her finger. And Ginny, she's quite adept at flying. She simply lacks a good broom. Little snake, you're always thinking of others, George remarked with a complex expression, unsure whether to feel pleased or displeased. Nuanyue rolled her eyes. What others? They are your siblings, for goodness sake. As for myself, I would appreciate anything you choose to give me, even a pile of cockroaches. The twins were so touched that they began to rub and squeeze her cheeks, turning her face a rosy hue. until Filch's shadow appeared from the corridor, prompting them to snatch up their belongings and flee, each stealing a quick kiss on her cheek as they departed. Those two are insufferable, Nuanyue muttered as she tidied her tousled hair. Luna had remained quiet throughout, but Harry suddenly whispered, "Do you like them? I mean, you seem very close." "Of course I like them. They're quite amusing, aren't they?" Nuanyue replied, securing her hair. "I like each of you in fact. As for intimacy, that's just how they are, so familiar and unreserved." Harry opened his mouth to respond, but fell silent. He refrained from expressing that the twins were not as she perceived them. The twins were indeed fond of pranks and mischief. They enjoyed considerable popularity in Gryffindor, with admirers adoring them and detractors loathing them. However, they were not as they appeared. Harry sensed that while the twins were exuberant, they seemed to inhabit a world that only included the two of them, a realm that repelled anyone else, allowing only their family to enter. He distinctly felt that Nuanyue had already taken a step into this exclusive world of the twins, which was laden with implications. Moreover, the twins resembled skilled hunters, luring their prey into their traps like frogs being slowly boiled alive. Unbeknownst to Nuanyue, her interactions with the twins were growing increasingly intimate, their proximity diminishing. And when they became complacent, this little snake would find herself ensnared in their web. Chapter 9. Slytherin and the Princess's Midnight Conversation. Nuanyue transitioned into her studious persona once more. She had self-studied the third-year curriculum long before, consistently earning points for Slytherin in each class. Unbeknownst to her, she had become a notable figure in Slytherin, and with her increasingly radiant beauty, she frequently received gifts and love letters. However, these tokens rarely passed Draco's scrutiny, as he would crush or incinerate all love letters, while any delectable treats were swiftly relinquished to Goyle and Crabbe. This inadvertently endeared Nuanyue to Goyle and Crabbe, who seemed to contemplate whether following her might lead to greater fortune, given that the supply of tasty snacks was unending. Nuanyue tacitly approved of Draco's behavior, which only served to bolster his confidence. Pansy once curiously asked Nuanyue, "If you don't like Draco, why do you indulge him so?" It was evident that even Pansy, despite her affection for Draco, had previously parted ways with him due to their incompatible personalities, demonstrating that even someone like Pansy could not fully tolerate Draco's temper. "Because in my eyes, he is a charming little prince, and no matter what he does, I want to pamper him," Nuanyue replied, her expression and tone reminiscent of someone discussing a child or a pet, leaving Pansy unable to feel even a hint of jealousy. The Draco she had read about was a spoiled, slightly mischievous, and proud child, yet fundamentally kind-hearted. Upon entering this world and interacting with him, Draco's character became even more nuanced. He genuinely cared for his friends, and even when he found their antics irritating, he would patiently assist them, such as with Goyle and Crabbe's potion homework. Had it not been for Draco's insistence, they might have remained in their first year at Hogwarts until adulthood. Given Nuanyue's actual age was considerably greater than theirs, coupled with her preconceived notions, she found it natural to be indulgent towards Draco. A stark contrast to her demeanor with Theodore, who exuded a more mature and composed aura. In Theodore's presence, she unconsciously adopted a more endearing and dependent role, making it difficult to ascertain her preference for either dynamic. "Luna, what are your thoughts on the boys from the other houses?" Pansy and Daphne had dismissed Millicent and ventured to Nuanyue's dormitory for a pajama party. At this tender age, most young girls find themselves at the threshold of budding romance. As for Pansy, she is an exemplary case. Recently, Daphne appears to have developed a certain fondness for Blaise, which has led them to relish discussions about boys with their close-knit circle of friends. Under the influence of her surroundings in England, Nuanyue has also become rather unreserved in broaching topics of love, though, to be candid, her acquaintances are few, apart from her immediate friends. She struggles to recall the names of many of her classmates. "I don't know many boys from other houses," Nuanyue admitted honestly. Particularly when it comes to Ravenclaw, her familiarity extends only to Qiuzhong, and even then, she is aware that she is acquainted with a girl. "But you are on good terms with Harry and the others, aren't you?" Pansy queried. Though she harbors a disdain for Gryffindor, she does not publicly express it as Draco does. It is well known that Slytherin excels at self-preservation. "Ah, Harry," Nuanyue mused. "He is truly wonderful, strong, brave, and kind. As a friend, he is someone I would trust with my life." This commendation was indeed high praise, prompting Pansy and Daphne to exchange glances, their curiosity piqued. "And as a romantic partner?" they probed. "Well," Nuanyue continued, "I believe Harry's partner must be someone who can stand beside him, regardless of the destination or direction. So Qiuzhong would not suffice, but Ginny could. Harry places immense value on friendship, which is commendable. However, for a romantic relationship, such dynamics can be challenging, since a partner does not always become a friend to one's friends." "Oh, that truly is a pity," Daphne remarked, casting a playful wink. The paths of Slytherin and Gryffindor are eternally divergent. The adventurous spirit of Gryffindor clashes with Slytherin's pursuit of power and ambition, rendering them fundamentally incompatible. This is also why couples emerging from these two houses are exceedingly rare at Hogwarts. And what of the Weasleys? Pansy pressed. It seems you are closer to them. If it weren't for their notorious pranks, I suspect Draco would wish to duel them, she added, her disdain evident. George and Fred? Huh. Just thinking of them brings a smile to my face, Nuanyue confessed, unable to suppress her laughter. They are such a source of joy. Being around them allows one to forget many troubles. Daphne, intrigued, inquired, those two are so alike. I've heard even their mother struggles to distinguish between them. How do you manage to tell them apart, Luna? Nuanyue pondered momentarily. At first, it was merely an instinct. Consider it a sixth sense. However, as I spent more time with them, I discovered their many differences. She adjusted her blanket over her knees, reminiscing, Fred is very much the doer. He is sunnier and more extroverted than George, impulsive and unrestrained in his actions. He possesses a natural talent for charms and is adept at spellcasting. George, in contrast, is more reserved. He often plays the role of the mastermind, skillfully feigning innocence while leading his brother into traps. He excels in potions and Quidditch. Yet he prefers to remain in the shadows. Wow, you've really highlighted their distinct personalities, Daphne remarked. I always assumed twins were identical in every aspect, including their interests and talents. So, which one do you prefer? Pansy asked, her curiosity piqued. Despite her claims of competition with Nuanyue, she recognized that Draco himself might not even be aware of his feelings for her. If Nuanyue were to pursue Draco, it would be wiser for her to hope Nuanyue has affections for someone else, thus preserving her own chances. Honestly, I haven't given it much thought. Nuanyue shrugged helplessly. She felt unable to divulge to Pansy that her aspirations far exceeded the mere pursuit of romance. She wished to protect many people, which necessitated her becoming stronger. I think you should consider this, Luna, Pansy said, crossing her arms and gazing earnestly at her. If you don't contemplate it now, what will you do when someone confesses their feelings? But I don't perceive any emotions beyond friendship, Nuanyue asserted, convinced that her understanding of relationships was rather elementary. You all claim Draco has feelings for me, but to me, he seems like a child who enjoys being coddled. He can be a bit domineering and exhibits a strong possessiveness over his friends. Theodore is similar. He feels more like an older brother or family to me. I haven't sensed anything more than that. Seeing Pansy's expression of disbelief, she chuckled awkwardly. And as for Harry and the Weasleys, we are all merely friends. Besides, I believe Harry likes Chiu Zhang, while Fred likely has feelings for their Quidditch team Angelina, and George probably has similar tastes. Pansy and Daphne exchanged incredulous glances, bemused by Nuanyue's obliviousness to the obvious, particularly since she was the top student in their year. Has her emotional intelligence surpassed her academic prowess? Pansy rolled her eyes, suddenly feeling a pang of sympathy for Draco and Theodore. As for the Gryffindor lot, she would never divulge her thoughts to Nuanyue. Daphne, how have things been with Blaise lately? Nuanyue asked, her curiosity piqued as she observed Daphne's increasingly radiant demeanor. With no hint of youthful shyness, Daphne tossed her hair with confidence, declaring, of course, things are splendid. However, Nuanyue hesitated, but Blaise is quite the charmer, accepting any advances. Daphne scoffed. Those women are merely playthings. If they are so eager to throw themselves at him, I wouldn't stoop to concern myself with them. Our relationship transcends mere romance. With the Zabini and Greengrass families backing us, Nuanyue felt a surge of respect for Daphne's conviction, recognizing that her mindset was beyond her comprehension. Pansy, noticing her expression, smirked. Isn't it the case that your Eastern nobility also engages in arranged marriages? Pureblood families often marry within their own kind to maintain bloodline purity. Genuine feelings are a luxury we cannot afford. This concern for blood purity was precisely why Pansy was so invested in Draco. Although the Parkinson family was also pureblood, they were comparatively weaker than the Malfoys. While Pansy was within the realm of acceptable matches for Draco, the ultimate decision lay in his hands. Moreover, having found someone she genuinely liked, with a compatible family background, Pansy was determined to hold on to him tightly. Oh, while we too have arranged marriages, it is not solely about blood status. Hence, I struggle to grasp your obsession with blood purity, Nuanyue shrugged. To her mind, if pureblood wizards continued to prioritize blood purity, their downfall would soon follow, especially those families that only intermarried within the British pureblood community. After all, just look at Crabbe and Goyle. Could their intellect not speak volumes? Pansy suddenly sighed deeply, rubbing her forehead in a manner that indicated her frustration. In truth, we are seldom informed of the reasons behind certain actions. We are merely instructed to adhere to them, often without understanding the rationale. Yet, this is our duty, though burdensome. We must accept it. Nuanyue leaped from her bed and embraced Pansy and Daphne, wishing to provide comfort. These matters were beyond her ability to alter. All she could do was offer solace to her friends. So, Luna, I will never relinquish Draco to you, Pansy declared, momentarily revealing a glimpse of vulnerability before reverting to her proud, confident demeanor. All right, I understand. Nuanyue rolled her eyes in jest, provoking Pansy to retaliate by launching a pillow at her face. Nuanyue promptly countered, and Daphne erupted into laughter, joining the fray in a delightful pillow battle. Chapter 10. Nuanyue and the Scream Shed. After spending an entire night with Pansy and the others, their relationships grew even more intimate. Draco and his companions simply could not comprehend that the bonds between women could deepen over trivial matters. They merely clicked their tongues in disapproval, muttering a disdainful HMPF, girls. Subsequently, Draco found himself on the receiving end of a beating, as Nuanyue deftly flicked his forehead, leaving a prominent bump. Enraged, Draco threatened to inform his father, but was met with 2 well-aimed snowballs, with even Pansy refusing to come to his defense. Feeling wronged, Draco retreated to lick his wounds, unwilling to venture into Hogsmeade, for his conspicuous forehead was too glaring to bear. Meanwhile, Nuanyue fulfilled her promise and headed to Hogsmeade with the twins. The twins proved to be excellent guides, revealing an array of delightful treats and fascinating gossip. There was scarcely a secret about the hidden passages or the village that they did not know. Nuanyue eagerly requested that the twins take her to the Shrieking Shack, for it held significant historical importance. If her deductions were accurate, when Sirius Black arrived at Hogwarts, he would undoubtedly make his way here, devising a plan to eliminate Peter Pettigrew. She had been mulling over the notion of whether or not to engage with Sirius. In the books, Sirius is portrayed as a heroic figure. Despite his penchant for mischief alongside James Potter, they were protectors of the weak, brave, and intelligent. Though their flaws could not be overlooked, James was an arrogant bully, often provoking those he disliked, yet deep down, he possessed a kind heart. Sirius shared many traits with James, which was precisely why they became the best of friends. However, Sirius hailed from the Black family, and even though he had turned his back on them, the madness inherent in his blood could not be easily concealed. Sirius was equally proud and reckless. Lacking empathy for anyone beyond his close circle of friends, he could be described as cold and indifferent. Having spent 12 years in Azkaban, the extent of Sirius's potential madness upon escaping was beyond her comprehension. While she harbored confidence in her ability to stop him, the possibility of causing too much commotion or of Sirius acting unpredictably filled her with dread. She could not bear the consequences that might ensue. Is the Shrieking Shack truly worth such admiration? George inquired as he sidled up to her, resting his head on her shoulder like a languid fox squinting at her line of sight. It's merely a dilapidated house. I've been inside with George, and it's rather dull, no ghosts or anything of the sort. Fred leaned in from behind, resting his chin on her back. Little snake. Do you wish to go inside and take a look? No, thank you. I'm merely curious as to how this crumbling structure has withstood the test of time without collapsing. Nuanyue replied, a smirk gracing her lips. Speaking of the Shrieking Shack inevitably brought to mind Professor Lupin, who had needed a secure place to transform safely into a werewolf without endangering others, thus leading to the creation of this very location. The ferocity of a werewolf's attack is formidable. Ordinary wizards would stand no chance. Consequently, Dumbledore had cast numerous protective spells upon the building. After all, do you believe wizarding architecture is that resilient? A wooden structure left unattended for over 20 years, exposed to the elements, remains intact? Considering this, the contents within, though coated in dust, appear to have suffered little decay, George noted with a glimmer in his eye. Fred, it seems the Shrieking Shack still harbors undiscovered secrets. Brother, I share your sentiments, Fred replied, high-fiving George, both brimming with enthusiasm as they appeared ready to delve into the mysteries of the Shrieking Shack. Are you both too idle? The weekend is already fleeting, and yet you have the time to investigate a decrepit house. Nuanyue interjected, wishing to dissuade them from partaking in such folly. If they were to cross paths with Sirius, the unhinged fugitive might not show them any mercy. But we certainly shan't squander our weekend. We are the illustrious Weasleys. We possess the Marauder's map, which grants us direct access to the interior of the Shrieking Shack. It's hardly a secret to us, they declared in unison. Nuanyue sighed, almost forgetting that the twins possessed the enchanted map that offered them unfettered access to the Shrieking Shack. Promise me, you shall postpone this endeavor until next year. This year is far too perilous. But we are Gryffindors. We fear no danger. The twins chorused defiantly. Yet I am afraid, Nuanyue retorted sternly. There is an escaped convict on the loose, and Dementors are wandering about. It is already enough trouble with you two causing chaos within the castle. The Shrieking Shack is absolutely off limits. Oh, little snake, how cruel you are. You are stifling our fun. They lamented, nuzzling against her in a playful manner. With a swift motion, Nuanyue drew her wand, causing the twins to immediately stand at attention. "Promise me, or I shall sever our friendship," she warned, narrowing her eyes. "Do not compel me to force you into an unbreakable vow." The twins exchanged glances, taken aback by the seriousness of her demeanor. "Very well, we promise," they relented, their spirits visibly dampened at the loss of their newfound amusement. "You need not be disheartened. Next year, I shall accompany you on your explorations," Nuanyue offered, delivering a light-hearted pat to them. "But we require compensation. We are obedient and deserving of rewards," they protested, gazing at her with forlorn expressions, eyes misty with disappointment. Nuanyue rolled her eyes. "You two are merely taking advantage of the situation. Speak up, what is it you desire?" Fortunately, she had brought enough galleons with her that day. "A kiss," George grinned mischievously, tapping his cheek with a finger. "Indeed, a kiss," Fred echoed, leaning closer with a wicked smile. Nuanyue seized the collars of their shirts, deftly planting a kiss on each of their cheeks. Having spent more time with Pansy and the others, she had grown accustomed to various forms of greetings, and witnessing Harry, Ron, and Hermione embrace one another had eased her into the practice. Besides, at her actual age, nearing 30, kissing the twins felt entirely devoid of pressure. "Fred, something feels off," George remarked after receiving his kiss, pulling his brother aside to whisper. "Indeed, this sensation is rather strange," Fred admitted, though he was less perceptive than George. He still sensed something amiss. That kiss felt rather maternal, they both concluded, their expressions shifting in unison. "Merlin's trousers. Does she perceive us as children? Merlin's socks. Does she consider us her sons?" The twins once again found themselves despondent, reality starkly contrasting their expectations. What had gone awry? Was it that insufferable girl who was at fault? "What are you still doing sprawled on the ground?" "It's late. We ought to return," Nuanyue interjected, noticing them perched dismally on a boulder. She approached and gave them a gentle nudge. "What are you plotting now?" In unison, they looked up at her, their eyes filled with reproach. Unable to help herself, Nuanyue took a step back. "What is the matter with you two?" They appeared utterly abnormal. She couldn't recall having done anything particularly wrong. "I truly cannot endure this any longer, Luna. The truth is, Fred," George interrupted, clamping a hand over his brother's mouth. "He needs to use the restroom. He can no longer hold it. We should hasten back." "Really? Is that so?" Nuanyue pressed forward, already striding ahead. Behind her, Fred tugged George's hand. "Brother, what are you doing? Can't you just say it plainly?" "Now is not the time," George whispered, tightening his grip around his brother's neck to speak conspiratorially. "Have you not noticed that she remains oblivious to everything? If we reveal our thoughts now, we might only provide fodder for others." Fred, somewhat conflicted, ran his fingers through his fiery red hair, muttering about the nuisance of it all. "If you find it bothersome, you could always withdraw," George quipped with a chuckle. "In your dreams," Fred retorted, making a face. "We agreed on fair competition. So don't you dare use your tricks against me." Not falling for his antics, George merely gave him a light pat before darting off to pursue Nuanyue. Chapter 11. Hogwarts and the Turbulent Interlude. This year was undoubtedly one of the most tumultuous in Hogwarts history, or so believed the portraits that adorned its walls. The fat lady of Gryffindor had been torn to shreds by an enraged Sirius Black, prompting her hasty flight and a whirlwind of gossip throughout the entire house within a single day. The audacity with which he had invaded Hogwarts was nothing short of madness. Draco scoffed as he lounged on the sofa. What does he want in Gryffindor? To reminisce about his school days, or to eliminate that scarred brat? I sincerely hope it's the latter. Goyle, Crabbe, and a few others snickered nearby, as if they had just heard a particularly amusing joke. Draco, swelling with pride, proclaimed, "My father was right. Those at the Ministry are utterly incompetent fools. How long has it been? And they still can't capture a single fugitive. Draco, you should take some pride in the fact that the madman they cannot catch is your uncle," Nuanyue interjected coolly. Draco choked momentarily, his handsome face flushing a deep crimson. "Luna, what are you talking about? That man is not my uncle. He is a disgrace to the Black family and has been disowned." "Oh, is that so? I was unaware," Nuanyue replied, lifting her gaze to regard the furious Draco before returning to her book. Draco furrowed his brow, clearly struggling to suppress his anger. "Do you have a problem with me, Luna?" "Not at all. I merely thought we had reached a consensus on the matter of discussion," Nuanyue stated calmly, meeting his gaze. Draco had expressed such sentiments in her presence more than once, and Pansy's earlier remarks had indeed awakened her to the fact that she had been overly indulgent of him. She recognized that Draco was, at heart, a kind child. Yet that could not serve as an excuse for him to become an insufferable person, particularly when he so often disregarded the feelings of his friends, brazenly commenting on or cursing others in their presence. Draco seemed momentarily taken aback. This time, he did not shout but instead let his expression darken. "Are you upset because of that scarred brat? Why do you always cause a ruckus because of those loathsome lions? I am not quarreling with you over anyone, Draco. Nuanyue replied, her demeanor still serene. I simply enjoy speaking the unvarnished truth, don't you? You. Draco glared at Nuanyue. But she remained unfazed, even allowing a slight smile to play upon her lips, as if to mock him. Luna, don't provoke him. Pansy moved closer and gently tugged at her sleeve, her eyes filled with concern as she glanced toward Draco. Humph, Draco huffed, turning on his heel and walking away. Goyle and Crab exchanging hesitant glances before following suit. Merlin, Pansy sighed, unable to suppress a hand against her forehead. What are you all doing? Is it really necessary to quarrel for no reason? Not entirely without reason. I just think Draco should grow up a bit. Nuanyue leaned back into the soft couch. If the first 2 installments of Harry Potter could be considered fairy tales, the middle 3 were chronicles of youthful maturation. Harry and his friends began to confront the darker facets of the magical world while seeking the truth about their pasts. Yet Draco seemed to be stuck in place, which was also why he simultaneously reveled in Voldemort's attention and recognition, a self-deception that nearly drove him to the brink under the weight of overwhelming psychological pressure. She had exerted herself to protect Draco, even leaving him an escape route. In truth, her thoughts had been most consumed by him. Harry Potter was the protagonist. As long as she ensured the narrative's integrity, the trio would remain safe. She would also strive to safeguard George, Fred, and the others during the final confrontation. But Draco was different. His position was precarious, and he was not one to withstand pressure well. Rather than merely preserving life, she yearned to save Draco's spirit. You could actually communicate with him properly. Pansy's voice softened, recognizing that Draco was not the type to be swayed by mere words. I want to protect you all. But first, you need to fortify your hearts. Nuanyue suddenly smiled and ruffled Pansy's hair, prompting a faint blush to rise on Pansy's cheeks, who let out a shy huff. Soon, the prefects arrived to convey the headmaster's orders. All classes were suspended, and the young witches and wizards were forbidden from leaving their common rooms. That evening, they were all required to gather in the Great Hall for rest. The usually bustling Great Hall lay desolate, its long tables removed, with the floor strewn with sleeping bags. Nuanyue glanced toward Gryffindor, noticing that Harry, Ron, and their companions maintained a relatively stable demeanor. George and Fred crouched before a sleeping bag, whispering conspiratorially, their faces alight with mischievous smiles, as if planning a prank. Pansy, come over here, Draco's voice, tinged with coldness, broke through. Nuanyue looked up to see Draco standing beside a row of sleeping bags, his gaze icy as it fell upon her. Clearly, there was no space for her there. Pansy's expression shifted. That's rather excessive, Draco. She turned to move toward Nuanyue, but Daphne halted her, shaking her head slightly. Pansy could not help but glance at Nuanyue, who offered her a reassuring smile. With a resigned sigh, she picked up a sleeping bag and retreated to a corner. Biting her lip, Pansy shot Draco an angry glare and burrowed into her sleeping bag, falling silent. Theodore furrowed his brow and made his way directly to Nuanyue. Theodore. Draco's voice was as frosty as ice, yet Theodore acted as if he had not heard, casually grabbing a sleeping bag and settling beside Nuanyue. Draco shot them a disdainful look before crawling into his own sleeping bag. What happened? Theodore inquired, arranging his sleeping bag as he glanced at Nuanyue. He had not been present in the common room, so he was unaware of what could have provoked such ire from Draco. Nothing much, just a childish tantrum. Nuanyue dismissed, unfazed. She was no stranger to quarreling or engaging in cold wars with Draco. This was merely an escalation. Theodore was not one to pry unnecessarily, so he accepted her response and cast a temperature-regulating charm on both their sleeping bags. Get some rest. That night, many did not sleep well. Early the next morning, the young witches and wizards awoke yawning and followed their respective prefects back to their common rooms. Hogwarts teachers and prefects had spent the night scouring the castle, but no one had seen Sirius Black. The number of Dementors at the entrance seemed to have increased, and the Ministry had essentially confirmed that Sirius's aim was Harry. Aurors were stationed near the school, including Hogsmeade Village. This tense atmosphere persisted for half a month, and by late autumn, no one had caught a glimpse of Sirius. Many believed he had fled, as the security measures at Hogwarts were too stringent for him to have any opportunity to re-enter the castle. The Ministry's presence at the school had drastically increased, affecting their routine work. Thus, some Aurors were withdrawn, while others continued the search for Sirius, and the Dementors remained in significant numbers. Though the young witches and wizards were frightened, children had a tendency to forget quickly. Moreover, the daily assignments and the impending Quidditch matches kept them busy, leading the topic of Sirius to gradually fade from their conversations. Harry's daily life has become increasingly burdensome. In addition to enduring the torment of Snape's potions class and the psychological blows from divination, his captain, Wood, has been relentlessly pushing the team to undertake rigorous training. Like the twins, Wood is also in his 5th year, and as he approaches his 7th year, he is determined to secure a Quidditch trophy before his tenure ends. Meanwhile, Professor Lupin has inexplicably suspended his extracurricular lessons, leaving Harry uncertain whether to feel relieved or disheartened. After all, his Patronus charm remains frustratingly elusive, and of late, he has been plagued by a sense of melancholy and pressure, finding it impossible to recall any joyful memories when confronted by a boggart. Just when he thought things couldn't get worse, a more dire situation awaited him. Chapter 12, Quidditch and Dementors. Harry could hardly fathom encountering Snape outside the Slytherin dungeon, particularly in the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom, where the normally bright atmosphere dimmed upon the entrance of a certain robed figure. Now, turn to page 394, Snape's cold, ominous voice echoed through the room. The young wizards exchanged bewildered glances but, under Snape's formidable presence, complied and opened their textbooks. Harry was somewhat taken aback. His recent rapport with Professor Lupin had been amicable, leading him to worry about Lupin's absence. "Excuse me, Professor, where is Professor Lupin?" he ventured, fully aware that Snape would likely dismiss him. Snape cast a dark, penetrating gaze at Harry. "I believe that is not a matter that concerns you. Is it, Potter?" He strode past Harry, delivering the news with an air of indifference. "Your professor is unable to return due to health issues. Now, turn to page 394. Werewolf," Ron exclaimed, staring at the open page in surprise. "But Professor, we just finished learning about redcaps and chisperfles. This lesson should be," Hermione interjected, her perfectionist tendencies surfacing, as she believed the curriculum should follow a linear progression. "You needn't inform your professor, Miss Know-It-All," Snape replied with icy detachment. He gestured towards the projection on the screen. "Who can tell me the difference between an animagus and a werewolf?" Hermione's hand shot up, but Snape seemed oblivious to her eagerness. "Does no one know? Very well, Lee. You may answer." Nuanyue glanced helplessly at Hermione, who, in turn, lowered her hand in frustration and shrugged. Rising to her feet, Nuanyue stated, "An animagus can choose to transform into an animal at will, whereas a werewolf cannot. On the night of the full moon, a werewolf transforms involuntarily, losing all memory of their human self and posing a danger to anyone, including friends and family. Werewolves only respond to the cries of their kind." "Excellent," Snape replied, awarding Slytherin 5 points with a dismissive wave of his hand. "Your assignment is to write a paper on werewolves, 2 rolls of parchment detailing how to identify them. Due tomorrow. But we have Quidditch tomorrow." Harry interjected nervously. Snape stepped forward to Harry's desk, his eyes cold as a serpent's. "Then you must be particularly careful, Potter. For even if you are missing an arm or a leg, you are still required to submit your paper." With his face frozen in shock, Harry watched as Snape walked away. A paper crane fluttered toward him, which he caught. It bore a drawing of him perched upon his broomstick, battling the elements, with bludgers raining down upon his head. Harry glared at Draco, who wore a smug expression, raising an eyebrow in defiance. Tomorrow's Quidditch match was originally scheduled to be Gryffindor versus Slytherin, but Draco had concocted a story about injuring his wrist while falling due to a hippogriff's fright, thus necessitating a reschedule. Naturally, Snape approved the change. The weather had been quite tempestuous in recent days, with the onset of winter heralding the final autumn rains. Wizards possessed their own methods for predicting the weather, and Draco had clearly caught wind of the impending storm, opting not to brave the skies under such conditions. "Childish," Nuanyue murmured from behind Draco, who immediately turned, his keen ears catching her remark. Nuanyue pretended to peruse her book, as if Draco's words were nothing more than a figment of her imagination. Recently, Draco had been intolerant of everyone, conspiring with his fellow Slytherins to isolate Nuanyue. Unfortunately for him, this tactic had proven utterly ineffective. Firstly, Theodore ignored Draco entirely, continuing to act as he pleased. The Knott family was hardly inferior to the Malfoys, and Theodore preferred solitude, with Nuanyue being one of the few he was close to. Even in Draco's tight-knit circle, Theodore remained an outsider. Secondly, many of Nuanyue's friends were in Gryffindor, including Harry and his companions. Moreover, Pansy maintained a facade of loyalty while still mingling with Nuanyue in the dormitory, which left Draco unable to confront her there. Most importantly, as Hogwarts' pinnacle of beauty and talent, Nuanyue naturally drew attention. Beautiful, amiable, and academically gifted, she had previously faced intimidation from the likes of Draco, preventing many young wizards from approaching her. Now, with Draco's isolation tactics, opportunities arose for the single boys to express their affections, with love letters and gifts flooding in, much to Draco's chagrin. For the first time, Draco found himself at a loss with a girl, unable to apologize or find a moment to converse with Nuanyue. He felt his hair thinning at an alarming rate. How old was he, after all? Anger, resentment, and humiliation led Draco to direct his ire toward Harry, inadvertently affecting other houses as well, such as Neville, who often fell victim to Draco's jinxes. Noticing that Nuanyue had not even glanced up, Draco opened his mouth to say something, but upon meeting Snape's gaze, he huffed and turned away. The following day's weather was indeed dreadful, with strong winds blowing from morning onwards, and the sky appeared as if someone had spilled buckets of squid ink across it. The audience erupted in gasps as young witches and wizards found their hats whisked away and banners torn from their hands by the fierce gusts. Had it not been for their genuine love for Quidditch, few would have braved such conditions to endure the elements. From the very start, the match remained tightly contested, as the inclement weather affected everyone's performance, keeping the score stagnant. Midway through, rain began to pour, and Harry, bespectacled, found himself in a particularly dire predicament, struggling to catch sight of the elusive golden snitch. With howling winds, torrential rain, and flashes of lightning, the harsh elements continued to rage on. Harry could faintly hear Wood shouting tactical commands, but it was only he, in his madness, who seemed to maintain a semblance of strategy. For many players, simply staying on their broomsticks was a challenge in itself. Suddenly, a glimmer of gold flashed across the overcast sky. Harry seized upon the faint glimmer and ascended higher on his broom, pursuing it. The rain soaked him to the bone, rendering his waterproof charms nearly ineffective. He felt as though he had just emerged from the depths of a lake, heavy and sodden, his hands numb and barely able to grip the broom. Just a little longer, I'm almost there, Harry encouraged himself, finally catching sight of the golden snitch. At that moment, he heard the sound of another broom approaching from behind. Cedric Diggory was hot on his trail. So close, the golden snitch was nearly within his grasp. Harry extended his hand, ready to seize it. Suddenly, he heard Cedric shouting something, but the wind drowned out his words. It seemed as though Cedric had given up the chase. And in that instant, Harry realized that a swarm of Dementors had gathered above him, looming ominously. Panic surged through Harry's mind as the Dementors descended, their speed unmatched, their black robes billowing and rustling in the wind. Damn it! Harry could only force himself to remain alert as he lowered his broom and soared towards the pitch. Dumbledore was present today to witness the match. Once he reached the field, he would be safe. Unfortunately, his condition was already precarious, and before he could even reach the pitch, he found himself surrounded by Dementors. Harry felt an overwhelming lightness envelop him, and once again, he heard the piercing scream of a woman before plunging into unconsciousness. At the moment the Dementors appeared, Nuanyue stiffened, her gaze fixed intently upon the sky. It was not just one or two, but hundreds of Dementors. Come to me, Nuanyue suddenly shouted, yanking Draco, who was seated far from her, closer. Draco stood behind her, bewildered and unaware of the unfolding chaos. Patronus, Nuanyue cried, raising her wand high, and a cat leapt from it, darting skyward. Merlin, what is that? Some young wizards finally caught sight of the Dementors, and screams erupted all around. Dumbledore rose to his feet, his wand emanating a white light that supported the plummeting Harry. The professors swiftly took action, and soon, numerous animal-shaped Patronuses filled the sky. The older students also reacted, casting their Patronus charms, while others began to evacuate the younger wizards. How dare the Dementors attack students here? Pansy exclaimed, her face pale with fear. Is the Ministry unable to control them? No, it's simply that the atmosphere here is too vibrant, akin to a warm piece of cheese for them. Their appetite surpasses the Ministry's deterrence, she thought. Dementors, much like beasts, acted solely on instinct and desire, devoid of substantial thought and reason. Thus, they were uncontrollable. The Ministry's belief in their safety was nothing short of self-deception. Are you all right? Theodore asked anxiously as he approached her side. Nuanyue's Patronus had ensnared over a dozen approaching Dementors, a daunting task for wizards of their age. I'm fine, you all need to leave quickly. Nuanyue continued to gaze at the sky. She preferred to use spells, yet decided against it, considering it wiser to conceal her true capabilities for safety. Luna, Draco. Suddenly, Draco grasped her arm from behind. You're coming with us. Nuanyue looked at his anxious and frightened expression, letting out a resigned sigh as she gently ruffled his platinum hair. I assure you, I'm fine. I must ensure your safe retreat. Now go. Draco. Staying here will only hinder us, Pansy said, her mind remarkably clear at that moment, pulling Draco down the stairs. Once she saw they were almost gone, Nuanyue slowly retracted her protective Patronus circle. Dumbledore had unleashed a powerful spell, and the Dementors had largely retreated. Nuanyue glanced at Harry, who lay unconscious on the stands, shielded, before making her way down the stands towards the castle. Chapter 13. Harry's sneaky escape and the mischievous little dragon. It seemed that since the start of the school year, not a single event had occurred to bring Harry joy. Professor Trelawney of Divination predicted his demise and various forms of death in nearly every class, while his progress with the Patronus charm was non-existent. His weekend trips to Hogsmeade had been denied more than once by Professor McGonagall. The recent Quidditch match had ended with him fainting due to the Dementor attack, nearly resulting in his demise, and his broom was shattered by the whomping willow. Cedric, however, had experienced a stroke of luck, inadvertently catching the golden snitch during his descent and winning the match. Though he continuously advocated for a rematch, deeming it unfair, Captain Wood accepted Hufflepuff's victory, leaving no room for dispute. After all, while Cedric had been fortunate, his feat of capturing the snitch amidst the Dementors was commendable. Sighing, Harry walked through the courtyard, clutching his books, unable to suppress the melancholy that had settled over him. The weekend was approaching, and he was the only one barred from visiting Hogsmeade. His despondency had reached a breaking point. He was contemplating using the invisibility cloak to sneak into Hogsmeade, fearing he might go mad if he didn't find an outlet for his feelings. Let us see who is sighing so early in the morning. Wow, Mr. Savior. What troubles you? Not far from Harry, the twins were bundled up, constructing a snowman that animatedly performed various antics due to magic. Fred, George? Harry exclaimed. Surprised to see them. Aren't you supposed to be in class? The fifth-year curriculum is far more demanding than the carefree third year. And you should be preparing for your OWLs. Shouldn't we be here? Indeed, we absolutely should be, the twins said as they approached, guiding Harry to an abandoned staircase corner. Hey, what are you up to? I still have class, Harry protested, knowing the twins' penchant for mischief and already considering excuses to escape their grasp. Look at this, Harry, George said, handing him a tattered piece of parchment. What is this rubbish? Harry questioned, completely clueless about its purpose. Rubbish? Oh, Fred, he dares to call this magnificent invention rubbish. This is our secret to success. We can't part with it. But we think you need it more than we do. Then let us begin, George. George pointed his wand at the parchment. I solemnly swear I am up to no good. The parchment revealed numerous ink spots that quickly formed lines, transforming into patterns and text. Bigfoot, pointed forks, moon-faced, worm-tails. Proudly presenting the Marauder's map, Harry read, somewhat bewildered. Bless Merlin for these marvelous beings, the twins intoned reverently. Harry unfolded the parchment, and upon seeing the moving names, exclaimed, Is this the Hogwarts map? Is that Dumbledore? He is pacing. Oh yes, in his office. He is always pacing. Can it see everyone at Hogwarts? Harry asked, astonished by the moving dots. Indeed, everyone. Wherever they are, whatever they are doing. Every day? Every second. That is amazing. Where did it come from? Harry inquired excitedly. Stolen from Philip's office. Back in our first year. There are 7 secret passages leading out of the school. We highly recommend this one, the twins said, pointing to a spot on the map. The one-eyed witch statue. It leads directly to Honeyduke's cellar. Just remember to say mischief managed when you're done. Well then, Harry, Merry Christmas. The twins chuckled heartily as they presented their early Christmas gift before linking arms and departing. After the Quidditch incident, Draco seamlessly resumed their previous rapport, even becoming more attached to Nuanyue. You must accompany me to Hogsmeade this time. Just the 2 of us, Draco stated firmly, pulling Nuanyue to a corner by the fireplace. If not for the flush in his ears, Nuanyue might have attributed a domineering CEO demeanor to him. However, his current expression, both assertive and anxiously adorable, made her unable to stifle a laugh. Well, I suppose I need to think about it. Nuanyue feigned uncertainty. Draco suddenly drooped his head like a puppy who had been wronged, silent and gazing at her with misty eyes, attempting to sway her with his expression. All right, you've succeeded. Nuanyue found herself taken aback by Draco's unabashed display of affection, a rare and candid side of him that struck a chord deep within her. With a resigned yet playful spirit, she acquiesced. All right, let us go together. After all, I've visited Hogsmeade several times, so it matters not with whom I go. Draco's excitement was palpable as he skipped back to his dormitory. Upon entering, he spotted Blaise lounging on his bed, engrossed in a book. Blaise regarded Draco with keen interest, his eyes narrowing mischievously. It seems your invitation was a success. Draco, with a haughty lift of his chin, replied, Of course, I am a Malfoy. Who would dare decline an invitation from a Malfoy? Blaise smirked, unimpressed, and returned to his reading. After a brief hesitation, Draco approached him, admitting, Indeed, your strategy has proven effective. Blaise scoffed, tossing his book aside. I knew it. You're utterly clueless when it comes to girls, especially someone like Luna. Draco offered no retort this time, instead showing a hint of defeat. Fine, I concede that you're right. I lose my composure around her. You know how it is. Brother, that's completely normal, Blaise reassured him, patting his shoulder with the air of a seasoned veteran. Now help me analyze this. As tomorrow marks the most significant date of my life. Draco gazed at him with hopeful eyes. Of course, Blaise straightened up from my observations. Luna is the type of girl who is both mature and cheerful, with a hint of cunning. Additionally, she's quite the visual connoisseur, so you already have an advantage there. Draco smirked, his pride swelling. Naturally, the Malfoy lineage is renowned for its striking beauty. Blaise rolled his eyes, continuing, girls are drawn to charming things, including people. If you occasionally show a vulnerable side, she will instinctively want to protect you. But I want to protect her, Draco exclaimed, recalling the times Li Nuanyue had shielded him. Oh, Draco, Blaze replied, I meant the protective instinct that comes with being in love. Women are like that. Sometimes, you don't need to be strong. Letting her see your softer side will make her feel needed. Draco pondered this, nodding slightly. All right, I think I grasp the essence. Furthermore, she has a fondness for half-bloods and muggles, so you'd best mind your words around her, Blaze emphasized, especially concerning those 3 Gryffindors. Draco grimaced, as if tasting something foul. And Blaze sighed dramatically. Draco, if you wish for her love, you must respect her, especially considering her exceptional qualities. To be frank, I might even consider confessing my feelings to her myself. Draco shot him a fiery glare, his eyes practically ablaze. Blaze chuckled nervously. I was merely jesting. You've been on high alert since our first year. I haven't had the opportunity. Draco, flustered, retorted, I didn't like her since day one. Well, perhaps I did. Blaze rolled his eyes. Even a fool can see your feelings. I hear from Pansy that Luna is rather oblivious to such matters. It seems cultural differences play a role. Did you know that in their culture, our age is considered too young for romance? They refer to it as puppy love. It's quite fascinating. Puppy love? What does that mean? Draco inquired, intrigued. Blaze shrugged. It implies that one is too young to engage in romantic relationships. It seems they only acknowledge love once one reaches adulthood at 18 or 20 when attending a Muggle university. How absurd. Draco exclaimed, I plan to marry right after graduation. My parents had me when they were just 20. I'm in a similar situation, Blaze replied, which is why I mentioned the cultural differences. Luna is a true Chinese girl, not merely of Chinese descent, so she may be slower to understand these things. You might find it exhausting. Humph, I am a Malfoy, Draco declared, adjusting his collar with pride, confident that his charm would win Li Nuanyue's heart post-graduation. Chapter 14, Draco and the Dismal Date Before the Weekend. A heavy snowfall transformed Hogsmeade into a picturesque winter wonderland, where wisps of smoke curled from cozy chimneys, and young witches and wizards strolled in groups. The crunch of snow beneath their feet punctuating the air. The ground bore witness to a tapestry of footprints, with the occasional magical snowball striking unsuspecting passersby. Li Nuanyue candidly shared her plans with Pansy, refusing to deceive her friend with falsehoods. Pansy regarded her with a quizzical expression before haughtily huffing. Those who wish to date me must line up from the school gate to the station. As anticipated, Pansy went on a date with a Ravenclaw boy that weekend. While Daphne was whisked away by Blaze, Li Nuanyue awaited Draco, who appeared particularly dapper that day, adorned with a fluffy hat that framed his rosy cheeks. Is it cold? Li Nuanyue extended her wand to cast a warming charm on him. Luna, at such moments, a gentleman should display his chivalry, Draco remarked, discontented by her use of magic, as he often found himself on the receiving end of her care. Oh, very well. Then you may cast a warming charm on me. Li Nuanyue replied with a playful smile, retracting her wand. Draco's ears flushed as he coughed lightly, drawing his wand to cast a charm for her. Now then, gentlemen, shall we embark? Li Nuanyue linked her arm with his, and together they traversed the snowy landscape toward the village. Having frequented Hogsmeade before, they made a beeline for the candy shop, where they unexpectedly encountered Hermione and Ron. Hermione appeared inclined to greet them, but halted upon seeing Draco, merely nodding from a distance. Ron, on the other hand, rolled his eyes openly and tugged Hermione away. Draco, instinctively poised to utter a derisive remark, suddenly recalled Blaze's dating advice, swallowing back his words. Shall I buy something? I'll take care of the bill, Draco offered, displaying his generosity. Absolutely. I want some Pepper Imps and Honeyduck's fizzing candies. Oh, and I think they have new items. I'd love to try some, Li Nuanyue chimed in, unbothered by the expense. Let us take a look, Draco declared, brusquely pushing past a Hufflepuff boy in front of the shelf. Li Nuanyue smiled apologetically at the boy, garnering his admiration. Before moving forward, Draco, there's no need to be so rude. I merely wanted you to buy your treats sooner, he replied, feeling a tinge of guilt as he glared at the boy who was still captivated by Li Nuanyue, causing him to scurry away. All right, thank you. You needn't act like that again, Li Nuanyue said, unwilling to quarrel over trivialities, as she turned her attention to the merchandise. The topmost bottle caught her eye. Its vibrant colors alluring. Is this a new product? She asked, gazing at the row of pink, red, and purple bottles. Fizzing whizbees, they reportedly explode in your mouth. Draco remarked, wrinkling his nose. Luna, are you certain you wish to purchase this? It doesn't appear particularly appetizing. It sounds delightful. Let's buy it to try. If it's not good, we can prank someone with it. Li Nuanyue's eyes sparkled with excitement. Draco relished the sight of her enthusiasm, feeling warmth spread in his ears. Very well, I shall fetch a few bottles. He reached for the bottles, instinctively drawing Li Nuanyue closer to him. Their proximity so intimate that they could almost feel each other's breaths. Draco, you've grown quite a bit. Li Nuanyue suddenly lifted her gaze towards him. She couldn't help but marvel at how swiftly time had passed. In their first year, Draco had been shorter than her, and she could freely tousle his golden locks. Yet, over the past 2 years, Draco seemed to have consumed some miracle, as he had grown significantly taller, just like the twins. Isn't that perfectly normal? We're both 14 now, Draco remarked as he raised his hand to gently stroke her silky hair. We've all matured. So, shouldn't you also come to your senses? With such an outstanding young man before you, don't you have any thoughts at all? Speaking of which, it seemed that Harry and Ron hadn't grown much taller, which made Li Nuanyue chuckle. I still feel quite confident in front of them. Draco sincerely wished to avoid hearing the names of other men at that moment, especially Harry and Ron. Huh, he scoffed, adopting an air of arrogance. It's entirely normal for Potter and Weasley not to grow taller. I've heard that Potter was mistreated by his Muggle relatives, and the Weasley family is so impoverished they can barely afford to eat. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed as something fell to the ground, and Draco was abruptly jostled, clutching his shoulder in pain. Damn it, what just hit me? Li Nuanyue glanced around in astonishment, certain that nothing or no one had passed by. Is it very painful? Let me help you, she said, stepping forward to gently massage his shoulder. Draco immediately forgot about seeking the culprit, choosing instead to feign vulnerability, his face pale as he continued to wail in agony. Li Nuanyue suspected that Harry had already slipped away beneath his invisibility cloak, so she eventually released her hand. Shall we find a place to rest? Having already relished the tender care of his beloved, Draco, of course, did not wish to continue being treated as fragile. It's all right. It doesn't hurt as much now. Weren't you saying you wanted to visit the Shrieking Shack? Well, all right then, Li Nuanyue replied, mainly wanting to explore the surroundings. She suspected that Sirius was still lurking nearby and contemplated whether to observe him closely. Strolling with Draco towards the woods near the Shrieking Shack, they spotted Hermione and Ron from a distance, animatedly pointing and conversing about something. Draco's expression darkened instantly. He had not forgotten that Li Nuanyue had mentioned Harry and this impoverished redhead, Weasley. Draco, we're here to have fun. Please don't spoil the mood. Li Nuanyue chided coolly. Draco stiffened momentarily before forcing a smile. What are you talking about, Luna? I would never ruin this date. As for that redhead, I can deal with him when we return to school. Then let us stroll, Li Nuanyue said, satisfied. As she took Draco's hand and led him through the nearby woods, the two engaging in leisurely conversation while she remained vigilant of their surroundings. Indeed, there were numerous animal tracks nearby, predominantly feline and canine prints, many of which appeared to belong to the same creature. The Aurors were oblivious to the identity of Sirius the Animagus. Instead, they focused on human footprints or magical traces. Even if they did notice these tracks, they likely wouldn't consider them significant. However, Li Nuanyue, well-versed in the narrative, recognized that these prints likely belonged to Sirius and Hermione's cat. Luna, I have something I wish to discuss with you. Upon returning, they found that Hermione and Ron had vanished. Li Nuanyue's gaze shifted from the Shrieking Shack to the slightly anxious Draco beside her. What is it? I was just wondering if you could come to my house for Christmas, Draco. Ah, I don't mind, but your parents will need to agree, right? Christmas was a significant occasion, especially in pure-blood families, requiring a formal invitation from the host. I will have my father send you a formal invitation. In fact, my mother has been thinking of you and often mentions you in her letters. Draco perked up, recalling what he had said about the crystal orchid. You'll finally get to see it this Christmas, along with all the various candies my mother makes. You can try them all. Oh, and my family's white peacock just had baby peacocks. Would you like one? I can give you the most beautiful one. Draco appeared genuinely happy, and Li Nuanyue smiled as she watched him proudly speak of Malfoy Manor, feeling a surge of envy. She could hardly recall the details of her previous life, including the Harry Potter storyline. If she hadn't taken notes during her first year, she would have likely forgotten much. In this life, her mother had passed away early, and her father lacked any magical talent, mostly managing the mundane affairs of the Lee family. He was exceedingly busy, while he cared for her and her brother. Their time together was scarce. Though their ancestors indulged them, she and her brother spent most of their time in training. Growing up in the pampered environment that Draco enjoyed had never been her experience. She often pondered whether her past self had such parents, whether she had been happy, and if her death had caused them great sorrow. Luna, Draco sensed the melancholy in Li Nuanyue's eyes. What's wrong? Nothing. I just envy how fortunate you are to have such wonderful parents. Many people believe you've been spoiled, but who wouldn't wish to be that cherished child? They would treat you well too. If your last name were Malfoy, Draco suddenly said quickly. Huh. Li Nuanyue looked at the tense boy before her in confusion. But how could I possibly be a Malfoy? Of course you could, Luna. I like. Draco's next words were abruptly interrupted by a massive snowball hitting him squarely in the face. Damn it, who did that? Furious. Draco raised his wand towards the direction from which the snowball had come. only to see Ron and Hermione rushing over in a hurry. Not you two again. Are you here to gawk at our new abode, Weasley? I fear that your family's finances might only allow you to buy a house like this. Draco looked down his nose at the approaching pair. Ron stood in bewilderment, while Hermione cautiously searched the area for something. Oh, why so silent? I heard that the Weasleys all live in one room. Is that true? Draco continued to mock. Shut up, Malfoy. Ron, particularly sensitive about his family, snapped back. It seems your father never taught you about manners. Draco sneered, raising his wand. Stop. Do you want to be banned from Hogsmeade for the rest of the term for casting spells here? Hermione stepped forward to block the two, glancing at Nuanyue. Luna. That snowball wasn't thrown by Ron. We were actually. Draco, uninterested in their explanations, unleashed a curse. Ron yelped, pulling Hermione down to the ground to avoid the spell. While Draco prepared to cast another curse, suddenly, a snowball flew through the air, striking him in the face yet again. Who on earth is doing this? Draco finally realized that the snowball thrower was not Ron, which was even more terrifying, as there was no one else in sight. Wow. It seems some of the legends about the Shrieking Shack are indeed true, Ron said, grinning mischievously at Draco. Like the evil ghost that enjoys playing tricks on its prey before devouring them. Draco's complexion turned pale. He had always harbored a fear of such things. Luna, we should leave here. Draco grasped Nuanyue's hand, intending to lead her away. More snowballs struck Draco, and this time he cried out, wildly casting spells with his wand, but none found their target. Ron laughed heartily, watching as Draco seemed to dance in the snow, while Hermione stifled her laughter, covering her mouth as her shoulders shook. All right, Nuanyue said, stepping forward to shield Draco. She had finally spotted Harry's position. Draco looked around. A mixture of fear and anxiety evident on his face, yet he subtly positioned himself to protect Nuanyue. We departed first. Nuanyue understood that it was not the appropriate moment for conversation and grasped Draco's hand, leading him away. Chapter 15. Ron and the Second Invasion. After their figures vanished, Harry lifted the invisibility cloak, revealing himself. He gazed in the direction of Nuanyue's departure, his expression fraught with turmoil. Mate, you were fantastic. That prank was utterly flawless. Did you see Malfoy's face just now? He looked like a bewitched troll flailing about. Ron laughed heartily, clutching his stomach. Oh, Harry, Hermione approached hesitantly, wrapping her arm around his shoulder. I know those words we heard at the Three Broomsticks affected you greatly, but why did you throw snowballs at Malfoy? Did he say something that angered you? Come on, Hermione. A person like Malfoy deserves to be pelted with dung bombs, not snowballs. Ron rubbed his nose, exhaling in exasperation. Hermione shot him a disapproving glance, but refrained from pressing further. In truth, I had known about what Minister Fudge and the others discussed long before. Harry thought as he rolled up the invisibility cloak and wearily settled onto a large stone. Merlin, you've known all along. Ron exclaimed, his dissatisfaction palpable. You knew why Sirius came, didn't you? No, I've heard two versions of the story. What Fudge and the others mentioned was merely one of them. So I can't discern which is true and which is false. Harry rubbed his forehead. Harry, can you share it with me? Where did you hear about this? Hermione asked anxiously. Harry hesitated for a moment before nodding. All right, actually, Luna told me before the school year began. He recounted to Hermione and Ron the two narratives that Nuanyue had shared. Hermione fell silent in contemplation, while Ron appeared utterly bewildered. Well, I don't know which is true. What about you, Hermione? Hermione sighed, analyzing logically. Both could potentially be true. Why don't we inform Professor Dumbledore? No way. Harry immediately refuted. The information came from Luna. If Dumbledore inquires, I simply cannot lie to him. But I can't reveal Luna's name either. What shall we do then? Ron shrugged. We must find Sirius. He is the only one who knows the truth, Harry declared resolutely. That is quite dangerous, Harry, Hermione disagreed. He is an adult, a dark wizard, and most importantly, he has lost his sanity. No one knows what he might do. I understand that, which is why we need to devise a plan. Harry replied, somewhat exasperated. Since he learned of this matter, he had been contemplating strategies, but ultimately, the resolution rested upon Sirius. Perhaps we should seek out Luna for assistance. Hermione suggested. Haven't you seen her on a date with Malfoy? She certainly has no time to concern herself with Harry's problems, Ron remarked sarcastically. Ron. Hermione glared at him indignantly. Luna is not like you. She knows how to prioritize. Oh, fine. You're all mature, and I'm the childish one, right? Ron scoffed, turning to Harry. What do you say, Harry? Are you also planning to enlist Luna's help? Harry gazed once more in the direction where Nuanyue had departed, clenched his fist, and replied, No, she has already assisted me immensely. This time, we shall find our own way. Of course, we are Gryffindors, Ron exclaimed excitedly, throwing his arm around Harry's shoulder. We just weren't serious about it. Otherwise, we would have definitely caught that fugitive. Evidently, Ron fulfilled his promise, for within days, Sirius invaded Hogwarts once more, this time stealthily infiltrating the Gryffindor boys' dormitory. Ron, unfortunately, was awakened from his slumber by a commotion, and upon opening his eyes, he was met with a disheveled man with a crazed glint in his eyes standing at his bedside, causing him to scream in terror and frighten the intruder away. Around the long table in Gryffindor, students from various houses eagerly listened to tales of Sirius's invasion of the school, and Ron was more than willing to embellish his own story, seemingly oblivious to the fact that his version had altered several times. Isn't Weasley about to lose his mind? It's his first time being in the spotlight, isn't it? Pansy observed disdainfully, watching Ron animatedly recounting a version of events. Do you really believe what he's saying? Fighting Sirius. With him, his intellect is inferior to a troll's. You should ask him if he can recall any spells beyond the count of his fingers, Daphne remarked lazily. Leaning against Blaise, her eyes dripping with sarcasm. Aside from the fact that Sirius appeared, I don't believe a word of it, Draco scoffed. Visibly displeased by anyone else receiving attention, especially from someone he held in contempt. This vanity is hollow. It will only leave an emptiness within, Nuanyue observed Ron, who was still caught up in the excitement, shaking her head slightly. In truth, Ron's persona was the most relatable to that of an ordinary student. He was brave yet reckless, fiercely loyal to his friends, and harbored his own thoughts. Compared to the overly virtuous Harry, he was far more genuine. He was merely a 14-year-old boy who wouldn't want to be in the spotlight and draw the attention of others. However, Ron had always been overshadowed. His brothers were all exceptionally talented. Even the mischievous twins possessed remarkable gifts. Among his friends, Hermione was an academic powerhouse, and Harry bore the weight of being the chosen one from the moment of his birth. The pressure on Ron in their company was palpable. Fortunately, Ron's personality was rather carefree. Once he vented his frustrations aloud, he often moved past them quickly. Otherwise, the trio would have never made it to the story's climax. However, it was now certain that Sirius indeed intended to target that scar-headed boy. Otherwise, why would he venture into the boys' dormitory? Draco muttered disinterestedly, slicing into his steak, as though lamenting that Harry Potter had not been eliminated by the madman. Nuanyue did not partake in the discussion. She glanced back at Harry, noticing that he appeared rather unwell. Harry's avoidance of Sirius was primarily due to the fact that he had discovered Peter Pettigrew on the map that evening, leading him to sneak out, only to be caught by Snape, who deducted points, and ultimately, Professor Lupin confiscated his map. Meanwhile, Hermione sat alone, engrossed in her reading. Her relationship with Ron had evidently soured since their return from Hogsmeade. It seemed that Ron's pet rat, Scabbers, had gone missing, and there were bloodstains on Ron's bed. He was convinced that Hermione's cat had devoured Scabbers, as Crookshanks was notoriously unfriendly towards him and had been persistently attempting to catch him. Conversely, Hermione believed that Scabbers had simply wandered off, and her Crookshanks would never harm a rat, especially since she had cautioned Crookshanks not to intimidate Scabbers. However, given that cats naturally hunted mice, she was not entirely certain, which left her lacking conviction when countering Ron's claims. All three harbored their own issues and conflicts. Harry already had a multitude of concerns weighing on him, and now, the discord between the other two only exacerbated his distress. Chapter 16, The Time Turner and the Marauders. Hermione, would you like to join me in the library after dinner? Nuanyue called out to Hermione, who was sitting alone. Hermione glanced back at her two friends still seated at the table, feeling somewhat disheartened, and replied, "All right, I actually need to look up some information as well." The two made their way to the library, where Nuanyue noticed that Hermione appeared noticeably more fatigued. The materials she placed on the table were largely about magical creatures. Is it because of Buckbeak's incident? Nuanyue inquired, glancing at the documents. Thanks to her involvement, Hagrid had not faced any repercussions, but Mr. Malfoy insisted that the magical creature's attack on young wizards was perilous. Thus he continued to demand that the Ministry of Magic deal with Buckbeak. Oh yes, but I haven't found anything particularly useful, Hermione sighed, flipping through the pages. Oh, by the way, Luna, Hagrid asked me to convey his gratitude. He knows you assisted him, and he hasn't faced any punishment. I am delighted to assist you, but I must express my concern, Hermione. Your condition is rather poor. If this continues, you may fall ill. Nuanyue anxiously grasped her hand. Hagrid is a friend to us all. Why haven't Ron and Harry come to help you brainstorm solutions? Harry, Hermione hesitated for a moment. He has been quite troubled lately, plagued by many worries. As for Ron, with a hint of disdain in her eyes, Hermione coldly scoffed. You just witnessed it. That fool revels in the attention he receives. I suspect he has long forgotten Buckbeak. Nuanyue chuckled softly. Indeed, I noticed. He seems as though he has been struck by a confundus charm. Hermione couldn't help but laugh as well. Thank you, Luna. I feel much better. Nuanyue patted her shoulder. Relax a bit. There are always alternative methods. Hermione sighed. In truth, I am aware that we are bound to lose this lawsuit. I simply feel the need to at least attempt something. Li Nuanyue gently suggested. Perhaps we can approach this from another angle. For instance, we could rescue Buckbeak before the execution. Oh, Luna, that is far too perilous. Hermione objected. Moreover, even setting aside whether we can succeed, such an action would cast suspicion on Hagrid and Dumbledore. If we were caught, expulsion would be inevitable. Thus, we must devise a plan that absolves Hagrid and Dumbledore of any suspicion, creating an alibi. Li Nuanyue's voice was low, imbued with persuasive power. Think about it, Hermione. You are exceptionally clever. We will surely find a way. Hermione furrowed her brow, seemingly deep in thought. A glimmer of inspiration flickered in her mind. Yet she could not grasp it. Is it a matter of time difference? Li Nuanyue continued softly, like a form of magic. Hermione's eyes brightened. Yes, the magic of time. Luna, I've thought of a way to save Buckbeak. She exclaimed with enthusiasm, only to lower her voice as she noticed Madame Pance's attention. I've conceived a method, but we need to find a time to discuss the details. That works for me, Hermione. Let us meet after class tomorrow and decide on a location. Li Nuanyue subtly curled her lips. Knowing what Hermione was about to share was also her intention. During the climactic battle, all time turners were destroyed. Perhaps this was the inertia of the plot. Although reversing time to alter certain established facts is extraordinarily perilous, no one can precisely articulate where the threat lies. For instance, using it to save Dumbledore, rescue Sirius Black, or others fated to die. Li Nuanyue had no desire to challenge the rules of time and space. She would endeavor to save those individuals by other means. Thus, apart from this year, she likely would not have any further opportunities to engage with time turners. After class the following day, Li Nuanyue declined all invitations and quietly made her way to a classroom near Hufflepuff, a place she had previously visited, where few ventured. Before long, Hermione arrived, locking the door behind her. She swiftly retrieved a chain from around her neck, which bore a circular ornament with a tiny hourglass at its center. A time turner. Professor McGonagall obtained it for me, allowing me to take so many courses this year, Hermione explained. The professor instructed that I must not disclose this to anyone. But for Buckbeak, Luna, you will keep it a secret, won't you? Of course, Hermione, Li Nuanyue replied. Her curiosity piqued as she gazed at the pendant. How does this work? May I try it? Certainly, just a slight turn will suffice. Hermione guided her through the operation. Professor McGonagall warned me not to interact with others. Refrain from speaking too much, avoid mentioning the time turner, and ensure no other version of myself sees me. Rest assured, I understand. And it's merely an hour we are attempting to shift. There is no cause for concern. Li Nuanyue extended the chain and hung it around her neck. Shall we embark? The sensation of weightlessness was exceedingly uncomfortable. Li Nuanyue experienced it vividly. One moment she was beside Hermione, the time turner dangling from her neck, and the next, her surroundings blurred. A sudden force pulled her in a specific direction, and she hastily adjusted her stance, her feet finally making contact with the ground, instantly feeling more secure. Ha, Snivellus! How utterly embarrassing. As laughter enveloped her, her vision cleared, revealing several boys gathered by the Black Lake, evidently encircling someone. The two leading figures were strikingly disheveled, one sporting glasses yet lacking any scholarly air, exuding instead an air of arrogance. The other was strikingly handsome, a smirk of cynicism adorning his lips, his haughty demeanor seemingly ingrained in his very being. Among those she had encountered, only the youthful Voldemort's appearance could rival his. Behind them stood two boys. One was slightly taller, lean yet exuding a gentle demeanor, his brow furrowed in concern but remaining silent. The other, shorter in stature, appeared intensely intrigued by the unfolding scene, excitement nearly spilling from his eyes. Opposite them stood a boy with dark hair, his attire marked by traces of magical assault. He glared furiously at the four, his wand brandished and waving in an attempt to retaliate, though it was evident his strength was insufficient to take on two adversaries. Schoolyard bullying is the most tedious affair, Li Nuanyue mused, yet her form dashed forward, swiftly delivering a kick that sent the disheveled boy sprawling. As for why she chose him over the others, it was simply a matter of aesthetics. The four boys, startled by this unexpected intervention, quickly drew their wands, directing them at Li Nuanyue. Upon seeing her face, they all paused momentarily. It was undeniable, beauty carries its own charm, eliciting a modicum of goodwill even from foes. Damn. She's a Slytherin. The bespectacled boy snapped back to reality and hastily raised his wand. Are you here to assist that Snivellus? Since when did he have friends? Snivellus? Li Nuanyue pondered, feeling an odd familiarity with the nickname. She glanced back at the dark-haired boy, who was wiping his face with his sleeve. Showing no hint of gratitude for her intervention, Li Nuanyue stroked her chin, an inkling of recognition stirring within her. Are you from Slytherin? I don't believe I've seen you before, the handsome boy remarked skeptically. You'd best not involve yourself in our matters. although we don't strike girls. If you insist on aiding that fellow, don't blame us for being unkind. Oh, my temper. Can you believe someone dares to confront me at Hogwarts? She retorted. Her reputation for both beauty and prowess well known throughout the school, yet here stood someone obliviously challenging her. Nevertheless, she realized she didn't recognize these Gryffindors. Though it was improbable she would know everyone, she was quite familiar with the Gryffindors, after all, having good relations with the Weasleys, including Percy. Enough of the chatter. Are you planning to attack together, or take turns? I suggest you come at me all at once, as I doubt you could withstand my onslaught. Nuanyue raised her fist, appearing far from threatening and rather endearing. Let it go. She's just a girl, the more gentle boy named Sirius interjected. Yet she is a Slytherin, and furthermore, she's allied with Snevelis, the shorter boy remarked. Besides, she's rather arrogant, isn't she? The disheveled boy picked himself up, dusting off his clothes, a curious glint in his eyes as he regarded Nuanyue. Though she had kicked him, he appeared unperturbed. Are you truly a Slytherin? You seem much more like a Gryffindor. What's your name? I've never seen an Asian student in Slytherin. Nuanyue was momentarily taken aback. What did you say? What does it mean to be non-Asian? She abruptly turned her gaze towards the dark-haired boy, whose eyes reflected a mix of detachment, wariness, and a hint of disdain. This expression bore a striking resemblance to someone she knew. Nuanyue opened her mouth. Severus Snape? In Chapter 17, Nuanyue and the Unraveling Time. The dark-haired boy looked at her with confusion, but confirmed. Do you know me? He too was puzzled as to why someone would come to his aid, especially since he did not recognize this girl, although she was dressed in Slytherin attire. Could she be a senior? Yet, there were no Asians among the upperclassmen either. Nuanyue turned her head once more to glance at the group of boys across from her, uncertainly asking, the Marauders? The tousled-haired boy's eyes lit up. You know our title? It seems we're quite famous, ha ha ha. Nuanyue sighed exasperatedly and looked up at the sky. Am I wearing it again? But she was merely curious about the time-turner, having only turned back an hour. Had she made an error in operation? Speaking of which, something fell off. Wasn't he her wand missing? And where was Hermione? As she began to pat herself down in response to the puzzled looks from the others, she eventually glanced at her hands, which seemed to be growing transparent. What was happening? James Potter, standing at the forefront, also noticed something unusual about the girl and exclaimed, Are you a ghost from Hogwarts? Wow, I thought there were no special ghosts besides nearly headless Nick. Nuanyue's physical form began to flicker like a disrupted signal, swiftly becoming as transparent as a ghost, yet she could still touch objects, and her physical sensations remained unchanged. I think I need to exert some energy to clear my head, Nuanyue suddenly declared, lifting her gaze towards James Potter. Watch out. She collapsed. Sirius Black was the first to sense something amiss with this beautiful ghost, but his attack missed the girl, who deftly dodged his spell and, in an instant, appeared behind James, delivering a swift kick that sent him soaring into the air. James screamed, while Nuanyue's figure rapidly reappeared beside Peter, who looked terrified as her hand pressed against his face, causing him to lose consciousness instantly, his head hitting the ground. Sirius, clad in protective armor, reacted quickly, casting a defensive spell, but alas, Nuanyue's physical attack bypassed the magical barrier, striking him in the abdomen and sending him crashing down atop Peter, who remained unconscious. The three of them lay in a heap, still groaning in agony, creating a spectacle both grand and humorous. Remus Lupin, nervously gripping his wand, hesitated, unsure whether to retaliate. However, Nuanyue merely smiled at him. Don't worry, I've finished my exercise. 3 kills are sufficient. Severus Snape stood in a daze, observing the tangled trio. Although he had exchanged victories with them in the past, he had never witnessed such a dismal fate befall them. He even felt a twinge of pity, though he would never admit it. Nuanyue glanced back at Severus Snape, sighed in resignation, and took his hand, leading him toward the castle. Come with me. She was unsure of the situation, but it was best to clarify things first. Normally, Hermione's time-turner was merely a replica. It shouldn't have reverted time to this era. Furthermore, her state was rather abnormal, and she needed to understand the cause. Seeing Nuanyue and Snape depart, Remus rushed to check on the trio. He discovered that aside from Peter, who was genuinely unconscious, the other 2 had suffered little harm. What was that girl about? A second nearly headless Nick? Sirius groaned, rubbing his stomach as he stood up. This is so unfair. Why didn't she count your embarrassing moments, Remus? James grimaced as he helped Remus to his feet. Remus twitched his mouth. Had it not been for his deep understanding of his brothers, he might have cast a curse at him. Perhaps it was due to Remus's earlier intervention that they clearly belonged to a revenge for revenge, kindness for kindness type of dynamic. Sirius picked up his wand. Her speed was incredible. I felt like my eyes couldn't keep up. Is it because she's a ghost? Regardless of the reason, it was undeniably cool, James remarked, his eyes sparkling. What a pity she's a Slytherin. Otherwise, we could have been friends. If I could learn that skill, I'd be invincible at Hogwarts. I think our priority now is to get Peter to the hospital wing, Remus said with resignation, while poor Peter lay forgotten on the ground. Snape, having been dragged a distance of 100 meters, finally reacted. Your hand is warm? This was astonishing. Even though nearly headless Nick was different from regular ghosts. Capable of touching tangible objects, he still lacked warmth. Forget about that for now. Let us find a place to talk. It seems to be class time, Nuanyue said, expertly leading Snape back to the Slytherin common room. They sat down on the sofa, facing each other in silence. Initially, Snape was somewhat guarded around this suddenly appearing girl, but upon realizing she was a ghost, his hostility diminished. Who would remain wary of the deceased? What year are you in now? Nuanyue suddenly inquired. Third year. Snape replied reflexively, then asked, don't you know? Aren't you familiar with me? This situation was rather troublesome. In their first and second years, Snape and the Marauders had merely been engaged in childish rivalries. However, as Snape's involvement with dark magic deepened and James's pranks aimed at garnering Lily's attention became increasingly outrageous, their conflict had escalated into a bitter feud. What is your name? Snape asked, noticing her lost in thought, prompting him to speak up. Though not an outgoing or enthusiastic person, he was intensely curious, enjoying the study of potions and spells, and had a penchant for observing and researching unusual phenomena. Nuanyue's existence was undoubtedly extraordinary. She hesitated, just call me Ghost, it suits me well. She suddenly felt that altering events in this era too drastically could lead to dire consequences. Snape nodded, not probing further. So, what do you plan to do next? He was uncertain about where a typical ghost would reside, but Nuanyue was unlike any other ghost, and he questioned whether it was appropriate for her to remain there. She had yet to complete her sentence when she sensed a strange force swirling around her. The surroundings began to blur again, shadows flitting about as if fast-forwarded. When she regained her senses, she found herself in the courtyard of the academy. In Chapter 18, the Patronus and Sirius Black. The courtyard was bustling with young wizards gathered in clusters, seemingly engrossed in some commotion. James's raucous laughter echoed, Nosebleed Nettie. Don't think that Ghost will always come to your rescue. She hasn't shown up in ages, has she? Potter, put Severus down. A girl's voice rang out. Oh, Lily, we're only playing a prank on him, Sirius's voice chimed in. But it was no laughing matter. They had gone too far. Lily's voice grew louder in anger. Potter, I'll say it again, put Severus down, or I'll tell the professors. Nuanyue squeezed her way through the crowd and beheld Severus Snape hanging upside down beneath a tree, his pallor ghastly and his eyes brimming with loathing as he gazed at the Marauders. Campus violence, she thought, narrowing her eyes. Gradually, she stepped out from the throng and approached Snape. Ghost, James suddenly shouted with exuberance. You've truly appeared. We've been searching for you for ages. The red-haired girl. Lily looked at Nuanyue with confusion, only to see her crouching down to retrieve Snape's wand, gently tapping it to produce a golden bell that fell to the ground. Instantly, Snape was released, staring at Nuanyue in astonishment. She had vanished without a trace that day, and he was oblivious to the occurrences that had transpired. He had sought her in secret afterwards. Yet it seemed Hogwarts had never known such a ghost existed. The Marauders had searched fervently for the girl, but to no avail, leading them to believe it was merely a figment of their imagination. You can still wield a wand? Sirius exclaimed, astonished. They had never encountered a ghost capable of using a wand. The deceased were devoid of magical power and thus unable to perform magic. You lot truly infuriate me. Nuanyue sighed, a dangerous smile dancing in her eyes as she regarded the Marauders. Is trampling on others' dignity your idea of a prank? Well then, I too wish to learn your mischievous ways. With a flick of her wand, she cast a spell towards Peter, who had been laughing the loudest moments before. He yelped as he was hoisted up, his underwear exposed beneath his robes, provoking hearty laughter from the surrounding young witches and wizards. Why is it always me? Peter flailed, desperately attempting to pull down his robe, lamenting his misfortune. It was he who had been knocked unconscious last time, and now he faced this humiliation again. How utterly unfair. Simultaneously, Sirius hurled a spell towards her, but with a defensive incantation, she deflected his attack. Remus attempted to intervene with a spell, only for Nuanyue to repel it once more. Then, with a flick of her wand, she cast a spell upon Remus, petrifying his legs in an instant. You used a silent spell? Remus exclaimed in disbelief. Hey, Ghost, how about we talk this out before resorting to violence? James suggested, waving his hands to signal he meant no harm, yet Sirius remained tense, gripping his wand warily as he observed Nuanyue. That's fine, Nuanyue replied, her wand spinning rapidly between her fingers as though it possessed a will of its own. But first, let me enjoy myself. Sirius anticipated this outcome, yet he was too late to assist James, who, in a moment of folly, found himself struck in the face by a bat bogey hex. while Sirius was knocked aside by a flurry of birds. How cool. The onlookers erupted into enthusiastic applause, reveling in the spectacle of 1 against 4. Is she a ghost? Why is she dressed in Slytherin robes? That's a Hufflepuff student. Can ghosts use wands? I've never read about that. That's a Ravenclaw student. Seeing the marauders falter, Lily hesitated before rushing to Snape's side. Severus, are you all right? Snape kept his head bowed, silent. Huh, Snivellus, how pathetic you are. Needing a girl to come to your rescue. James jeered as he picked himself up, relishing the opportunity to taunt Snape. Particularly when the girl he fancied stood up for his rival. I don't need the concern of filthy mudbloods. Snape shouted in fury. Oh, is that so? Lily's voice was icy, and Snape clenched his fists, remaining silent. You bastard. James's expression darkened as he raised his wand, ready to attack. Enough, Potter. Lily interjected loudly. But Lily, he's a jerk. He used that term. James clearly refused to let it rest. Come on, do you think you're the righteous one? You're all cut from the same cloth. Lily retorted in anger before turning away. Lily. James hesitated, glancing back at Nuanyue, but ultimately chose to follow her. Life truly is a soap opera, Nuanyue mused as she watched the two retreat, then turned to Snape, offering him a hand to help him up and handing him his wand. Do you regret it? Snape understood the question she posed, the moment that word left his lips. He had begun to regret it, yet his remaining dignity forbade him from showing weakness. He merely lowered his gaze, gripping his wand tightly in silence. Go apologize. Though it may not make a difference, Nuanyue stated bluntly. In truth, from the outset, a relationship between Lily and Snape was impossible. Their aspirations for the future diverged vastly. The middle-aged Snape felt not only love for Lily, but also guilt and resentment, knowing that it was because of him that she had fallen to Voldemort. However, the youthful Snape had yet to experience the transformative events that would alter his path. At this juncture, he was solely fixated on power and status. Lily, a lily blossoming in the light, maintained her idealistic fantasies and affections, while Snape, a shadowy and murky figure, was destined never to coexist with the flowers that turned toward the sun. The audience of young witches and wizards gradually dispersed, and Snape turned to walk down the corridor. Nuanyue waved goodbye to the marauders before following Snape into the hall. They walked in silence until they neared the dungeons, at which point Snape halted, his voice hoarse. Where were you before? Why did you appear today? Well, I don't know where I went. Nor do I know why I appeared today, she replied candidly. I am a ghost, after all. In the realm of the deceased, peculiar phenomena often occur. It seems that I only appear when you're in trouble. Am I your guardian spirit? This was, of course, sheer deception, yet Snape suddenly raised his head. His eyes filled with emotions she could not comprehend. A faint smile flitted across his face, barely perceptible. Thank you. He was unsure why he uttered those words. He knew she was lying, yet deep within him stirred a yearning, a desire for it to be true, that he had a guardian spirit devoted solely to him. Nuanyue accompanied Snape back to the Slytherin common room, but this time she did not enter. She intended to consult Professor Dumbledore to ascertain her current state. As she reached the door to Dumbledore's office, the familiar sensation washed over her once more, the surroundings beginning to blur. When her vision cleared, she found herself in a different scene. Not far away stood the familiar astronomical tower, where two boys appeared to be engaged in conversation. As their voices grew louder, she caught snippets of words like family, black, and mother. The slightly shorter boy turned to descend the stairs, while the other lingered for a moment, suddenly sitting on the ground, gazing up at the dim sky. Well, long time no see. It doesn't seem like a good night for stargazing, does it? Nuanyue approached with familiarity. The boy was startled by her sudden appearance, and upon recognizing her, his expression grew awkward. What are you doing here? Oh right, ghosts can go anywhere. Nuanyue was unsure how much time had passed, but she settled beside Sirius. What are you thinking about? Sirius continued to stare at the sky, his tone flat. Do you think I'd share my thoughts with Snivellus' guardian spirit? Ha ha ha, has that rumor spread already? Nuanyue mimicked Sirius' pose, propping herself up on her hands to gaze at the sky. Actually, you don't need to say it. I already know a lot about you. Oh, you've been keeping tabs on me? It's a pity you're a ghost. Otherwise, such a beautiful girl would definitely make me consider it, Sirius replied, a smirk playing on his lips, his words laced with mockery and disdain. Nuanyue flashed him a dangerous smile, remarking that when one engages in banter, it is prudent to consider the opponent's combat prowess. I believe I could toss you from the astronomical tower without anyone noticing. What do you think? Sirius Black shrugged, aware that his discernment of the situation set him apart from the brash James. The two of them sat quietly, gazing at the sky, the atmosphere surprisingly harmonious. Suddenly, Sirius spoke softly. Why do you assist him? Nuanyue shifted her posture, hugging her knees and tilting her head to look at Sirius. And you? Is your disdain for him genuine, or is it because he embodies the Black family more than you do? Sirius's expression darkened noticeably. Oh, it seems you know quite a bit. Do the ghosts have some special channels for information? Perhaps you could enlighten me? Nuanyue shrugged. That's a secret I cannot divulge. However, there is an old saying in our country. What goes around comes around. In your terms, it can be understood as a form of logical reasoning. Sirius looked at her, puzzled, struggling to grasp her meaning. You see, you perceive Snape as reclusive, dark, and fond of the dark arts, deeming him a villain. Thus, you believe you are administering justice by bullying him. To you, this is the outcome. Yet for Snape, perhaps your actions are the catalyst that led him to become the bad man you believe him to be. Nuanyue never considered Snape a good person. After all, his childhood was fraught with hardships. His mother, a witch, willingly endured beatings and scorn from his muggle father, never once contemplating the protection of her child. Snape's love for Lily was not merely romantic. Her innocence, simplicity, kindness, and warmth shone into Snape's world, marking the first flicker of kindness he had experienced before closing himself off. It seemed only natural that he would fall for that light. However, light and darkness are destined to be incompatible. Snape could never emerge from the shadows of his childhood into a world of brightness, and Lily could never enter his world. The Lily she was would not be the one Snape loved. In truth, even in Harry's time, Snape had not escaped the darkness, but for Lily's sake. He was willing to delve into the abyss and fight against it. Sirius scoffed. Do you truly understand Snape? He is destined to embrace the darkness. Nuanyue nodded, acknowledging that, in some respects, Sirius did understand Snape well. Their upbringings bore striking similarities, yet their responses were profoundly different. You are correct, she conceded, surprising Sirius. So, who are you really? I cannot believe you are a Patronus. You all call me a ghost, do you not? I am indeed a ghost, Nuanyue smiled, hesitating momentarily before continuing. There are certain things I do not know how to convey to you. Just consider me a maternal figure for once. Do not harbor such animosity towards Snape. Focus more on your brother. Though it may not seem significant now, fate is a curious thing, and in the future, it may bring you some benefits. I do not wish for you to have regrets, understood? Due to the animosities between them, Snape completely disregarded Sirius's words. Peter seized the opportunity to flee, resurrecting the Dark Lord. Sirius's indifference towards his brother left the still youthful boy isolated, perishing alongside Voldemort's Horcrux, which struck a deep wound in Sirius's heart, becoming a lifelong regret. Sirius had initially intended to respond with scorn, but upon turning to see the myriad emotions in the girl's eyes, his heart felt suddenly pricked, and his retort transformed into a simple, The girl seemed to become ethereal, and Sirius exclaimed in surprise, What is happening to you? It seems you are about to vanish. I look forward to our next meeting, she said, smiling faintly until her figure completely dissipated. Hey, are you still there? Sirius stood up, anxiously calling out, but the astronomical tower remained silent. What a strange ghost. He mused, raising a hand to touch his chest, a slight smile curving at the corner of his mouth. Chapter 19. Mist and return time resumed its flow for Nuanyue, and in the next instant, she found herself in a disheveled room. Once, this space had been a cozy home, but now it lay in ruins, clearly ravaged by magical assaults, with only the sound of a child's cries echoing within. Harry? Nuanyue instantly spotted the child in the crib, bearing a lightning-shaped scar on his forehead. She lifted the infant Harry, gently patting his back until he gradually ceased his crying, his emerald eyes locking onto the girl before him. Hello, Harry. We meet again. Nuanyue kissed his forehead, casting a spell to staunch his bleeding. Harry's tiny hands clung tightly to her neck, unaware that he had lost the parents who loved him most. Suddenly, the door burst open, and an adult Snape appeared in the doorway, his eyes bloodshot as he gazed in disbelief at the lifeless body on the floor. Nuanyue watched him silently, unsure how to begin, merely observing as Snape moved into the room like a zombie, slowly sitting beside Lily. He extended his hand, as if fearful of disturbing the sleeping red-haired beauty, gently cradling her in his arms. The muffled sounds of his suppressed sobs filled the room, evoking a deep sense of sorrow in anyone who heard them. Nuanyue crouched beside him, placing a hand on his shoulder. Let it out. Her voice was soft, almost magical in its soothing quality, prompting Snape to unleash a heart-wrenching cry that seemed to envelop the entire house in his anguish. Harry stared blankly at the sorrowful man beside him, too young to comprehend the unfolding tragedy. Yet, the girl's warm embrace provided him with a profound sense of security. He reached out his small hand, tightly gripping her clothing, quietly observing Snape and the woman he cherished most, his mother. Time passed, though it felt eternal, as Snape appeared ensnared in a vortex of despair, unable to escape. Nuanyue's voice broke through once more. I'm sorry, I'm too late. There is nothing I can do. Snape offered no reply. His hatred was directed inward, loathing himself for the words he had spoken, for causing the death of the woman he loved most. Buried your sorrow deep within, and fulfill your duty. You still have to avenge Lily. That person is not dead. Nuanyue urged, wrapping her arm around his shoulder. Look at Harry. Do you not find his eyes beautiful? Slowly, Snape turned his head like a marionette, meeting Harry's innocent, bewildered green gaze. His vision blurred once more as he emitted a mournful growl. Why? Why her? Why Lily? Nuanyue rhythmically patted his back, knowing that at this moment, words were superfluous. Everything was inevitable. As she was swept up in the time vortex, she felt powerless to intervene. Promise me, live well. You still have things to accomplish. Trust me. I will be by your side whenever you need me. Nuanyue sensed her time was drawing near. She gently placed the now drowsy Harry in his mother's embrace. In her final moment, she seemed to glimpse a familiar figure at the door, hearing Snape's voice. You were right, Ghost. Time is the most merciless. It remains indifferent to anyone's joys or sorrows, flowing at its own predetermined pace beside each individual. Nuanyue felt a heaviness in her chest, particularly upon seeing the tall silhouette not far away. He remained as handsome as ever, yet at this moment, he resembled a tempestuous and ferocious beast, his wand emanating an ominous glow, a potent and terrifying curse capable of annihilating all. No. In the instant the curse erupted, a violent gust of wind swept through, uprooting everything in its path, accompanied by a cacophony of explosive sounds. Streets, walls, fire hydrants, shop windows, all resonated as if the world were crumbling. Nuanyue darted through the debris, tightly embracing the figure behind her. The collapsing roof crashed heavily onto the girl's back, eliciting a muffled groan from her. The man seemed to awaken from his emotional stupor, turning to envelop the girl in his arms. Is it you, Ghost? What are you doing here? Sirius, I never anticipated our reunion would occur here. Nuanyue's complexion paled. Despite her cultivation and the protection of her spiritual energy, she had been significantly injured by the falling stones. Are you a fool? Why did you run out? Sirius gently caressed her back, releasing a sigh of relief upon confirming she was unharmed. His grip tightened around the girl. I have lost them. I have lost James and Lily. I want to kill Peter, yet he still fled. Moreover, he became the betrayer in the eyes of former friends. I know you didn't. Nuanyue patted his back, understanding that the days ahead would be arduous. When we meet again, I will bring you a gift. In that moment, her figure vanished even more swiftly. Sirius felt an emptiness in his arms. The girl was gone, and the enforcers from the Ministry of Magic were approaching. He did not flee. He remained in that position, lost in thought until they seized him. Dizziness enveloped her, and Nuanyue opened her eyes to the familiar surroundings of the hospital wing. She pursed her lips, feeling a slight thirst. A hand reached from behind her head to support her, a cup of water gently placed to her lips. Nuanyue sipped the water as a slightly hoarse voice reached her ears. You're finally awake. Rubbing her swollen forehead, she turned to the person beside her. Theo, have I returned? Although Theodore's expression was calm, his tone clearly conveyed his anger. You didn't go anywhere. What on earth happened between you and Granger? We asked her, but she refused to say anything. Thankfully, you're awake. Otherwise, Draco would surely storm into Gryffindor to cast a curse on that muggle. Of course, he would go. But it wouldn't be merely a curse. Nuanyue offered a conciliatory smile. This matter has nothing to do with Hermione. It was my own doing. She had merely wished to experiment with the time turner, which had always piqued her curiosity. However, it seemed she had failed. It appeared that only her consciousness, or perhaps her soul, had traveled back to that era, while her body remained at Hogwarts, plunged into unconsciousness. Theodore handed her a piece of cauldron cake. Dinner time has passed. You should eat this for now. I am now quite in agreement with Draco's assertion. Those three from Gryffindor are indeed troublesome. Theo, it's rare for you to support me today. Draco's voice suddenly cut in, his platinum blonde hair always drawing attention as he spoke. Tell me, Luna, what astonishing feat did you accomplish to have been unconscious for 3 whole days? Had it not been for Madame Pomfrey assuring me you were fine, I would have sought Professor Snape for a potion to wake you up. I was unconscious for 3 days? No wonder I'm so hungry. Nuanyue nibbled on the cake, feeling a tinge of embarrassment upon hearing Professor Snape's name. It made sense why he always looked at her that way. No wonder he seemed to favor her. And Professor Lupin, he had called her ghost upon their first meeting. Harry too had seen her in past memories. She had always thought it was merely Harry's illusion. But it turned out she had indeed held the young boy in her arms. The fog had finally cleared. I was about to confront those 3. But they didn't come for dinner, Draco huffed. Otherwise, I would have certainly given them a piece of my mind. Theodore handed her a glass of water, this time not refuting Draco, for had Nuanyue not awakened, he too had planned to teach those 3 troublesome individuals a lesson. All right, thank you, Draco. But this truly isn't Hermione's fault. It was I who asked her to accompany me in experimenting with a spell, and as a result, I fainted. Nuanyue expressed her gratitude and apologies. I'm sorry for worrying you. Tomorrow, you'll also have to apologize to Pansy and the others. They have been quite concerned about you, Draco remarked with a mischievous smile. Pansy has developed a pimple that a spell cannot remove, evidently. She believes it's due to worrying about you. Nuanyue choked slightly, imagining how irritable Pansy must be at that moment. We should leave. Madame Pomfrey will come to check on you again shortly. Theodore stood up. You should rest for another day, if you're still feeling unwell. I can request another day off from Professor Snape on your behalf. All right, thank you. Nuanyue obediently waved goodbye, burrowing back under the covers. Chapter 20. The Truth About Peter Pettigrew and the Traitor. After the two departed, Madame Pomfrey returned to conduct another inspection. She carefully examined Nuanyue's condition, finding no issues before taking her leave. The hospital wing was eerily quiet. Today, she was the only unfortunate soul admitted. It was understandable. As the Quidditch match had been postponed due to the Dementors, it was likely that once the situation with Sirius was resolved, it would resume, and the hospital wing would soon become bustling again. The clouds outside drifted lazily. If the night brought a bright moon, it seemed tomorrow would promise fair weather. Ideal for playing Quidditch. Nuanyue's mind was awash with chaotic thoughts when suddenly her limbs froze. Wait, she had been asleep for 3 days. What day was it? The moon. She abruptly threw off the covers, slipped on her shoes, and deftly evaded Madame Pomfrey's office, darting into the corridor. The curfew was fast approaching, and Nuanyue quickened her pace towards Lupin's office. Indeed, it was eerily silent here. She glanced around but did not see the Marauder's map. Professor Snape had likely already come and gone. She turned to exit, only to encounter Filch, holding a lantern. Huh, someone's out at night. I must catch you. No, it's you. Filch recognized Nuanyue. Sir, did you see Professor Snape pass by? Nuanyue quickly grasped his arm. Oh, yes, I did, Filch replied, unaccustomed to such respectful treatment. He seems to have headed towards the Whomping Willow. He pointed into the darkness. You can't go looking for Professor Snape. It's past curfew. Dear Mr. Filch, I was hospitalized in the hospital wing today. I certainly wouldn't seek out Professor Snape. Nuanyue smiled as she patted his arm, then turned and dashed towards the entrance. Filch watched her retreat, shrugged, and picked up his cat. Oh, yes, we didn't see anyone, did we? Come on, Mrs. Norris. Let us continue our hunt for those pesky little rats. Meow, Mrs. Norris agreed, gracefully leaping to the ground, leading Filch in another direction. Nuanyue ran swiftly. Her frail body could hardly endure such vigorous exercise, leaving her breathless, her face pale. She accurately struck the knot, passing under the Whomping Willow and entering a passageway. Soon, a dilapidated wooden door appeared ahead, from which voices of many people could be heard. Go play with your potions, you fool. You think I wouldn't dare kill you? Perhaps the Dementors would love to assist me with that, say, by giving you a kiss. Do not behave in such a manner, Severus. Just imagine the scene. Is it not utterly terrifying? Nuanyue forcefully swung open the door, causing the occupants within to turn in astonishment. Enough, Severus, lower your wand. Snape's pupils contracted slightly. His brow furrowed tightly, his voice tinged with a hint of frost. What did you call me? Your manners, Lee. Are you showing courtesy to your Patronus? Nuanyue wiped the sweat from her brow, gradually approaching him and taking hold of his wand-bearing hand. I have arrived. Whenever you are in peril, I shall appear, correct? The corners of Snape's lips pressed together, his throat quivering as if he wished to articulate something, yet he merely scoffed softly and slowly lowered his wand. A ghost? So you truly are a ghost, Remus exclaimed, gazing at Nuanyue in astonishment. I thought I had misidentified you, but you are indeed. Long time no see. Remus, Nuanyue nodded at him, then turned her attention to the still-dazed Sirius Black. I have come. This time I am not late, am I? Is it truly you? Sirius's voice was hoarse, as if he had summoned every ounce of strength to utter this phrase. This is not a dream, is it? Would you like to feel? Nuanyue opened her arms and embraced him fiercely. Sirius, I apologize. I was in a rather peculiar state at that time. I could not assist any of you. I could not alter your fates. Sirius, trembling, placed his hands on her shoulders, the warmth and sensation reminiscent of 12 years prior. You have truly appeared. You have truly returned. He held the girl before him tightly, burying his trembling face in her long hair. Snape scoffed, but remained silent. Remus sighed, looking at the two with a face full of relief. The appearance of the ghost perhaps stirred the most in Snape, yet it was Sirius who yearned the most. He had sought every possible excuse to confront Snape, all to inquire about the ghost's whereabouts. Snape, of course, was unaware of Nuanyue's location. Yet this did not hinder him from aggravating Sirius. Thus, in a certain sense, the rift between them had widened. What is happening? Ron exclaimed, utterly bewildered. Hey, I still need treatment for my leg. What on earth is going on? Hermione kicked him, causing Ron to grimace in pain. What has transpired? How could you possibly know each other? Harry gazed at the two, embracing each other in confusion. Of course we know each other. Nuanyue released Sirius and turned to Harry. Do you remember the girl you saw while unconscious? Harry, that was me. How could that be? I was only 2 years old at that time. You should have been the same age as me, right? Harry was completely at a loss. Luna, it is the time turner. Is it not? Hermione exclaimed. Though I do not comprehend what has transpired, you clearly did not know who the person in Harry's memories was before. Oh, right. This makes sense. You were unconscious for 3 days, so you traveled to the past, correct? But I must say, this situation has never occurred in the books. You fainted, and the time turner did not function. This is unprecedented. Oh, Merlin, I am at a loss for words. I mean, this is utterly unmagical. Hermione was now incoherent, struggling to grasp how Nuanyue had traversed time. Hermione, relax, Nuanyue chuckled at her demeanor. We can discuss all this later. The most pressing matter is him, Peter Pettigrew. Merlin, why are you all looking at me? I am not Peter, Ron exclaimed in fear. Nuanyue, uninterested in further banter, waved her wand, summoning the rat from his grasp, deftly pinching its tail as it screeched and clawed in vain, unable to reach her hand. Scabbers, Ron shouted. Luna, what are you doing? That is Scabbers. Explaining would be a waste of time. Nuanyue tossed her wand to Sirius. Here, let them witness the truth. Sirius caught the wand, and in that moment, he seemed to revert to the spirited youth he once was. Oh, what a fine wand. Now let it go. Remus also raised his wand, while Snape frowned, shifting his stance to subtly block the exit. Scabbers was hurled away by Nuanyue, shrieking as it began to flee, only to be pursued by the spells from Sirius and Remus. The rat screamed as it dodged, yet ultimately fell victim to their magic. Merlin, to witness the rat I raised transform into a rotund middle-aged man, Ron felt his worldview shatter. Long time no see, Peter. Nuanyue smiled at the man now kneeling on the ground. Oh, yes, I mean, Miss Ghost. Peter's eyes darted about as he desperately sought an escape, but alas, the adult wizards present were far too formidable. He had no chance whatsoever. I promised you a gift, Nuanyue waved at Sirius. Come now. The feeling of revenge is exquisite. The rest is up to you old classmates and Harry. I shall await you outside. With that, she nodded at them, opened the door, and stepped out. Chapter 21. The Unfortunate Peter and the Excited Father and Son. Nuanyue exited the room, taking a deep breath as she leaned against the wall, gradually sinking to the ground. It had only been a couple of hours since her awakening. Her body was indeed struggling to cope. The subsequent matters no longer required her intervention. Her current task was to prevent Peter Pettigrew from escaping. As for the loyal servant and whatnot, who cares? After all, there was still a little Barty Crouch, wasn't he there? Voices of varying pitches emanated from within, and soon, Sirius and Harry emerged, supporting Ron between them. Ghosto, they call you Luna, do they? Such a lovely name. I believe we can take our leave now, he spoke cheerfully, as if reverting to his youthful self. I think we should secure things before we go, Nuanyue remarked, observing the weeping Peter Pettigrew being escorted by Snape. Suddenly, she delivered a flying kick, sending Peter crashing against the wall, a visible lump forming on his head as he crumpled to the ground, motionless. The others were taken aback by this unexpected scene, the gentlemen present swallowing hard, all having witnessed Nuanyue's combat prowess in the past. I mean, is he dead? Ron couldn't help but inquire. No, merely unconscious. Physical knockouts are safer than magical ones. Nuanyue squatted down to feel Peter's neck, suddenly laughing. I just remembered what he once said. Why is it always him who is unfortunate? Did you have a premonition that he was no good? Sirius jested. Perhaps, Nuanyue shrugged, glancing at Professor Snape. I beg your assistance. Snape cast a cold glance at the unconscious Peter, performing a spell to levitate him. Severus. Nuanyue paused, then chuckled softly. How adorable. Snape shot her an icy glare as he led Peter toward the exit. Harry, do you not think she is too violent? Ron whispered to his companion, watching Nuanyue's retreating figure. I believe you might want to reconsider your affections. In comparison, Hermione's punch to Malfoy was rather gentle. Harry stumbled, nearly toppling Ron as he collided with him, causing Ron to yelp in pain. Harry, mate, don't do that. This is retaliation. Harry flushed, vigorously helping Ron up. I did not. Do not say such things. It was unclear which of Ron's statements Harry was refuting. Hermione, witnessing Ron's comeuppance, sighed in relief. All right. Today is the full moon. Nuanyue suddenly recalled this crucial detail. Upon hearing this, Snape turned to Lupin, whose complexion had visibly darkened, revealing his struggle to contain the impending transformation. Without the potion taken in advance, one cannot control the werewolf transformation, Snape stated plainly. Positioning several students behind him for their protection, Lupin curled inward, appearing to be in excruciating pain. Sirius rushed forward, embracing him tightly. You all need to leave. I will find a way to manage him. This time, I will not let you face this alone. Suddenly, a faint white light enveloped Nuanyue, her form elongating gracefully as moonlight streamed through the clouds, draping her in a shimmering silver veil. A horse? Ron inquired, bewildered. A unicorn? Hermione echoed with astonishment. The unicorn let out a piercing cry and charged towards Lupin, now fully transformed into a werewolf. Aru? The werewolf, keenly sensing danger, deftly evaded the unicorn's sharp horn and lunged towards Snape and the others. Woof! A large black dog leapt from the side, colliding with the werewolf and sending it tumbling down the slope. The unicorn glanced back at Snape, nodding slightly before pursuing the werewolf down the hill. Very well, follow me, Snape commanded in a frigid tone, casting several spells to bind Peter securely. Harry and the others sensed Snape's palpable irritation and displeasure, silently trailing behind him to the infirmary. They soon arrived within the castle, where Professor Dumbledore, alerted by the commotion, promptly contacted Minister Fudge and arranged for someone to oversee the imprisoned Peter Pettigrew. "Oh, children, you appear to be in quite a state," Dumbledore remarked teasingly to the trio, who looked as though they had just rolled in the mud. "First, let us head to the infirmary to have Madame Pomfrey tend to you. I anticipate she will be rather cross, so I hope you can endure it." The trio obediently made their way to the infirmary, and once Madame Pomfrey had completed her treatment of Ron and the others, Dumbledore began to inquire about the events that had transpired. Snape succinctly recounted his discoveries and how he had reached the Shrieking Shack, while Harry and Hermione supplemented the narrative with their earlier experiences. "You are all remarkably brave children. It seems we must await their return to uncover the truth." Dumbledore's voice was calm and steady, alleviating the concerns of the anxious group. It was until nearly dawn that Sirius and Nuanyue returned to the castle, dragging an unconscious Lupin with them. Fudge, having already been briefed by Dumbledore and Snape, wore an expression that spoke volumes upon seeing Sirius. "Hello, Uncle Fudge," Nuanyue greeted, her attire tattered yet revealing no serious harm, save for her pallid complexion. "Oh, Lee, I must say your recklessness is concerning." Fudge expressed genuine concern for her well-being, acutely aware of the ramifications if the Lee family were to hold him accountable for the incident. "Thank you for your concern, Uncle Fudge. Mr. Black is exceedingly powerful. There is no danger in his company," Nuanyue responded with a light-hearted smile. "After conversing with Mr. Black, I discovered he has been wronged. It is simply unbelievable. I mean, it was not your fault. After all, you were not yet Minister of Magic at that time." "Ah, indeed," Fudge's eyes brightened. "Of course, I am not shirking responsibility. Rather, the investigation back then was woefully inadequate, leading to the wrongful accusation of an innocent. Under Fudge's astute leadership, the magical community had emerged from that dark era. My father and elders placed great trust in you. Otherwise, they would not have sent me here with such ease." Nuanyue added with a professional smile. "I believe you should contact the Daily Prophet to address the tragedy that occurred 12 years ago. The former minister was indeed irresponsible. Should you require witnesses, we are all willing to oblige. Aren't we, Harry?" Harry, still reeling from the political farce, was suddenly jolted from his thoughts by the mention of his name. "Oh yes, what?" Fudge finally relaxed, smiling as he shook Harry's hand. "Mr. Potter, thank you for your support of the ministry and of me. I wish you all the best." He cleared his throat and addressed Sirius, saying, "Mr. Black, we deeply regret your circumstances. A statement affirming your innocence will soon be published in the newspaper. I will also oversee matters regarding compensation, and I hope you can understand." "Oh, very well," Sirius replied dejectedly, as he was not one to indulge in such formalities and thus found himself disinterested in dealing with Fudge. Fudge tipped his hat to Dumbledore, bowed slightly, and exited the infirmary. Dumbledore winked playfully at Nuanyue, saying, "You would be quite suited for a position in the ministry. Would you like a letter of recommendation upon graduation?" "Thank you, Professor. If the need arises, I shall certainly trouble you," Nuanyue replied gracefully. The two shared a knowing smile. "So, what exactly just happened?" Harry still looked bewildered. "Just the sordid politics," Sirius scoffed, spitting in disdain. "I think we need to have a talk. You see, I am your godfather, so perhaps you might be interested. My house is quite spacious, where you could come live with me." "Oh, are you joking? I would absolutely love that," Harry exclaimed excitedly. Sirius embraced him joyfully, and Harry returned the gesture. "Hermione, it seems you must accompany Harry to rescue another." Nuanyue gestured toward the sky. "You know, I suspect that creature would be of no use to me. I do not wish to traverse that realm of souls once more." Of course, Hermione pulled the chain from around her neck. "Harry, come on. We still have one little adventure left to complete." Chapter 22, Nuanyue and the Spring Festival. This year's adventures seemed even more thrilling than the last. As Nuanyue persuaded Dumbledore and the others to keep her affairs under wraps, she was unconcerned about points, but wished to avoid alerting the imminent arrival of young Barty Crouch. Harry received the finest broom, the Firebolt, which served as a perfect conclusion to his unfortunate year. Although Gryffindor still did not secure the Quidditch Cup due to their earlier losses, Dumbledore awarded them bonus points for their daring escapades, ensuring they could contend for the House Cup by the end of the term. Meanwhile, The Daily Prophet dedicated an entire page to report on Sirius's situation, bringing Harry, Ron, and the others into the spotlight, serving as a small consolation prize for Ron. During Christmas, Nuanyue accepted an invitation to Malfoy Manor, where Lucius greeted her with remarkable warmth, and his wife proved to be a beautiful and gentle woman, making Nuanyue feel at home. On the eve of her departure, Lucius and Nuanyue engaged in lengthy conversation in his study, leaving even his wife unaware of the subject matter. However, it was clear that Lucius was in high spirits, wearing a smile for the following days, and even praising Draco on several occasions, prompting Draco to wonder what had inspired such a change in his father. On the return journey, Draco once again extended an invitation to Nuanyue, saying, "Luna, want you join us to watch the World Cup? My mother is very much looking forward to your arrival. She insists on preparing the most beautiful princess room for you, as she has always wanted a daughter. I can't say for certain right now. I previously invited Harry, but now that Sirius is free, I think Harry will be with him. As for me, the tickets are arranged by Uncle Fudge, so perhaps we can meet at the stadium," Nuanyue replied, unable to provide an immediate answer, though she knew Fudge would be inviting the Malfoy family to the best box seats. Hearing Harry's name still caused Draco to frown, but he refrained from uttering any disparaging remarks, merely pouting. "Fine, but I believe we will be in a private box. Minister Fudge has a good relationship with my father, and he will surely invite him to that box. It is simply perfect. I shall inquire about Uncle Fudge's arrangements. Perhaps I could stay in the princess room that your mother has prepared for me the day before. I have a great fondness for Aunt Narcissa. My mother shares my sentiments about you, Draco. Your cheeks are a tad flushed. Why not consider residing at Malfoy Manor for an extended period? However, I must return to my homeland after graduation," Nuanyue said with a smile. "How could I possibly remain at your house indefinitely?" "Of course you could, if you were to marry." At that moment, the door to the private room was swung open, and Theodore and Pansy entered, carrying bags. Pansy, as she walked in, grumbled, "Merlin, I am thoroughly exhausted by those people. Such gatherings are dreadfully dull." Theodore plopped down beside Nuanyue and exclaimed, "Merry Christmas! Merry Christmas! Theo, I received your gift and letter." "Now that Christmas has passed," Nuanyue said, pulling him closer with a smile, "I still wish to say it to you in person." The corners of Theo's mouth curled slightly. He had grown increasingly composed, exuding an air of noble elegance with every gesture, and had become the most popular wizard in Slytherin. "Luna, you wouldn't believe the experiences we had this Christmas." Pansy, seated beside Draco, began to lament to Nuanyue that every dinner felt like a matchmaking affair, especially on Christmas. She pointed at Theodore and teasingly remarked, "Of course. The most unfortunate one is Theo, surrounded by girls from Beauxbatons. TSK, their French sounds so syrupy, and they are far too enthusiastic. Not even his icy demeanor can deter them." "Haha, I can only imagine," Nuanyue said, poking Theodore's shoulder. "Hasn't anyone caught your eye? Next year, there should be Beauxbatons girls coming to our school for the Triwizard Tournament. It would be amusing if any of them were acquainted with Theo." Theodore merely cast her a sidelong glance, taking her mischievous hand in his. "No one compares to you, Nuanyue," he declared, for he held no interest in any other girl, not that there could be one he might even consider. "Wow, Theo. If you were to seek a partner based on Luna's standards, I fear you might remain single for life," Pansy quipped, disregarding Draco's now darkened expression as she continued to tease the pair. "Pansy, when did you develop a crush on me?" "I had no idea," Nuanyue feigned surprise. "I assure you, my orientation is perfectly normal." Pansy pretended to be offended and playfully tussled with her, and the conversation shifted to the impending Quidditch World Cup. Unfortunately, Pansy's family had little interest in it, and she might be vacationing in Germany, while Theodore planned to go to France. It remained uncertain whether old Knot was resolute in marrying his son off to a French girl. Normal life at Hogwarts resumed after the conclusion of the Sirius incident. The Dementors had returned to Azkaban, and Hermione voluntarily surrendered her time turner, claiming it had drained her of all her energy. She intended to enjoy her final days as a cheerful third-year student before the term ended. Soon January arrived, and this year, the Lunar New Year came early. Nuanyue took the initiative to gather all her close friends, planning to treat everyone to a hearty New Year's Eve dinner. Of course, Dumbledore and Snape would not join the young wizards for the festivities, but they were kind enough to grant them a leave of absence, allowing them to return to their dormitories a bit later. Sirius and Lupin, however, paid little mind to the formalities. They had arrived early at the Hogwarts kitchen, where the house elves, now on holiday, looked on in a state of confusion as the noble wizards busied themselves at the stove. "I have many guests, so I need assistance with the preparations," Nuanyue cheerfully addressed Dobby, who was helping in the kitchen. "Would you be willing to lend a hand? I shall pay you a galleon for your services." Dobby immediately beamed and bowed, exclaiming, "I would be delighted to assist, madam." With Dobby's help, the preparations progressed swiftly, and with Sirius and Lupin's assistance, The kitchen was adorned with vibrant red lanterns, and a red tablecloth was laid upon the table. Before long, a boisterous group arrived in the kitchen, utterly astonished by the decorations. "Oh, I recognize this. It's a lantern, right? Oh, I know this. It's a couplet, isn't it?" The twins were the first to exclaim in awe. "What does it say? Such peculiar characters. They are square." Theodore cast a disdainful glance at them and made his way to the table, having perused numerous Chinese books while staying with Nuanyue, thus understanding these items well. "Humph, what a fuss!" Draco, though seeing these for the first time, managed to suppress his expression, feigning arrogance as he lifted his chin and joined the small serpents at Theodore's side. Hermione tugged at Harry and the others, and the Gryffindors took their seats at the table. Nuanyue clapped her hands and said, "Thank you all for coming. Today marks the celebration of our Chinese New Year, and I wish to express my gratitude by treating everyone to a meal." With a wave of her wand, exquisite dishes floated onto the table, all crafted after she instructed the house elves and learned how to prepare them herself. To her surprise, she discovered a hidden talent for cooking. "Oh, I've had dishes like this before. They are truly delightful," Pansy exclaimed. "By the way, we need to use 2 sticks, right? They are called chopsticks." Nuanyue provided each person with a pair. "You may try using them. It can be quite challenging." The attendees began to grapple with the chopsticks, with Theodore being the first to master them, as he had been exposed to much Chinese culture, including cuisine, while in Nuanyue's company. Sirius and Lupin, being adults, also picked it up quickly, while the twins, intrigued by the novelty, soon began exhibiting various finger tricks with the chopsticks. Harry and Ron fumbled a bit, and genius Hermione found herself completely inept at it, unable to grasp anything at all. Draco, too, was struggling, his handsome face flushing as he failed repeatedly. "You could also use a spoon and fork," Nuanyue couldn't help but point out. Yet neither paid her any heed. Hermione could not bear her inability to master a skill, while Draco was determined not to concede. "Well, as long as you're having fun." Nuanyue watched the two with exasperation as they continued their comical attempts to wield the chopsticks, nearly wishing to snap the 2 slender pieces of wood in frustration. Everyone joyfully indulged in the delectable food and sipped on non-alcoholic beer, while also enjoying a little performance by Nuanyue, where various animal-shaped rice cakes danced on the table. Ultimately, 2 adult wizards cast spells, and the twins provided specially crafted indoor fireworks, creating a perfect conclusion to this New Year celebration. With this gathering, the term also drew to a close. Sitting on the return train, Nuanyue fondly reminisced about this joyous reunion, sincerely wishing that one day, when each person walked their chosen path, they would recall this new year, remembering the scene of Gryffindors and Slytherins sharing a table together. Thus, the 3rd year concluded. Chapter 1. Nuanyue and the Dursleys. The early morning of Privet Drive was still quite tranquil, with the occasional woman jogging by and a youth delivering newspapers with precision, tossing them into the yards along the street, all embodying a serene and peaceful atmosphere. The weather was splendid, a perfect day for family outings. However, for the Dursleys of number 4 Privet Drive, it was to be a day of great discomfort. "Damn it, Vernon Dursley," he exclaimed for the 5th time as he peered cautiously through a slit in the tightly drawn curtains, murmuring incessantly, "Are you certain? They won't just appear in the fireplace, or fly in on that infernal broomstick, will they? They surely must arrive at the front door like any normal people, right?" For Vernon, who prides himself on being part of the upper crust, being different from the norm is the greatest irony. He fervently hopes that the unwelcome guest arriving at his home will not draw the attention of the surrounding neighbors, thus making his family the subject of gossip for the year. Indeed, I am certain that Uncle Harry has answered Vernon's question for the 5th time with resignation. Had Sirius come to fetch him alone, he might have felt anxious. However, Sirius had indicated that Nuanyue would accompany him, which eased his worries. He refrained from sharing his suspicions with Sirius, believing that Nuanyue's initiative to come was to prevent Sirius from impulsively drawing his wand and casting an unpleasant curse on his uncle. Aunt Petunia had prepared refreshments, albeit reluctantly, yet her good upbringing compelled the housewife to present the least unpalatable snacks and tea. In contrast, Dudley appeared remarkably composed. Harry surmised that this was due to the fact that his small mind had never been filled with any current events, leaving him blissfully unaware of his godfather's past as a wanted criminal. "Oh, well, you must promise me that nothing will go amiss." Vernon had nervously reiterated this request for the 8th time, to which Harry, with a sense of resignation, provided his 8th assurance. Yet, he believed that with Sirius present, there was no need to make an unbreakable vow regarding this promise. Just as Petunia was preparing to check the front door again, Vernon suddenly exclaimed, "Oh, whose car is that? It's simply splendid." The Dursleys could not resist pulling back the curtains to gaze outside, where a sleek black car with silver accents was slowly approaching, adorned with a small winged emblem on its front. "Oh, a Rolls-Royce. Such a vehicle does not come cheaply. I wonder whose guest it is," mused Vernon, Well aware of the financial standings of all the neighbors on Privet Drive, none could afford such an automobile. The car gradually came to a halt in front of the Dudleys' home, and the driver, clad in a uniform, stepped out and respectfully opened the rear door to welcome a tall, handsome middle-aged man. The man then moved to the other side of the vehicle, extending his hand to assist a tall, beautiful young woman out. "Oh, an Oriental. How rare," Vernon remarked, puzzled. "She is truly exquisite," Dudley interjected, his focus entirely on the young woman's visage. "Mom, look. I've never seen such a beautiful girl." "Oh, yes," Petunia responded vaguely, her gaze fixated on Sirius, who was indeed a handsome man, exuding the charm of a successful individual. "An Oriental. Oh, my friends and I." Harry leapt up and dashed to the entrance as Sirius approached, the driver barely having the chance to knock before the door swung open. A disheveled-haired boy flung it open, first embracing Sirius, then the beautiful girl. "It's wonderful to see you both." "Haha, of course, we would come. But shouldn't you let us in to meet the host first?" Nuanyue was impeccably dressed for the occasion, her understated yet luxurious jewelry complementing her attire. "Hurry. Harry, this outfit makes me feel so uncomfortable," Sirius whispered, pulling a face. Had it not been for Nuanyue compelling him to wear such a high-collared suit, he would have simply donned a jacket. "Oh, all right, all right." Harry quickly ushered them inside. In the living room, the Dursleys stood awkwardly at the door, awaiting their arrival. "Good day. I am Harry's friend, Nuanyue. My name may be a bit challenging to pronounce, so feel free to call me Luna," she said, smiling and performing a flawless curtsy. "Oh, yes, hello," Vernon stammered, overwhelmed by Nuanyue's presence. "You must be Uncle Vernon. I have heard from Harry that you are a respected elder," she said, feigning surprise as she covered her mouth with a gentle laugh. "And Aunt Petunia, you look splendid. Might you share your secrets to such remarkable upkeep?" Petunia's fondness for the young woman surged instantly. No woman could resist a compliment. "Welcome, welcome. Please, come and sit over here." Petunia hurriedly ushered them to the sofa. Nuanyue seated herself with elegance, maintaining her straight posture and unwavering smile, giving the impression that a queen had deigned to visit their humble abode. The pressure felt not only by Uncle Vernon, but Petunia suddenly realized that the refreshments she had prepared were utterly inadequate, and she had not arranged anything more extravagant, creating an awkward situation. Nuanyue smiled softly, gesturing for the driver to bring in the gifts. "I apologize for the sudden visit and my lack of preparation. I hope you will like these small tokens." Petunia watched in astonishment as the driver wheeled in several gift boxes, selecting 2 small ones to place on the tea table before the young woman. "These are teas and pastries I brought from my homeland. Though not particularly valuable, they carry my heartfelt intentions. Please, do try them," she urged, nudging the boxes forward. Petunia quickly expressed her gratitude and began to open the gift box. "Wow, they're stunning," Dudley exclaimed, peering over her shoulder. The boxes were arranged in a 9-grid pattern, each compartment filled with exquisite pastries that looked not only delectable but also quite luxurious. The other small box contained tea leaves, although Petunia did not recognize the brand. The aroma and quality indicated they were of superior caliber. "You must be Dudley. Harry mentioned you have a keen palate for gourmet food, a hobby we share. Therefore, I prepared many delightful pastries for you," Nuanyue said, smiling as she instructed the driver to open one of the larger boxes, revealing a variety of delicacies that Dudley had never encountered. "Oh, fantastic." Dudley could not resist rushing forward to tear open a bag and pop its contents into his mouth. Petunia's smile faltered for a moment, yet she restrained herself from yanking Dudley back. "I'm so glad you like it," Nuanyue beamed sincerely, simultaneously presenting gifts for Petunia and Vernon. "Since I wasn't too sure of your preferences, I chose the most reputable cosmetics available in the UK for you. However, considering your appearance, such gifts seem entirely superfluous. You look far too young. I initially thought you were Harry's sister." She then turned to Vernon with a smile. "Harry mentioned your fondness for golf, a gentleman's sport. It's a pleasure to meet a successful individual like yourself. I brought 2 sets of golf clubs, as I was unsure of your preferred brand." The Dursleys, clutching their respective gifts, felt entirely stiffened, unable to express their joy beyond their smiles. During their first meeting, the atmosphere was amicable and pleasant, while Sirius maintained a perpetual grin, leading Harry to suspect that perhaps his godfather had cast a charm to ensure his smile would not falter. Nuanyue graciously declined Petunia's invitation to stay for a meal, bidding a reluctant farewell to the Dursleys amidst the envious gazes of the neighbors as they departed in their vehicle. The moment they settled into the car, Sirius's smile faded, and he could not help but rub his noticeably stiff cheeks. "Merlin, I would rather face a Death Eater than participate in such gatherings again." Harry could not suppress a laugh. "You performed admirably just now." "Oh, indeed." They were all focused on Luna. "I didn't even get a line in," Sirius self-deprecatingly remarked. "What on earth, Harry, who is truly the godchild here? I felt completely ignored." "This is normal social interaction. It's simply that you're unaccustomed to it." Li Nuanyue chimed in, her smile fading as she lounged back in her seat. For those of us in our circles, such scenarios are akin to a battlefield. Good etiquette and eloquent speech can win you favor or even lucrative opportunities. The Li family children are not oblivious to the world. They must not only master the craft of magic, but also learn to navigate the realm of ordinary people. Eventually, one of us will inherit the Li family business. Such a life is not one I envy in the slightest, Harry shrugged. Although he held great admiration for Li Nuanyue's ability to charm the Dursleys into submission, he could well imagine the hardships she had endured from a young age. It was simply too arduous for him to fathom. I do not envy it either. Yet one must reciprocate the sacrifices made by their family, for that is the essence of kinship. Li Nuanyue slipped off her high heels, revealing her delicate, glistening toes. This is precisely why I cherish humble abodes, for I adore the warmth and coziness of a true home. Harry glanced at her toes and, feeling a sudden flush of embarrassment, turned his gaze away. Are your feet hurting? You don't seem quite accustomed to wearing high heels, Sirius remarked, flicking his wand to transform the shoes into a pair of flats. Thank you ever so much, Li Nuanyue winked at him. Let us take a moment to rest in these flats. We shall arrive at number 12, Grimmauld Place shortly. Chapter 2. Harry and his new home. Li Nuanyue did not enter Sirius's home, but instead requested the driver to take her back to her apartment. She explained to Harry, somewhat helplessly, that he would understand why she preferred to stay outside once he entered. She had not anticipated that Sirius's mother harbored not only animosity towards Muggles, but also prejudice against Black and Asian individuals. Thus, even though she was a pure blood, the detestable portrait had hurled invectives at her, and her enchanting demeanor had no power over such a painting. Consequently, she bade farewell to Harry and the others and departed promptly. Following Sirius, Harry stepped into his new abode, which appeared quite antiquated, yet still bore traces of its former grandeur. Come on, Harry, but do keep your voice down. It's all that wretched portrait's fault. I wish I could take it down, but my mother cast a permanent sticking charm on it, Sirius complained, loosening the collar of his shirt. As they traversed the corridor, Harry encountered a house elf with enormous ears and ragged attire, who regarded them with a look of disdain. Oh, the master's son has returned. And he has brought along a filthy half-blood. Oh, poor mistress, but old creature cannot prevent that wicked boy from ruining the mistress's house, the aging elf muttered, although Harry heard him quite clearly. Silence, creature, Sirius reprimanded, then shrugged at Harry. Creature is a staunch supporter of my mother and shares her disdain for anything less than pure blood. Ever since my mother passed away, his mind has become rather unhinged. Now, let us ignore him and have a look at your room. Harry nodded, casting a curious glance at the still grumbling creature as he followed Sirius upstairs. The second floor appeared somewhat cleaner and more orderly. Sirius opened a door to reveal a spacious room, predominantly adorned in Gryffindor red and warm yellow tones. Elegantly furnished with minimalism in mind. The curtains featured patterns of Quidditch and other distinctive shapes. The bed was neatly made, and a bedside table displayed photographs of Harry's parents. Smiling down at him. This is wonderful. Did you do this? Harry exclaimed, genuinely delighted with the room, which perfectly aligned with his tastes. Oh, you know, I was locked up in Azkaban for quite some time, so I'm not quite sure what children enjoy these days. Luna helped decorate it. It seems you really like it, Sirius responded, scratching his head sheepishly. Ahem, that's all right, Harry chuckled softly. Sirius, may I ask you something? Oh, are we going to have a heart-to-heart? I would be delighted. Sirius settled onto the sofa, patting the seat beside him. This is our first proper conversation. I've missed so much of your growth. Now it was Harry's turn to feel bashful. He sat on the sofa, somewhat anxious, and inquired. Can you tell me if you like Luna? He was no fool. His upbringing had made him quite perceptive, and he noticed that Sirius's attitude towards Luna was markedly different from that of others. Huh, our first conversation revolves around romantic matters? Sirius chuckled. Oh, right, Harry. You are growing up. You'll be entering 4th year soon. Sirius stroked his chin and mused. Do I like her? Well, I suppose one could say she is my first love. First love. Harry knew how handsome his godfather had been in his youth, as Li Nuanyue had suggested, rivaling the allure of a young Voldemort. He had seen a glimpse of the young Voldemort in that diary and could not deny the latter's charisma. The thought that such a godfather had never experienced love was astonishing. Oh, Harry, do not look at me like that. I am not some foolish man who has never been in love. Sirius burst into laughter. You see, during my youth, I was constantly pursued by girls, which made me rather arrogant, at least in matters of the heart. He pondered for a moment before continuing. Luna's appearance was quite striking. We all initially thought she was a ghost from Slytherin. You cannot deny her beauty. Even your father acknowledged it. Frankly, it was the first time we had been bested by a girl, which piqued our curiosity. She then appeared again, still standing up for Snape. And many began to say she was his guardian spirit. This only made me increasingly irritated with Snape. Much later, she appeared before me, and we had a casual conversation. I always felt she was mysterious, as though she understood me deeply. It was a peculiar sensation, and I admit, I was envious of Snape. How embarrassing. I was envious of that greasy git. Sirius ruffled his own long hair, reminiscing about the battle 12 years prior when Peter had betrayed him and caused the deaths of many muggles. I was furious. One of my dark spells spiraled out of control, and it was she who suddenly appeared to protect me. She told me we would meet again. And although I liked her, I never considered a relationship. Initially, it was because I thought she was a ghost, and later, because I was imprisoned in Azkaban. Sirius ruffled Harry's hair and confessed, I still hold feelings for her, for she is my first love and a truly wonderful girl. However, Harry, she does not belong to my era. To us, she is more like a fleeting visitor. Thus, I sincerely hope for your success. If you and she can be together, I will wholeheartedly bless you. Harry, feeling somewhat disheartened, lowered his head. He was uncertain of how to articulate his feelings. Luna was the epitome of perfection, kind, adorable, beautiful, and intelligent. Every beautiful word could be applied to her. Moreover, she was exceptionally mature and understanding, rendering him nervous in her presence. And Harry clenched his hands tightly. Among those I know, Malfoy, not, and even the Weasley twins all have an interest in her. I feel utterly devoid of competitiveness. Malfoy? Lucius's son? Sirius mused, stroking his chin. Not. How intriguing. Both families are Death Eater lineages, although they escape judgment by lying. I do not believe they can conceal their true nature forever. You know that person is not truly dead. He will return eventually. And Luna's identity forbids her from aligning with him. So, what is there to feel disheartened about? Harry lifted his gaze, staring blankly at Sirius, who had indeed provided a new perspective. As for the Weasley twins, Sirius continued, to be honest, anyone who marries into their family is indeed fortunate. Molly is a splendid mother. But if both twins fancy Luna, it signifies internal discord, should they refuse to yield. It is likely that Luna would be the one to step aside. Thus, in that light, doesn't it seem that you have the greatest chance, Harry? Harry's eyes sparkled with newfound hope. Sirius's analysis had indeed illuminated his path forward. However, the most crucial aspect remains. Harry, you must pursue her earnestly. Sirius patted him on the shoulder. You know how hard your father worked to win your mother's heart. Lily once declared she would rather dance with an octopus in the Black Lake than accept James's affections. Yet ultimately, as you know, they fell in love and had you. I understand, but I am uncertain about what to do, Harry remarked somewhat awkwardly. TSK, you bear no resemblance to your father. Sirius shook his head. If it were your father, he would relentlessly pursue the matter, regardless of the other party's reluctance. Besides, you are far superior to him, at the very least. Luna is your good friend, isn't she? You are right. It would be foolish to give up without even trying, Harry said earnestly. Thank you, Sirius. I will make an effort. Ha ha ha, truly my protege. Sirius laughed heartily, his booming voice inadvertently attracting the ire of the portraits downstairs. Oh, that old hag has woken up again. Sirius frowned, visibly irritated as he made his way out. You should rest early. I must go silence her, damn it. Oh, can you keep quiet, mother? And you, creature, throw your filthy belongings out. Sirius's voice soon echoed from downstairs, and Harry lay on the large bed, a blissful smile gracing his lips. Chapter 3, The Portkey and Crumb. Upon returning home, Nuanyue first sent a letter to the Weasley family. The twins and Ginny had invited her to watch the match, and both Harry and Sirius had extended their invitations as well. However, having previously promised Draco, she decided to politely decline their offers, especially since Draco had already informed her he would be in a private box with Fudge. Noticing it was still early, Nuanyue returned to the living room to call her father, as she could only reach her family during the holidays. After a few rings, the call was answered by a magnetic voice. Is this Yaya? Dad? Nuanyue exclaimed joyfully. You are not busy, are you? The head of the Lee family immediately waved his hand, dismissing the secretary from a meeting that had only just begun. Ha, not at all. I just want to have a good chat with you. Dad, has my brother returned recently? She recalled that Xiao Lang should have returned to Hong Kong before middle school. And given the passage of time, it was about that time. That brat, Lee Dad spoke of his son with far less patience than he displayed towards his daughter. That rascal returned a while ago, but insists on going back to the Neon Country for his studies. He thinks I don't know that Myling told me he is dating someone there. How old is he? What nonsense is this? Nuanyue inwardly sympathized with her brother. Chuckling, Dad, what era are we in? Don't be so old-fashioned. Love at this age is the purest and most beautiful. Lee Dad immediately grew anxious. What do you mean by that? Has she fallen in love? Thinking her father was still upset with her brother, she continued. Besides, he's just dating. It's not like he's getting married right away. Even if he does marry, you'll be welcoming a daughter-in-law, and perhaps even bringing one home. Wouldn't that be nice? Oh wait, does this mean if she's dating in England and plans to marry, she won't be coming back? Our family doesn't need to arrange a marriage with anyone. If my brother likes someone, let him pursue her. Besides, let us be honest. The legal marriage age in our country in Neon is 20. He has plenty of time for you. The boys on my side are different. Many marry right after graduation. TSK. Just as she was reflecting on the differing circumstances in both countries, a sudden fit of coughing erupted on the line. Dad, what's wrong? Caught a cold? That seems unlikely. Although he isn't gifted, he is still a practitioner. How could he catch a cold? Just choked on some water, Dad coughed, explaining, yeah. Is everything all right on your end? In truth, he wanted to inquire if his daughter had someone she fancied. But he feared she might not divulge or worry about him disrupting her romance. I'm doing well. The Quidditch World Cup is about to begin. It's going to be quite interesting. Uncle Fudge invited me. Nuanyue had previously mentioned Quidditch to her father, who was somewhat familiar with the sport. Fudge, he is not a bad guy. I feel at ease with you around him. Dad was eager to call Fudge and inquire about his daughter's social life. Uncle Fudge takes good care of me. He even had the Ministry of Magic cast protective charms on my room, she continued. By the way, Dad, have you looked at the books I sent back? Their conversation about British magic continued for quite some time before they finally hung up. After putting down the phone, Dad furrowed his brow deeply, quickly dialing another number. After a few rings, he hung up, and shortly after, someone returned his call. Mr. Lee, long time no see. Fudge's voice emerged. What made you think to call me? Merlin, this muggle device is truly beyond me. Ha! Minister Fudge, I wanted to inquire about matters at Hogwarts, yes. Yes, the school and such. An hour later, Dad hung up, rubbing his temples. Although Fudge could not possibly know every detail concerning his daughter, he was well aware of the significant events that had transpired at Hogwarts over the years. Moreover, Fudge had relatives studying at the school. It was entirely reasonable for his daughter's beauty and talents to draw attention. After pondering for some time, Dad decisively slammed his hand on the table, making a firm resolution. Meanwhile, Nuanyue remained oblivious to the fact that Minister Fudge had thoroughly investigated her circumstances. She hummed a tune as she enjoyed a fragrant bath before drifting into a peaceful slumber. Upon her next arrival at Malfoy Manor, it was still early morning. Yet the Malfoy family was already prepared. Narcissa warmly embraced her. Luna, you are becoming more beautiful. Aunt Narcissa, you are quite lovely as well. I am sure many envy Uncle Lucius, Nuanyue sweetly responded. Oh, you are such a dear, Narcissa said, affectionately stroking her cheek. I wish you were my daughter. Let us set off. Lucius then emerged, accompanied by Draco and a house elf. Come, child, do not be afraid. This is the portkey. Narcissa guided her to the door, pointing at a serpent-shaped keyring. This was specially prepared for us by Minister Fudge. Lucius checked his watch, noting the time. We must ensure we touch the portkey. They gathered around, extending a finger to touch the portkey. Nuanyue felt a sudden vertigo. This was her first time using a portkey, and it felt distinctly different from apparition, as though something had ensnared her. The scenery before her began to shift, and she suddenly sensed the grip that had latched onto her finger loosening. But before she could react, her body detached from the portkey. Draco reached out to grab her, but his hand met only air. The portkey was evidently in motion, transporting them to their intended location. Merlin. Nuanyue felt herself plummeting downward, her eyes widening as she beheld the bustling campsite below, teeming with wizards adorned in red scarves and tall, pointed hats. If she were to fall, she wondered if she might land on a few inebriated souls who wouldn't have time to evade her descent. Just as she prepared to summon her broom, a flash of red rushed toward her, and she found herself cradled in someone's arms as they descended. Looking up, she saw a square jaw adorned with a hint of stubble. He appeared to be a nearly adult boy, strong and sturdy, as evidenced by the solid arms encircling her. Excuse me, Nuanyue began, but before she could finish, the broom steadied itself as it landed beside a campsite. A middle-aged man in a red team uniform hurried over. Crumb, why did you suddenly take off? What were you doing? Oh, who is this? Ma'am, where are you from? Oh, I don't speak the language from the East. The man, having switched between English, German, and French, sought to communicate with her. However, Nuanyue could only comprehend a fraction of what he said. As she had not studied German or French, her limited understanding stemmed from the presence of German and French students in her Slytherin surroundings. Sir, you can speak English, Nuanyue remarked with a smile, then turned her gaze towards the tall youth who had rescued her. Clad in a red team uniform, he exuded a striking aura, distinctly different from Draco and his companions. You speak English? That is splendid. The man's accent was quite pronounced, yet Nuanyue, not being British herself, could not discern his nationality. Did you fall from the sky? The tall boy inquired, bending down to meet her gaze. His expression was gentle, lacking the intimidating presence his appearance suggested. With neatly cropped hair, he embodied the rugged charm favored by Western women. Crumb's English was not particularly proficient. He attempted to inquire, Why did you fall from the sky? The middle-aged man translated. Indeed, you must know Crumb. I believe there is not a soul here who does not recognize our world's most formidable seeker. Ah, I apologize. This is indeed my first encounter with you. I am not particularly passionate about Quidditch. I am merely accompanying a friend today. However, I shall cheer for you, Nuanyue replied honestly. As she was aware that Crumb would soon participate in the Triwizard Tournament, and their paths would likely cross again. She was uncertain why she had found herself suspended in midair, as if it was an issue concerning the portkey. She also speculated whether it was due to her own peculiar constitution. Her broom refused to cooperate, the time turner only permitted her soul to traverse, and even the portkey had abandoned her midway. Why was it that the more potent magical devices became increasingly unwieldy in her hands? The middle-aged man conversed with Crumb in German, to which Crumb nodded before looking back at her. Victor Crumb, your name? Luna, just call me Luna. Nuanyue extended her hand. Hello, may I call you Victor? Luna, Crumb chuckled, his large hand enveloping her delicate, pale one. Miss Luna, which camp do you reside in? Would you like us to escort you back? The middle-aged man inquired. I am not entirely sure. By the way, do you know the Malfoy family? Nuanyue asked. Oh, the pure-blood aristocrats from Britain. They should be that way. The man gestured eastward, not far from their location. Just walk straight until you see the green decorations. All right. Thank you immensely. Nuanyue smiled at Crumb. Thank you for today. Perhaps we can play together sometime. I am a fourth-year student at Hogwarts, Slytherin House. I'll guide you. Crumb indicated the direction of the camp. Crumb, you have a match tomorrow. It's time to start your preparations, the middle-aged man. Evidently Crumb's coach disapproved. I should take her there instead. No, it's quite all right. I can find my way. Nuanyue quickly waved her hands in farewell. Good luck with your match tomorrow. I am sure you will catch the golden snitch. Goodbye. With that, she dashed off towards the east.